Fang Xianxian took a deep breath, making an effort to calm herself from this recent shock. However, upon further consideration, should she report this matter to her father? And also to her uncle Zhao? Report? Don't report? Fang Xuanxuan's mind turned into a paste as she struggled internally to make decisions. Similar thoughts hung over Peng Zhao's mind too. At this time, inside the hall, the little cow said to Bei Lingyang, "You are very curious why I become like this, aren't you?" Lingyang does have this thought. With senior's strength, how did? Bei Lingyang spoke out his thoughts honestly. The little cow sighed heavily at this subject. I was too confident of my strength at that time, and entered the depths of Devil Abyss, and encountered two terrifying monsters. Bei Lingyang shuddered. Two terrifying monsters. Did these two terrifying monsters destroy Senior Azure Cow's body? If that was the case, then those two monsters' strength was beyond his imagination. Frankly, those two monsters did not destroy my body. The little cow explained, noticing Bei Lingyang's expression. Though those two were powerful monsters, the two of them together merely battled to a draw against me. The three of us battled several nights and days, but unexpectedly in the end, the three of us triggered one of the ancient restrictive formations in the depths of Devil Abyss. There was fear on the little cow's face as she spoke of the ancient formation. Even though the little cow did not elaborate further, Huang Xiaolong and Bei Lingyang could guess that this ancient formation had destroyed her body. Back then. The little cow went on. After that formation was triggered, we were caught in an endless chaos thunderstorm. Those two monsters were lucky and escaped in the nick of time, whereas I was half a second late, and my body was destroyed in that endless violent chaos thunderstorm. Later on, I resorted to an ancient technique and successfully protected my soul, while escaping. Even so, my soul suffered great damage. It took my soul several hundred years to heal. After that, with great effort, I found this suitable body to reincarnate and cultivate again from scratch. The little cow sounded extremely depressed as she continued. Though this body is quite good, it cannot be compared to my past body. Unless I come across a big fortuitous adventure, it would be hard to recover to my peak strength. At this moment, Huang Xiaolong finally came to know the reason behind the little cow's reincarnation. He was surprised to know that there was such a terrifying ancient formation in the Devil Abyss depths. The ancient heavenly court treasure had fallen in the depths of Devil Abyss. How was he going to search for it? Bei Lingyang quickly responded. So, it's like that, but with Senior's previous life experiences, even though starting from scratch, returning to the peak will only be a matter of time. Senior need not worry too much. The little cow shook her head, dismissing the topic. I'm most clear about my situation. You don't need to fawn over me to make me happy. She then added, I called you to have you help me find some things. Bei Lingyang respectfully said, Senior, please tell me. As long as it's something that is within the Silver Fox Commerce's ability, Bei Lingyang would definitely find it for Senior. I want you to find some extreme spirit stones, ghost beast thistle. The little cow went on and listed several hundred kinds of rare chaos spiritual herbs and things that could help raise one's strength. As he listened to the things the little cow wanted, Bei Lingyang was slightly baffled. Based on the little cow's current cultivation realm, these things were not suitable for her usage as yet, but he dared not ask any questions. When the little cow had finished, he respectfully answered, Rest assured, Senior. I'll send my people to check our Silver Fox Commerce's inventory, then send over the things Senior has requested. The little cow nodded her head in satisfaction, then looked at Huang Xiaolong tauntingly. Xiaolong? Didn't you want to get materials to repair the dragon shark flying ship? Since your father-in-law is here, you can just tell your father-in-law. I think he won't charge you a high price. Father-in-law? Bei Lingyang blanked momentarily. If someone else would have dared to make such a joke, he would have struck that person down on the spot with a whip of chaos lightning. But when Bei Lingyang heard the little cow's words, he grinned at Huang Xiaolong and said, Xiaolong, I know Xiaomei talks about you every day. Huang Xiaolong had a king of supreme godhead, and based on his relationship with the little cow, it could be said that Bei Lingyang was quite satisfied with this future son-in-law. Huang Xiaolong was a little awkward as he hesitated. Uncle Bei, It's like this, I already have. But Bei Lengyang laughed, waving his hand nonchalantly while saying, men, right? Which master doesn't have a few companions? Although Huang Xiaolong had not broken through to God King realm yet, in Bei Lingyang's eyes, not too far in the future, Huang Xiaolong was bound to become a pinnacle existence in the divine world. And with the little cow's support, Huang Xiaolong could even become? Thinking of this, the appreciation in Bei Lingyang's gaze deepened for Huang Xiaolong. Huang Xiaolong had no idea what Bei Lingyang was thinking about, however. He felt a shiver running down his spine as Bei Lingyang did not object to Bei Xiaomei and him becoming a couple. Huang Xiaolong relaxed around Bei Lingyang and gave Bei Lingyang the list of materials he still lacked. Bei Lingyang noted Huang Xiaolong's materials list. He right away used his communication talisman to order his subordinate to prepare the things Huang Xiaolong and the little cow wanted and send them to him. Huang Xiaolong, the little cow, and Bei Lingyang didn't wait long before Bei Lingyang's subordinate appeared with the things. As expected of the Silver Fox Commerce, they had all the materials Huang Xiaolong needed. Despite these materials' rarity, the Silver Fox Commerce had everything Huang Xiaolong and the little cow needed. Bei Lingyang not only had his subordinate send them the requested materials, but he even had them prepared twice the requested quantities. From the little cow's list, Bei Lingyang had everything sent to him from the Silver Fox Commerce's inventory. Bei Lingyang personally handed over the spatial ring containing these materials to the little cow respectfully. The little cow's divine sense swept over the spatial ring's space, then nodded with satisfaction. She didn't feign courtesy and accepted the spatial ring. She knew that these things were trivial to the Silver Fox Commerce. Uncle Bei, I happened to hear the Brightness Emperor Palace's young lord mention the Treasures Assembly when we were outside. May I ask what it is about? Huang Xiaolong asked Bei Lingyang. Huang Xiaolong was in a good mood since he had all the materials he needed to repair the Dragon Shark flying ship. Oh, you're talking about the Treasures Assembly, is it? The Treasures Assembly is actually an event similar to an auction held by the Heavenly Court. There's one held from time to time, and the Treasures Assembly this time actually has quite a few good things. Bei Lingyang went on, if Xiaolong and Senior Azure Cow want to go, I'll have someone send over a high-grade card. I'll be troubling Uncle Bei then. Huang Xiaolong was interested. Hence he accepted Bei Lingyang's offer. They were already there at Heaven's Avenue after all, and since there was a Treasures Assembly around the corner, Huang Xiaolong was interested in taking a look at it. Maybe he could really find something good. Bei Lingyang laughed. Nothing troublesome, just a small matter. Subsequently, Bei Lingyang had his subordinate bring 2 high-grade cards. Xiaolong, you go out first. I need to speak with Kiddo Yang alone, the little cow said to Huang Xiaolong after some thought. Huang Xiaolong nodded and went out. Huang Xiaolong was surrounded by 4 women just as he stepped out of the hall, bombarded by questions from all 4 directions. Bei Xiaomei's ecstatic shouts of "Uncle" gave Huang Xiaolong a headache. Bei Xiaomei asked first, "Uncle, what did my father say to you when you were inside?" Huang Xiaolong leaned back slightly. This question was not difficult in itself, but answering that question was definitely difficult. Was he supposed to say that her father didn't object to her getting along with him? That he didn't object that he had quite a few companions? You can ask your father about that later, Huang Xiaolong stammered. Bei Xiaomei immediately pouted. Uncle, just tell me. He is telling her to ask her father? How would she dare to do that? Huang Xiaolong was really rendered helpless by Bei Xiaomei's persistence, and roughly made an excuse. We were just talking about the upcoming Treasures Assembly. Treasures Assembly? The 4 women repeated almost in unison. Huang Xiaolong quickly nodded. Here, look at this high-grade invitation your father gave me. Afraid that they wouldn't believe his words, a soft light glimmered as he took out the invitation and showed it to them. The Treasures Assembly's high-grade invitation was intricately made, emitting a gem-like luster. On the invitation's surface was an embossed drawing of the Heavenly Palace. The invitation immediately attracted Fang Xianxian, Peng Xiao, Li Lu, and Yao Qi's attention. Wah! It really is the Treasures Assembly's high-grade invitation. Bei Xiaomei's eyes glimmered as she stared at the invitation. Uncle, my father is so good to you. He actually gave you a high-grade treasures assembly's invitation. Huang Xiaolong stiffened. You don't have this? Bei Xiaomei shook her head and said, even though I have an invitation, the treasures assembly's invitations are graded. My invitation is only a middle-grade invitation. High-grade invitations for the treasures assembly are limited, and only several hundred of them exist in the entire divine world. Only several hundred. It was Huang Xiaolong's turn to be surprised. Doesn't that mean even an Emperor Palace's emperor might not have a high-grade invitation? His master Zhao Lei very likely doesn't have one either. Huang Xiaolong looked inquiringly at Fang Xianxian. Fang Xianxian nodded her head heavily in affirmation. What Xiaomei says is true. My father only has one low-grade invitation. Huang Xiaolong was surprised as he looked at the high-grade treasures assembly's exclusive card in his hand. Looks like this toy is quite valuable, isn't it? What's the benefits of this treasures assembly's high-grade card? Huang Xiaolong asked Bei Xiaomei and Fang Xianxian. Lots of benefits, of course. Bei Xiaomei went on to elaborate to Huang Xiaolong. The treasures assembly has high-grade private rooms. Inside each room are spiritual plums and jade liquor brewed by the heavenly court. The jade liquor is so much tastier than the spiritual plums, and I've only tasted it a couple of times. Huang Xiaolong could see Bei Xiaomei drooling from her sparkling eyes that one wouldn't help thinking that the jade liquor tasted exceptional. Or else, Bei Xiaomei would not reveal this kind of expression. At the same time, Huang Xiaolong was slightly astonished upon hearing spiritual plum. The spiritual plums ranked second among the 7 wonder fruits. Right? Among the 7 wonder fruits, Huang Xiaolong had merely consumed the ancestral dragon fruit, 7-colored metal fiend fruit, and the flaming white phoenix divine fruit. Hence, he knew how precious and beneficial these 7 wonder fruits were. It's the spiritual plum at second place. Fang Xianxian chimed in and added, there are several spiritual plum trees within the heavenly court's heavenly palace, nurtured for many years by the heavenly court's spiritual elixir with a secret method. The trees can bear many fruits every 10,000 years. These spiritual plums are only distributed to the treasures assembly, and like what Xiaomei said, only served in the treasures assembly's high-grade private rooms. I think there are 10 spiritual plums in each private room. Is that right? Fang Xianxian looked at Bei Xiaomei for confirmation as she wasn't sure of the exact number. Bei Xiaomei nodded and confirmed, yes, 10. If it's like that, then every time there's a treasures assembly, those holding a high-class guest card would be able to take 10 spiritual plums for free? Li Lu summarized. Peng Xiao and Yao Qi also had the same question. Bei Xiaomei laughed. Haha. The heavenly court's heavenly emperor is definitely not stupid. You need to pay for these 10 spiritual plums, you eat one, and then pay 10 million top grade 9 spirit stones. 10 million top grade 9 spirit stones. Peng Xiao, Li Lu, and Yao Qi smacked their lips. However, high-grade card give guests a 20% discount when purchasing things from the treasures assembly. Bei Xiaomei continued. All the things from the treasures assembly are not cheap. 20% of a few items can save a lot of spirit stones. The middle-grade card gives a 10% discount, and low-grade card, 5%. Of course, the high-grade card-holding guests also enjoy other exclusive treatment and benefits, which the other 2 grades cardholders cannot. Bei Xiaomei continued. For example, if 2 people fancied the same treasure, and if I have a high-grade card, then I have the privilege of buying it first. What if both people have high-grade cards? Yao Qi asked. Then, they compare who gives the higher price. Bei Xiaomei answered matter-of-factly. At this time, the door to the inner hall opened. Bei Lingyang stepped out and smiled contentedly seeing his daughter Bei Xiaomei chatting happily with Huang Xiaolong and other girls. Senior Bei, Fang Xianxian, Peng Xiao, and the others immediately greeted noticing him. Seeing Bei Lingyang's smile, Huang Xiaolong squeezed a smile as he took a step forward to greet. Uncle Bei. Uncle Bei? The several women glanced strangely at Huang Xiaolong. But Bei Lingyang seemed to like it very much, and he let out a hearty laugh. Xiaolong ah. What are you all talking about so happily? Uncle Bei, we were just talking about the treasures assembly. Huang Xiaolong answered frankly. Bei Lengyang smiled at Bei Xiaomei as he said, "Tomorrow's the treasures assembly, so go accompany your uncle around, and if you see anything good, have your uncle buy it for you." Bei Xiaomei felt awkward due to her father's look. Is this really her father? Even though her father dotes on her, he has never teased her like this in front of others before. Bei Lingyang spoke a while longer with Huang Xiaolong, circling around the topic of come visit more often, before taking his leave. After Bei Lingyang left, the four women were staring down at Huang Xiaolong. Huang Xiaolong made an awkward haha, then fled for his life. The next day, Huang Xiaolong, the five women, the little cow, and the rest went to the treasures assembly and enjoyed some of the treatment Bei Xiaomei had claimed that the middle-grade and low-grade cardholders could not enjoy. He also tasted the second-ranked wonder fruit, spiritual plums, as well as Heavenly Court's famous brew, jade liquor. Huang Xiaolong was pleasantly surprised when he bought some Devil World spirit stones and spiritual spring water of extreme yin and extreme cold nature. These two items could repair the Yellow Spring's magic robe to a certain extent. Even though both of these items were less effective compared to the Devil Holy Land's Devil Holy Water, they could still raise the magic robe's power. After the treasures assembly ended, Huang Xiaolong accompanied the five women while they shopped around Heaven's Avenue for half a month before departing back to the Fortune Emperor Palace with Li Lu, Yao Qi, Fang Xianxian, Peng Xiao, and the others under Bei Xiaomei's reluctant gaze. Back at the Fortune Emperor Palace, Huang Xiaolong had Xiangsun, Su Baixing, Xu Yong, Su Jiang, and Su Shi assist the little cow in repairing the dragon shark flying ship. Though the materials were sufficient, it still took them more than a year's time to repair the dragon shark flying ship. A little over a year later, a flying ship was tearing through space in the direction of the extraterritorial Devil battlefield. This flying ship was naturally the dragon shark flying ship. After the dragon shark flying ship was fully restored, Huang Xiaolong had remained at the Fortune Emperor Palace for another 2 months before departing to the extraterritorial Devil battlefield. Huang Xiaolong stood in the dragon shark flying ship's control hall, looking out into the dark, vast space. His thoughts drifted towards his family in the lower realm. Are they doing well in the lower realm? Xiaofei. Huang Xiaolong took out a jade carving that was carved into Shi Xiaofei's face. Huang Xiaolong had carved it himself out of a top-grade jade. He would take it out and look at it when he missed Shi Xiaofei. During his time in Fortune Emperor Palace, Huang Xiaolong had learned that it was a feat to go to the lower realm from the divine world, unless one had broken through to the Emperor realm. Even so, it required a certain ancient space formation to form a passage to the lower realm. However, the knowledge for this ancient space formation was long lost. Not even his master Zhao Lei or Fang Gon knew how to arrange it. Huang Xiaolong then asked the little cow, but she too had shook her head indicating that she had no knowledge about it. In short, it seemed impossible for Huang Xiaolong to return to the lower realm. The other way he could reunite with his family was to wait for them to ascend to the divine world. Before ascending, he had promised everyone that if he did not return to the lower realm after 30,000 years, his family would ascend to the divine world on their own. However, the time flow in the divine world and the lower realm were different. 100 years in the divine world could be 1,000 years in the lower realm, perhaps several thousand years. Therefore, Huang Xiaolong would not even need to wait for 30,000 years. In any case, Huang Xiaolong wouldn't be able to see his family and Shi Xiaofei in the near future. How did the High God Realm Advancement Tournament's messenger descended to the lower realm at that time? Huang Xiaolong wondered to himself. Could there be an Emperor Realm Master versed in that ancient space formation, who might have opened a passage and sent the messenger to the lower realm? These questions could only be answered after finding that messenger. 10 days went by in the blink of an eye. The dragon shark flying ship stopped outside the extraterritorial Devil battlefield's border. Looking at the familiar extraterritorial Devil battlefield's barrier, Huang Xiaolong was amazed by the dragon shark flying ship's current speed. After the dragon shark flying ship was completely restored, its speed was faster than his estimation. It merely took them 1 month and a few days to reach the extraterritorial Devil battlefield from the Fortune Emperor Palace. His first journey to the Fortune Emperor Palace from Vientiane world surface had taken him 15 years. Huang Xiaolong pondered for a moment, then instructed Xianxia and the others to sail the dragon shark flying ship straight into the extraterritorial devil battlefield, breaking past the boundary barrier. Even though traveling within the extraterritorial devil battlefield on the dragon shark flying ship would make them an obvious target, the evil spirits, magic beasts, and ghouls in the outer periphery were too weak to be of concern. As expected, the moment the dragon shark flying ship passed through the boundary, the evil spirits, magic beasts, and ghouls in the immediate surroundings swarmed towards the flying ship. Huang Xiaolong leaped out from the flying ship to deal with them, instead of having Xianxia or the others to do so. A brief moment later, these low-level and mid-level ancient god realm evil spirits, ghouls, and magic beasts either fell like rain or exploded into a mist of blood. The dragon shark flying ship was a low-grade grand mist spiritual artifact. Hence, the ship's body was extremely sturdy, and even an average low-level heavenly monarch realm master would not be able to withstand being rammed in by the dragon shark flying ship, much less these ancient god realm evil spirits, ghouls, and magic beasts. However, Huang Xiaolong wasn't so reckless as to let the dragon shark flying ship fly across the extraterritorial devil battlefield at high speed. Other than evil spirits, magic beasts, and ghouls, there were various remnant ancient formations in the extraterritorial devil battlefield. Triggering these remnant formations would result in a big hassle. They journeyed onward smoothly. A month later, the dragon shark flying ship had reached the middle region of the extraterritorial devil battlefield. The middle region had the God King realm magic beasts, evil spirits, and ghouls, and the scattered remnant formations were also more powerful there. At one point, as a precaution, Huang Xiaolong could only put away the dragon shark flying ship. Everyone alighted the flying ship and flew forward. Before coming to the extraterritorial devil battlefield, Huang Xiaolong had planned to go straight into the deeper region to search for the Tianwu treasure. As for the Grand Mist Aura, he planned to search for it after getting the Tianwu treasure. Therefore, the little cow led the group in the front. The group gradually came closer to the Tianwu treasure. With the little cow and Xianxia, the group did not meet with too much hindrance. When Huang Xiaolong came upon second-order or third-order God King realm magic beasts, he used the Grand Mist Parasitic Medium's Grand Mist Worms to control them. Half a month later, there were more than a dozen second-order and third-order God King realm magic beasts by his side. Having these additional magic beasts by his side was a big convenience for Huang Xiaolong. He sent them forward to scout the route, which made it easy for them to maneuver away from potential dangers. Huang Xiaolong's group reached the Tianwu treasure location after 2 months. From afar, Huang Xiaolong looked at the enormous palace hovering in the air like a butterfly and was astonished. That's the Tianwu treasure? If it's fake, I'll compensate you 10 times worth. The little cow joked. You have 10 Tianwu treasures? Huang Xiaolong rolled his eyes as he asked. Surprisingly, the little cow answered, I don't have 10 Tianwu treasures, but what this cow has in reserves from my past life is 1,000,000 times better than 10 Tianwu treasures. Watching the little cow's smugness, Huang Xiaolong said, Talk after you get back your reserves from your past life. The smugness on her face withered somewhat. Huang Xiaolong flew ahead of the group towards the Tianwu treasure. On the way, everyone saw white bones scattered everywhere. These were probably the bones of those forces' ancestors and experts who had come for the Tianwu treasures some years back. In general, these forces' ancestors and experts' corpses wouldn't have decayed so fast. However, the corrosive devil chi in the extraterritorial devil battlefield was simply too strong. Without constant god force fending off the corrosive devil chi from invading the body, several months' time was enough for their body to rot away. As they flew closer, Huang Xiaolong noticed that the Tianwu treasure was bigger than it had appeared from the distance, about the size of a big mainland. Huang Xiaolong observed the butterfly-like palace, but could not detect any doorway. His divine sense spread out but was immediately blocked by a mysterious energy. The Tianwu treasure's entry passage is well hidden. It requires a secret method to enter, the little cow explained to Huang Xiaolong. Then in front of everyone, she opened her mouth and spat out a purple-colored lightning dragon towards the Tianwu treasure. When the purple-colored lightning dragon flew out, a light glimmered over the palace, opening an entry passage that could fit several people crossing it at the same time. The little cow blinked at Huang Xiaolong, seemingly asking for praise. Huang Xiaolong slapped her forehead and scoffed. Yes, yes, I know that you're amazing. Take us inside quickly. The little cow trotted towards the passage with a dejected face and entered the Tianwu treasure with Xiang and the rest following behind her. Not long after Huang Xiaolong's group entered, the passageway disappeared, and everything returned to normal. Huang Xiaolong looked to the front. In front of him were dense and complicated buildings, too many to count, just like a maze. Tranquil white clouds floated above these buildings with rays of sunlight peeking through them. There was a glimmer of doubt in Huang Xiaolong's eyes. They were in the deeper region of the extraterritorial devil battlefield, and not a ray of sunlight could penetrate in this region because of the thick devil qi and death qi. Then where did the sunlight inside the Tianwu treasure come from? Huang Xiaolong was not the only one wondering about this. Xiang, Feng Er, and the others were wondering the same thing. You guys are wondering where the sunlight is coming from? The little cow put on the demeanor of a mysterious and knowledgeable senior as she went on. This Tianwu treasure is in truth a low-grade grand mist spiritual artifact. It contains over 1,000 grand formations, and one of the grand formations is the epic separating grand formations from the ancient times. This formation can disregard all spatial hindrance. Therefore, sunlight can be guided into this Tianwu treasure. Everyone showed a look of comprehension. However, Huang Xiaolong's attention was fixed on the words, "This Tianwu treasure is a low-grade grand mist spiritual artifact," and he could barely suppress his delight. Is this Tianwu treasure an attack-type low-grade grand mist spiritual artifact? Huang Xiaolong asked excitedly. The little cow shook her head and said, "Not really." Huang Xiaolong blanked. What does that mean? This Tianwu treasure can be considered as a super big low-grade grand mist spatial artifact. Even though this Tianwu treasure is a spatial artifact, it contains both attack and defensive formations, so it can launch an attack within a certain range only. The little cow answered. Hearing that, Huang Xiaolong felt a trace of disappointment. So it was just a low-grade grand mist spatial artifact. Though he lacked a bigger spatial artifact, he could get a bigger spatial artifact at some of the auction houses. You kid, don't underestimate this Tianwu treasure. The little cow harumphed seeing Huang Xiaolong's disappointed expression. When the Tianwu treasure's attack formations are activated, its power is comparable to most of the attack-type low-grade grand mist spiritual artifacts, and at full power, it can even kill enemies within several tens of thousands li. Finally, there was a trace of shock on Huang Xiaolong's face. Senior Xianxia, this Tianwu treasure is refined by Senior Tianwu? Feng Er asked. The little cow shook her head. Though Tianwu, that kid's cultivation had reached peak late god king realm with battle strength comparable to a heavenly monarch realm master, it was still not possible for him to forge a low-grade grand mist spiritual artifact. Only Emperor realm masters are able to refine grand mist spiritual artifacts. Tianwu, that kid collected many materials and invited Emperor realm masters to help him forge this Tianwu treasure according to his own design. For example, the thousands of grand formations inside this Tianwu treasure were all laid out according to his design. So it's like that, everyone thought inwardly. Also, apart from researching formations, Tianwu especially liked to collect items related to the ancient dragon clan. The little cow went on. There are things like ancient dragon pills, primordial divine dragon crystals, dragon heart stones, various kinds of dragon blood, and even various dragon clans' dragon pearls. Wait until you take control over the Tianwu treasure's core formation. You will surely smile so widely that your mouth will look crooked. All these things are beneficial to your true dragon physique. Maybe you could even find things left behind by a dragon clan's emperor realm master. Huang Xiaolong's eyes were sparkling as he listened to the little cow. You know where this Tianwu treasure's core formation is? Huang Xiaolong asked anxiously. The little cow chuckled mischievously before speaking. You kid can't wait any longer, right? Her tone then changed as she said, I'm not Tianwu, so how would I know the location of the Tianwu treasure's core formation? This was not the answer Huang Xiaolong had expected, and he felt an impulse to kick the old cow. Though I don't know where the Tianwu treasure's core formation is located, it should be at the end of this maze. The little cow swiftly added. At the end of this maze, Huang Xiaolong looked ahead of him. The so-called end of the maze was enshrouded in white mist, impenetrable by his eyesight and even divine sense. He could not tell how deep or how far the maze went. Don't look anymore. This maze is an ancient grand formation. You won't be able to see the end of it, nor you can fly to its end. The little cow curled her lips. Can't fly to the end? Why? Everyone had the same question in their heads. You all will know soon enough. The little cow answered like a lofty sage. Without another word, Huang Xiaolong flew towards the maze, and the others followed. But when he reached the border of the building's maze, an overwhelming power swooped down on them, which Huang Xiaolong nor his group could resist, forcing them to the ground. Even Xianxia was powerless to resist it. Only then did everyone understand what the little cow meant by "can't fly to the end of the maze." Huang Xiaolong's head throbbed looking at the complicated-looking building's maze. Flying was prohibited, so did that mean they would need to walk all the way until the other end of this maze? How long would that take? Senior Xianxia, do we have to walk until the other end of this maze? How long is that going to take? Xianxia couldn't help blurting out the depressing question in Huang Xiaolong and the others' minds. If you don't know this maze's map, then even if you spend 100,000 years in here, you still won't be able to reach the end of this maze. But if you know the route, it would only take 2 months. The little cow went on. This maze formation is the combination of 9 Palace Cosmos formation and boundless space formation. To pass this formation, one needs to know the route of both formations, as well as possess a certain degree of strength. I know the route, and with Kiddo Xiangxun's current strength, with the two of us, it's only a matter of time we reach the end of the maze. Huang Xiaolong relaxed after hearing that. Hence, under the little cow's guidance, everyone stepped into the maze. Half a day later, Huang Xiaolong and the others discovered these buildings were exactly the same. Whether it was the materials, color, or shape, everything was the same. If it wasn't for the little cow guiding them, they really would have been lost in this maze for 100,000 years or more. Don't look at the spiritual grass and spiritual flowers around you. It will seem tempting, but if you go pick up the grass and flowers, you will trigger the formation, and we will suffer endless attacks. Even if you're a heavenly monarch, you won't remain unscathed. The little cow pointed at the spiritual grass and spiritual flowers exuding alluring fragrances along the way. Hearing that, everyone subconsciously moved closer to the little cow, not daring to wander around. Several days soon passed by. During this time, Huang Xiaolong's group often saw some forces' ancestors and experts encircling the same 10 meters radius not far from them, unable to extricate themselves from the maze. Clearly, these forces' experts had triggered certain parts of the formation, ending up getting trapped within it. Among them were high-level God King Realm Masters, which made Huang Xiaolong's group even more cautious. Even if Huang Xiaolong wanted to help these forces' ancestors and experts, he was powerless. To save one person, it required a lot of effort to resolve the formation entrapping them. Even if Huang Xiaolong spent 10 million years, he won't be able to save each and every one of these entrapped experts. Therefore, everything depended on Huang Xiaolong taking control of the Tianwu Treasure's core formation to release these experts. With the little cow leading them in front, Huang Xiaolong's group proceeded smoothly. Roughly a month later, they finally reached the end of the maze. Looking at the maze's end, everyone was a little astonished. In front of them was actually a mountain, nothing else. Moreover, this mountain was a common-looking mountain. Nothing extraordinary could be made out of it. Is this really the end of the maze? Looking at a group of baffled faces, the little cow grinned widely, then commented, I didn't expect that Kiddo Tianwu would have placed such a powerful illusion formation at the end of the maze. If this cow's eyesight would have been a little worse, I would have been cheated by him. Illusion formation? While everyone was still in a daze, the little cow trotted a few steps forward and stomped hard on the ground with one of her hooves. Ripples of purple lightning rolled forth like waves towards the mountain from the ground. Under the constant purple lightning ripples, bright glimmers came from the mountain in front of Huang Xiaolong's group. Moments later, the ordinary mountain disappeared before their eyes, revealing a shiny golden mountain instead. A mountain of gold pebbles. Sitting on top of this gold pebbles mountain was a huge, splendorous palace. Shiny golden shimmers bedazzled everyone's sight for a second. Huang Xiaolong was quick to notice that this was not an ordinary gold mountain, but some other kind of golden mineral. Xiangxun, Su Baisheng, and the rest subsequently noticed the same thing. This is not your ordinary gold. It's the Dragon Clan's golden dragon stones. The little cow went on to explain. The golden dragon stones are claimed to be the Dragon Clan's hardest minerals, suitable for forging chaos spiritual artifacts and above. It can increase the chaos spiritual artifact's durability and attack power. In some auction houses, a fist-sized golden dragon stone was equivalent to 10,000 low-grade chaos spirit stones. When the little cow mentioned that these golden mineral stones were the Dragon Clan's hardest minerals, none of them paid much attention to her words, but it sent waves of shock when they heard a fist-sized golden dragon stone was worth 10,000 low-grade chaos spirit stones. Even Huang Xiaolong was a little agape as his gaze fell onto the golden dragon stone mountain. What is the worth of this golden dragon stones mountain? Just this golden dragon stones mountain was enough to send the various Emperor Palace's experts in a manic-grabbing competition. If those Emperor Palaces knew that the Tianwu treasure had so many golden dragon stones, they would regret till their intestines turned green. The little cow wondered. There are so many golden dragon stones here. Did that kid Tianwu moved out the whole dragon world's golden dragon stones here? The golden dragon stones were scarce to begin with. It was hard to find them in the dragon world, much less other parts of the divine world. But at that moment, how many golden dragon stones were in front of them? At least 10 million? Huang Xiaolong moved his gaze from the golden dragon stones mountain to the huge palace above. If these valuable golden dragon stones were placed outside, then what could be placed inside the palace? Although Huang Xiaolong did not know what was inside the palace, he was certain that those items would only be more precious than the golden dragon stones. Huang Xiaolong could not wait any longer and led the rest flying towards the palace on top. In a dozen of seconds, they descended in the open space in front of the palace. It was not noticeable earlier when they were far away, but at close distance, they could see the materials used to forge this palace were also rare materials, most probably from the dragon world. Treasure dragon stones, imperial dragon jades, descending dragon wood, sky dragon crystals. The little cow smacked her lips in praise as she uttered several material names in one breath. I really don't know where Kiddo Tianwu found so many dragon world's materials. Just this palace itself is worth more than the golden dragon stones mountain under our feet. The others were astounded at her words. Worth more than the golden dragon stones mountain. Little brat Huang, if you dismantle this palace and the golden dragon stones mountain and sell it outside, you would be richer than Fang Gong. The little cow's eyes shone with mirth as she said this to Huang Xiaolong. Huang Xiaolong smiled. Richer? He had never really put money in his eyes. After breaking through to the God King realm, he would be able to condense grade 10 spirit stones. Though the grade 10 spirit stones were less valuable in comparison to chaos spirit stones, grade 10 spirit stones were much sought after and commonly used by the Emperor Palaces. Thus, he did not lack money at all. Huang Xiaolong turned to look at the palace's open door and raised his foot to step inside, but the little cow stopped him. Wait! Huang Xiaolong and the rest stopped at the little cow's warning, as they saw her open her mouth and blow out a cloud of purple lightning towards the palace's open door. In an instant, golden sparks of a formation lit up. At the same time, the doorway space became distorted and space fissures appeared, clearly proving how powerful the formation's power was. Huang Xiaolong, Xiangxun, and the others nearly jumped out of their skin in fright. Had they stepped through the open door recklessly, under that restrictive formation's attack, even Xiangxun probably wouldn't have been able to protect them. Before they could react, the little cow blew out an even bigger purple lightning cloud. Sparks from the formation intensified, and deep rumbling crackles rang in the air for some time before they disappeared. The little cow heaved loudly. Still fine, still fine. She turned towards Huang Xiaolong and said, Little brat Huang, I think all of you better follow behind this old cow in case some of you accidentally bump into something that triggers the formation, or else we'll be in deep shit. Looking at the little cow's smug face, Huang Xiaolong gave her a fierce glare. He also had a strong impulse to kick her, but he had to admit that the formations laid out by Tianwu were terrifying. More importantly, Huang Xiaolong, Xiang Sun, nor any of them, could distinguish these formations other than the little cow. In the end, Huang Xiaolong and the rest followed obediently behind the little cow and entered through the door. As they stepped inside, a wide passageway came into their sight. On both sides of the passageway was a myriad of crystal stones piled high up. Dragon crystals. High at the center of the passageway, exuding soft, captivating glow, was an opulent pearl. These dragon crystals were reflecting a soft, captivating glow from the ceiling. All from the rose and rose pearls. Pearls, dragon pearls. All of them. A primordial divine dragon's most precious treasure was not its dragon bone, dragon skin, or its dragon horn. It were dragon crystals and dragon pearls. Dragon crystals were condensed with a dragon's blood essence, whereas the dragon pearl was condensed with a dragon's source of life. Both of them brought great benefits to those who refined them. Huang Xiaolong's throat moved slightly as he looked at the seemingly endless passage decorated with dragon crystals and dragon pearls. Judging from these dragon crystals and dragon pearls' amount of energy, all of them were left behind by the primordial era dragon clan. The little cow was the first to regain her senses, and the first sentence she uttered was, "Your grandma's cow. How many dragon crystals and dragon pearls are inside this place?" Huang Xiaolong was rendered speechless. Laughter broke out from the rest of the group by her words. A while later, Huang Xiaolong leaped onto the little cow's back and she walked along the passage with the others. This passage was longer than Huang Xiaolong had imagined. By the time they reached its end, half an hour had passed, and they could no longer see the palace's entrance door anymore. At the end of the passage was a wall made of unknown material, and there were 10 dragon pearls mounted on this wall. Each of these dragon pearls were 2 to 3 times bigger than the dragon pearls they had seen earlier. Especially the dragon pearls at the center were exuding the most vigorous aura. An Emperor Realm Master's dragon pearl. Huang Xiaolong's breathing subconsciously quickened. The little cow stared at the same dragon pearl and said, 10 dragons formation. This is the Tianwu treasure's core formation. Huang Xiaolong widened his eyes hearing the little cow's words. He looked again at the 10 dragon pearls, more carefully this time, and found the connection between them. These 10 dragon pearls vaguely resembled an ancient dragon clan's formation. 10 dragons formation, the little cow repeated while shaking her head. Looks like it's not that easy to get our hands on this Tianwu treasure. Huang Xiaolong looked at the little cow and asked, "You have no solution?" "I do have a way, however, it is difficult to refine this 10 dragons formation. With my current strength, and even with Xiang Sun's assistance, refining this 10 dragons formation would take 2 to 3 years. More importantly, the process cannot be interrupted at any point because if the process is interrupted, it would trigger the formation." The little cow explained, "Not to mention, you would need a dragon clan master's body as a medium to refine this 10 dragons formation. Then again, you have the true dragon physique, so it wouldn't matter." She added another sentence, "Thank heavens that you have the true dragon physique." Upon hearing that it would take 2 to 3 years to refine this 10 dragons formation, Huang Xiaolong wasn't so tense anymore. 2 to 3 years were nothing at all. Even though he really wanted to go looking for Grand Mist Aura as soon as possible and break through to the God King realm, he could still spare 2 to 3 years' time. Thus, with the little cow and Xiang Sun's assistance, Huang Xiaolong began refining the 10 dragons formation. Huang Xiaolong's Holy Dragon Supreme Godhead spun, sending endless waves of Supreme God Force into the Dragon Pearl in the center, the heart of the 10 dragons formation through Huang Xiaolong's true dragon physique. That Emperor Dragon Pearl emitted a bright halo as Huang Xiaolong's Supreme God Force flowed into it. Upon seeing that it was working, Huang Xiaolong's anxiety subsided. According to the little cow, if his God Force failed to enter the Dragon Pearl, then it was impossible for him to refine the 10 dragons formation. Since his God Force had successfully entered the Dragon Pearl, it meant that there was hope. But Huang Xiaolong soon discovered that when his Supreme God Force entered the Emperor Dragon Pearl, it was akin to dripping water into the sea, completely negligible. Huang Xiaolong increased the flow of his Supreme God Force into the Emperor Dragon Pearl, yet the phenomenon remained. "Don't rush. Take it slow." The little cow's voice sounded from the side. Her tone was leisurely as she said, "The way you are feeding your God force right now, you won't last for more than 2 months, much less 2 years." Huang Xiaolong calmed himself down listening to the little cow's words, and readjusted the rate and amount of God force he flowed into the Emperor Dragon Pearl. The little cow told Huang Xiaolong that as long as he filled all 10 dragon pearls with his God force, he would be able to refine the 10 dragons formation. So simple? Huang Xiaolong was dumbfounded. "You think that's simple?" The little cow fumed. "How many people do you think could continuously feed their God force into all 10 dragon pearls until they are full without stopping? If you stop even for a split second, you will have to start all over again." Huang Xiaolong nodded his head, showing he understood and agreed with the little cow. Hence, Huang Xiaolong persisted, continuously feeding his God force into the Emperor Dragon Pearl at a constant speed. He paid great attention to the speed of his God force, so that his God force would not be exhausted. 3 months passed. After 3 months of constantly feeding the God force, the Emperor Dragon Pearl at the center suddenly hummed, and a golden light spread out as a stream of pure dragon essence energy flowed into Huang Xiaolong's body. When this stream of pure dragon essence energy entered his body, Huang Xiaolong immediately felt his skin stretch as his body expanded like a balloon. Huang Xiaolong was astonished but swiftly circulated the grand mist parasitic medium to absorb the pure dragon essence energy. That's remnant dragon essence energy from an Emperor Realm Dragon Clan Master. Even though some of the dragon essence energy has dispersed as millions of years have passed, for someone like you who has not advanced to the God King realm, it's good stuff. Just a thread of it is enough to raise your strength significantly. The little cow explained as she stood beside Huang Xiaolong. Moreover, because of your true dragon physique, this dragon essence energy won't turn violent when it enters your body. Instead, it will be gentle and easy for you to absorb it. Needless to say, Huang Xiaolong was delighted at the information in the little cow's words. Remnant dragon essence energy of an Emperor Realm Dragon Clan's master. Half a month passed, by the time Huang Xiaolong completely absorbed the stream of dragon essence energy. As he continued to feed his God force into the Dragon Pearl, the Dragon Pearl would return a small stream of pure dragon essence energy into Huang Xiaolong's body from time to time. Another 2 months passed, followed by 3 months. For months, Huang Xiaolong clearly felt his strength improve every time he finished absorbing a stream of dragon essence energy. A year later, when Huang Xiaolong's supreme God force filled the Emperor Dragon Pearl, he actually felt his cultivation rise, with the signs that he was about to break through to the God King realm. But Huang Xiaolong composed himself and actually suppressed his cultivation from breaking through. He was still in the process of refining the 10 dragons formation, and if the process was interrupted because of his breakthrough to the God King realm, then he would have to start all over again. That was not the ideal result he wanted. Therefore, he decided to completely refine and take control over the 10 dragons formation first. When the Emperor Dragon Pearl was fully filled with Huang Xiaolong's God force, his God force began to flow into the remaining 9 dragon pearls. Similarly, after some time, dragon essence energy within the remaining 9 dragon pearls also flowed into Huang Xiaolong's body. Every time Huang Xiaolong finished refining a stream of dragon essence energy, his body would show signs of an impending breakthrough to the God King realm. But each time, he suppressed his breakthrough. At the same time, he distinctly felt his true dragon physique had begun evolving with the more dragon essence energy he absorbed. Whether it was the toughness of his flesh or the explosive power of his muscles, both aspects were stronger than the time he had entered the Tianwu treasure. 2 years went by in the blink of an eye. As Huang Xiaolong persistently channeled his God force into the Dragon Pearl in the last 2 years, on this day, the other 9 Dragon Pearls lit up at the same time. Rings of light shone simultaneously from them. All 10 Dragon Pearls were full with Huang Xiaolong's supreme God force. The instant Huang Xiaolong filled all 10 Dragon Pearls with his God force, he felt that his conscience had completely merged with the 10 dragons formation, becoming one entity with the whole Tianwu treasure palace. Every item and every corner of the Tianwu treasure appeared clearly in his mind. At the same time, Scenes of broken memories appeared in Huang Xiaolong's mind. These broken memories belonged to the God King Realm Master Tianwu. From these broken memories, Huang Xiaolong learned some details. For example, the Dragon Clan's treasures inside the Tianwu treasure were obtained from several hundred trips he had made to the Dragon World, exploring ruins left behind by Dragon Clan's masters. One time during Tianwu's trip to the Dragon World, he had even found a Dragon Clan's Emperor Realm Master's cultivation dwelling. Huang Xiaolong also learned that Tianwu Tu was a supreme godhead genius, hailed as one of Divine World's great 10 supreme godhead geniuses, and the greatest genius of formation in the Divine World. However, the memories were too broken that Huang Xiaolong did not know how Tianwu had fallen. When these broken memories were flashing in Huang Xiaolong's mind as he continued to refine the 10 dragons formation, the whole Tianwu treasure palace shook suddenly. Every last shred of energy within the Tianwu treasure palace roared as it descended onto Huang Xiaolong and entered his body before he could even react. Huang Xiaolong, who had been suppressing his breakthrough this whole time, could no longer suppress it. His god force flooded out, shattering all barriers, and it galloped at full force. Rumble! Huang Xiaolong's body shook violently. His 3 supreme godheads, avatars, true dragon physique were evolving at startling speed. The Moon Jade Heavenly Spiral Shell, Chaos Golden Dragon Lightning Pool, and Yellow Spring's Magic Robe all shone brilliantly. Xianxia, Su Baisheng, and the others were alarmed by the sudden changes on the surface of Huang Xiaolong's body. "Don't worry," the little cow reassured everyone. "Little brat Huang definitely will break through to the God King realm safely. We just have to protect him until then." Xianxia, Su Baisheng, Feng Er, and the rest came to their senses at the little cow's reminder. Their hearts eased, and they spread around Huang Xiaolong to protect him. They absolutely believed Senior Xiaonuo's words. Since Senior Xiaonuo had said that Huang Xiaolong would safely break through to the God King realm, then Huang Xiaolong would successfully break through without a doubt. Everyone was on alert, checking their immediate surroundings. In this short time, Huang Xiaolong was completely enshrouded in brilliant flickering lights. It started with golden lights, then the rays of lights changed to yellow, red, green, azure, blue, and so on, reflecting a prism of colors. As Xianxia and the others stood on the watch, they clearly felt Huang Xiaolong's ever-rising and startling momentum. In the beginning, the late Second-Order God King realm Su Jiang could still withstand the pressure coming from Huang Xiaolong. But as time passed, Su Jiang found it increasingly hard to breathe, as if there was a mountain pressing down on him. Even the little cow felt the pressure. Xianxia and Su Baisheng promptly released their god force, forming a protective barrier which immediately reduced the pressure on Su Jiang, Feng Er, and the rest. Unknowingly, 10 days went by. The cocoon of lights enshrouding Huang Xiaolong was still ever-changing. Half a month later, there was an aura of immortality intermingling with Huang Xiaolong's rising cultivation. The aura of immortality was quite unique, and only the cultivators who had broken through to the God King realm could sense it. Thus, Xianxia, Su Baisheng, Su Shi, Su Jiang, and Xu Yong could sense the increasingly intense aura of immortality coming from Huang Xiaolong. The aura of immortality around Huang Xiaolong gradually condensed into vague shadows. "This is?" Su Baisheng exclaimed in confusion and shock as he stared at these vague shadows. The little cow spoke. "These are the shadows of the immortal body. Only when those freak geniuses are about to break through to the God King realm, such a phenomenon would manifest." "Shadows of the immortal body?" Su Jiang, Xu Yong, and Feng Er exclaimed in unison. Xianxia chimed in. "That's right, I have heard of this from my ancestor. When this immortal body's shadow phenomenon manifests as someone breaks through to God King realm, that person would experience a close to perfect body transformation, achieving the essence of an immortal body." Su Baisheng, Su Jiang, Xu Yong, Feng Er, and others understood what was happening. After realization, astonishment set in their hearts. True immortal body? It's not as dramatic as what Kiddo Xianxia said. There is no such thing as a true immortal body in this world. Even an Emperor Realm Master could die just the same. However, it is true that those who could trigger the immortal body shadow phenomenon have a stronger body than the average God King realm. For instance, if God King Realm cultivators get injured severely, with their internal organs shattered, they would need a month to heal, but Xiaolong only needs an hour or so to heal. If the attack power were to exceed the limit Xiaolong's body endurance, he would die just the same. Right at this time, the vague immortal body's shadows around Huang Xiaolong suddenly swayed, rearranging themselves into a mysterious ancient formation. Speckles of immortal energy light floated out from these shadows towards Huang Xiaolong, entering his body. At the same time, a profound and incomprehensible sound came from the inside of Huang Xiaolong's body. Others watched with wide, dumbfounded eyes. What is this now? Inquiring gazes from all around fell on the little cow, hoping for enlightenment. But the little cow shook her head, looking somewhat awkward as she said, This old cow doesn't know what's going on either. Don't ask me. The shadows of an immortal body could form an ancient formation, and even emit immortal energy that envelopes the person in the midst of a breakthrough to further improve his body's transformation, bringing it closer to the perfect immortal body. Despite the little cow's vast knowledge and many years of living, she had never heard of this kind of phenomenon. But she could see that Huang Xiaolong's body was transforming faster, becoming stronger, moving closer to perfection inside the cocoon of immortal energy. She had a lot of Emperor Realm Juniors in her tribe, but when they had broken through to the God King Realm, none of their bodies had been able to transform as fast and perfectly as Huang Xiaolong. Another month passed. Tiny streams of immortal energy wafted out from Huang Xiaolong's body, gathering above Huang Xiaolong's head into a cloud, exuding vigorous vitality. Upon closer inspection, this vitality was slightly different. Influenced by this vitality, dense green plants sprouted on the four walls, down to the passageway. These plants seemed alive, akin to spirited and cute elves. Xianxia and the others were even more dumbfounded by this sight. Once again, their inquiring gazes fell on the little cow. But the little cow did not say a word because she too was looking at the cloud above Huang Xiaolong's head with a dumbfounded expression. She was just as stupefied as everyone else as she stared at the spirited and lively elf plants growing everywhere. What the heck are these? Her head was filled with question marks while waves of shock struck her heart. Another 2 months came and went. The cloud formed from Huang Xiaolong's immortal energy was several times denser and bigger. Its vigorous vitality had reached the other end of the passageway to the door. Everywhere the vision was filled with swaying elf plants. Driven by curiosity, Feng Er reached out to touch one of the elf plants. These elf plants did not dodge her touch, allowing her to touch them. Feng Er felt warmth under her fingertips, and smoothness, and a kind of energy flowed from the elf plants into Feng Er's body. A comfortable feeling filled Feng Er. It was so comfortable that she felt like sighing aloud. Taking Feng Er's lead, Su Baisheng and others also reached out to touch the elf plants. They too felt a comfortable energy entering their bodies. The little cow also nudged one of the elf plant and was immediately shocked. She turned to Su Baisheng and the rest saying, The energy within these plants is extremely beneficial to your cultivation. Quickly sit down and cultivate, strive to break through. She then looked at Xianxia. Kiddo Xianxia, you stand on guard for Xiaolong and us. Xianxia was about to comply, but the little cow had already sat down entering cultivation, absorbing the energy from the elf plants. Su Baisheng, Feng Er, and the rest also quickly sat down and entered cultivation at the little cow's words. The little cow could see that it did not affect Huang Xiaolong in any way when they absorbed these elf plants' energy. Therefore, there was no concern about disturbing Huang Xiaolong's breakthrough to the God King realm. Half a year went by. The immortal cloud over Huang Xiaolong's head had stretched out of the palace, enshrouding the entire Golden Dragon Stones Mountain. The elf-like plants had already grown to every corner of the Golden Dragon Stones Mountain, and even the experts trapped in the maze could sense brimming vitality in the air. On a certain day 3 years later, the entire Golden Dragon Stones Mountain shook. Intense prisms of colors rushed out from the palace, accompanied by a resounding dragon's roar that reached every corner of the Tianwu treasure. A blue primordial divine dragon soared to the sky. Waves of majestic dragon might rushed out in all 4 directions. This sudden burst of vitality naturally shocked the experts trapped within the maze. A long time later, the intense colorful lights dimmed and disappeared. So did the blue primordial divine dragon that had soared to the sky. Inside the palace, Huang Xiaolong opened his eyes and breathed out through his mouth. As he moved, muffled popping noises could be heard as if a thunder was rumbling inside him. Finally, he had broken through to God King realm. Huang Xiaolong's eyes shone with delight. It was an unexpected gain to break through to God King realm from refining the Tianwu treasure's core formation. On top of that, after undergoing the transformation, his true dragon physique has become very, very strong. Much stronger than he could ever imagine. Huang Xiaolong stood up, then punched out with his fist in an empty space. The space in front of him shattered. A great force rushed into the void, creating a vacuum in the midst of spiritual energy in the depths of the void. Huang Xiaolong nodded his head with satisfaction looking at this result. Purely his true dragon physique's physical strength could kill a late third-order God King realm cultivator. He had been able to advance to the God King realm this time by absorbing the 10 Dragon Pearls dragon essence energy. In truth, he had broken through to peak mid-first order God King realm in one go. Even so, Huang Xiaolong was not surprised. It was already a boon that he had successfully broken through to peak mid-first order God King realm by borrowing the dragon essence energy from the 10 Dragon Pearls. In general, the divine world's supreme godhead geniuses could at the most reach only the peak early first order God King realm when they broke through to the God King realm. Now that I've broken through to the God King realm, I should be able to refine the Netherworld King's Jade's third-level restriction. Huang Xiaolong thought inwardly, anticipating the benefits of refining the third-level restriction. As long as he could refine the Netherworld King's Jade's third-level restriction, he would be able to learn the location of the Lord of Hell's heritage. Only now did Huang Xiaolong look at his surroundings and was surprised to see the little cow, Su Baishang, Su Jiang, Xu Yong, Su Shi, Feng Er, and the rest, other than Xianxia, were sitting cross-legged in cultivation. Master! Xianxia approached Huang Xiaolong with a joyous expression as he saluted respectfully. Congratulations for successfully advancing to God King realm and raising your strength to another level. Huang Xiaolong smiled at Xianxia and nodded. At my current strength, I can probably resolve another 100 of your petrification seals. Though the latter petrification seals in Xianxia's body got increasingly stronger, Huang Xiaolong was still quite confident of his current strength. If he transformed into a blue primordial divine dragon, he could downright abuse a supreme godhead fourth-order God King realm genius, a fourth-order God King realm Sun Shihai for example. Upon hearing that Huang Xiaolong could further resolve another 100 of his petrification seals, Xianxia was almost beyond himself with excitement. He had been suppressed by the petrification seals for far too long. There had never been a moment that he did not think about recovering his strength since Huang Xiaolong had resurrected him. It was every minute, every second. Right at this time, there were violent energy fluctuations coming from the other end of the passage. Huang Xiaolong and Xianxia both looked towards the passage. Feng Er was completely enshrouded in strong, flickering light as her momentum rose rapidly. Oh, Feng Er's about to break through. Huang Xiaolong grinned at this sight. Borrowing the mysterious energy from the elf plants that had sprouted during Huang Xiaolong's breakthrough to God King realm, Feng Er, whose cultivation had been stuck at the peak late 10th order ancestor god realm, finally took that step into God King realm. Huang Xiaolong had barely finished speaking when there were two more sources of violent energy fluctuations in the air. When he turned around, he saw Guei and Guei Er enshrouded in blinding lights. These were signs that they too were about to break through to God King realm. Huang Xiaolong was genuinely dumbfounded now. Before he could utter another sound, crackling purple lightning emerged from the little cow's body, exuding waves after waves of terrifying destructive power. Could it be Senior Xianxia is also about to break through? Xianxia clearly sounded dumbfounded. But suddenly, the purple lightning and destructive power around the little cow disappeared without a trace. Just like that. Xianxia blinked his eyes several times. What's going on? Did her breakthrough fail? Or? Huang Xiaolong was also baffled. It was impossible to fail during a breakthrough with her experience. Several days later, Feng Er, Gue Er, and Gue San consecutively broke through to God King realm and stopped cultivating. The rest also retreated from their cultivating state except the little cow, as she continued to immerse in her cultivation. They waited for another 2 days, yet the little cow continued to cultivate, so Huang Xiaolong left her alone. He had Su Baisheng and the others stand guard whilst he began dealing with the petrification seals in Xiangsun's body. Previously, Huang Xiaolong had resolved 52 seal walls, and despite his efforts, the 53rd wall had not budged even an inch. But this time around, the 53rd wall crumbled in a second like a bubble. 53rd wall, 54th, 55th. Within half an hour's time, Huang Xiaolong shattered through 3 petrification seal walls. Though Huang Xiaolong was slightly delayed at the 56th wall, it only took him an hour or so to break past it. Xiangsun was overjoyed as he sensed the petrification seals within him being shattered one after another by Huang Xiaolong. When Huang Xiaolong had first attempted to resolve his petrification seals, it had taken him 2 days just to deal with the first wall, whereas now, in less than 2 hours, Huang Xiaolong had resolved 4 walls. At this rate, Huang Xiaolong probably could resolve up to 200 petrification seals. Soon a month went by. Under Huang Xiaolong's efforts, he successfully shattered 100 petrification seals within Xiangsun's body. Counting the 52 seals Huang Xiaolong had resolved earlier, it brought the total to 152. However, the difficulty increased by several times after the 153rd petrification seal. Each seal thereafter took Huang Xiaolong almost a week to deal with. By the time Huang Xiaolong reached the 180th seal, the days increased to 10 for each seal. Upon reaching 196th seal, Huang Xiaolong took half a month to resolve it. So he stopped after that. Though he could still go on and resolve a few more petrification seals, it was consuming too much time that would be better spent on refining the 3rd level of the Netherworld King's Jade's restrictive formation to further raise his strength. He could then resolve more of Xiangsun's petrification seals in less time. Overall, Huang Xiaolong had spent over 4 months on resolving Xiangsun's petrification seals. Xiangsun's cultivation had recovered to a high-level heavenly monarch realm, though it was only the early 7th order heavenly monarch realm. Compared to before, he was 100 times stronger. To Huang Xiaolong's surprise, the little cow was still cultivating even after he had finished resolving over 100 of Xiangsun's petrification seals. This old cow, Huang Xiaolong scoffed. Since the little cow was still cultivating, Huang Xiaolong did not disturb her. Instead, he walked towards the 10 Dragons formation and manipulated the 10 Dragons formation, sending all of the trapped experts in the maze outside of the Tianwu treasure. The Tianwu treasure subsequently shrunk in size under Huang Xiaolong's control and whistled away, hiding completely in the void of the extraterritorial devil battlefield. After taking care of all these things, Huang Xiaolong instructed Xiangsun and the others regarding some important things before heading to the deepest space of the Tianwu treasure. He then took out his Netherworld King's Jade. Huang Xiaolong inhaled deeply as he looked at the Netherworld King's Jade in his hand. The time had come for him to refine the Netherworld King's Jade's 3rd restriction. He sat down cross-legged and adjusted his mind and body, and his breathing became long and deep. Only then did he activated the Chaos Golden Dragon Lightning Pools formation. Streaks of lightning immediately snaked out from both of his arms. With his 2 previous experiences, Huang Xiaolong tread even more carefully this time. He also had the Moon Jade Heavenly Spiral Shell protect his soul, before he cautiously manipulated the Chaos Golden Dragon Lightning into the Netherworld King's Jade space. A darkness element archdevil soon appeared in Huang Xiaolong's sight, exuding an overwhelming pressure and devil chi. The surrounding darkness element energy was gathered into pillars of tornadoes that closed in on Huang Xiaolong. Even though Huang Xiaolong had broken through to the God King realm, he still felt great pressure from the darkness archdevil. Huang Xiaolong quickly formed a protective barrier over himself with the Chaos Golden Dragon Lightning's power, destroying the devil chi coming towards him. 1 month turned into 2 months. 1 year, 2 years. Time flowed by. In the blink of an eye, 6 years had passed. The surface of Huang Xiaolong's skin was emitting radiant glimmers. From afar, he resembled a world of light, without any darkness or anything. He was the light. Suddenly, the Tianwu treasure's space shook vigorously as if it was about to collapse. Then, a loud boom resounded. The resounding muffled boom alarmed Xianxia, Su Baisheng, Feng Er and the others. Except for Xianxia, the rest felt their minds buzz. Even the seventh-order God King realm Su Baisheng was no exception to this experience. Their faces paled from the soul vibrations. A month ago, the little cow had already awakened from her cultivating state, and now, she was covering her eyes while shrieking, "Why every time that kid breaks through, he has to cause such a big commotion? Doesn't it make life hard for this old cow?" Xianxia and the rest were rendered speechless by her complaint. But all of them had to agree with her. It does seem like that. Every time the master breaks through, he causes a big commotion. It hasn't been long that master broke through to the God King realm, and now he has broken through again. Does that mean his cultivation has reached second-order God King realm? Xu Yong exclaimed. Merely a few years, and the master has already broken through to the second-order God King realm? No, right? Su Shi stuttered. But Su Baisheng shook his head. No, not the second-order God King realm. Xu Yong and Su Shi actually felt relieved at Su Baisheng's confirmation. Thank God, master has yet to break through to the second-order God King realm. Then, Su Baisheng gave their hearts a stab. It's definitely third-order God King realm and above. What? Not only Xu Yong and Su Shi, but others were agape as well. Third-order God King realm. Or higher. Xianxia nodded and said in agreement. Baisheng is right. Judging from the commotion of our master's breakthrough, it's definitely above third-order God King realm. Even Xianxia couldn't hide his astonishment as he spoke. 6 years ago, Huang Xiaolong had just broken through to the God King realm, and now he was already a third-order God King realm. None of them would have believed it had they not sensed it for real. Upon hearing Xianxia's affirmation, Xu Yong and the others had to believe Su Baisheng's estimation. Another resounding boom thundered in the depths of Tianwu Treasure Palace. An overwhelming dragon might swept out in all 4 directions of the palace space. Xu Yong, Su Jiang, Su Shi, and others found it hard to breathe. Sensing this, Xianxia swiftly circulated his god force and put up a protective barrier over everyone. Even the little cow did not dare to be careless. Purple lightning crackled over her body, forming a protective barrier. In the next second, the world fell into darkness, so dark they couldn't see their own 5 fingers or hooves in front of them. The unexpected darkness almost sent everyone into a fluster. All of them were God King realm masters now, hence, even if they were in the darkest place in the world, they should still be able to see their surroundings. But now, they couldn't even make out things a meter from them, no, not even a foot in front of them, including Xianxia. Xianxia summoned his black infernal divine fire, finally bringing some light to their surroundings. But it merely lasted for the briefest second and Xianxia's black infernal divine fire extinguished with a zip. Everyone was stupefied due to this. Xianxia was rendered completely silly on the spot. His black infernal divine fire was hailed as the desolate era's divine fire that could incinerate all things. In billions of years, he had never experienced this kind of a situation. Then they heard the little cow's voice in the darkness. This is the Lord of Hell's darkness energy, so no fires can light up within this darkness. Forget out black infernal divine fire. Even the desolate era's number 1 myriad circles indestructible divine fire cannot not light up this darkness. The Lord of Hell's darkness energy. Gasps of shock sounded in the darkness. However, as soon as their shock receded, they became aware of their situation. So, it is the Lord of Hell's darkness energy. No wonder they could not see anything further than a foot away. No wonder Xianxia's black infernal divine fire could not light up in this darkness. Within this darkness was cold emptiness. This kind of empty coldness seemed to seep into their bones and soul. Everyone sit down and meditate. Keep your will steadfast. The little cow's voice sounded again, and it was a little urgent. Upon hearing her instruction, everyone quickly sat down and meditated, focusing on keeping their will steadfast. No one knew how long the darkness lasted. It felt like several eons had passed when all of a sudden, the darkness receded. There was light in the world again, and they could once more clearly see their surroundings. The light seemed to shine straight into their hearts, bringing joy. Before they could rejoice, everything was swallowed up by darkness again. This time, it felt longer in the darkness, as if there was no end in sight. Inside this endless darkness, they hardly had a sense of time. Even space didn't seem to exist, and there wasn't even a tiny shred of warmth. Despite everyone being a God-King realm master and possessing strong will, each of them slowly sunk in the mire of despair, losing any hope of living. The first ones to lose their reasons and fall into mindlessness were the God-King realm magic beasts that Huang Xiaolong had tamed when he had entered the extraterritorial devil battlefield. Gui Air, Feng Air, and the others followed them. At one point, Su Jiang, Xu Yong, Su Shi also succumbed into despair in the darkness. Gradually, Xiang Sun's thoughts grew gloomy and dark. Just as Xiang Sun was a second away from falling into utter mindlessness, the endless darkness disappeared. At the same time, warm speckles of light rushed out to every corner of the Tianwu treasure palace. Feng Air, Gui Su Jiang, Su Baisheng and the others shuddered as their reasons recovered. Recalling the feelings of despair and coldness in the darkness, they broke out in cold sweat. The Lord of Hell's darkness energy was simply too scary. Not to mention, they were merely enshrouded in darkness, and the darkness had not attacked them at all. "Is everyone all right?" a voice sounded. Everyone turned to look in the same direction. The figure that entered their vision was none other than Huang Xiaolong, who had finished refining the Netherworld King's Jade's third restriction. "Master! Manor Lord!" Everyone quickly stood up and hurried forward in elation. Huang Xiaolong smiled and nodded at them. "Little brat Huang, you've broken through to the Fourth Order God-King realm?" The little cow stared at Huang Xiaolong and blurted out in high pitch. Huang Xiaolong stilled for a second, then shook his head as he answered, "Not yet." He had been in seclusion for almost a decade refining the Netherworld King's Jade's third restriction. His cultivation had improved by leaps and bounds, still it had stopped at the late Third Order God-King realm. However, compared to his improved strength, Huang Xiaolong was even more excited about the fact that he had learned about the exact location of the Lord of Hell's heritage after refining the Jade's third restriction. It's in Hell's Azura world. Although his current cultivation realm and strength were not enough for him to withstand the energy from the Lord of Hell's heritage, still, there were a lot of other treasures at the heritage land. When the time would be right, he could go pick a few good stuff. With these treasures, he would be able to break through to Heavenly Monarch realm in the shortest time. Moreover, after refining the Netherworld King's Jade's third restriction, he had also obtained some broken memories, and from these broken memories, he had learned the Lord of Hell had gotten one of 9 Chaos Lightning Pools. That Chaos Lightning Pool was now sealed within the Heritage Land. If he could get his hands on that Chaos Lightning Pool, then he would possess 2 Chaos Lightning Pools. Currently, the Chaos Golden Dragon Lightning's energy was tempering his true dragon physique and 3 supreme godheads every second throughout the day. If he could obtain another Chaos Lightning Pool, then his true dragon physique and godheads would only become stronger, and his cultivation speed faster. The little cow was expressly relieved upon hearing Huang Xiaolong's answer that he had yet to advance to Fourth Order God-King realm. "You nearly scared this cow to death. I thought you broke through to Fourth Order God-King realm so fast." Huang Xiaolong laughed listening to the little cow and said, "Wait till we're at the floating Twilight Land. I will break through to the Fourth Order God-King realm soon enough. As long as he finds the second half of the Blood-Eye Devil Steel in the floating Twilight Land, he would be able to break through to Fourth Order God-King realm in one attempt." The little cow blanked for a second, then responded with a chuckle, "I say, you brat, do you think the Blood-Eye Devil Steel is so easy to find in the floating Twilight Land?" Noticing the little cow was slightly gloating about his incoming frustrations, Huang Xiaolong snorted. "In the past, hadn't you also said that I wouldn't find the Grand Mist Aura?" The little cow dazed. Then her shoulders slumped with dejection. She had no words to retort to Huang Xiaolong. It was as Huang Xiaolong had said. He had indeed found the Grand Mist Aura that no one had been able to find in billions of years. What could be harder than finding the Grand Mist Aura? Moreover, Huang Xiaolong hadn't simply found the Grand Mist Aura, but what he had found was the purple Grand Mist Aura. Speaking of the Grand Mist Aura, Huang Xiaolong was ready to leave. He had gotten the Tianwu treasure and successfully advanced to the God King realm. Next on his agenda was searching for the Grand Mist Aura. Just as Huang Xiaolong pondered where he should start looking for the Grand Mist Aura, his communication talisman quivered. He took it out and saw it was a message from his master Zhao Lei. Huang Xiaolong's divine sense swept over the communication talisman in his hand, and he was astounded. The Heavenly Court issued a public announcement. The Battle of the Heavenly Court will be held ahead of the originally scheduled time. The message from Zhao Lei contained information about the Heavenly Court's announcement related to the Battle of the Heavenly Court. According to Zhao Lei's message, the Heavenly Court had suddenly issued an official announcement to all the Divine World's Emperor Palaces that the Heavenly Court was bringing forward the Battle of the Heavenly Court, and it would be held in 100 years. In 100 years? Huang Xiaolong was genuinely astonished. So fast. From the rumors he had heard earlier, even if the Battle of the Heavenly Court would be preponed, it was still after 1,000 years, wasn't it? Yet, the Battle of the Heavenly Court was actually going to be held in 100 years. What? The little cow saw the strangeness in Huang Xiaolong's expression and asked. Huang Xiaolong passed the communication talisman to her. The little cow took it and was just as astonished after she read the message within the talisman using his divine sense. What are your thoughts on this? Huang Xiaolong asked the little cow. The little cow contemplated for a moment, then said, There must be reasons why the Heavenly Court would hold the Battle of the Heavenly Court so soon. Perhaps it's related to the catastrophe the Divine World is about to face. The Divine World's catastrophe. Huang Xiaolong's brows creased into deep furrows. Looks like there is another bloodbath coming. The little cow sighed. More than 100 world surfaces were devastated in the last Divine World's catastrophe. What is going to be damaged this time? However, I'm afraid the losses this time would be worse than the last catastrophe. Some emperor palaces might not survive. There was heavy worry in her voice. In the next sentence, the little cow's tone took a turn as she said to Huang Xiaolong, The most essential thing right now is to still improve our own strength, and we'll see what happens after the Battle of the Heavenly Court. The Battle of the Heavenly Court is really so important? Huang Xiaolong asked. The little cow was stupefied by his question for a moment. She then answered with an eye roll. Duh, if it's not important, why would all the emperor palaces scramble to send their disciples to participate and get a good ranking in it? Firstly, there are the shocking lucrative prizes, and most importantly, it is the special treatment for the top 1,000 disciples in the Battle of the Heavenly Court. That is enough to make the Divine World's genius disciples strive to fight with fists and legs for a good ranking. Oh, special treatment? Huang Xiaolong repeated with interest. The little cow nodded. Disciples who enter the top 1,000 rankings in the Battle of the Heavenly Court can enjoy treatment equivalent to a Heavenly Court's Heavenly General. The top 10 disciples, they can especially enjoy the same benefits of a Heavenly Marshal, and the champion can enter and cultivate inside the Heavenly Court's lightning pool. The Heavenly Court's lightning pool? Huang Xiaolong's interest deepened. As if knowing what Huang Xiaolong was thinking, the little cow went on. There is a high possibility that the Heavenly Court's lightning pool is one of the 9 chaos lightning pools. No, actually, 2 of the chaos lightning pools. Huang Xiaolong raised an eyebrow at the little cow, waiting for her to go on. Although I have never been to the Heavenly Court's lightning pool, I have heard that the Heavenly Court's lightning pool contains chaos lightning energy of yin and yang, a combination of water and fire. So, I suspect it is the combined form of the water lightning pool and fire lightning pool. Huang Xiaolong took a deep breath to calm his accelerated heartbeat. The combination of the 2 out of the 9 chaos lightning pools, water lightning pool and fire lightning pool. Why haven't I heard you mention this before? Huang Xiaolong couldn't help asking the little cow. The little cow rolled her eyes at him. I don't need to tell you everything. Okay? Moreover, it is only my guess that the Heavenly Court's lightning pool is the combination of the water and fire lightning pools. So, I'm not certain if that is true. Huang Xiaolong was extremely speechless. However, since the little cow had dared to make such a guess, then the Heavenly Court's lightning pool was very likely the combination of two chaos lightning pools. To Huang Xiaolong, this was wonderful news. The more chaos lightning pools he could gather, the stronger would be the lightning pool's power, thus the more beneficial it would be for his cultivation. At this point, he had learned that there was one chaos lightning pool sealed in the Lord of Hell's heritage land, and counting the Heavenly Court's chaos lightning pools, there were already four. With the four chaos lightning pools merged together, to what extent would the power be multiplied? Looks like participating in the battle of the Heavenly Court was now a must. However, only the champion could cultivate in the Heavenly Court's lightning pool. This first place was no easy feat. Huang Xiaolong had no confidence to say he was certain to win the first place in the battle of the Heavenly Court that was just around the corner in 100 years. Based on his current strength, forget first place, he probably won't even get into the top 10,000 rankings. So, he needed to cultivate diligently in this 100 years to further raise his strength. You've got quite the big appetite, as you have the guts to covet the Heavenly Court's lightning pool. The little cow could tell what Huang Xiaolong was thinking just by the expression on his face. She chuckled. But the Heavenly Court's lightning pool is not easy to take away. Not even a high-level Emperor Realm Master could take it away even if he wanted to. Not to mention, even if you really succeeded in doing that, Heavenly Emperor, that kid will surely find out immediately. One order from him, and there won't be a place that could keep you safe from him. Huang Xiaolong stilled. He had not considered this problem when he was thinking of taking the Heavenly Court's Chaos Lightning Pool. However, in the next second, Huang Xiaolong stopped entangling himself with the problem. Thinking too much about it was useless. He could think about this problem after getting first place in the Battle of the Heavenly Court. Are you planning to return to the Fortune Emperor Palace now, or to the floating Twilight Land to look for the second half of the Blood-Eye Devil Steel? The little cow inquired. Zhao Lei had mentioned in his message that after the Heavenly Court's announcement, the Fortune Emperor Palace would hold a disciple selection competition. As long as they had an outstanding performance in this selection competition and they could enter in the top 1,000 rankings, they would qualify to represent the Fortune Emperor Palace to participate in the Battle of the Heavenly Court. Irrespective of the disciple's master, if the disciple failed to participate in the selection competition, the disciple won't qualify to represent the Fortune Emperor Palace in the Battle of the Heavenly Court. Therefore, Huang Xiaolong needed to return to the Fortune Emperor Palace as soon as possible, if he wanted to participate in the selection competition. Let's go to the floating Twilight Land. Huang Xiaolong pondered for a while, then answered. There were still 10 years until the Fortune Emperor Palace's selection competition. Huang Xiaolong hoped he could find the second half of the Blood-Eye Devil Steel, refine it, and absorb the darkness element energy from it to break through to the Fourth Order God King realm. This way, he would have a better grasp to enter the top 1,000 rankings in the selection competition. However, before departing to the floating Twilight Land, Huang Xiaolong still wanted to take a little stroll around the extraterritorial devil battlefield to see if he could bump into the Grand Mist aura. The Grand Mist parasitic medium was one of his essential trump cards, and if he could advance to the third level, then he would have no qualms in getting a good ranking in the Fortune Emperor Palace's selection competition. Huang Xiaolong's group left the Tianwu Treasure Palace. With a wave of Huang Xiaolong's hand, the Tianwu Treasure Palace shrunk in size and turned into a ring that fit nicely around Huang Xiaolong's finger. Though the ring's shape was a little strange, like a badly dented spinning top, no one looking at the spatial ring would ever connect this ugly-looking ring to the Tianwu treasure. Huang Xiaolong then replied to his master Zhao Lei's message, stating that he was safe and doing well. He briefly recounted his last few years of experience in the extraterritorial devil battlefield to Zhao Lei. Of course, Huang Xiaolong merely informed Zhao Lei that he had obtained a treasure trove, aiding in significant improvement of his strength. He did not specifically mention the Tianwu treasure nor that he had broken through to the God King realm. Far away at the Fortune Emperor Palace, Zhao Lei received Huang Xiaolong's reply, while Huang Xiaolong roamed the extraterritorial devil battlefield on the little cow's back. Xiang Sun and the rest followed behind them, while Huang Xiaolong looked for the Grand Mist aura. Zhao Lei's divine sense swept over Huang Xiaolong's message. His worries eased upon getting the confirmation of Huang Xiaolong's well-being. At the same time, He ignored the so-called treasure trove Huang Xiaolong had mentioned in his message. Zhao Lei looked over his shoulder at the disciple behind him, Chun Hao. Chun Hao was staring at the communication talisman in Zhao Lei's hand with a worried expression. Seeing this, Zhao Lei passed the communication talisman to Chun Hao while saying, "Your junior brother replied saying he's doing well at the extraterritorial devil battlefield, and told us not to worry about him." Chun Hao respectfully accepted the communication talisman from Zhao Lei. His divine sense swept over the message and he felt at ease. "Master, after the Heavenly Court announced the battle of the Heavenly Court will be brought forward." Zhou Chun, that old fart, immediately suggested that only the disciples in the top 1,000 rankings would qualify to represent the Fortune Emperor Palace for the battle of the Heavenly Court. Clearly, he is targeting junior brother Huang. Chun Hao couldn't help adding, "He knows very well that with my junior brother's current strength, it will be impossible for him to enter the top 1,000 rankings in the selection competition." At the mention of Zhou Chun, Zhao Lei's face darkened and turned a little frosty. How could I not know that old fart's subtle thoughts? Then, why did Master and Sect Chief agree? Chun Hao asked in surprise. Zhao Lei went on sullenly. "The battle of the Heavenly Court will be held in as short as 100 years from now. As monstrous as your junior brother's talent is, within the next 100 years he could possibly break through to the early or mid-third order God-King realm at the most. At that level of strength, even if your junior brother won the qualification to represent our Fortune Emperor Palace in the Battle of the Heavenly Court, it will be difficult for him to get in the top 10,000 ranking. Not to mention, he might not even enter the top 20,000 or 30,000 rankings in the Battle of the Heavenly Court. Your junior brother's Godhead is the King of Supreme Godhead, and if he won't be able to get placed even into the top 20,000 rankings in the Battle of the Heavenly Court, then how will the others look at your junior brother? How will they look at our Fortune Emperor Palace?" Chun Hao kept silent. Furthermore, this time the Battle of the Heavenly Court has listed many conditions that did not exist in the past. For instance, any Emperor rank Godhead disciples below 100,000 years of bone age can participate. On top of that, there's the battle stage competition that disregards life and death, but only win or lose. There are too many Emperor's disciples who are jealous of your junior brother's talent. So on the battle stage, they would definitely be merciless in every attack. If something happens to your junior brother, wouldn't I and the Sect Chief become sinners to the Fortune Emperor Palace, as we would let the bright shining hope like your junior brother die before he gets the chance to grow and bring glory to the Fortune Emperor Palace? Zhao Lei went on. "Since there is no hope for your junior brother to get a good ranking, the Sect Chief and I have agreed for his own good that it would not be a bad thing if he does not participate in the selection competition. Hence, we agreed to that old fart Zhou Chen's suggestion." But Chun Hao was unwilling. "If it's like this, then that old man gets all the advantages. According to the Fortune Emperor Palace's rules, the disciple who performed the best, and the one who gets the highest ranking in the Battle of the Heavenly Court will receive great rewards from the Fortune Emperor Palace. Currently, the strongest Emperor rank Godhead disciple below 10,000 years of bone age in the Fortune Emperor Palace was the Snow Moon Palace's Hall Master Yan Ying's personal disciple, Lu Yong. In other words, Zhou Chen's grand disciple. Chun Hao felt glum all over just imagining Lu Yong's dazzling performance in the Battle of the Heavenly Court, and Zhou Chun and Snow Moon Hall Master Yan Ying's irritating smug smiles. At the same time, within the Fortune Divine Kingdom, somewhere inside Zhou Chen's Cultivation Palace, Zhou Chun was looking at the several disciples kneeling on one knee in front of him. A step behind him stood Snow Moon Hall Master Yan Ying and Sun Shihai. These several Fortune Emperor Palace's disciples were none other than Snow Moon Hall Master Yan Ying's personal disciples, and all of them were below 10,000 years of bone age with the strength of 6th Order God King realm and above. These were the hopeful disciples who could get good rankings in the Battle of the Heavenly Court. Kneeling on the frontmost was none other than the late 6th Order God King realm Lu Yong. "These are top-grade chaos spiritual pills I am giving to all of you. When you go back, cultivate diligently and strive to break through within the upcoming 100 years if you can, especially Lu Yong. I hope you will bring glory to our Fortune Emperor Palace, and to me during this upcoming Battle of the Heavenly Court." Zhou Chan said to Lu Yong. "When you succeed, not only the Fortune Emperor Palace will heavily reward you, but I will also make an exception and accept you as my disciple in name if you enter the top 100 in the battle of the heavenly court. Disciple in name of a fortune Emperor Palace's ancestor. There was a rush of joy on Lu Yong's face as he gave a single kowtow to Zhou Chun. Please rest assured, Ancestor Zhou Chun. This disciple will do his best to enter the top 100 in the battle of the heavenly court. Zhou Chun nodded with satisfaction at Lu Yong's manner. Snow Moon Hall Master Yanning chimed in at this point. I didn't expect the battle of the heavenly court would be brought forward by so many years. Initially, I was worried about that Huang Xiaolong, but now, I'm rest assured that he won't pass the selection competition. He doesn't even qualify to participate in the battle of the heavenly court. A smile bloomed over Zhou Chen's face upon hearing that. He said, Zhao Lei is certainly feeling depressed right now. Even though he has accepted a disciple with the King of Supreme Godhead, his disciple doesn't even qualify to participate in the battle of the heavenly court. Laughter echoed in the hall. Zhou Chun turned around and saw Sun Shihai's downcast expression. He couldn't help but say, You don't need to feel down because the battle of the heavenly court is being brought forward too soon. Taking advantage of these 100 years, I will use a secret method to help you raise your cultivation. Don't worry about the selection competition, as Master will help you pass it smoothly. Sun Shihai blanked momentarily before his brain registered what Zhou Chun had said. Then, his face lit up as he respectfully responded, Yes, Master. Please rest assured, disciple will not disappoint Master. Zhou Chun nodded and added, However, the process of this secret method is excruciating. Would you be able to withstand it? As long as this disciple can participate in the selection competition, and participate in the battle of the heavenly court, this disciple can withstand any kind of pain, Sun Shihai said with conviction. Indeed, as long as he could suppress Huang Xiaolong with his strength in the selection competition, he would accept all the pain. He had been waiting for such an opportunity for a long time. Oh! Time flowed by. The year passed in the blink of an eye. In this 1 year after the Heavenly Court's announcement, all the Emperor Palaces had started using all of their resources to raise their disciples' strengths, preparing urgently for the battle of the Heavenly Court to be held in 100 years. Oh! On a certain day after a year, above a mountain range somewhere in the depths of the extraterritorial devil battlefield, a startling sword chi slashed through space. A large number of gathered evil spirits above the mountain range plummeted to the ground. These evil spirits were all Fifth-order God-King realm strengths and above. As thousands of Fifth-order God-King realm evil spirits fell down like withered leaves, an enormous whirlpool of divine lightning emerged high in the air above the mountain range. These dead evil spirits' blood essence, life essence, and God force all floated towards the spinning divine lightning whirlpool, and were absorbed into it. In a few seconds, corpses turned into gray dust and disappeared without a trace. A light flashed as Huang Xiaolong, the little cow, Xianxia, and the rest appeared above the mountain range. The whirlpool of divine lightning moved until it was right above Huang Xiaolong's head. It sent the blood essences, life essences, and God force it had sucked from the evil spirits' corpses into Huang Xiaolong's body. Huang Xiaolong felt rejuvenated and comfortable all over, as his vigorous God force drummed like a heartbeat in his ears. This divine lightning was none other than the Chaos Golden Dragon Lightning. After Huang Xiaolong had broken through to God King Realm, he was able to control a great amount of Chaos Golden Dragon Lightning by taking it outside of his body, forming a whirlpool. All the evil spirits' blood essences, life essences, and God force were refined by the Chaos Golden Dragon Lightning Whirlpool, expelling the impurities before being absorbed by Huang Xiaolong. The effect was actually better than consuming low-grade Chaos spiritual pills. Then again, only magical beasts and evil spirits' blood essence, life essence, and God force from Fifth-order God King Realm and above could have such an amazing effect. If it were blood essence, life essence, and God force from low-level God King Realms, then the effect would be lower than a low-grade Chaos spiritual pills. Hence, while searching for the Grand Mist Aura in the extraterritorial devil battlefield, Huang Xiaolong mostly killed magical beasts and evil spirits that were Fifth-order God King Realm and above. When the Chaos Golden Dragon Lightning Whirlpool finished refining the blood essences, life essences, and God force. It shrunk and returned to the Chaos Golden Dragon Lightning Pool space in Huang Xiaolong's forehead. With the Chaos Golden Dragon Lightning Pool's presence, Huang Xiaolong didn't even need to use his innumerable Buddha Godhead's power to purify and refine these evil spirits and magical beasts' essence energies, which saved him time and effort. Hee, little brat Huang. It looks like your luck is not so good this time, ah. The little cow's teasing words sounded in the group's ears. During this year of roaming around the extraterritorial devil battlefield, Huang Xiaolong had killed countless magical beasts and evil spirits. However, there was not even a shadow of the grand mist aura that Huang Xiaolong was looking for. Huang Xiaolong was feeling surly, especially now due the little cow's schadenfreude teasing. A year had passed while he had roamed around, and now, there were only 9 years left until the Fortune Emperor Palace's selection competition. Time was running out, and he could not afford to continue in this manner. His other option was to leave the extraterritorial devil battlefield to the floating Twilight Land to look for the second half of the Blood-Eye Devil Steel instead. Though Huang Xiaolong's strength had improved significantly during this time, he was not satisfied with the speed. This speed wouldn't allow him to advance to 4th Order God King realm in 9 years. At most, his cultivation would only reach peak late 3rd Order God King realm. Let's look around for another month, Huang Xiaolong decided after some thoughts. If he still couldn't find the Grand Mist Aura in a month's time, then they would head to floating Twilight Land. 1 month went by in the blink of an eye. Huang Xiaolong's group stopped above a dead sea in the extraterritorial devil battlefield. Suddenly, a mid-5th Order God King realm evil spirit flood dragon drilled out from the Dead Sea with its jaws wide open to swallow Huang Xiaolong's group. With a light wave of Huang Xiaolong's hand, the evil spirit flood dragon exploded silently into a mist of blood. We're heading to the floating Twilight Land, Huang Xiaolong said helplessly. He still had not sensed any Grand Mist Aura in this 1 month. Thus, he could only move on and head to the floating Twilight Land. Having decided to leave the extraterritorial devil battlefield, Huang Xiaolong did not dally anymore. Riding on the little cow, Huang Xiaolong sped through the layers of dense devil qi towards the border. Xianxia and the rest followed closely behind them. Initially, Huang Xiaolong had planned to head to the Immortal Phoenix Faith Palace to look at the 9-colored Divine Phoenix, see if he could awaken the 9-colored Divine Phoenix. He had also wanted to try subjugating the 4 odd beasts sealed under the great abyss of ghosts, gods, and devils formation. However, after listening to the little cow's opinion, he scratched out both plans. According to the little cow, based on his current strength, and even with Xianxia helping him, he still won't be able to awaken that 9-colored Divine Phoenix nor subjugate the 4 beasts. It would be a trip in vain and wasted time. When Huang Xiaolong's cultivation would step into the heavenly monarch realm, and Xianxia's strength recover to the peak, along with adding his Grand Mist Parasitic Medium and Chaos Golden Dragon Lightning Pool to that equation, he would be able to awaken that 9-colored Divine Phoenix and subjugate those 4 odd beasts. Well, he would need to make another trip to the extraterritorial devil battlefield after advancing to the heavenly monarch realm. Huang Xiaolong once again started looking forward to the 9-colored Divine Phoenix and 4 odd beasts' strength. Based on the little cow's words, the 9-colored Divine Phoenix and 4 odd beasts were certainly 4 odd beasts. Otherwise, why would she want him to wait until he advanced to heavenly monarch realm? Low-level Emperor realm? Or mid-level, perhaps high-level Emperor realm? Since those 4 odd beasts were infamous during the Chaos era, and were said to have destroyed tens of thousands of world surfaces in the past, they probably weren't as weak as low-level Emperor realm. Xianxia, what was the strength of those 4 odd beasts in the Chaos era? The top of mid-level Emperor realm? Or high-level Emperor realm? Aboard the Dragon Shark flying ship, Huang Xiaolong could not resist asking the little cow, as they flew over the great abyss of ghosts, gods, and devils formation. However, the little cow's attitude was nonchalant as she drawled. Wouldn't you come to know about that after subjugating the 4 odd beasts? What's the use of knowing it now? Though their reputation is loud, it is still not worse compared to their previous master. Huang Xiaolong's heart tightened. You mean that archdevil master? The little cow nodded her head in affirmation. That's right, Their archdevil master's name used to send terror in countless world surfaces. Even the devil world's 12 archdevils at the time kept their distance and stayed as far away as they could from him. Huang Xiaolong shuddered. That archdevil master was so powerful. At this moment, Huang Xiaolong realized that his many guesses about the archdevil master in the past were still much too far from the truth. Looking at Huang Xiaolong's expression, the little cow snorted. Scared? That archdevil master is of the same era as the Lord of Hell, the devil world's archdevil lord and the ancient heavenly emperor, more or less. He stands at the same height as me. The same era as the Lord of Hell, devil world's archdevil lord, and the ancient heavenly emperor. But the last part of the sentence rendered Huang Xiaolong speechless. This old cow really can blow and talk big. What's with that expression on your face? You don't know, during my days of glory. The little cow couldn't help start arguing. All right, you can talk about your history next time. Huang Xiaolong promptly stopped her. If that archdevil master is of the same era as the Lord of Hell, the devil world's archdevil lord and ancient heavenly emperor, then what happened to him? How come he disappeared? And why were his 4 subordinates chained and sealed in the extraterritorial devil battlefield? The little cow harumphed proudly. I know the answer to your question, but why should I tell you? Clearly, this was her revenge against Huang Xiaolong because he had cut off her words earlier. But under Huang Xiaolong's ferocious and murderous glare, the little cow relented and explained. That year, in order to cultivate a supreme evil technique, the archdevil master had collected souls and blood essences, slaughtering countless cultivators and destroying more than 10,000 world surfaces. In the end, his actions had alarmed the ancient heavenly emperor and other big shots. They gathered to vanquish him and his 4 odd beasts. That battle was a tragedy. Several hundred big world surfaces overlords took part in that battle, and more than half died. I can't even count how many world surfaces were dyed red with their blood, and even ancient heavenly emperor that kid suffered severe injuries. Half of the several hundred big world surfaces overlords died in that battle. Although the little cow did not specify a number, it did not hinder Huang Xiaolong from imagining how tragic that battle would have been. After that, was that archdevil master killed? Huang Xiaolong asked. The little cow shook her head and said, Probably not dead. Probably? Huang Xiaolong stilled for a second. He took a full hit from the ancient heavenly emperor's ancient heavenly court treasure. While his body had exploded, he did not really die. After his body gathered back, he escaped with a secret method, the little cow explained. But there are people who believed that his soul and flesh weren't that far from complete destruction. Even though he escaped, he couldn't have lived much longer. Since then, the archdevil master and his 4 odd beasts have not appeared again. The divine world and various world surfaces overlords were more willing to believe that he's dead. As she said this, the little cow shook her head. We both know it's almost impossible for masters like the ancient heavenly emperor to die. So, you're saying that archdevil master is not dead yet? Huang Xiaolong's eyes brightened for some reason. The little cow nodded her head. Yes, that's why I say he's probably not dead yet. Moreover, the place where the 4 odd beasts were sealed should be the place he hid after escaping. My guess is that he himself sealed the 4 odd beasts. Why would he seal the 4 odd beasts? Huang Xiaolong asked in bafflement. That year, the 4 odd beasts had also suffered unimaginable injuries. Maybe he wanted to let them heal by sealing them through some kind of chaos formation. Or maybe he realized he was laden with sin from the slaughterings he had committed, thus sealed the 4 odd beasts so that they wouldn't wreak any more destruction. The little cow shook her head and added, Only he knows the real reason. Do you think it's possible that the archdevil master also fell into a slumber because of severe injuries like the 9-colored divine phoenix? A thought flashed across Huang Xiaolong's mind and he asked aloud. Indeed, there is this possibility. The little cow nodded in agreement. Moreover, the darkness where the 4 odd beasts were sealed is probably where he is residing. Huang Xiaolong's breathing quickened slightly, but the little cow squinted her eyes and smiled sheepishly as she said, Don't think too much about that archdevil master now. Even if he really fell into a slumber due to severe injuries, He's not something you can covet. This sentence will stand valid. Even if you break through to high-level heavenly monarch realm, you still won't be able to awaken him, much less control him, unless... Unless what? Huang Xiaolong asked quickly. Unless you could reach the emperor realm. There might be a slim chance. The little cow spoke each word with deliberate slowness. Huang Xiaolong was stupefied. He then shook his head as if shaking his earlier idea out of his head. Emperor realm, that was too far away for the current him. His cultivation was merely at late third-order God-King realm. How many years would he need to cultivate to reach emperor realm? He was still a long way from touching the border of heavenly monarch realm, what's more to the emperor realm. His immediate goal was to find the second half of the Blood-Eye Devil Steel and advance to fourth-order God-King realm before the Fortune Emperor Palace's selection competition. Huang Xiaolong subsequently asked the little cow more about the Archdevil Master and 4 odd beasts. But the little cow kept her mouth shut, tighter than a clam, replying don't know to most of Huang Xiaolong's questions, which greatly frustrated Huang Xiaolong. Then again, maybe the little cow really did not know. The dragon shark flying ship sped across the divine world's vast space at high speed, and Huang Xiaolong's group was soon out of the extraterritorial devil battlefield's boundary. Looking back over his shoulder, Huang Xiaolong vowed to break through to heavenly monarch realm as soon as possible. I wonder if the Fortune Emperor Palace's emperor's disciple would rush back from hell for the selection competition? Huang Xiaolong's thought changed in another direction. His senior brother Chun Hao had once told him that the emperor's disciple's bone age was not high, still below 30,000 years. This adheres the recently announced battle of the heavenly court's conditions. If the Fortune Emperor Palace's emperor's disciple did rush back for the selection competition, then Huang Xiaolong would get an opportunity to confirm whether he and Fang Chu were the same person. Huang Xiaolong's thoughts eventually returned to the matter of Grand Mist Aura. He felt his head spin thinking of the Grand Mist Aura, as finding a source of Grand Mist Aura or purple Grand Mist Aura was the shortest path for his Grand Mist parasitic medium to advance to the 3rd level. The problem was, during the last 1 year roaming around the extraterritorial devil battlefield, he hadn't sensed the presence of any Grand Mist Aura. He had even come to a conclusion that there was no more source of Grand Mist Aura in the extraterritorial devil battlefield. On second thought, it made sense. He had previously found a source of Grand Mist Aura, as well as purple Grand Mist Aura in the extraterritorial devil battlefield. How could there be so many sources of Grand Mist Auras in the extraterritorial devil battlefield? This led to another question. Since there was no more Grand Mist Aura in the extraterritorial devil battlefield, where was he going to find one in this vast divine world consisting of countless world surfaces? Huang Xiaolong shared this question with the little cow and received an eye roll from her. Don't ask me this. I only knew there might be Grand Mist Aura in the extraterritorial devil battlefield. I don't know about other places. Her answer disheartened Huang Xiaolong. You kid don't need to feel disheartened. You have previously refined and absorbed both the Grand Mist Aura and purple Grand Mist Aura. Hence, adding your freak of a talent, you could very well advance to the 3rd level of Grand Mist parasitic medium in 2,000 to 3,000 years. The little cow generously reassured Huang Xiaolong. Huang Xiaolong was even more disheartened at her reassurance. Advance to the 3rd level in 2,000 to 3,000 years? What kind of reassurance skill was this? With a gloomy face, Huang Xiaolong carried himself to cultivation room number 1 and practiced. Huang Xiaolong summoned out his 3 avatars, forming and then activating the 4-colored spiritual energy gathering formation inside the room. He took out 10 pieces of dragon crystals, 10 dragon pearls, and 100 fortune divine fruits. These dragon crystals and dragon pearls had all come from God King Realm primordial divine dragon's body. Based on Huang Xiaolong and his 3 avatars' current speed of absorption, he could refine 10 dragon crystals, 10 dragon pearls, and 100 fortune divine fruits in a single day. Even though the fortune divine fruits effects had greatly lessened after he had stepped into God King Realm, Huang Xiaolong had noticed that the continuous absorption of fortune divine fruits actually helped him comprehend and improve his control of the fortune energy. Hence, Huang Xiaolong persisted to refine fortune divine fruits. According to the little cow, this fortune energy was one of the higher grades of original energies, and if he could comprehend the essence of original energy from the fruits, then it would be vastly beneficial to his future breakthrough to the heavenly monarch realm. With 10 dragon crystals, 10 dragon pearls, and 100 fortune divine fruits hovering in front of him, Huang Xiaolong circulated the grand mist parasitic medium. In an instant, vigorous dragon essence energy and primordial divine dragon's blood essence floated out from the dragon pearls and dragon crystals. Interweaved among the dragon essence energy and blood essence energy were streams of fortune energy. One after another, days passed by. Other than absorbing these dragon crystals, dragon pearls, and fortune divine fruits energies, Huang Xiaolong would occasionally exchange a few moves with Su Baisheng or practice his sword skills. Su Baisheng was already an early 7th Order God King realm. Thus he was the ideal partner for Huang Xiaolong to exert his strength. Every time they finished sparring, Huang Xiaolong could perfectly absorb the dragon essence energy and blood essence energy inside his body. 9 months went by in the blink of an eye. The dragon shark flying ship stopped in midspace. Huang Xiaolong, the little cow, Xianxia, and the rest stepped out from the dragon shark flying ship, looking at the boundless mainland floating in front of them. Thick devil chi roiled, with demonic souls condensed from devil chi shrieking in from the 4 directions. Their agonizing shrieks could pierce into one's soul. This was the floating twilight land, one of divine world's most perilous lands, and also one of the most perilous lands in the universe. Even though Huang Xiaolong was more than 10,000 li away from the land, he still felt a powerful pressure boring down on him. This pressure came from the floating twilight land's demonic souls condensed dense devil chi. Moreover, this was merely pressure from the demonic souls at the outer periphery of the floating twilight land. One could only imagine how strong the pressure would be in the deeper region. Huang Xiaolong's expression was solemn. This floating twilight land's devil chi has both devouring and corrosive attributes. So, when we enter, make sure everyone has their divine armors on and tread with caution. The little cow specifically reminded Feng Er, Gui Er, and Gui San. Yes, Senior Xiaoyo. Feng Er, Gui Er, and Gui San solemnly complied, seeing the little cow's serious expression. Come on, let's go. After a while, Huang Xiaolong collected the dragon shark flying ship, then flew towards the floating twilight land's boundary. It didn't take them long to reach the boundary. The pressure they felt from the demonic souls was even more powerful up close to the boundary. Feng Er, Gui Er, and Gui San, who had advanced to God King realm recently, had to circulate their god force and activated their divine armors. Huang Xiaolong was riding on the little cow's back as they pierced through the floating twilight land boundaries barrier. Xianxia entered second, then Feng Er, Gui Er, Gui San, Su Baisheng, Xu Yong, Su Jiang, and Su Shi was the last one to enter. Huang Xiaolong had tamed over 300 God King realm evil spirits, ghouls, and magic beasts. Some of them had the strength of early 7th Order God King realm. However, these large numbers of magic beasts, evil spirits, and ghouls following behind him were simply too eye-catching. Thus Huang Xiaolong sent all of them into the Tianwu treasure palace. The instant they were in the floating twilight land, devil chi rushed to wrap around them, to the point they could not even see their own 5 fingers. I wonder if the chaos golden dragon lightning can purify this devil chi? Huang Xiaolong merely circulated his god force for a brief second before the idea came to his mind. Thus, he manipulated the chaos golden dragon lightning into a lightning divine armor over his body. Ribbons of lightning ran across the armor's surface, purifying all traces of devil chi that approached Huang Xiaolong. Huang Xiaolong was inwardly elated seeing that his plan was effective. He had merely thought of trying out his idea, so it was a pleasant surprise that the chaos golden dragon lightning could even purify the floating twilight land's devil chi. In that case, he didn't need to worry about being corroded by this devil chi at all. With that, Huang Xiaolong threw all caution out of the window and did away with the protective god force barrier, allowing the devil chi to rush towards him without any scruples. After the devil chi entered Huang Xiaolong's body, he immediately noticed that his internal organs were corroded until no vitality left. In a split second, at his current late 3rd Order God King realm, his true dragon physique was already stronger than the average high-level God King realm, immune to poisons. Yet this devil chi had easily corroded his internal organs, proving how deadly it was. However, when the stream of devil chi reached his mind and got closer to his three supreme godheads, the streams of devil chi scattered without a trace by the rays of light from the three supreme godheads. Huang Xiaolong continued to spur the Chaos Golden Dragon Lightning Pool's core formation. Waves of Chaos Golden Dragon lightning flowed out from between Huang Xiaolong's brows, flowing to every corner of his body. Every last strand of devil chi corroding his body was purified, and his corroded internal organs healed flawlessly. After these streams of devil chi inside Huang Xiaolong's body was purified, his three supreme godheads spun, absorbing this energy and turning it into Huang Xiaolong's god force. In an instant, Huang Xiaolong felt beyond rejuvenated all over his body. After absorbing this purified devil chi, the effect was better than Huang Xiaolong had estimated. The floating Twilight Land's devil chi in the inner region is much better than what you've refined just now. You will realize it when you enter the inner region. The little cow spoke all-knowingly upon watching Huang Xiaolong's comfortable expression after absorbing purified devil chi through the Chaos Golden Dragon Lightning Pool. Is the devil chi in the inner region better than the God King Realm's dragon crystals and dragon pearls? Huang Xiaolong asked the little cow curiously. The little cow shook her head as she said, "Though the devil chi in the inner region is of higher quality, it's still a little inferior to the God King Realm's dragon crystals and dragon pearls. But the devil chi that is near the center is several times better than the dragon crystals and dragon pearls. As for the devil chi at the center, it's 100 times, even 1,000 times better." Huang Xiaolong was genuinely shocked. 100 times to 1,000 times. If that was the case, doesn't that mean that his cultivation would rise 100 times faster, even 1,000 times faster if he were to cultivate with the devil chi at the center region? Wouldn't that shorten the time he needed to break through to Heavenly Monarch Realm to 20 years, or even 10 years? As Huang Xiaolong got carried away by his imagination, the little cow's voice sounded, "However, the devil chi at the center region is terrifying. You won't be able to withstand it even if you've reached high-level Heavenly Monarch Realm. Even if you have the Chaos Golden Dragon Lightning Pool, you won't be able to purify and refine the devil chi at the center region. Maybe you can do it when you reach the Emperor God Realm." Huang Xiaolong froze as if he was drenched through by cold rain. "But when your cultivation reaches mid-level God King Realm, with Xiangxun's help, as well as the Chaos Golden Dragon Lightning Pool, maybe you will be able to purify and refine the devil chi in the deeper region," the little cow said. Huang Xiaolong had no words to react after hearing this. So many words. In summary, not only he won't be able to not refine the devil chi at the center region, but he was not even capable of refining devil chi in the deeper region. He had become happy for nothing. Huang Xiaolong's group continued to fly onwards. This floating Twilight Land is somewhat similar to the extraterritorial devil battlefield. However, the extraterritorial devil battlefield mainly consists of death chi and nefarious chi, while here, there is devil chi. The floating Twilight Land is several hundred times bigger than the extraterritorial devil battlefield. While the group was flying ahead, the little cow introduced the surroundings to Huang Xiaolong. Huang Xiaolong looked around at the surrounding forests and mountains, streams and rivers. All of them were black, a devilish kind of black. These mountains, rivers, trees were contaminated with devil chi, but they also slightly differed from the devil chi in the air. It was a little dark, a little more brilliant. An hour later, just as Huang Xiaolong and the others were passing by a stretch of black primordial forest, a group was flying from the opposite direction. This group was clad in black armors. Moreover, these black armors had rough handiwork. Though the forging materials were not bad, the formations inscribed on it were too crude. On top of that, this group's features were a little different from normal humans. Slightly black skin, a hint of red glow in their eyes, and when they exhaled, they blew out faint devil chi. "These are devil men of the floating Twilight Land?" Huang Xiaolong asked. "Yes, they are the floating Twilight Land's devil men." These devil men had appeared not long after the floating Twilight Land was born. How they came to be, no one knows. The little cow answered. These devil men can cultivate by absorbing the floating Twilight Land's devil chi, and they are quite strong. In general, their strengths are God-King realm and above. They also like to devour human cultivators' blood, flesh, and soul. So, when it is time to fight them, don't show any mercy. At the same time, the group of devilmen also spotted Huang Xiaolong's group and immediately let out a happy cheer. They pounced on Huang Xiaolong's group akin to fierce beasts pouncing on a herd of prey. Those several men are my food. I want that woman. Leave that cow for me. These devilmen were clamoring for ownership from afar. Their speed was amazing, and in the blink of an eye, they reached Huang Xiaolong's group and attacked their ideal prey. Their weapons were crudely forged blades, halberds, axes, and long staffs. Though most of these devilmen's strengths were between 2nd order to 6th order and 7th order God-King realm, the power of their attacks was much weaker than most of the magical beasts and evil spirits in the extraterritorial devil battlefield. Therefore, Huang Xiaolong's group did not take these attacking devilmen too seriously. Huang Xiaolong leaped off from the little cow's back and dove into the group of the devils without a word. Hey, little brat Huang, we should divide these devils between us. You cannot snatch fun from this old cow. Seeing his swift action, the little cow shouted anxiously and galloped into the group of devilmen. Even from afar, the little cow whipped her tail towards the group of the devilmen, and a long purple lightning whip appeared across the air. Over 10 3rd order, 4th order, and 5th order God-King realm devilmen were smacked, flying into the air. These devilmen exploded to their deaths in midair, and crystal-like, 2 thumb-sized stones dropped to the ground. The little cow opened her mouth and sucked in these crystal stones in one breath. Huang Xiaolong had just sent a 6th order God-King realm devilman flying with a punch when he saw the little cow swallowing those crystal stones. He was astonished, thinking, could these crystal stones be these devilmen's godheads? But he could not sense any god force fluctuations from the crystal stones. So what were those crystal stones, really? While Huang Xiaolong was in doubt, the little cow's tail swept out again, striking 7 to 8 devilmen. Then, she opened her mouth and sucked in more crystal stones into her body. It didn't take long for the little cow to deal with the remaining devilmen at shocking speed. As the others watched the little cow swallow up the crystal stones with a delicious expression on her face, they were slightly dumbfounded. Senior Xianxia, those crystal stones, are those crystal stones the godheads of those devilmen? Su Baixing couldn't help asking, and added, are they tasty? The little cow glared at him and scolded. What the fart is a devilman's godhead? Those are the devilman's stones from inside their bodies. Those stones are made by the crystallization of their blood essence, devil essence energy, and a unique energy. Consuming it can raise your strength. As for taste, sweet and sour. Sourness that reached your bones, and sweetness that fills your hearts. The taste is not bad. Saying this, the little cow even rubbed her stomach with a satisfied look. A short while later, Huang Xiaolong's group encountered another group of devilmen. Su Baixing also killed a few devilmen this time, and couldn't wait to throw several devilmen's stones into his mouth. Kacha! Munching noises sounded as Su Baixing tried to chew on the devilman's stones, but he felt a sharp pain in his tooth, while the devilman's stones were completely intact. The little cow erupted in laughter. Haha! Su Baixing, you brat. You think anyone is capable of eating these devilman's stones? If you have teeth as good as mine, you can, but with your teeth, even if they grow for another 10,000 years, you still won't be able to eat it. Also, not everyone is capable of refining the energy within these devilman's stone, or the devil essence energy will give you a stomachache. Su Baixing froze stupidly on the spot. Su Jiang, Xu Yong, Su Shi, and the others were waiting to swallow the devilman's stones in their hands, but they looked dumbfounded at the little cow's words. Huang Xiaolong took another look at the devilman's stones in his hand, then channeled the chaos golden dragon lightning from his forehead. Lightning flowed down his arm and wrapped around the devilman's stone in his palm. Under the chaos golden dragon lightning's refinement, the devilman's stone shattered and disappeared, leaving a ball of black energy. Is this black ball of energy the devilman's blood essence, devil essence energy, and unique energy? Huang Xiaolong then circulated his grand mist parasitic medium to absorb the black ball of energy into his body. His three supreme godhead devoured the black ball of energy in an instant. Huang Xiaolong's eyes shone. The blood essence and devil essence energy within this black ball of energy were at a higher level than the surrounding devil qi, and the effect was several times better. How is it? This devilman stone is not bad, right? The little cow said after watching that Huang Xiaolong had refined one devilman stone. It's really nice to have a chaos lightning pool. I have to chew till rotten before I can swallow, but you absorbed it so easily. Moreover, the blood essence and devil essence energy are purer after being refined by the chaos lightning, even more potent. Huang Xiaolong scoffed in return. I'm sure your purple lightning is not worse than my chaos golden dragon lightning, so don't complain in front of me. The little cow chuckled sheepishly and didn't retort, indirectly acknowledging Huang Xiaolong's words. Huang Xiaolong's group continued flying forward and soon encountered another group of devilmen. It seemed like these devilmen were everywhere. The floating twilight land really has so many devilmen? Strangely though, up until now, we have not come across any devilman settlement. Huang Xiaolong expressed the doubt to the little cow. The little cow chuckled. Right. You don't know this. These devilman settlement is not above ground, but it's underground. Underground. Huang Xiaolong was shocked. Yes, these devilman settlements are built deep underground. However, each devilman settlement has various complicated defensive formations, so hard to get inside. The smallest settlement has several billions of devilmen, and even if a heavenly monarch realm master dared to enter recklessly, he would die miserably, said the little cow. Several billion devilmen. In general, these devilmen were God-King realm strengths and above. Imagining a settlement with several billions of God-King realm devilmen made Huang Xiaolong's scalp tingle. However, these devilmen can't survive once they leave the floating twilight land. The little cow added. Senior Xianxia, is there a divine world's human force established here? Feng Er asked the little cow. The little cow nodded. Of course there are. There are a lot of disciples from several forces practicing here who are cultivating evil techniques. There are about several tens of thousands, more or less. The strongest among them is the Martial Demon Emperor Palace and Magic Shaman Emperor Palace. The Martial Demon Emperor Palace and Magic Shaman Emperor Palace's headquarters are located in the floating Twilight Land? Huang Xiaolong asked in shock. The Martial Demon Emperor Palace that ranked 6th. Though the Magic Shaman Emperor Palace was slightly weaker, it ranked 18 amongst the top 100 Emperor Palaces. The little cow added. That's right. The Martial Demon Emperor Palace and Magic Shaman Emperor Palace's headquarters are here in the floating Twilight Land. They are the two absolute powers here. Therefore, if it is not necessary, better not run into any conflict with these two Emperor Palace's disciples. Not far ahead is a city built by humans. The Martial Demon Emperor Palace and Magic Shaman Emperor Palace both have branches there. The little cow pointed in a direction. The group continued to fly towards the direction the little cow had pointed to. Roughly 10 minutes later, the city the little cow had mentioned came into sight. The city was built on top of a mountain. As there was no sunlight in the floating twilight land, myriad colors of bright torches lit up the city, from green to purple. Some flames were red as blood. The dark background and colorful torches exuded a sinister and eerie feeling. Let's go to the human city, Huang Xiaolong decided without much pondering. Huang Xiaolong nudged the little cow with his knees to fly towards the human city. The rest followed behind him. Senior Xianxia, are there no demonic beasts in the floating Twilight Land? Feng Er asked curiously. Huang Xiaolong also had this doubt. Along the way, he had not seen any demonic beasts. The little cow answered, there are but not many. Moreover, these demonic beasts reside in the center and deeper region of the floating Twilight Land, where devil chi and blood chi are heaviest. In general, these demonic beasts stay and move around in groups. So, encountering demonic beasts in the floating Twilight Land is more dangerous than encountering devilmen. Demonic beasts are stronger than those devilmen. Where's the place with the heaviest devil chi and blood chi in the floating Twilight Land? Huang Xiaolong asked suddenly. From the upper half of the blood-eye devil steel's broken memories, Huang Xiaolong had learned that the lower half of the blood-eye devil steel had fallen to a place with dense devil qi and blood qi. The place with the heaviest devil qi and blood qi? The little cow rolled the words on her tongue as she pondered. There are a few locations as far as I know. One place is the Scarlet Blood Mountain Range at Floating Twilight Land's deeper region. Another place is at the centermost region named Black Flame's Devil Cave, and there is also a place called Death God's Fortress. The last place I know is the Martial Demon Emperor Palace's headquarters located on the Martial Demon Mountain. Huang Xiaolong frowned when he heard of these several places from the little cow. Out of these 4 locations, 2 of them were located in the center region. Even an Emperor Realm Master would have a hard time treading through the Floating Twilight Land center region. Not to mention, trying to enter the Martial Demon Emperor Palace's headquarters on the Martial Demon Mountain would be much more difficult. The Martial Demon Emperor Palace ranked 6th among the top 10 Emperor Palace forces, so one could imagine how strong its headquarters defenses were. Let's hope it fell in the deeper region's Scarlet Blood Mountain Range. Huang Xiaolong thought to himself. This was the safer location among his other options. Then again, so-called safer was subjective to the individual. Therefore, Huang Xiaolong decided to resolve more of Xiangxun's petrification seals before heading to the Scarlet Blood Mountain. He estimated that he probably could resolve up to 500 of the petrification seals in Xiangxun's body. At that point, would Xiangxun's strength return to the 10th Order Heavenly Monarch realm? With Xiangxun's true body and battle strength, he could be considered to be invincible under the Emperor realm. That way, the dangers of the Scarlet Blood Mountain Range would be greatly reduced for Huang Xiaolong's group. As Huang Xiaolong pondered about resolving Xiangxun's petrification seals, his group came closer to the human city, up ahead. At a closer distance, Huang Xiaolong's group found this human city a little unique. From outside, the city's construction resembled a coiling giant demonic python. A demonic python bearing its fangs, devouring devil qi at all times. And this demonic python's mouth was the city's entrance. You guys think this city's shape is strange, don't you? The little cow asked. But she continued without waiting for an answer. In truth, all of the human race cities in the Floating Twilight Land are built in the shape of ancient demonic beasts. All of them? Huang Xiaolong asked. All of them. The little cow nodded in affirmation. A while later, Huang Xiaolong's group reached the python-shaped city's entrance, in other words, the mouth of the python. Various evil forces' disciples were entering and leaving through the python mouth entryway, each seemingly in a hurry. However, all of them seemed to glance at Huang Xiaolong's group as they passed. These disciples' gaze were similar to the devilmen when they looked at Huang Xiaolong's group, making Huang Xiaolong extremely uncomfortable. Before entering the city, Huang Xiaolong went up to the city gate's guards to pay the entrance fees. One of the guards grinned at Huang Xiaolong as he spoke. Brothers newly arrived from outside? Outside referred to outside of the Floating Twilight Land. Huang Xiaolong nodded. Brother, don't say that I didn't warn you to be careful after entering the city. The guard advised as his gaze shifted onto Feng Er's body. A wicked smile tugged at the corner of his mouth as he added. Especially women who have just arrived from outside need to be more careful. Coldness burst in Su Baixing and the other's eyes. Huang Xiaolong subtly shook his head at them, signaling them not to act on impulse. He then entered the city with the little cow without a word. The group of guards excitedly discussed among themselves while watching Feng Er's beautiful silhouette. That girl's probably going to suffer in a bit. Such a beauty, what a pity. Last time, a clan's female disciple came from outside. Though not as beautiful as this one, still not bad. In the end, her essence was sucked dry by several clans' young lords by taking turns. After her essence was sucked dry, she was rewarded to their subordinates. That girl was tortured for half a month before dying miserably. This kind of beauty is out of our reach. Better do your duties honestly. Though Huang Xiaolong's group was already some distance away from the city entrance, they could still hear the guards' conversation clearly. Feng Er's face was red from anger. The forces of Floating Twilight Land are extremely repulsive of outsiders. The little cow went on, Moreover, all of Evil Force's disciples in floating Twilight Land have nefarious traits in them. That is the reason why when they see outsiders like us, it is akin to seeing tasty fat meat for them. Huang Xiaolong gave the little cow a fierce glare, then said, "Why didn't you say so earlier?" The little cow let out an awkward chuckle. "Don't worry, don't we have kiddo Xianxia with us? The floating Twilight Land's outer peripheral cities don't have any Emperor Realm Masters. This demonic Python City's mayor is only a mid-level heavenly monarch realm expert. Let's see who's the actual fat meat. Don't you think adventures are more interesting this way?" Huang Xiaolong was speechless. Why did it seem like the old cow was deliberate? Not long after Huang Xiaolong's group entered the demonic Python City, inside a certain opulent manor in the city, two young men were enjoying themselves in a private banquet. One of these young men was the demonic Python City's He clan's young lord He Lianfang, and the other one was the Ning clan's young lord Ning Xiaoxi. The two were chatting joyously when their subordinates stepped in with fawning faces. The two subordinates reported, "Young lords, good news, a big good news. We've just received a word that several outsiders have entered our demonic Python City just now, and one of them is a woman, a great beauty, much better than the last female disciple." He Lianfang and Ning Xiaoxi exchanged a look and smiled knowingly. "Have you investigated the strengths of the disciples with her?" He Lianfang asked. "We've checked it out. The leader of the group is a black-haired young man, and he is just a late Third-Order God King realm, while the others are about Third-Order God King realm as well." The two subordinates went on. "But there's a big elephant following that black-haired young man, and we could not see that elephant's strength." "Big elephant?" Ning Xiaoxi repeated as a frown formed between his brows. "Yes, that big elephant seems ordinary, nothing special," one of the subordinates answered. He Lianfang said, "Brother Xiaoxi, I know what you're worrying about, but merely a late Third-Order God King realm kid, and a pet following him won't be stronger by much." He stood up and ordered his subordinate, "Lead us to this group of new arrivals. This time, we can't let Yang Chan and his gang rob our prey." Upon seeing this, Ning Xiaoxi could only chase after He Lianfang. With the two subordinates leading in front, He Lianfang and Ning Xiaoxi headed straight to Huang Xiaolong's group's location. But as a precaution, they also brought two First-Order Heavenly Monarch Realm experts with them. At this time, Huang Xiaolong's group was still leisurely walking down the busy streets of demonic Python City. Under numerous coveting gazes from the Evil Force's disciples on the streets, Huang Xiaolong seemed calm and blasé. Like what the little cow had said, the most powerful in this demonic Python City was only a mid-level Heavenly Monarch Realm expert. Therefore, there was nothing to worry about with Xianxia accompanying their group. As Huang Xiaolong's group was strolling down the street, the disciples in front of them separated to the sides in a hurry. Huang Xiaolong looked up and saw a group of disciples clad in indigo brocade robes, as well as dark ember brocade robes purposely striding towards Huang Xiaolong's group. "Finally, there's fat meat delivering itself at our feet." The little cow grinned widely at Huang Xiaolong as she saw this group walking towards them. Huang Xiaolong tapped at the little cow's golden horns and said, "Since the meat is so fat, then I'll let you enjoy it alone. I, Xianxia, and the others will just watch from the side." Xianxia, Su Baixing, and the others tried not to laugh. The little cow blanked for a second, then withered immediately. She squeezed an awkward smile as she said, "Hey little brat Huang, how could you be willing to send me into battle alone?" She glanced at the incoming group out of the corner of her eyes, stopping a second longer on the two young men at the front of the group as well as the two old men at the end. Though her strength had not recovered to the peak, her foundation was still there. In a glance, she could tell that two old men were early First-Order Heavenly Monarch Realm experts. All of her cow hair would be scrapped clean if she went into the battle against these men on her own. The incoming group was led by He Lianfang and Ning Xiaoxi, who had rushed over with their subordinates. He Lianfang and Ning Xiaoxi spotted Huang Xiaolong's group from afar. More accurately, they spotted Feng Er from afar. Looking at Feng Er's alluring beauty, their eyes lit up immediately. He Lianfang praised the subordinate who had reported Feng Er. "Not bad. Looks like you two did not exaggerate." You will receive heavy rewards when we return. Thank you, young lord. The subordinates cheered in elation. Brother Xiaoji, that woman, who's going first? He Lianfeng was smiling from ear to ear when he asked Ning Xiaoji. The meaning of his question was obvious. Both of them could tell that Feng Er was still a virgin. Such a body has the puristine essence. We will follow old rules and compare sword skills. Ning Xiaoji smiled in response. His mood was growing better by the second. He Lianfeng laughed heartily. Fine, compare sword skills it is. But, Brother Xiaoji, you might lose this time. Some days back, my devil flicker sword has advanced to the 7th stage. As the two conversed happily, they came to a stop a few meters away from Huang Xiaolong. Listening to their unscrupulous conversation, Huang Xiaolong sneered. Feng Er's face was white due to rage. He Lianfeng stood still and looked at Huang Xiaolong from head to toe before demanding. Which world surfaces palace's disciple are you? Is this woman your maidservant? Huang Xiaolong tepidly replied. I am a disciple of Fortune Emperor Palace. Fortune Emperor Palace. He Lianfeng and Ning Xiaoji's group was genuinely shocked. It was obvious that the Fortune Emperor Palace had quite the deterrence effect. He Lianfeng was bemused as he took another look at Huang Xiaolong. Are you really a Fortune Emperor Palace's disciple? Brat, you're not cooking up stories, right? This was a valid question as Huang Xiaolong had not put on his Fortune Emperor Palace's disciple robe. Huang Xiaolong had no interest in responding to He Lianfeng's questions anymore. How about this? Since you said that you're a Fortune Emperor Palace's disciple, I won't make things difficult for you. You and your subordinates can leave, but the woman stays. He Lianfeng hesitated before offering some sort of compromise to Huang Xiaolong. Even though He Lianfeng could not confirm Huang Xiaolong's identity as a Fortune Emperor Palace's disciple, he was still wary to do anything to a Fortune Emperor Palace's disciple, if Huang Xiaolong turned out to be one as he claimed. Thus, he decided to let Huang Xiaolong leave without harming him. According to his initial plan, he was going to keep the woman and kill the men on the spot. Huang Xiaolong looked at He Lianfeng with the same tepid expression. If you and all of your subordinates leave one arm each, I would let all of you leave. Both He Lianfeng and Ning Xiaoji's group blanked with disbelief. Their subordinates were immediately outraged. He Lianfeng's gaze turned frosty on Huang Xiaolong, and a gleam of killing intent flickered across his eyes. He looked over his shoulder and signaled the First Order Heavenly Monarch Realm He Clan's Captain Guard. The He Clan's Captain Guard responded with a subtle nod of his head. Upon seeing this, He Lianfeng's confidence rose. When they were rushing over, He Lianfeng had already instructed the He Clan's Captain Guard to check the strengths of Huang Xiaolong's group with his divine sense. Now that the He Clan's Captain Guard nodded at him, it meant that the Captain Guard was confident to handle all of them. Hence, he had nothing to worry about. He Lianfeng flashed Huang Xiaolong a bright smile, but his smile was kind of psychotic. Brat, did you really think I won't dare to kill you because you're a Fortune Emperor Palace disciple? Let me tell you, even if this young lord kills you, the Fortune Emperor Palace won't dare to let out a fart. Listen up, our young lord is not only the He Clan's next patriarch, but also the Magic Shaman Demon Emperor Palace's inner sect disciple, and on top of that, he's Magic Shaman Emperor Palace Elder Tong's disciple in name as well. One of He Lianfeng's cronies shouted smugly at Huang Xiaolong. Our young lord is Ning Clan's young lord, also a Martial Demon Emperor Palace's inner sect disciple. The people behind Ning Xiaoji clamored. Right at this time, the crowd on the other end of the street separated as another group of people appeared, approaching Huang Xiaolong's group. Upon seeing who it was leading the group, He Lianfeng frowned and swore under his breath. Yang Chang, He Clan, Ning Clan, Yang Clan, as well as Lu Clan were the demonic Python City's 4 big clans. The 4 clans' power was at an equilibrium, however, He Clan and Yang Clan had always been at odds. The same was true for He Lianfeng and Yang Cheng. Obviously, Yang Cheng had also received his subordinate's report and he had rushed over. Upon arriving, Yang Cheng's gaze stopped a second longer on Feng Er before he greeted He Lianfeng and Ning Xiaoji. He Lianfeng, Ning Xiaoji, such a good thing. Why didn't you two invite me? He pointed at Feng Er with his chin, and proclaimed, "I want this woman." He Lianfeng and Ning Xiaoji's faces tightened with displeasure. "Yang Cheng, your action is not appropriate, isn't it?" Ning Xiaoji questioned gloomily. "This time, we're the first to arrive." But Yang Cheng chuckled nonchalantly and said, "Are your brains pea-brains? In the floating twilight land, everything depends on your own strength. If you don't like it, we can fight one-on-one, and this woman goes to the winner." The three exchanged tit-for-tat, while Huang Xiaolong's group, except for Feng Er, was seemingly forgotten. However, right at this time, Huang Xiaolong suddenly made his move. In a flicker, He Lianfeng, Ning Xiaoji, and Yang Cheng sensed a terrifying power enveloping them. All three of them dazed. Presumptuous! Almost immediately, the three young lords' captain guards reacted and snapped at Huang Xiaolong. Just as they were about to attack, an overwhelming pressure akin to divine mountain locked onto them, restraining their movements. In the next second, Huang Xiaolong's attack struck He Lianfeng, Ning Xiaoji, and Yang Cheng simultaneously, sending them into the air. The others were dumbfounded watching these three figures flying out in the same direction and crashing onto the street in the distance. Their expensive brocade robes exploded, and not a single thread was covering their bodies, except for the blood they were coughing out. The three clans' captain guards were ashen as they looked at the big elephant. They were completely restrained by this ordinary-looking elephant standing behind the black-haired young man. Were they? Is the elephant a high-level heavenly monarch realm master? Otherwise, how was that possible? Xianxia raised one foot and stomped down. In a rumble, the three clans' captain guards were flattened on the street, and spiderweb cracks ran across the street surface in various directions. Looking at the three clans' captain guards flattened to the street by Xianxia, the rest of He Lianfeng, Ning Xiaoji, and Yang Cheng's subordinates panicked, and their eyes widened in terror. The three clans' captain guards were all low-level heavenly monarch realm masters. But that big elephant had smashed them to the ground in a split second. This big elephant. Ignoring these slaves brought by He Lianfeng, Ning Xiaoji, and Yang Cheng, Huang Xiaolong slowly walked towards the three young lords. Though his attack was a little heavy-handed, He Lianfeng, Ning Xiaoji, and Yang Cheng were all early Sixth-Order God King realm masters, so they wouldn't have died so easily. The He clan, Ning clan, and Yang clan slaves saw Huang Xiaolong targeting their young lords. So one of the He clan slaves shouted with false bravado, "Punk, you dare!" However, before that slave could finish his words, Huang Xiaolong extended his palm and grabbed at the slave's neck from across the air and flung the slave away. The slave screamed as his body crashed to the other end of the street. The rest of the He clan slaves were terrified to silence after witnessing this. Huang Xiaolong continued to walk towards He Lianfeng, Ning Xiaoji, and Yang Cheng, while the three struggled to get up from the ground. Their faces had paled the moment they had seen Xianxia flattened the three clans' captain guards. Merely a few seconds later, Huang Xiaolong was already standing in front of the three young lords. "I hadn't expected your subordinate to be actually a high-level heavenly monarch realm master, but so what? Even if he's a pinnacle heavenly monarch realm master, once you entered the floating twilight land, in front of the martial demon emperor palace and magic shaman emperor palace, you can only obediently keep your head down. Punk! You've got guts to injure us despite knowing we're the disciples of martial demon emperor palace and magic shaman emperor palace. You think you can be arrogant just by relying on one high-level heavenly monarch realm subordinate, and act fearless in our floating twilight land." He Lianfeng suppressed the shock in his heart and berated. The more he said, the more agitated he became, to the point of pointing a finger at Huang Xiaolong's face. Even though he was greatly shocked to find out that Huang Xiaolong had a high-level heavenly monarch realm master by his side and had realized that his identity would not be of a simple, ordinary Fortune Emperor Palace's disciple, He Lianfeng didn't think too much into it. Like what he had said, even if you're a pinnacle master of heavenly monarch realm outside, once you stepped onto the floating twilight land, you'd better watch out and act courteous in front of the martial demon emperor palace and magic shaman emperor palace's disciples. Arrogant! Huang Xiaolong suddenly laughed. "What you're saying is, when you bring your subordinates to look for trouble with me, attacking me, wanting to kill me, I should be standing still and allow you to kill me without resisting. Only then I am not arrogant. In this floating twilight land, only disciples of martial demon Emperor Palace and magic shaman Emperor Palace can be arrogant. Is it? He Lianfeng and the others listening to Huang Xiaolong were caught off guard by his retort. That's right, punk. In this floating twilight land, only us, disciples of martial demon Emperor Palace and magic shaman Emperor Palace, can be arrogant. Yang Cheng suddenly interjected with a sneer. He rubbed away the bloodstain at the corner of his mouth with his fingers. He glanced at the exploded fragments of his brocade robe, then stared fixedly at Huang Xiaolong and said, "Have you ever thought of the consequences of injuring the martial demon Emperor Palace and magic shaman Emperor Palace's disciples in the floating twilight land? Once in the past, a mid-level heavenly monarch realm elder from some Emperor Palace came in from outside, injuring one of our martial demon Emperor Palace's intersect disciples. Do you know what happened to that mid-level heavenly monarch realm Emperor Palace's elder in the end? He was captured by our martial demon Emperor Palace's grand elder, and his tendons were pulled out, bones shattered and skinned, before his flesh was flayed piece by piece. Lastly, his soul was refined into a low-grade chaos demonic pill." Yang Cheng's harsh words reverberated in the air. Huang Xiaolong was frowning. Seeing Huang Xiaolong's frown, He Lianfeng assumed Huang Xiaolong was afraid. Thus he sneered disdainfully and said, "Now, if you kowtow and apologize, and leave your maidservant behind, you can still leave safely." Of course, he was planning to report the matter to the Magic Shaman Emperor Palace headquarters the moment Huang Xiaolong left. He Lianfeng felt bouts of vented satisfaction upon imagining the scene where Huang Xiaolong was captured by their Magic Shaman Emperor Palace's experts, and had his tendons pulled out, bones shattered, flesh flayed piece by piece. Huang Xiaolong observed the glimmer of hatred flicker across He Lianfeng's eyes, the cold complacence in Yang Cheng's eyes, and the killing intent in Ning Xiaoji's eyes. Then he disappeared in a blur. He punched with his fist in the next second. He Lianfeng, Yang Chen, and Ning Xiaoji were once again sent flying backwards before they could react. This time, the three of them smashed across several buildings before getting buried underneath the rubble. Their bodies jerked and twitched endlessly. Huang Xiaolong took a step forward, appearing almost instantly above them in midair. A suction force from Huang Xiaolong's palms pulled the three young lords out from the rubble. This time, Huang Xiaolong did not use the Chaos Golden Dragon Lightning's purifying power, but his Archdevil Supreme Godhead's devouring power. Before the stupefied crowd, the three young lords' bodies shrunk at a rate visible to the naked eye, turning into three dried corpses. With Huang Xiaolong's current strength, his Archdevil Supreme Godhead's devouring power had reached a terrifying speed that even the Seventh Order God King Realm Masters would turn into dried corpses in the blink of an eye. After devouring He Lianfeng, Ning Xiaoji, and Yang Chen's blood essence, true essence and God force, Huang Xiaolong was already standing in front of Xianxia in a flicker. "Bring the three of them, let's go." Huang Xiaolong pointed at the He clan, Ning clan, and Yang clan's heavenly monarch realm captain guards as he instructed Xianxia. He leaped onto the little cow's back and sped away. Xianxia wrapped up the three captain guards with his god force and sped away. So did Su Baisheng, Feng Er and the rest in the same direction as Huang Xiaolong, leaving the demonic Python city behind them. None of the three clan's slaves dared to stop Huang Xiaolong and his group from leaving. "Hurry! Report to the Patriarch. Also, have Patriarch request aid from the Martial Emperor Palace and Magic Shaman Emperor Palace. Our young lords are the Martial Demon Emperor Palace and Magic Shaman Emperor Palace's intersect disciples. These disciples from outside actually dared to kill our Martial Demon Emperor Palace and Magic Shaman Emperor Palace's disciples. This is courting death." The three clans' slaves clamored with rage. While Huang Xiaolong sped away, inside one of the demonic Python City's restaurants, sat a nondescript middle-aged man. None of the people passing by nor sitting near him noticed him. He was unnoticeable, as if he was part of heaven and earth. He was holding a wine cup in midair while muttering to himself, "Is it the Grand Mist parasitic medium?" Those energy fluctuations were clearly the Grand Mist God Force practiced through the Grand Mist parasitic medium. Could there be a third person that has successfully cultivated the grand mist parasitic medium in this universe? If that is true, then there were intense ripples of excitement in his eyes at the thought of this possibility. His figure disappeared silently from the restaurant. Then again, no one had noticed his presence from the beginning, as if he had not existed at all. At this time, Huang Xiaolong's group was already tens of thousands li away from the demonic Python city, and had descended in front of an old forest. "Punk! You've killed our young lords. It doesn't matter where you run, you can't escape. I advise you to give up. Maybe you can die more comfortably." The He clan's captain guard sneered at Huang Xiaolong. Although Xiangxun had restricted their god force, they could still speak. "Can't escape." Huang Xiaolong turned around and coldly looked at the He clan's captain guard. "Yes, because you killed our young lords. The martial demon Emperor Palace and magic shaman Emperor Palace rule the floating Twilight Land, so you will not be able to escape. No one can save you now. In fact, no one has the guts to save you." The Ning clan's captain guard snickered. The Yang clan's captain guard kept silent, but his mocking gaze and expression showed that he too shared the same thoughts with the other two clans' captain guards. In the three captain guards' opinions, Huang Xiaolong would die 100 times, even 1,000 times more miserably than their young lords. A Fortune Emperor Palace's disciple? Oomph! The Fortune Emperor Palace might be able to deter most other Emperor Palaces, but the Fortune Emperor Palace was not a big deal in the eyes of the Martial Demon Emperor Palace and Magic Shaman Emperor Palace. Not to mention, even if they were to kill a Fortune Emperor Palace's disciple, or even a Fortune Emperor Palace's elder, the Martial Emperor Palace and Magic Shaman Emperor Palace won't bother to give any explanation to the Fortune Emperor Palace. "Want to know why I brought the three of you with me?" Huang Xiaolong suddenly asked. All the three captain guards were silent. They had not had time to ponder about this so far. "Do you want to use us as hostages to blackmail the Martial Demon Emperor Palace and Magic Shaman Emperor Palace?" The He clan's captain guard snorted. Huang Xiaolong shook his head in pity and asked in return, "Do you think you're worthy in the eyes of Martial Demon Emperor Palace and Magic Shaman Emperor Palace?" The three captain guards frowned deeply. Indeed, as this black-haired young man had said, it was useless to use them as hostages against the Martial Demon Emperor Palace and Magic Shaman Emperor Palace. "Honestly, escape has not been my intention all along," Huang Xiaolong stated flatly. Before the three captain guards could react, a force pulled them towards Huang Xiaolong. In the next second, the He clan's captain guard felt his entire body's blood essence, true essence, and Godhead's God force flow out uncontrollably from his body into Huang Xiaolong. The He clan's captain guard opened his mouth, wanting to scream, but there seemed to be a hand strangling his throat, disabling him to make a sound. His face pinched in fear and terror as he struggled to break free while his body dried up rapidly. In a few breaths, the He clan's captain guard had turned into a dried corpse, like He Lianfeng, Ning Shaoji, and Yang Cheng. Huang Xiaolong released his grip over He clan's captain guard, letting the dried corpse fall to the ground. The other two clans' captain guards had turned deathly pale after witnessing this horrendous sight. There was despair of death in their eyes, as they finally realized why Huang Xiaolong brought them along with him. Huang Xiaolong's gaze then fell on the two remaining captain guards. The Ning clan's captain guard quivered violently, and his pupils dilated in fear. He struggled, shaking his head and begging, "No, don't kill me. You can't escape even if you kill me, no? Can't escape even if I killed you?" Huang Xiaolong reached out and grabbed the Ning clan's captain guard up to him, and his Archdevil Supreme Godhead's devouring power came to life once again. Soon, the Ning clan's captain guard met with the same fate as the He clan's captain guard. The Yang clan's captain guard quivered as he stared at the Ning clan's captain guard's dried corpse thrown to the ground from midair. His mouth opened and closed, making unintelligible noises. Another several breaths later, the last one, the Ning clan's captain guard's corpse tumbled to the ground, after his blood essence, true essence, and Godhead's God force was being sucked by Huang Xiaolong. With a snap of his fingers, 3 wisps of flames shot out from Huang Xiaolong's fingers and fell onto the 3 captain guards' dried corpses, incinerating them to dust. A very domineering, devouring power. a domineering darkness element godhead. Right at this time, an ethereal voice sounded out of nowhere. Huang Xiaolong, Xiangsun, Su Baixing, and the others were startled. Everyone scanned their surroundings in alert and saw a nondescript middle-aged man standing a dozen meters away, looking at them. Huang Xiaolong and the others could not detect any signs of life from this middle-aged man even as he stood there, right in front of them. No one in Huang Xiaolong's group had noticed when he had arrived, not even Xiangsun, who was the strongest of their group. Another thing that no one noticed was the glimmer of light in the little cow's eyes when she saw the middle-aged man, as well as the strange expression on her face. Who are you? Someone sent by the Martial Demon Emperor Palace or Magic Shaman Emperor Palace? Huang Xiaolong demanded. God force surged throughout his body as he prepared to attack if the nondescript middle-aged man made any unwarranted move. Even Xiangsun had not discovered when this middle-aged man had arrived. Is he a pinnacle heavenly monarch realm master? Or an emperor realm master? Xiangsun's god force was seething throughout his body with a solemn expression that others had never seen before. Only Xiangsun knew how terrifying this nondescript middle-aged man's strength was. Xiangsun had seen Huang Xiaolong's master Zhao Lei. Even though Zhao Lei was an emperor realm master, he had not given Xiangsun a sense of danger, the way this middle-aged man was giving him as he stood in front of him. The middle-aged man watched Huang Xiaolong, Xiangsun, and the others full of wariness and alert. He smiled amiably at them as he said, "Young friends, there is need not be so nervous. I am neither from the Martial Emperor Palace nor Magic Shaman Emperor Palace, and certainly not malicious." The tension around Huang Xiaolong's group eased slightly at his words, but they were still wary. "Young friend, didn't you use the Grand Mist Parasitic Medium's Grand Mist God Force when you were at the demonic Python City?" The middle-aged man hesitated for a moment, but asked abruptly with bright shining eyes. Huang Xiaolong trembled hearing his question. What was going on here? Since the time he started to practice the Grand Mist Parasitic Medium, no one had been able to recognize his Grand Mist God Force, much less notice that he practiced the Grand Mist Parasitic Medium. How did this middle-aged man see that he practiced the Grand Mist Parasitic Medium? See through his Grand Mist God Force? Xiangsun, Su Baixing, and the others were just as shocked. The little cow's voice broke the silence at this time. He could tell you're practicing the Grand Mist Parasitic Medium and could recognize your Grand Mist God Force, because he also practices the Grand Mist Parasitic Medium. Furthermore, his level is higher than yours. What? Xiangsun, Su Baixing, and the others were shocked once more. Huang Xiaolong was just as shocked as the others, and he took a closer look at the middle-aged man standing opposite to him. He also practices the Grand Mist Parasitic Medium? Higher level than me. In the past, the little cow had told Huang Xiaolong that in this vast universe, taking him into account, there were only 2 other people who had successfully cultivated the Grand Mist Parasitic Medium. Other than him, the other 2 people were... This middle-aged man? Could he be? Huang Xiaolong came to this conclusion. Naturally, Xiangsun, Su Baixing, and the rest also did the same. Everyone's eyes widened as their gazes changed, looking at the middle-aged man. In truth, this middle-aged man was also shocked. His gaze shifted from Huang Xiaolong to the little cow. How did this cow know that he also practiced the Grand Mist Parasitic Medium? Wait. The cow meant this black-haired young man had really succeeded in practicing the Grand Mist Parasitic Medium. Did she? While everyone was still immersed in their own shock, the little cow continued to say to Huang Xiaolong and the rest, "What all of you are guessing inwardly is right. He's the Grand Mist Emperor Palace's Grand Mist Emperor. The Grand Mist Emperor Palace. The Grand Mist Emperor." Sounds of heartbeats drummed in their own ears, and everyone felt weak in their knees. Even Huang Xiaolong looked astounded, and his hands shook slightly with excitement. This middle-aged man was none other than the divine world's #1 force, the Grand Mist Emperor Palace's Grand Mist Emperor. The middle-aged man also showed surprised expressions as the little cow had accurately stated his identity. A light glimmered in his eyes as he took a closer look at the cow. "I say, kiddo Grand Mist, no need to feel me out with your divine sense." The little cow spoke without scruples. I have merely changed my outer appearance, and you're just like Kiddo Yang. Can't recognize this cow ancestor anymore? Kiddo Grand Mist? Hearing the little cow address the Grand Mist Emperor with such a nickname, Xianxia, Su Baisheng, and the others' knees threatened to buckle under their own weights, almost plummeting to the ground. The middle-aged-looking Grand Mist Emperor shuddered and stared at the little cow in disbelief. This cow ancestor? Could it be? You? Are you Senior Azure Cow? The Grand Mist Emperor's voice quivered with excitement. Senior Azure Cow. Hearing the Grand Mist Emperor's salutation for the little cow, Xianxia, Su Baisheng, and the rest felt their knees softened, stumbling to the ground. Fortunately, their reflex actions were not too bad. Hence they managed to steady themselves in midair. Watching these people's reactions, the little cow proudly puffed up her chest and blew air out from her nostrils. Kiddo Grand Mist, your strength has improved greatly within the last several 100 million years since I saw you the last time. Your Grand Mist parasitic medium must have broken through to the 8th level. Am I right? Meanwhile, after confirming the little cow's identity, the Grand Mist Emperor's demeanor towards the little cow changed completely. He was no longer so calm and unfathomable, but he appeared extremely respectful as he answered, Yes, Senior Azure Cow's eyes are as bright and keen as always. Zhang Hong happened to advance to the 8th level Grand Mist parasitic medium several thousand years ago. Zhang Hong was the Grand Mist Emperor's given name. The little cow's eyes lit up immediately, but maintained the dignity of an elder as she spoke. Not bad. Not bad. No one in the universe is your match at your current strength. The Grand Mist Emperor quickly but humbly replied, Zhang Hong's meager strength is not worthy of Senior Azure Cow's praise. At this time, he had already understood why the black-haired young man knew about the Grand Mist parasitic medium. In the past, Senior Azure Cow and his master, the King of Grand Mist, had made a bet, which Senior Azure Cow had won, thus winning the Grand Mist parasitic medium's entire cultivation technique manual. But Grand Mist Emperor Zhang Hong had a doubt. Since Senior Azure Cow has passed on the Grand Mist parasitic medium to this black-haired young man, what is his connection with Senior Azure Cow? Moreover, this black-haired young man has a darkness element godhead. No wonder Senior Azure Cow would fancy him. Since this black-haired young man has successfully cultivated the Grand Mist parasitic medium in a certain aspect, that means he's his junior brother. Little brat Huang, what are you doing standing there in a daze? Your senior brother is here. Quickly go greet him. The little cow bombarded Huang Xiaolong. Huang Xiaolong finally recovered from the shocking truth that this middle-aged man standing in front of him was the Grand Mist Emperor. Senior brother. Huang Xiaolong took a step and greeted Zhang Hong. His manners were a little stiff. After all, the person in front of him was the Divine World's #1 Emperor Palace Force's big shot, hailed as the Divine World's strongest person. The Grand Mist Emperor chuckled amiably as he stepped forward to help Huang Xiaolong up. Junior brother need not stand on ceremony. I must say this is a pleasant surprise. How many billion years have passed? At last, the third person who has successfully cultivated the Grand Mist parasitic medium has appeared. Master would be over the moon when he hears this good news. Grand Mist Emperor was trembling with excitement by the end of his sentence. He was genuinely happy. His master, the King of Grand Mist, had been hoping to see a third person who would successfully cultivate the Grand Mist parasitic medium. While he had hoped and looked forward with anticipation, several 100 million years had gone by. How many years exactly, even he could not remember. Finally, now, this third person has appeared. Moreover, this person's relationship with Senior Azure Cow seemingly runs deep. Senior Azure Cow, my junior brother, and you are? Grand Mist Emperor Zhang Hong couldn't resist asking the little cow. He was truly curious about the relationship between the little cow and Huang Xiaolong. He is my master. The little cow had no thoughts of concealing anything, but sounded slightly depressed. Mas Master. Grand Mist Emperor Zhang Hong froze on the spot with a silly expression on his face. Seconds later, he stared at Huang Xiaolong with a shocked and somewhat strange expression on his face. This new junior brother of his, is Senior Azure Cow's master. But, how? I say, kiddo, Grand Mist. What's so shocking about this? The little cow scoffed. An accident happened to this cow ancestor in the past. So I reincarnated and cultivated again from scratch. I somehow ended up in this kid's hands and made a blood contract. He is your junior brother. Just call him how you should. The Grand Mist Emperor was speechless by these turn of events. His gaze turned a little complicated as he looked at Huang Xiaolong while thinking inwardly. This junior brother's luck is a little too good. He knew how shocking Senior Azure Cow's real identity was. In the tens of thousands of world surfaces, existences that could stand on the same level as his master, the King of Grand Mist, could be counted in one hand, and Senior Azure Cow was one of them. Kiddo, Grand Mist, is your master doing well in recent years? The little cow asked sincerely. Grand Mist Emperor Jiang Hong replied respectfully, Many thanks for Senior Azure Cow's concern. Master has been in seclusion in recent years, attempting to advance to the 10th level of the Grand Mist Parasitic Medium. I also hardly see him these days, and I would like to see him more. His tone lightened as he said, If Master learns junior brother has successfully cultivated the Grand Mist Parasitic Medium, he would surely be very happy and come out of seclusion earlier to see junior brother. But the little cow said, Old man Grand Mist still doesn't plan to give up after so many years? Is the 10th level of Grand Mist Parasitic Medium easy to advance? And if it was that easy, why would he be stuck at 9th level for so long? The Grand Mist Emperor smiled wryly at her words. Had it been someone else who had uttered these words in front of him, he would have reduced that person into dust without a word. But Jiang Hong knew that the little cow was merely being frank. It was simply difficult to advance to the 10th level of Grand Mist Parasitic Medium. Like him, he had happened to advance to the Grand Mist Parasitic Medium 8th level only by chance several thousand years ago. Otherwise, who knows when he would have reached the 8th level. Your master might not be able to do it, but this brat here probably can. The little cow pointed at Huang Xiaolong. Grand Mist Emperor Jiang Hong looked blankly at the little cow. His junior brother would be able to reach the 10th level of Grand Mist Parasitic Medium? He suspected he might have heard wrong. The Grand Mist Parasitic Medium was created by his master, even so, his master had yet to step into the 10th level, so how could his junior brother do so? Looking at the obvious doubt on Grand Mist Emperor Jiang Hong's face, the little cow was not angry at all. Instead, she asked, Do you know how long Xiaolong took to cultivate the first level of Grand Mist Parasitic Medium? Grand Mist Emperor Jiang Hong had not expected such a question. He knew his master, the King of Grand Mist, had spent over 1,000 years to fully comprehend the first level. Judging from Senior Azure Cow's tone of voice, it sounded as if his junior brother had spent less time than that. Was it? Is Senior Azure Cow trying to say that junior brother has succeeded in cultivating the Grand Mist Parasitic Medium's first level in a mere several hundred years? Jiang Hong responded with a question of his own. Several hundred years? Not possible. Several hundred years? Aren't you underestimating your junior brother too much? Xiaolong used less than 100 years to master the first level of Grand Mist Parasitic Medium. What? Less than 100 years? Grand Mist Emperor Jiang Hong exclaimed in astonishment. Even though he was aware that the little cow would not make a joke of this sort with her identity, it was too unbelievable for him. He looked at Huang Xiaolong, trying to get a confirmation from him as well. Huang Xiaolong shyly nodded his head in confirmation. Grand Mist Emperor Jiang Hong's heart raced after getting Huang Xiaolong's confirmation. Others might not understand what that represented. More accurately, he succeeded in less than 50 years. The little cow looked like she was addicted to shocking Jiang Hong. Less than 50 years. Grand Mist Emperor Jiang Hong's eyes were wide as plates. The little cow continued. He's now at the peak of the second level of Grand Mist Parasitic Medium. Guess how long he spent to get there? Maybe only 10,000 years? Jiang Hong took a guess. His breathing was slightly uneven. The little cow shook her head. Only several hundred years. More accurately, less than 300 years. Less than 300 years. The words sounded like a thunderclap in Grand Mist Emperor Jiang Hong's mind. He was completely and utterly astounded by this information. Reached the peak of second level in less than 300 years. This How is this possible? Grand Mist Emperor Jianghong was standing still like a piece of wood. So was his expression. If people from the Grand Mist Emperor Palace were to see this expression on their Grand Mist Emperor Jianghong's face, what would they think? Senior Azure Cow, what's going on with junior brother? A long time later, the Grand Mist Emperor couldn't help asking. He really couldn't figure out how his junior brother had reached the peak second level of Grand Mist Parasitic Medium in less than 300 years. I don't understand. He and his master, the King of Grand Mist, were both highly talented. Both of them also had supreme godheads. In truth, both of their godheads were king of supreme godheads. Even if junior brother's godhead was also a king of supreme godhead, that did not explain his junior brother's cultivation speed that was so much faster than them. Maybe? Grand Mist Emperor Jianghong's eyes lit up at one possibility. You guessed right. He did once obtain a source of Grand Mist aura. The little cow stated aloud what Jianghong was thinking. Grand Mist Emperor Jianghong's heart quivered as a sea of emotions hit him. Though he had guessed it moments ago, he was still frightened after hearing the confirmation from the little cow's mouth. Grand Mist aura. This was the highest grade of source of origin for spiritual energy in the whole universe. Even though he had lived for so long, he had never heard of anyone obtaining the Grand Mist aura. Grand Mist Emperor Jianghong looked enviously at Huang Xiaolong. His junior brother's luck had actually surpassed him and his master, as he had actually obtained a source of Grand Mist aura. No wonder junior brother's Grand Mist Parasitic Medium had advanced so fast. No wonder, no wonder. Then, the little cow added, other than one source of Grand Mist aura, he had also found a source of purple Grand Mist aura. While Grand Mist Emperor Jianghong was still immersed in his envy, this information made him freeze in his spot, as if he was being struck by a streak of divine Grand Mist lightning. He shook from head to toe, with his mouth agape, as he stared stupidly at the little cow and Huang Xiaolong. Purple Grand Mist aura. Purple Grand Mist aura. The highest grade of Grand Mist aura. This. Grand Mist Emperor Jianghong stared blankly at Huang Xiaolong and the little cow for a long time without any reaction. Xiangsun, Su Baisheng, and others stood on the side, not daring to make a sound during this entire conversation between the little cow, Huang Xiaolong, and the Grand Mist Emperor, even when the Grand Mist Emperor was dazed. Huang Xiaolong was a little speechless. Isn't it just a source of purple Grand Mist aura? Based on his current sensitivity towards the Grand Mist aura, Huang Xiaolong was confident that he would come across more purple Grand Mist aura and Grand Mist aura in the future. Grand Mist Emperor Jianghong didn't know what Huang Xiaolong was thinking, but if he would have known about it, he would probably bang his head against a mountain in shame. Junior brother is really. Grand Mist Emperor Jianghong regained his senses, but his words were unintelligible. Is it really what? He wanted to say that Huang Xiaolong's luck was simply heaven-defying, but could this be easily explained with heaven-defying luck? Jianghong's gaze became more complicated as he looked at Huang Xiaolong. This junior brother's origin is definitely not simple. Only that could explain how he could have gotten something as precious as purple Grand Mist aura, and even refined it. Purple aura represented the aura of an emperor, and purple Grand Mist aura represented the Emperor of Grand Mist. The person who could get the purple Grand Mist aura and refine it is likely a Grand Mist Emperor. Jianghong dared not continue thinking further in this direction. The little cow knew instantly what Jianghong was thinking from his expression. In truth, weren't her thoughts the same? Even though Huang Xiaolong had ascended from the lower realm, she believed and was confident in her own judgment that Huang Xiaolong was not simply an ordinary disciple who had ascended to the divine world from the lower realm. After the bouts of shock passed, Grand Mist Emperor Jianghong was finally able to converse calmly with Huang Xiaolong and the little cow. When Grand Mist Emperor Jianghong heard Huang Xiaolong was a disciple of the Fortune Emperor Palace, he was surprised, but smiled and said, "So, junior brother is the Fortune Emperor Palace's disciple, who defeated the Fiend God Emperor Palace's supreme godhead genius disciple Wang Yongxin. I should have known after hearing your name. I've made senior brother laugh." Huang Xiaolong responded humbly. Grand Mist Emperor Jianghong shook his head with a wry smile. Junior brother's talent and battle strength have far surpassed mine, when I was at your level. But that Zhao Lei has certainly picked a big bargain, having junior brother worship him as master. Even he was envious of Zhao Lei's good luck. The little cow scoffed. This brat used a blood contract to subjugate me. Isn't that picking a big bargain as well? Zhang Hong smiled wryly, not knowing how to respond. She was rewarded with a slap on her head by Huang Xiaolong. If wasn't for me, could your strength have improved so fast after you were reborn? We both got big bargains, hee. The little cow chuckled sheepishly. Huang Xiaolong did not retort, indirectly agreeing with the little cow's words. After all, without the little cow, he wouldn't have known about the Grand Mist parasitic medium, or had the opportunity to refine the Grand Mist aura. Over the years, the little cow was a big help to him. Senior brother, I have a favor to ask. Huang Xiaolong hesitated before speaking. Zhang Hong laughed heartily and said, Junior brother, just tell me. No need to be polite with me. Huang Xiaolong's gaze shifted to Xiangsun, who was standing close by. Zhang Hong followed Huang Xiaolong's gaze and looked at Xiangsun, and said in realization, Junior brother wants me to resolve the petrification seals in this elephant's body? Even though Huang Xiaolong had not said anything, Zhang Hong could see through the petrification seals in Xiangsun's body. Huang Xiaolong was not surprised that Zhang Hong could see that Xiangsun was burdened with petrification seals. He nodded and asked, Yes, senior brother, can you? The person who sealed you with these petrification seals in the past must have been a high-level Emperor Realm Master. Am I right? Yes, Grand Mist Emperor. Xiangsun answered respectfully. Zhang Hong said to Huang Xiaolong, If it was a high-level Emperor Realm Master, the petrification seals would be harder to resolve completely. I will help junior brother to resolve the petrification seals in this elephant's body, but it might take a bit longer, about 1 hour or so. Is 1 hour a bit long? Huang Xiaolong was rendered speechless. Subsequently, the group moved into the forest and found a secluded spot. Grand Mist Emperor Zhang Hong began resolving the remaining petrification seals inside Xiangsun's body. Zhang Hong slapped his palms on Xiangsun's forehead. A burst of purple light entered Xiangsun's body with every slap. This purple light was similar to the purple Grand Mist aura's purple glow. Yet it wasn't purple Grand Mist aura. This purple light was likely the purple chi formed in the latter stages of cultivating the Grand Mist parasitic medium. As Zhang Hong continued to send purple chi into Xiangsun's body, endless cracking noises sounded from inside of Xiangsun. These were noises of the petrification seals cracking. As time went by, Xiangsun's body gradually expanded. While Zhang Hong was resolving the petrification seals inside Xiangsun's body, in the Magic Shaman Emperor Palace headquarters, a silver-haired old man stared at the communication talisman in his hand with a cold expression. A mere Fortune Emperor Palace's disciple actually dared to injure my disciple in name upon arriving at the floating Twilight Land. If you want to die, I, Tong Jiang, will fulfill your wish. This silver-haired old man was he Lianfeng's master, the Magic Shaman Emperor Palace's elder Tong Jiang. Tong Jiang's eyes were filled with frosty gloom. The message from the demonic Python City had mentioned that the Fortune Emperor Palace's disciple had an elephant mount by his side that was likely to be a 7th-order Heavenly Monarch Realm Master. 7th-order Heavenly Monarch Realm? Tong Jiang stepped out and flew towards his Hall Master's palace. It seems like this matter would be handled better by his Hall Master. Soon after, Tong Jiang arrived at his Hall Master Chan Shinda's Cultivation Palace and briefly reported the matter to Chan Shinda. Chan Shinda's eyes gradually turned cold as he listened to Tong Jiang's report. Hall Master, what do you think about this? Tong Jiang asked cautiously. Since the other side has a 7th-order Heavenly Monarch Realm mount, I'll make the trip personally, said Chan Shinda. Tong Jiang rejoiced at Chan Shinda's decision. He bowed slightly and thanked. Many thanks, Hall Master. Hall Master's strength is at the pinnacle of Heavenly Monarch Realm. Therefore, killing a mere 7th-order Heavenly Monarch Realm mount will be as easy as moving a finger. It truly makes Tong Jiang apprehensive for alerting Hall Master to deal with such a small matter. Chan Shinda laughed nonchalantly. It's fine. I'm quite idle lately anyways. I can go out for a breather. Is that brat still in the vicinity of the demonic Python City? Yes. According to the scouts at the demonic Python City, that kid is in a forest a little over 10,000 li from the demonic Python City. Interestingly, he's not running. Tong Jiang answered. Huang Xiaolong's actions were clearly not putting the martial demon emperor palace and magic shaman demon palace in their eyes. The coldness in Chun Xinda's eyes intensified when he heard Tong Jiang's words. Brazen. Come. We're setting off to the demonic Python City right at this instance. Chun Xinda jumped up from his seat in a fit of anger and stormed towards the door. Yes, Hall Master. Tong Jiang followed after Chun Xinda. Two figures flew out from the hall. But, Hall Master, I think that Fortune Emperor Palace's disciple's identity is not so simple. Tong Jiang said as he followed Chun Xinda. A 7th Order Heavenly Monarch Realm mount is definitely not something a Fortune Emperor Palace's ordinary disciple can have. Chun Xinda sneered, full of disdain. What? Does our martial demon Emperor Palace need to look at a mere Fortune Emperor Palace's face when going about our business? Even if that brat was a disciple of Fang Gon, he still would die just the same. Yes. This subordinate is thinking too much. Tong Jiang lowered his head. Did the demonic Python City side ascertain that kid's mount strength is at 7th Order Heavenly Monarch Realm? Chun Xinda asked casually while on their way. Tong Jiang understood what was weighing on his hall master's mind. Thus, he replied respectfully, Please rest assured, Hall Master. The demonic Python City side has ascertained that the elephant mount strength is merely at 7th Order Heavenly Monarch Realm, and it's definitely not above 8th Order Heavenly Monarch Realm. This is the image sent over from the demonic Python City. He took out a stone jade and handed it over to Chun Xinda as he spoke. Chun Xinda accepted the stone jade and channeled his god force into it. In an instant, surreal images appeared above the stone jade, showing the scene where Huang Xiaolong and Xiang Sun had attacked He Lianfang, Ning Xiaozhi, and Yang Cheng. Chun Xinda's worry was appeased after he finished watching the recorded images from the stone jade. That big elephant's strength was indeed between 7th Order to 8th Order Heavenly Monarch Realm. His earlier worries were superfluous. There was nothing to worry, as it was impossible for a Fortune Emperor Palace's disciple to have an Emperor Realm followers. The Fortune Emperor Palace's Emperor Realm masters could be counted on the fingers of his two hands. Therefore, there weren't any extra Emperor Realm masters who were so idle that they would follow by a mere disciple's side. That big elephant is from Hell's 10,000 Elephant Clan. Chun Xinda sneered, then went on, Hell's 10,000 Elephant Clan's clansman is a treasure from head to toe, and this elephant soul is especially precious to cultivators like us who cultivate evil techniques. Once I capture that elephant, refine him and absorb his soul, my strength will rise to another degree. Tong Jiang smiled a fawning smile and agreed. At that time, Hall Master would be promoted as one of our Magic Shaman Emperor Palace's 10 Hall Masters. I congratulate Hall Master in advance. The Magic Shaman Emperor Palace had close to 100 Hall Masters, and there were differences in status amongst the Hall Masters. The stronger you were, the higher was your status, and the 10 most powerful Hall Masters sat at the top of the Magic Shaman Emperor Palace's Hall Masters hierarchy. Even though Chun Xinda's current strength was at the peak of 10th Order Heavenly Monarch Realm, he was still slightly weaker in comparison to the 10 Hall Masters. You will be heavily rewarded when I step into the position of 10 Hall Masters. Chun Xinda laughed heartily as he said to Tong Jiang. Tong Jiang joined him, laughing happily. After leaving the hall, Chun Xinda took only a few people with him. Other than Tong Jiang, there were 2 grand elders of his hall. With that, the group headed to the Magic Shaman Emperor Palace's transmission array and transferred directly to the demonic Python City. With the speed of the transmission array, from the Magic Shaman Emperor Palace to the demonic Python City merely took an hour or so. An hour later, Chun Xinda, Tong Jiang, and the other 2 stepped out from the demonic Python City's transmission array. The demonic Python City's mayor, He Clan's patriarch, and a group of experts were already waiting for them outside the transmission array. When they saw Chun Xinda, Tong Jiang, and the other 2 Magic Shaman Emperor Palace's Grand Elders, all of them quickly stepped forward and saluted. No need to waste time with those perfunctory words. Is that brat still in the same forest? Xianxia cut off the demonic Python city's mayor, He clan's patriarch, and the group of experts before they could utter a sound. Yes, reporting to Hall Master Chun, that brat is there. The demonic Python city's mayor and He clan's patriarch hurriedly affirmed. Are the people from the martial demon emperor palace here yet? Xianxia asked another question. Not yet. The demonic Python city's mayor answered. Even better. Xianxia's tension eased slightly. Earlier, he was worried that the martial demon emperor palace would arrive earlier than him and snatched his prey. If the martial demon emperor palace's group would have managed to capture that elephant before Xianxia, things would have gotten a little tricky. Let's go. Led me there immediately. Xianxia was already whistling away. The demonic Python city's mayor and He clan's patriarch complied and hurried to the front, leading Xianxia and his group as they flew out from the demonic Python city. They went straight towards the forest where Huang Xiaolong's group was located. It didn't take long before their destination came into their line of sights. Xianxia accelerated forward. At this time, Grand Mist Emperor Jianghong had reached the most critical time of resolving Xiangsun's petrification seals. Although Jianghong was concentrating on resolving Xiangsun's petrification seals, he was still aware of his surroundings. Thus, he had already discovered Xianxia's group advancing towards them. However, Jianghong's actions did not stop. In fact, the slapping movements of his hands on Xiangsun's forehead increased in speed. The purple light looked even more brilliant due to this. And suddenly, a loud cracking noise, the loudest so far, sounded from Xiangsun's body. Following these sounds, dazzling black lights rushed out from his body like a great flood. All the petrification seals inside Xiangsun's body were completely resolved. Jianghong sighed in relief as he removed his palms. In truth, with his strength, it was easy to completely resolve Xiangsun's petrification seals. However, Xiangsun's petrification seals had been left inside him for too many million years that they had encroached Xiangsun's godhead. That had made it more troublesome to resolve the seals. Otherwise, it would have taken him less than an hour to deal with all the petrification seals in Xiangsun's body. In fact, it would have been a matter of only a few seconds. As he watching the dazzling rays of black light from Xiangsun's body had intensified, Jianghong casually waved his hand, easily reconverging the black lights into Xiangsun's body. Due to this, Xiangsun's recovery did not alert Xianxia's group that was rushing towards them. A moment after the black lights disappeared and Xiangsun's momentum had returned to normal, whistling winds sounded as Xianxia's group arrived above Huang Xiaolong's group. Behind Xianxia were the two magic shaman emperor palace's grand elders. Then Tongjiang, the demonic Python city's mayor, He clan's patriarch, and the other experts. Standing in midair, Xianxia peered at Huang Xiaolong's group in a condescending manner. His gaze swept over Huang Xiaolong, Grand Mist Emperor Jianghong, the rest of the group, and it finally stopped on Xiangsun. Greed flickered in the depths of Xianxia's eyes. But Xianxia did not speak. Instead, it was Tongjiang, who was giving Huang Xiaolong a death stare, who spoke first. You are that Fortune Emperor Palace's disciple? He Lianfeng was my disciple in name. You've got one of a guts to have killed He Lianfeng despite knowing that he's our magic shaman Emperor Palace's disciple. This is our hall master Xianxia. Tongjiang clarified Xianxia's identity upon seeing Huang Xiaolong and his group's indifferent expressions. The sneer on Tongjiang's face deepened as he said, Brat, you didn't see this coming, did you? Our hall master came here personally. Upon hearing Tongjiang's introduction of himself, Xianxia raised his head slightly and continued to peer down on Huang Xiaolong, Grand Mist Emperor Jianghong, the little cow Xiangsun, and the others like a superior being. That gaze indicated that he was looking at weaklings that crawl on the ground. But Huang Xiaolong was looking straight at Xianxia's eyes as he spoke, and his voice less than lukewarm. Magic Shaman Emperor Palace's Hall Master? I really could not tell. Xianxia, Tongjiang, and the rest of the group's momentum splintered. The little cow's voice sounded next. Hehe. Maybe he's a fake? A Magic Shaman Emperor Palace's Hall Master looks like this? He is cross-eyed, and has a crooked mouth like a monkey. cross-eyed and crooked mouth? Monkey. Su Baisheng, Su Jiang, Feng Er, and the rest took another look at Chun Xinda. From their angle, Chun Xinda indeed seemed to have slightly crossed eyes and a crooked mouth. They started laughing loudly. Grand Mist Emperor Jiang Hong stood silently in his spot, smiling faintly. Senior Azure Cow style is still the same as in the past. She hasn't changed one bit. Su Baisheng, Su Jiang, Feng Er, and the others' laughter sounded harsh in Chun Xinda and Tong Zhang's ears, especially to Chen Xinda. Killing intent flickered across his eyes. At death's end, still in the mood to joke, the demonic Python City's mayor's cold gaze swept over the faces in Huang Xiaolong's group. He then cupped his fists at Chun Xinda and requested respectfully, "This subordinate asks Hall Master Chun to let this subordinate capture them on behalf of Hall Master Chun." Chun Xinda pondered for a second, then agreed. "All right, however, don't kill that black-haired young man right away." He pointed at Huang Xiaolong. Not killing Huang Xiaolong on the spot did not mean he was spared. Chun Xinda's intention was to take Huang Xiaolong back to the Magic Shaman Emperor Palace and slowly torture him to death. "Yes, please rest assured, Hall Master." The demonic Python City's mayor complied respectfully. Chun Xinda stood with his hands clasped behind his back. The demonic Python City's mayor was a mid-level heavenly monarch realm master. Chun Xinda wanted to test that big elephant's strength in letting the mayor act first. After getting Chun Xinda's order, the demonic Python City's mayor's momentum soared. The surrounding devil chi roiled and his robe fluttered without wind. During this time, Xianxia stepped to Huang Xiaolong's side. Just as the demonic Python City's mayor was about to attack, whistling winds sounded in everyone's ears, and all of them turned to look in surprise. A group of people was accelerating towards Huang Xiaolong and Chun Xinda's group. The leader was a tall, burly old man with a glaring devil symbol between his eyebrows. Chun Xinda subconsciously frowned as he saw this group of people. Of course, he had recognized the old man, as he was very familiar with him. That old man was one of the Martial Demon Emperor Palace's hall masters, named Hall Master Chui Wei. The problem was that Chun Xinda and Chui Wei were similar in strength. Chun Xinda had not expected people from the Martial Demon Emperor Palace to arrive so quickly, that too led by a hall master as well. The demonic Python City's mayor, who was about to capture Huang Xiaolong, stopped his actions when he saw the incoming group was. "Greetings, Hall Master Chui." The demonic Python City's mayor stepped up and greeted respectfully from afar. Chui Wei nodded as he continued to fly until he reached Chun Xinda. He smiled at Chun Xinda and said, "Hall Master Chen's actions are so fast ah." Chun Xinda looked at Chui Wei and put on a pretend smile as he responded, "Hall Master Chui's actions ain't slow either." Chui Wei's gaze swept over Huang Xiaolong's group, his eyes turning sly as he continued, "Hall Master Chun, you're also here to capture that Fortune Emperor Palace's disciple? We're also here to capture him. So, how should we divide the rewards?" Chun Xinda sneered upon hearing his words. "How to divide? Split that brat into two, each of us take half back." This Chui Wei had always been cunning and sly, so he couldn't help raising his vigilance. Chui Wei grinned instead. He said, "Half-half? What's the use of us bringing back a corpse? I have an idea, how about this instead? That Fortune Emperor Palace's disciple. I'll give him to you, but the rest goes to our Martial Demon Emperor Palace." Rage burned in Chun Xinda's heart after listening to Chui Wei's words. This Chui Wei wants to swallow that elephant alone. "I'll yield that Fortune Emperor Palace's disciple to your Martial Demon Emperor Palace. As for the rest, I'll take them back to the Magic Shaman Emperor Palace." Chun Xinda harumphed coldly. Chui Wei let out a hearty laughter, then said, Okay. No need for us to go round and round in circles. We'll divide that 10,000 elephant equally between us. I'll take his soul, his godhead goes to you. His blood essence is mine, you can have his skin, bone, and tusks." Chun Xinda chuckled. "Half-half, I have no problem. But I want his soul and blood essence, you can take the rest of the stuff." While Chun Xinda and Chui Wei were busy negotiating about how to split Xianxia between the two of them, Huang Xiaolong spoke to them in an indifferent voice. You two don't need to bicker as I'll be taking all your lives. I'll be taking all your lives. Chen Xinda and Cui Wei stopped abruptly, as they blanked for a moment. Then, sonorous laughter ensued from both of them. However, just as Chen Xinda and Cui Wei were about to satire Huang Xiaolong, a violent and overwhelming pressure flooded out from Xiang Sun's body like a mountain torrent that had been brewing for millions of years, rushing out in all four directions. Under this overwhelming pressure, everyone from the Magic Shaman Emperor Palace and Martial Demon Emperor Palace felt their breaths getting stuck in their chests, as if there were 10,000 world surfaces pressing down on them. Chen Xinda and Cui Wei's satirical expressions vanished, and were replaced by horror, fear, disbelief, and denial. Both stared at the elephant they were discussing how to divide earlier, and their minds spun silly. Emperor our realm master. The demonic Python City mayor stuttered with quivering lips. Emperor Realm Master. This 10,000 elephant was actually an Emperor Realm Master, not 7th Order Heavenly Monarch Realm. Such an overpowering pressure, only an Emperor Realm Master could exude this degree of suffocating pressure on them. With terrified faces, the demonic Python City's mayor, He Clan's Patriarch, Ning Clan's Patriarch, Yang Clan's Patriarch, Tong Jiang, and the others watched Xiang Sun lift a foot and kick. Violent darkness element Godforce slammed Chen Xinda and Cui Wei to the ground. Chen Xinda and Cui Wei crashed hard into the forest floor like shooting stars. Nearby ancient towering trees exploded into dust and fissures opened in the ground as two deep human-shaped pits appeared in it. The Magic Shaman Emperor Palace and Martial Demon Emperor Palace's experts felt their hearts tighten upon witnessing this sight. Both Chen Xinda and Cui Wei's strengths had reached the pinnacle of Heavenly Monarch Realm yet they had gotten smashed into the ground with a kick. A chilling coldness spread through the demonic Python City's mayor, He Clan's Patriarch, Tong Jiang, and the others' bodies. All of them stood rigid in the air with fear written all over their faces, not daring to move. I am the Magic Shaman Emperor Palace ELD Elder. Tong Jiang stammered. That was all Tong Jiang said. That was all Tong Jiang could say before he was flicked off by Xiang Sun's trunk. A blood-curdling scream cut across the air, and in the next second, a bloodied Tong Jiang smashed to the ground. The Magic Shaman Emperor Palace's elder? I know, Xiang Sun said coldly. The remaining two Magic Shaman Emperor Palace's Grand Elders were already deathly pale. Neither of them dared to make any noise. At this time, Huang Xiaolong extended his palms and a suction force from his palms pulled Chen Xinda and Cui Wei towards him. Looking at the two men, Huang Xiaolong did not hesitate at all, and devouring power from his Archdevil Supreme Godhead flowed out. Chen Xinda and Cui Wei's blood essences, true essences, and God Force rushed out uncontrollably from their bodies. Chen Xinda and Cui Wei both seemed to understand what was going on, and struggled violently to break free. Originally, Chen Xinda and Cui Wei could have easily broken free of Huang Xiaolong's devouring power with their pinnacle of Heavenly Monarch Realm strengths. But to their despair, Chen Xinda and Cui Wei discovered that their Godhead's God Force were constrained by a mysterious force. The source of this mysterious force was Xiang Sun. Under Xiang Sun's suppression, Chen Xinda and Cui Wei could do nothing but watch their blood essence, true essence, and God Force flow into Huang Xiaolong's body, helplessly feeling their life force dwindle and slip away from their fingers. It was extremely quiet in this part of the forest, except for the noises made by Chen Xinda and Cui Wei's feeble groans and struggles. The rest from the Magic Shaman Emperor Palace and Martial Demon Emperor Palace watched powerlessly as Chen Xinda and Cui Wei's bodies slowly shrunk in Huang Xiaolong's hands. Tong Jiang gulped with much difficulty as he racked his brains for an escape route. But he noticed that whenever he made a subtle movement, Xiang Sun would coldly glance in his direction. He wanted to send a call for help back to the Magic Shaman Emperor Palace, but discovered that the space they were trapped in was completely segregated from outside. Messages couldn't be sent out through the communication talisman. Everyone, we'll fight them. We'll die anyways if we don't do anything. The blood gore fiend descends. Finally, the several Grand Elders from the Martial Demon Emperor Palace could not endure it anymore. They bellowed as violent God Force surged out from their bodies. aiming their attacks at Huang Xiaolong, the little cow, Su Baisheng, Xu Yong, and the rest. Several people attacked at the same time. Blood-colored god force roared, turning into grotesque blood-gore fiends that pounced towards Huang Xiaolong's group. These martial demon Emperor Palace's Grand Elders were all 6th Order Heavenly Monarch Realm Masters. Under their joint attacks, they could deal a heavy blow to a 7th Order Heavenly Monarch Realm Master. In a split second, the swarm of blood-gore fiends reached Huang Xiaolong, Su Baisheng, Xu Yong, and the others. Just as Xianxia was about to act upon seeing this, the swarm of blood-gore fiends exploded into a mist of blood and vanished without a trace all of a sudden. Both the Magic Shaman Emperor Palace and Martial Demon Emperor Palace's experts, the Demonic Python City's mayor, and 3 clans' experts were dumbfounded. What happened? Why did this happen? Obviously, that elephant had no time to react. But Xianxia, Su Baisheng, and the rest realized the reason almost immediately. There was only one person amongst them who was able to disperse those blood-gore fiends without a trace. Grand Mist Emperor Jiang Hong. Forget those blood-gore fiends. Even the attacks that were several hundred times more powerful than the combined attack from these 6th Order Heavenly Monarch Realm Grand Elders were nothing in front of Grand Mist Emperor Jiang Hong. He could eliminate these attacks with a single thought. While the several Martial Demon Emperor Palace's Grand Elders were still in a daze, Xianxia's kick landed on them. The Martial Demon Emperor Palace's Grand Elders exploded to their deaths in high air, including their godheads. After seeing the several Martial Demon Emperor Palace's Grand Elders' futile resistance that ended up with their deaths, hopeless despair gripped Tong Jiang, the Demonic Python City's mayor, and the remaining experts' hearts. Huang Xiaolong's Archdevil Supreme Godhead continued to devour Chun Xinda and Chui Wei's blood essences, true essences, and God Force. This amount was not something that the 3 clans' captain guards could compare with. Thus, it took Huang Xiaolong a bit more time to absorb these essences and energies into his body. Grand Mist Emperor Jiang Hong watched Huang Xiaolong in shock for the whole time. Huang Xiaolong's cultivation was just at the late 3rd Order God King realm. Someone with his level of cultivation dared to absorb 2 pinnacle Heavenly Monarch Realm Masters' blood essences, true essences, and God Force. On top of that, simultaneously, not to mention, these 2 masters were at the pinnacle of the Heavenly Monarch Realm. It would be overwhelming for a late 3rd Order God King Realm disciple to withstand the blood essence, true essence, and God Force of a God King Realm cultivator at the pinnacle. But the truth was right in front of him. Huang Xiaolong continued to devour Chun Xinda and Chui Wei's blood essences, true essences, and God Force, without any repercussions. Isn't this a bit too scary? This was the Grand Mist Emperor Jiang Hong's thoughts. On the other hand, the impact was far greater on the Magic Shaman Emperor Palace and Martial Demon Emperor Palace's experts. The fear in their hearts was reflected in their eyes. In truth, this was because Huang Xiaolong had refined the Netherworld King's Jade's 3rd restriction, obtaining the vast amount of darkness element energy from it, which had enabled Huang Xiaolong's Archdevil Supreme Godhead to evolve in the process. Otherwise, Huang Xiaolong wouldn't have been able to devour the blood essences, true essences, and God Force from Chun Xinda and Chui Wei's bodies as he was doing at that moment. Of course, another reason why Huang Xiaolong was capable of devouring Chun Xinda and Chui Wei's essences and God Force was due to his 3 King of Supreme Godheads and 3 avatars, who too had King of Supreme Godheads. Furthermore, Huang Xiaolong had the Chaos Golden Dragon Lightning Pool. Close to an hour later, Chun Xinda and Chui Wei were reduced to dried corpses. Huang Xiaolong's blood essence and God Force coursed vigorously through his body after devouring their energies. In the process, Huang Xiaolong's late 3rd Order God King Realm cultivation had risen to the peak late 3rd Order God King Realm. It was merely half a step from advancing to 4th Order God King Realm. Huang Xiaolong was inwardly delighted. This way, even if he failed to find the lower half of the Blood Eye Devil Steel, he still could break through to 4th Order God King Realm. Subsequently, Huang Xiaolong snapped fingers, and 2 wisps of divine fire burned away Chun Xinda and Chui Wei's corpses before he turned his attention towards the Demonic Python City's mayor, He Clan's patriarch, Tong Jiang, and the rest. "One person can live amongst you," Huang Xiaolong said suddenly. "One person can live." Xianxia, Su Baisheng, and the others were surprised but soon understood that Huang Xiaolong was leaving one person alive, so that person could return and report to the Magic Shaman Emperor Palace and Martial Demon Emperor Palace. He wanted the Magic Shaman Emperor Palace and Martial Demon Emperor Palace to send more experts after them. Half an hour later, the demonic Python City's mayor sped away. He was the one who had survived. Huang Xiaolong watched the demonic Python City's mayor fly away, then turned to Grand Mist Emperor Jiang Hong and said, "Senior brother, you won't blame me for letting that demonic Python City's mayor go, would you? Once that demonic Python City's mayor returns, the Magic Shaman Emperor Palace and Martial Demon Emperor Palace's wrath would descend upon them. It was more than likely that there would be Emperor Realm Masters pursuing them. In that case, Grand Mist Emperor Jiang Hong would get dragged into the water along with them. Would this make things difficult for Jiang Hong? After all, this would form a grudge between Jiang Hong and the Magic Shaman Emperor Palace and Martial Demon Emperor Palace's emperors." Jiang Hong naturally understood Huang Xiaolong's concerns. He grinned at Huang Xiaolong and said, "You still know how to be considerate towards your senior brother? Don't worry about it. It's merely a Magic Shaman Emperor Palace and Martial Demon Emperor realm. Don't mention them, even if you poke a hole through the heavens. Senior brother will take care of it for you. What can I do? I'm your senior brother." Warmth filled Huang Xiaolong's heart. "All right, stop loitering here. Xiaolong, didn't you want to go to the Scarlet Blood Mountain Range? Let's go now." The little cow interjected. "Senior Azure Cow, you all are planning to head to the Scarlet Blood Mountain Range?" Grand Mist Emperor Jiang Hong had not expected Scarlet Blood Mountain to be their destination. Huang Xiaolong nodded and said, "We are looking for something in the floating Twilight Land." Jiang Hong smiled. "Looking for something? Junior brother, you won't happen to be looking for the Grand Mist Aura here, right?" "In truth, I came to the floating Twilight Land to look for the Grand Mist Aura." "Grand Mist Aura?" Huang Xiaolong, Xianxia, and the rest exclaimed in surprise. "Senior brother, you mean there is a source of Grand Mist Aura in this floating Twilight Land?" Huang Xiaolong asked with anticipation. Jiang Hong spoke frankly as he nodded. "There likely is, but I can't be certain. In the last several 100 million years, I've been searching for clues of the Grand Mist Aura's whereabouts. Some time back, a treasure appeared in the floating Twilight Land and fell into the hands of an Emperor Palace's Grand Elder. That treasure was taken out for auction. There were faint traces of Grand Mist Aura on that treasure, which is why I surmised there might be a source of Grand Mist Aura in the floating Twilight Land." Huang Xiaolong couldn't help feeling surprised. Even though senior brother Jiang Hong was not 100% certain, there was a source of Grand Mist Aura in the floating Twilight Land, and judging from his tone, there was a 50% probability. "Senior brother, you told me about the Grand Mist Aura? Aren't you afraid that I would?" Huang Xiaolong hesitated before asking. Grand Mist Emperor Jiang Hong understood the meaning of Huang Xiaolong's question. He shook his head, then smiled and said, "The Grand Mist Aura existed even before the divine world came into being, but in these billions and billions of years, there has never been anyone other than you, junior brother, who has actually obtained and refined it. In short, something like the Grand Mist Aura, it is fated. It doesn't change anything even if I tell you." Though that may be the case, Huang Xiaolong was moved. Then, based on senior brother's estimation, the Grand Mist Aura could be in the floating Twilight Land's Scarlet Blood Mountain Range? Asked Huang Xiaolong. Jiang Hong nodded and went on. "Not really. Then again, even if the Grand Mist Aura is not at the Scarlet Blood Mountain Range, it is in the proximity. It's a place called the Ghost River." Ghost River. The little cow frowned when she heard that name. Huang Xiaolong looked at the little cow. Was there something special about this Ghost River? Was it more dangerous than the Scarlet Blood Mountain Range? The little cow explained. "The Ghost River is extremely strange. Those who have passed by the Ghost River have claimed hearing ghost calls, but they could not find the source of the noises. Moreover, in hundreds of millions of years, no less than 10 million experts have gone missing around the Ghost River, including the Emperor Realm Masters. Even Emperor Realm Masters have gone missing." Huang Xiaolong and the others were genuinely astonished hearing that. "Based on my judgment, There should be another independent space in the proximity of the Ghost River, but it's hard to find. The so-called ghost calls probably originate from this space, and the missing experts were probably swallowed by that space. The little cow went on, since Kiddo Jianghong says there is a source of Grand Mist aura around the Ghost River. I suspect that the Grand Mist aura is within that space. Jianghong nodded his head in agreement and said, Senior Azure Cow's opinion is the same as mine. Huang Xiaolong said to Jianghong, Senior brother, if truth be told, we're going to the Scarlet Blood Mountain Range to look for the Blood-Eye Devil Steel. Upon hearing Blood-Eye Devil Steel, Jianghong was nonchalant for a moment, then reacted with a shocked expression. You're talking about the Devil World's Blood-Eye Devil Steel, one of the Devil World's 6 Devil Steels? Huang Xiaolong had half expected Jianghong's shocked expression, so he explained, Yes, Senior brother. In truth, I have already obtained the Blood-Eye Devil Steel's upper half, and learned from its broken memories that the lower half of the steel fell somewhere in the floating Twilight Land. We thought it might possibly be at the Scarlet Blood Mountain Range, Black Flame's Devil Cave, Death God's Fortress, or the Martial Demon Emperor Palace headquarters Martial Demon Mountain. We planned to try the Scarlet Blood Mountain Range first. Since Grand Mist Emperor Jianghong had told him about the Grand Mist aura, Huang Xiaolong did not want to conceal the matter about the Blood-Eye Devil Steel from him. Moreover, he had already refined the upper half of the Blood-Eye Devil Steel. Thus, even if senior brother Jianghong managed to find the lower half, he wouldn't be able to refine it. Junior brother's luck is really good Jianghong said enviously after learning Huang Xiaolong had already obtained the upper half of the Blood-Eye Devil Steel. The Blood-Eye Devil Steel is a top-grade Grand Mist spiritual artifact personally refined by the Archdevil Lord. No other average top-grade Grand Mist spiritual artifact can be compared to it. Although Jianghong controlled the Divine World's #1 Emperor Palace while possessing the top-grade Grand Mist spiritual artifacts, he still couldn't help feeling a bout of envy. Let's go. We can talk on the way to the Scarlet Blood Mountain Range. The little cow interjected. Senior Azure Cow is right, junior brother. Let's make a move on. Jianghong agreed crisply. Sure. Huang Xiaolong, Jianghong, and the rest whistled over the forest, flying towards the deeper region of the floating Twilight Land. There was an indescribable feeling in Jianghong's heart as he watched Huang Xiaolong riding on the little cow. Anyone who knew what the little cow's identity was in the past would feel the same. Jianghong couldn't help wondering how his master would react to this sight. While Huang Xiaolong's group headed to the Scarlet Blood Mountain Range, the demonic Python City's mayor had fled back to the demonic Python City. By this time, the Magic Shaman Emperor Palace and Martial Demon Emperor Palace had received his message and already learned that the 2 hall masters Chunxinda and Cui Wei were killed by Huang Xiaolong. Furious roars shook the Magic Shaman Emperor Palace and Martial Demon Emperor Palace from top to bottom when they learned of the news. Inside a certain space within the Martial Demon Emperor Palace, there was a middle-aged man sitting cross-legged in the midst of giant dragons condensed from blood. These blood dragons were condensed from the middle-aged man's own blood chi, and each of these blood dragons exuded a powerful aura that was no weaker than the average high-level Emperor Realm Masters. This middle-aged man was none other than the Martial Demon Emperor Palace's Emperor, Mo Xiao. When Mo Xiao received the message and read it, he stilled with disbelief. A mere Fortune Emperor Palace's disciple who had just arrived at the floating Twilight Land had not only killed a disciple of his Martial Demon Emperor Palace, but also their Martial Demon Emperor Palace's Hall Master Cui Wei. His first reaction was denial, but when he read the rest of the message, it sounded even more unbelievable to him. This Fortune Emperor Palace's disciple actually has an Emperor Realm Master mount? A divine elephant at that. Since when did the Fortune Emperor Palace get so bullish? A mere disciple actually has an Emperor Realm mount. In the whole Martial Demon Emperor Palace, only he and several other ancestors possessed Emperor Realm mounts. In a flicker, Mo Xiao's figure disappeared into a blur. Half an hour later, inside the Martial Demon Emperor Palace's Great Hall, Mo Xiao sat on the main seat with an ugly expression as he looked at the gathered Martial Demon Emperor Palace's Hall Masters and Grand Elders. By now, he had confirmed that their Martial Demon Emperor Palace's Hall Master Cui Wei was dead. and the killer was merely a Fortune Emperor Palace's disciple. The several martial demon Emperor Palace's ancestors seated in a row on Mo Zhao's left and right sides looked gloomy and sullen as well. It had been a long time since someone with such a standing from their martial demon Emperor Palace had been killed. Everyone, what do you all think of this matter? Mo Zhao's voice broke the great hall's heavy atmosphere. Emperor, I'm willing to shoulder the responsibility of capturing the sinner to bring him back to the martial demon Emperor Palace. A muscular man standing in the front row spoke in a gruff voice. His eyes were filled with murderous gleam. This muscular man was the martial demon Emperor Palace's chief of Hall Master Zhang Rong, a peak late 6th Order Emperor Realm Master. It's merely an early 1st Order Emperor Realm 10,000 Elephant, so there is no need for the chief of Hall Masters to act personally. We two brothers are enough to capture him. At this time, one of the silver-haired identical twins standing behind Zhang Rong spoke up. These two identical young men were two of the most powerful among the many martial demon Emperor Palace's Hall Masters. Although their strengths were not at the same level as Zhang Rong, both were mid-level Emperor Realm Masters. One was called Wang Shuqin, a mid-5th Order Emperor Realm Master, and the other was called Wang Shuyu, a 4th Order Emperor Realm Master. However, how come an ordinary Fortune Emperor Palace's disciples has an Emperor Realm 10,000 Elephant mount? Isn't it strange? Ancestor Zhang Lu, who was sitting beside Mo Xiao, stated and frowned as he went on. Moreover, he dared to kill Cui Wei despite knowing Cui Wei's identity. Old man Zhang, you're being overly cautious. Another ancestor, Chun Kaiwen, sneered. Regardless of who it is or what kind of identity they have, since they dared to kill one of our hall masters, there is only one ending for this person: death. As the 6th-ranked Emperor Palace, since when has our martial demon Emperor Palace been afraid of anyone? Although our martial demon Emperor Palace has never been afraid of others or needs to be afraid of anyone, something is not right about this matter, Ancestor Zhang Lu insisted. Shaking his head, he added, anyways, there is nothing wrong in exercising caution. Is there a record of what happened at that time? The martial demon Emperor Mo Xiao questioned. Only the images of our disciple Ning Xiaoji being killed in demonic Python City. One of the hall masters stepped up and answered, and passed the stone jade with the recording to Mo Xiao. Mo Xiao received it and channeled a small amount of God Force into the stone jade. Immediately, bright lights shone out from the stone jade, through the roof to the sky outside. However, everyone present was baffled by the light images, which were blurry and indistinctive. They could not tell what was what, other than hearing a few screams. Faces in the great hall turned ugly at this result. Clearly, the recorded images had been tampered with. Who did it? Was it that Fortune Emperor Palace's disciple? But this recording was sent by the demonic Python City's mayor. How could that disciple tamper with it? The temperature around Mo Xiao plummeted sharply, as everyone felt like their martial demon Emperor Palace had been toyed with. Wang Shuqin and Wang Shuyu, take my order. Mo Xiao looked at the two silvered-haired young men from the dais. Bring back that 10,000 Elephant and Fortune Emperor Palace's disciple to me. Remember, I want them alive. As long as they are still breathing, I'm going to let them taste every punishment of the martial demon Emperor Palace. In Mo Xiao's opinion, Wang Shuqin and Wang Shuyu were more than sufficient to capture Huang Xiaolong and Xiangsun to bring them back to the martial demon Emperor Palace. For the rest of their group, kill them on the spot. Yes, please rest assured, Emperor. Wang Shuqin and Wang Shuyu both took a step forward and respectfully complied. Their sonorous voices reverberated in the great hall. After a quick salute, both retreated from the great hall and sped away, disappearing in the horizon. As Wang Shuqin and Wang Shuyu left the martial demon Emperor Palace and appeared at the demonic Python City's transmission array after an hour, the magic shaman Emperor Palace also sent Emperor Realm Masters to capture Huang Xiaolong and Xiangsun. The difference was that the magic shaman Emperor Palace had sent 4 Emperor Realm Masters to capture Huang Xiaolong and Xiangsun. 1 early 5th Order Emperor Realm Master, 1 mid-4th Order Emperor Realm Master, and 2 late 3rd Order Emperor Realm Masters. How long has it been since the last time the magic shaman Emperor Palace had made such a big move? sending 4 Emperor Realm Masters after someone. This clearly proved how furious the Magic Shaman Emperor Palace was. The 2 Emperor Palace's experts stepped out consecutively from the demonic Python City's transmission array. Wang Shuchen, Wang Shuyu, and the 4 Magic Shaman Emperor Palace's experts blanked momentarily when they saw each other. I wouldn't have guessed that the Magic Shaman Emperor Palace would actually send 4 Emperor Realm Masters to capture a mere Fortune Emperor Palace's disciple. It's truly unexpected. Wang Shuchen taunted. Same. The Martial Demon Emperor Palace's early 5th Order Emperor Realm Zhang Weijin retorted offhandedly. Wang Shuchen chuckled nonchalantly, then said, Zhang Weijin, do you think there's a need for you and your group with the 2 of us, me and my brother, here? I advise you better go back. The Magic Shaman Emperor Palace can't take any share of that kid and his 10,000 elephant mount. Zhang Weijin wasn't agitated at all as he flatly refuted, not necessarily. Then, we'll see who finds that kid first. Wang Shuchen sneered. He exchanged a glance with Wang Shuyu and the brothers sped away. The Martial Demon Emperor Palace has actually sent these 2 old monsters, Hall Master Hao Wei said as his eyebrows scrunched together. Hao Wei was one of the late 3rd Order Emperor Realm Masters from the Magic Shaman Emperor Palace. We must find that kid before they do, Zhang Weijin said solemnly. The other 3 nodded and all 4 disappeared from the transmission array in a blur. According to the scouts below, the Fortune Emperor Palace's disciple had headed towards the Scarlet Blood Mountain Range? The Scarlet Blood Mountain Range? Why is he going there? The Scarlet Blood Mountain Range has heavy blood chi, and also the territory of the demonic Blood Beast clan settlement. Why think so much what he's doing? We just need to capture and take him back to the Magic Shaman Emperor Palace before the Martial Demon Emperor Palace. I recently have had some success in cultivating an ancient divine beast art, enabling me to perceive the existences of divine beasts. We definitely can find them before the Martial Demon Emperor Palace. Zhang Weijin's group had amazing speed, traversing 100,000 li in a few breaths of time. Moments later, the 4 arrived at the forest where Huang Xiaolong's group had stopped earlier. It really is the aura left behind by an Emperor Realm 10,000 elephant. One of the Magic Shaman Emperor Palace's late 3rd Order Emperor Realm Hall Master stated as he looked at the large piece of destroyed forest. This 10,000 elephant is likely a peak late 1st Order Emperor Realm Master. Any one of us can capture him easily. The sect chief sending the 4 of us to capture this disciple and his mount. Seems like making a fuss over a small problem. My sentiments exactly. As they spoke, the 4 had already sped away from the forest. They were following the route Huang Xiaolong's group had passed through, getting closer and closer to Huang Xiaolong's group. They passed by here roughly an hour ago. There are still some faint traces of that 10,000 elephant. Zhang Weijin stopped when they were passing by a valley. He reached out with his hand and gathered a ball of faint aura. Just 1 hour back they were here. Based on that group speed, we're probably not far from them. We would be able to catch up with them in no time. Go! Zhang Weijin's group accelerated. As all 4 of them were Emperor Realm Masters, their bodies were able to merge with the void as they flew, without causing any fluctuations in the air. Half an hour later, the 4 reached a mountainous terrain. Zhang Weijin stopped again suddenly. There was a confused expression on his face because he had suddenly lost all traces of Huang Xiaolong's group at that spot. The other 3 were also baffled. What's going on? You guys are looking for us? A voice sounded as space rippled. Huang Xiaolong, the little cow Xiangxun, and the rest appeared. You! Zhang Weijin and his 3 companions were startled by Huang Xiaolong's group's sudden appearance. Judging from their attitudes, were they waiting for them here? How did Huang Xiaolong discover them? Zhang Weijin's gaze was sharp as blades as it swept over Huang Xiaolong and Xiangxun. But the more he looked, the more baffled he was. He was certain that Huang Xiaolong, the little cow, Su Baixing, and several others were merely God King Realm kids, and Xiangxun was the only Emperor Realm Master, though only a peak late 1st Order Emperor Realm Master. While Zhang Weijin was still confused, Grand Mist Emperor Jianghong spoke. Go back and tell Peng Yi. This matter ends here. Peng Yi was the Magic Shaman Emperor Palace's emperor's true name. In that instant, 4 pairs of eyes fell on the Grand Mist Emperor Jiang Hong. There was shock and astonishment in their eyes, as to why this nondescript middle-aged man knew their emperor's real name. Had the Fortune Emperor Fang Gon told them their emperor's name? Does that mean it was also Fang Gon's order for this group to come to the floating Twilight Land? Why did Fang Gon send them to the Scarlet Blood Mountain Range? At this time, one of the Magic Shaman Emperor Palace's Emperor Realm Masters, the Mid-Fourth Order Emperor Realm Hall Master, sneered at Jiang Hong. This matter ends here? What a big tone. Punk! Who do you think you are? How dare you address our emperor by name? Zhang Weijin's eyes narrowed as he asked, Did Fang Gon send you to the floating Twilight Land? Huang Xiaolong raised an eyebrow in surprise. Brother Zhang, to save future troubles, we should capture that kid and that elephant first? Niebin suggested. After all, the Martial Demon Emperor Palace is also targeting that kid and his elephant. Zhang Weijin nodded in agreement. All right, pay more attention. He vaguely felt something wasn't right. But Niebin laughed off his concern, saying, It's just a peak late First Order Emperor Realm elephant. His pupils needled, locking onto Huang Xiaolong and Xiang Sun. A while back I started practicing a new Chaos-grade divine art, and today's a great opportunity to try it out. Niebin's momentum soared as he said that. Clouds rolled and strong winds howled as their surroundings turned into a world of eternal ice. The surrounding mountainous terrains, ancient towering trees, every petal and blade of grass were all covered in ice. Imprint of the Ice Devil. Niebin spoke each word with deliberate slowness as he waved both of his arms. Heaven and earth's energies fluctuated, and streams of frigid qi slithered up to entangle Huang Xiaolong's group. Huang Xiaolong and the others could see space getting frozen wherever the streams of frigid qi passed through it. Layers and layers of ice was spreading in their direction at a shocking speed, encircling Huang Xiaolong's group from 6 directions. The Grand Mist Emperor Jiang Hong inwardly shook his head. Had these 4 Magic Shaman Emperor Palace's experts retreated when he had given them the chance, he wouldn't have needed to do anything. He preferred avoiding the conflict, but now he had no choice but to do something. As the dreadful frigid qi was getting closer, Jiang Hong raised a finger and lightly tapped in the air. A dust-sized glimmer of light expanded in the blink of an eye. Wherever the light touched, the ice shattered in that place, and the dreadful frigid qi disappeared without a trace. Zhang Weijin, Niebin, and the other 2 Magic Shaman Emperor Palace's masters' faces tightened. The light continued to expand rapidly, reaching the 4 people in a split second. The thought of escape appeared in their minds, but before they could respond, all of them disappeared into the light. A second later, the early 5th Order Emperor Realm Zhang Weijin and the other 3 tumbled down from the air miserably like broken-lined kites. 4 figures crashed to the mountainous terrains below, violently coughing up blood. Their brocade robes were in shreds, exposing their gory wounds. All 4 of them were Emperor Realm Masters, therefore, their physical bodies were strong and almost immortal. Due to this, their bodies wouldn't rot, as they possessed extraordinary healing ability. But that middle-aged man had actually broken through their body's defenses. On top of that, the wounds on their bodies were deteriorating, blood flowed out incessantly, as if their wounds could not heal. About a minute passed before these 4 people's injuries stopped deteriorating. But their bleeding did not stop. You! Zhang Weijin, Niebin, and the other 2 looked sharply at Jiang Hong. Who are you exactly? Who are you? Zhang Weijin's voice quivered. There was a sense of fear coming from his soul. Just a light tap of this man's finger had injured them to this degree. What kind of strength is this? High-level Emperor Realm? None of the high-level Emperor Realm Masters he recognized could do this. Moreover, even with his eyesight, he could not recognize what kind of chaos-grade divine art this middle-aged man had used. The only explanation he could think of was that this divine art must have been long lost for ages. Those were not just Zhang Weijin's thoughts, as his 3 companions had the same thoughts as well. On the other hand, Wang Shuqin and Wang Shuyu of Martial Demon Emperor Palace had arrived just in time to witness the scene of Zhang Weijin's group crash to the ground. with blood flowing out incessantly. The twin brothers shuddered and hastened to hide in the void, not daring to show their faces. Their hearts thumped madly, threatening to jump out from their chests. "Who am I?" Zhang Hong spoke softly in an indifferent voice. "Who I am is not important here." His gaze glanced directly somewhere in the void above, before continuing. "Since both of you are here as well, why don't you come out?" Even though Wang Shuchen and Wang Shuyu were well hidden, they could not escape Zhang Hong's detection. At a glance, Zhang Hong already knew where they were hiding. Wang Shuchen and Wang Shuyu's hearts jumped to their throats being pointed out by Zhang Hong. However, the brothers remained silent, thinking that the middle-aged man was probably talking about someone else. Both were quite confident in their concealing technique. Seeing this, Zhang Hong lightly tapped his finger in the air. There were no ripples of energy, but Wang Shuchen and Wang Shuyu felt like a chaos mountain had slammed into them, plummeting them to the ground. Like Zhang Weijin's group, the twin brothers were also coughing up blood violently. Zhang Weijin, Nie Bin, and the other two were dumbfounded by this sight. Wang Shuchen was a mid-fifth order Emperor Realm Master with amazing battle strength, comparable to a peak late 5th order Emperor Realm Master, yet Wang Shuchen had failed to withstand one finger tap of that person. Zhang Hong ignored the fearful gazes falling on him. He lazily clasped his hands behind his back and said, "Go back. Tell Mo Shao and Peng Yi that this matter ends here. I've spared your lives this time, but if you send any more people after us..." A cold light glinted in Zhang Hong's eyes as he stressed, "You will die." If the Martial Demon Emperor Palace and Magic Shaman Emperor Palace remained obstinate in pursuing them, then whatever the consequences, they should not blame him. When Zhang Hong finished speaking, a feeling of death enshrouded Wang Shuchen, Wang Shuyu, and Zhang Weijin's group, sending a chill deep into their hearts. "Leave now," said Zhang Hong. Wang Shuchen, Zhang Weijin, and the other four were clearly relieved, feeling like they had just escaped death. None of the 6 people dared to say a word, as they swiftly turned and fled out of sight. "Kiddo Grand Mist, you're the same as in the past, still maintaining a benevolent heart." The little cow shook her head as she watched the 6 figures disappear in the horizon, and questioned, "Do you think the Martial Demon Emperor Palace and Magic Shaman Emperor Palace would stop pursuing us because of this? With Mo Shao and Peng Yi's sinister traits, they won't stop. If it was up to me, I'd have split those 6 scumbags. Maybe then, Mo Shao and Peng Yi would have considered stopping." The Grand Mist Emperor Zhang Hong smiled, wryly listening to the little cow's words, and responded, "Senior Azure Cow is right." Although Zhang Hong could understand that the little cow was reasonable in what she said, he still followed his heart. "Senior brother, your appearance right now is not your real face, is it?" A question suddenly popped out of Huang Xiaolong's mouth. Although the Grand Mist Emperor Zhang Hong rarely appeared in public, still, people like Wang Shuchen and Zhang Weijin should have recognized him if not for his disguise. Moreover, Zhang Hong's current face was too ordinary. Zhang Hong was the emperor of the Divine World's #1 Emperor Palace Force, and such a person cannot look so nondescript. Zhang Hong nodded and smiled. "This indeed is not my true face." Zhang Hong's body glimmered as his physical features changed before everyone's eyes, turning into an elegant and graceful dashing middle-aged man. His eyebrows reached his temples, and his eyes were bright akin to starry nights. He was exuding an innate kingly bearing that seemed gentle at the same time. "Kiddo Grand Mist, you're growing prettier by the day," the little cow commented in a gleeful voice. "Pretty?" Everyone nearly took a tumble. Even Zhang Hong was speechless by her words. "Let's move on then. We've been delayed long enough by people from the Magic Shaman Emperor Palace and Martial Demon Emperor Palace. If we keep getting delayed like this, when will we reach the Scarlet Blood Mountain Range?" the little cow said as she ignored everyone's gazes. Thus, Huang Xiaolong's group continued flying onwards to the Scarlet Blood Mountain Range. Several hours later, inside the Martial Demon Emperor Palace's Great Hall, Mo Shao as well as the many Martial Demon Emperor Palace's experts had incredulous expressions on their faces staring at Wang Shuchen and Wang Shuyu's injuries. A mid-5th Order Emperor Realm Master and a late 4th Order Emperor Realm Master went to capture Fortune Emperor Palace's disciple but returned with injuries. Heavy injuries. The kind that coughs up blood. What the heck is going on? Mo Xiao took a deep breath to calm his shock before asking Wang Shuqin and Wang Shuyu, replying to the Emperor by that Fortune Emperor Palace's disciple's side. Other than that peak late 1st Order Emperor Realm Elephant, there is another high-level Emperor Realm Master. Wang Shuqin frankly reported without delay. What? Martial Demon Emperor Palace's Hall Masters and Grand Elders were all dumbfounded, including Mo Xiao as well as the several ancestors. Although quite a few Emperor Realm Masters could be found within Divine World's Emperor Palace forces, high-level Emperor Realm Masters were scarce. But to their surprise, Wang Shuqin was telling them that Huang Xiaolong was accompanied by an unknown high-level Emperor Realm Fortune Emperor Palace's disciple. Are you sure that this person you are mentioning is a high-level Emperor Realm Master? Mo Xian asked again with an extremely doubtful tone. Even though this unknown person had managed to injure Wang Shuqin and Wang Shuyu, he could still be a late 6th Order or peak late 6th Order Emperor Realm, right? There was a big gap in strength between peak late 6th Order Emperor Realm and a high-level Emperor Realm. Wang Shuqin understood what Mo Xiao was implying, thus affirmed again. Replying to the Emperor, that person is absolutely a high-level Emperor Realm Master, to be precise, not just any average high-level Emperor Realm. That's right. Definitely not an average high-level Emperor Realm. Beside Wang Shuqin, Wang Shuyu reiterated firmly. He shuddered, recalling the experience earlier from that day. Not an average high-level Emperor Realm. The others were genuinely astonished upon seeing both Wang Shuqin and Wang Shuyu stress it over and over again. Both of you are certain, aren't you? The Martial Demon Emperor Palace's ancestor Zhang Lu couldn't help asking. We are Ancestor Zhang Lu because that person injured us to this degree with just one move. We were powerless to resist. In fact, we had no chance to resist at all. Wang Shuqin recalled with apprehension. When we arrived on the scene, we witnessed it as he sent the Magic Shaman Emperor Palace's Zhang Weijin, Niebin, and 2 others flying with one move. Another wave of shock spread across the Great Hall. The Magic Shaman Emperor Palace sent Zhang Weijin and Niebin? The Martial Demon Emperor Palace's ancestor Chun Kaiwen asked urgently. That is so. Zhang Weijin and Niebin's group of 4 had managed to catch up to that group before us. When we were still quite some distance away, we saw that person lightly tap his finger in the air. Following that, we could see a light spreading out, heavily injuring Zhang Weijin, Niebin, and the rest. Both of us were alarmed. Thus we executed the Chaos-grade divine art, the Concealing Shadows law, to hide ourselves. But that person pinpointed our location at a single glance. One tap of his finger and both of us ended up with severe injuries like Zhen Weijin's group. Wang Shuqin's voice quivered. He didn't need to speak the rest of the words. The Martial Demon Emperor Palace's Hall Masters and Grand Elders felt coldness spread through their limbs. The Martial Demon Emperor Palace's ancestor Zhang Lu broke the heavy silence. With that kind of strength, it's really not what an average high-level Emperor Realm could have done. I think it's possible that this person is a late 7th Order Emperor Realm, or even early 8th Order Emperor Realm. He, Zhang Lu, was merely a late 7th Order Emperor Realm Master. How do the others see this matter? Mo Xiao's gaze swept over the Great Hall and asked in a solemn voice. Replying to him was a prolonged silence. They were still registering one point. A Fortune Emperor Palace's disciple has 2 Emperor Realm Masters by his side. What could they say about this matter? Not to mention, one of them was not your average high-level Emperor Realm Master. No one dared to voice their opinions recklessly. When a matter involving high-level Emperor Realm Masters was out for discussion, even the top 10 Emperor Palaces needed to weigh the consequences twice. Sect Chief, I think it's better we let this matter rest. The first to speak was Ancestor Zhang Lu. Forget it? And let our Hall Master Cui Wei die in vain. Ancestor Chun Kaiwen's expression was extremely gloomy and cold. Cui Wei was his personal disciple. More importantly, his personal disciple Cui Wei had a high hope of breaking through to Emperor Real within 100,000 years. But he was actually killed by that Fortune Emperor Palace's disciple. Sect Chief, I agree with Zhang Lu's suggestion. Let this matter rest here. Another ancestor, Zhao Mingchen, stated his opinion. A Fortune Emperor Palace's disciple with 2 Emperor Realm Masters by his side is abnormally strange. I agree with Brother Chun on this. This matter cannot be forgotten just like this. The death of Hall Master Cui Wei is likely to have spread throughout the floating Devil Land. If there is no reasonable conclusion to this matter, how would other forces' disciples in this floating Twilight Land view our martial Demon Emperor Palace? How will we be able to maintain control and order in floating Twilight Land? Another ancestor, Yen Kong, harumphed with dissatisfaction. Yes, that group must be captured. It's merely one high-level Emperor Realm Master. What if this becomes a precedent to others that any high-level Emperor Realm can come and kill our martial Demon Emperor Palace's Hall Master or Grand Elder? Will we endure that as well? Ancestor Chun Haixin questioned. The other 4 ancestors voiced their opinions in turns. Apart from Zhang Lu and Zhao Mingchen, the remaining 7 of Martial Demon Emperor Palace's ancestors unitedly agreed to capture Huang Xiaolong and Xiang Sun. The matter could not be laid to rest just like that. After hearing the ancestors' opinions, Mo Xiao looked at Wang Shuqin and Wang Shuyu again and asked, "Did that person say anything?" Wang Shuqin did not dare to conceal anything, thus answered frankly. That person said, "Go back. Tell Mo Xiao and Peng Yi that this matter ends here. I've spared your lives, but the next time you will die." Wang Shuqin imitated the same tone the Grand Mist Emperor Zhang Hong had used, with the same kind of inborn domineering quality, as well as Zhang Hong's bearing, standing at the top of all living beings. The martial Demon Emperor Palace's experts were immediately enraged. What a brazen tone! I wonder if he has the strength to back up his tone. Chun Kaiwen is waiting to see. Ancestor Chun Kaiwen roared as he stood up from his seat. He looked at Mo Xiao and said, "Sect Chief, I'll do it myself. I'll go and capture them myself." Chun Kaiwen's cultivation realm was at the early of 9th Order Emperor realm, thus he was more than confident that he alone was enough to capture Huang Xiaolong and Xiang Sun. At the same time, he could also avenge his personal disciple Cui Wei. "Sect Chief, I'll go with Brother Chun." The mid-8th Order Emperor realm ancestor Yen Kong also stood up. Mo Xiao nodded. He was assured that Chun Kaiwen and Yen Kong would be able to deal with this matter. At this time, Wang Shuqin took a hesitated step forward and spoke tentatively. "Sect Chief, about that Fortune Emperor Palace's disciple, he might be the same Fortune Emperor Palace's disciple that defeated the Fiend God Emperor Palace's disciple Wang Yongxin, that Huang Xiaolong." "What, Huang Xiaolong? That king of supreme Godhead disciple?" Gasps of shock echoed in the Great Hall. It was no secret now that the Fortune Emperor Palace had a king of supreme Godhead disciple. The martial Demon Emperor Palace naturally knew about this. "Are you certain that this Fortune Emperor Palace's disciple is the king of supreme Godhead Huang Xiaolong?" Mo Xiao asked with a hint of urgency. Wang Shuqin nodded but said, "This subordinate is not absolutely certain. There is a 90% chance that this disciple is Huang Xiaolong. It is said that Fortune Emperor Palace's disciple Huang Xiaolong has an azure-colored cow, and that kid is also riding on an azure-colored cow. However, this subordinate does not understand why would there be a high-level Emperor Realm Master by his side. Could that middle-aged man be Fang Gon in disguise?" "Fang Gon?" Mo Xiao shook his head and firmly refuted. "Not possible. Fang Gon guards the Fortune Emperor Palace and would not leave unless absolutely necessary. It is more impossible that he would be accompanying Huang Xiaolong to the floating Twilight Land." On second thought, Mo Xiao stood from his seat and stated, "This emperor will go personally to verify this." "Emperor!" Wang Shuqin, the chief of Hall Masters, and Grand Elders all looked at Mo Xiao with worry and shock, including Chun Kaiwen and Yen Kong. "Sect Chief, it's enough that the 2 of us are going." Ancestor Chun Kaiwen quickly dissuaded. Mo Xiao shook his head and said with determination, "I'll go personally. It has been a long time since I have made a move. It is high time the floating Twilight Land and other forces in the divine world get a glimpse of my strength. I hope that middle-aged man won't disappoint me." "Sect Chief, even though that middle-aged man is a high-level Emperor Realm Master, it is not necessary for Sect Chief to act personally." Ancestor Yen Kong went on to add, Brother Chan and I are more than sufficient. Yes, sect chief. Ancestor Zhang Lu and the others stood up to persuade Mo Xiao. Then let's do it. I'll go. Chun Kaiwen and Yen Kong will follow as well. Mo Xiao suggested after seeing everyone's reaction. Ancestor Zhang Lu, Ancestor Zhao Mingchen, and others still wanted to dissuade Mo Xiao from going, but Mo Xiao raised his hand, stopping them from speaking. Enough, I have decided. The rest of you wait here for my news. The three of us will return in no time. Yes, sect chief. Zhang Lu, Zhao Mingchen, and the rest could only comply respectfully. Let's go, Mo Xiao said to Chun Kaiwen and Yen Kong. Chun Kaiwen and Yen Kong both answered, yes. In the next instant, Mo Xiao's figure disappeared from the great hall. Looking at the place where Mo Xiao, Chun Kaiwen, and Yen Kong had stood moments ago, Ancestor Zhang Lu had an indescribable feeling of unease, as if something unfavorable was going to happen to them. Zhang Lu was frowning as he said to Zhao Mingchen and the others, there is a nagging feeling of unease in me, as if something bad is going to happen. This feeling is similar to the one I had felt during the Divine World's catastrophe. Zhang Lu, I think you've cultivated too much until issues come out, don't you think? The sect chief is acting personally. What is there to be worried about? How many people are a match against our sect chief in this divine world? Our sect chief has long broken through to late 10th Order Emperor realm. Other than those few people, no one can be considered as worthy opponents to our sect chief. Other ancestors shook their heads with a faint smile, as all of them silently agreed that Zhang Lu was worrying needlessly. Zhang Lu's brows were still locked in a deep frown, but he kept silent. At this time, Mo Xiao, Chun Kaiwen, and Yen Kong had long left the martial demon emperor palace's headquarters mountain, appearing somewhere above the Wraith Sea. Countless wraiths roamed in this Wraith Sea that was enshrouded in dense ghost chi. The moment the three of them appeared, wraiths pounced on them with bared fangs. Seemingly without any movements, devil symbols appeared on the surface of Mo Xiao's body. These devil symbols merely quivered, and all of the wraiths coming at them fell like locusts. From afar, it looked like wraiths were raining from the sky. Let's go! There was nothing but cold indifference in Mo Xiao's eyes as he spoke to Chun Kaiwen and Zhao Mingchen. As Mo Xiao, Chun Kaiwen, and Zhao Mingchen flew across the Wraith Sea, wraiths kept disappearing. Congratulations to Sect Chief for reaching perfection in the demonic dragon blood art. Chun Kaiwen, who was following behind Mo Xiao, compliment. With Sect Chief's strength, we can easily suppress the Fiend God Emperor Palace. That's right. The Fiend God Emperor Palace's Fiend God Emperor is no longer a match against Sect Chief. Yen Kong also complimented Mo Xiao. Mo Xiao let out a hearty laughter, and his laughter rumbled in the high heavens. I'm really tempted to go find Old Man Fiend God for a little sparring after hearing your words. In the battle that year, my Blood Dragon Devil art had not reached perfection, hence, I had lost by half a move to Old Man Fiend God. Recalling that battle, my heart still feels unwilling to accept the defeat. Over 20 million years ago, when the Fiend God Emperor Palace was in the midst of unifying all the Emperor Palaces, the Fiend God Emperor Palace had also encroached into the floating Twilight Land, provoking Mo Xiao's wrath. The Fiend God Emperor and Mo Xiao had fought a big battle. The two had fought for several days and nights in the deeper region of floating Twilight Land, but Mo Xiao had suffered a defeat by half a move. Even though Mo Xiao had lost in that battle with a lot of injuries, the Fiend God Emperor had not fared any better either. As the Martial Emperor Palace and Magic Shaman Emperor Palace had banded together, they had managed to force the Fiend God Emperor Palace to give up on the floating Twilight Land. As Mo Xiao, Chun Kaiwen, and Yen Kong chattered along the way, they had already traversed over 10,000 li. At their flying speed, they didn't need to rely on the transmission array as their speed was faster than the inland transmission array's speed. Soon, the three reached the forest where Huang Xiaolong's group had spent time earlier, where Huang Xiaolong had killed the Martial Demon Emperor Palace's Hall Master Cui Wei. The three figures stopped in midair, looking at the forest floor where they could still spot Cui Wei and Chan Xinda's bloodstains. With a wave of Chun Kaiwen's hand, bloodstains belonging to Cui Wei floated into the air, and under the support of Chun Kaiwen's god force, Chui Wei's blood merged and seemingly came to life, as it wailed like a resentful spirit. This was also an ancient chaos divine art called soul-gathering law. However, the soul-gathering law was not easy to cultivate. The cultivator was required to stay on an ancient battlefield, absorbing the ancient soul essence chi lingering on the ancient battlefield. It was not easy to endure this ancient soul essence chi, especially for more than 10,000 years. Otherwise, the cultivator would fail to succeed in cultivating the divine art. Chui Wei, rest assured, Master knows. Master would avenge you for sure with my own hands. I'll reap your killer's life and burn his soul as an offering to you. Chun Kaiwen promised with a gleam of cold light in his eyes. Only then did the pool of blood cease its wailing. Come on. Just as Mo Xiao and his group were about to resume their chase to catch up with Huang Xiaolong's group, streaks of light appeared behind them, as several figures came flying from the direction of the demonic Python city. Their leader was a burly middle-aged man with strange features. This burly middle-aged man had an abnormally big head, twice the size of an average man, and 2 very long arms and legs. There were 2 poisonous black lizards wrapped around each of his arms. These 2 poisonous black lizards were a daunting sight with their glowing green eyes, glaring crimson-colored tongues that stuck out now and then, and complex green patterns running down the length of their bodies. Mo Xiao's actions halted as he saw this group of people. Chun Kaiwen and Yen Kong were also surprised by the arrival of this group. This was because this group's leader was none other than the Magic Shaman Emperor Palace's Emperor Peng Yi, who was being accompanied by 3 of the Magic Shaman Emperor Palace's ancestors. It truly was a shock that the Magic Shaman Emperor Palace's Emperor Peng Yi had come personally. Peng Yi and his group were just as surprised seeing Mo Xiao, Chun Kaiwen, and Yen Kong. In the blink of an eye, the 2 groups of people were standing face to face. Brother Mo Xiao, it is really surprising that this matter has alerted you to the extent that you have come personally. If I remembered right, Brother Mo Xiao, you have not taken any matters into your own hands since that battle with the fiend god emperor. Peng Yi spoke first, smiling at Mo Xiao like they were 2 good OL friends. Even though the 2 forces' disciples squabbled occasionally, Peng Yi and Mo Xiao could be considered on good terms, especially after that time when the fiend god Emperor Palace had attempted to encroach into their floating twilight land. Mo Xiao smiled in return as he said, "Isn't Brother Peng Yi the same as me? Who would have thought that we would be working together again after so long?" Peng Yi laughed. "We might not need to do anything at all. I mainly came because I'm curious about that Fortune Emperor Palace's disciple's identity and that middle-aged man." Mo Xiao nodded his head. Then his gaze stopped on the 2 poisonous black lizards as he said, "Brother Peng Yi's 2 desolate blossoming hearts toxic lizards are growing prettier by the day. They probably have reached mid-level Emperor realm strength, haven't they?" Peng Yi smiled and replied, "Really? Nothing can escape Brother Mo Xiao's eyes. Since Brother Peng Yi is also here, shall we go together?" "My intentions exactly." The 2 groups flew off together in the blink of an eye. If that Fortune Emperor Palace's disciple learns that 2 great emperors are coming for him, he would probably piss in his pants in fright. On the way, Chun Kaiwen made a joke. Everyone snickered happily in agreement. More than piss his pants, his soul will probably fly away. Yen Kong chimed in. Half an hour later, Mo Xiao, Peng Yi, and the rest stopped above a small river. They had stopped here for some time around this river. One of the Magic Shaman Emperor Palace's ancestor Zhou Kefan pointed at the footprints by the riverside. "They are still in the mood to stop and enjoy the sights?" Chun Kaiwen sneered coldly and added, "With our speed, we should be able to catch up with them in 10 minutes or so." Mo Xiao, Peng Yi, and the rest sped away once again. Roughly 10 minutes later, Mo Xiao and Peng Yi's group saw Huang Xiaolong's group in the air. When Mo Xiao, Peng Yi, and the other 5 looked out and saw Huang Xiaolong's group, they couldn't help but increase their pace. Seemingly able to feel the murderous aura behind them, the little cow said to Jiang Hong, "Kiddo Grandmist, remember when I said that with Mo Xiao and Peng Yi's personality, they wouldn't give up after a little setback? Looks like I was right." Jiang Hong forced out a smile and couldn't find a way to retort. Senior Azure Cow is right. Since they had already sensed Mo Xiao and Peng Yi's presence, Huang Xiaolong wasn't in a rush to leave. They simply stopped in their tracks. The little cow could no longer hold herself back, and she cursed, "God damn it! Even the journey to the Scarlet Blood Mountain Range is filled with disruptions. I bet we'll be able to find the second part of the Blood-Eye Devil Steel there." Huang Xiaolong turned and smacked the little cow on the head. "What if we don't? Stop jinxing it." The little cow was startled by the sudden strike to its head. Opening its mouth, a cackle escaped her lips. "Hee hee hee. If we don't find it, reward me with a piece of Grand Mist spiritual pill." Huang Xiaolong was struck speechless by the little cow's shameless behavior. This damn cow. A top-grade chaos spiritual pill was extremely rare even in the divine world. A pill would occasionally appear in auctions, but the damn cow really had a big appetite. She even wanted a Grand Mist spiritual pill. "Get lost," Huang Xiaolong said as he rolled his eyes at her. As soon as the words left his lips, Mo Xiao, Peng Yi, and the other 5 arrived before them. Instead of taking the chance to start the battle, they stared at Huang Xiaolong's group. They were especially interested in Huang Xiaolong, Xiangsun, and Jiang Hong. After all, Xiangsun was a divine beast and Jiang Hong was a high-level Emperor Realm Master. It was too bad Jiang Hong had already changed back into the nondescript middle-aged man, and they weren't able to recognize him. As for the aura he emitted, he limited it to the late 7th Order Emperor realm. The more Mo Xiao looked at Jiang Hong, the deeper his suspicion became. Have I seen him somewhere before? He seems extremely familiar, but where? Where have I seen him before? Scanning through his memories, he failed to recall the time when he saw the disguised Jiang Hong. At that moment, Chun Kaiwen was already speaking to them as he shot Xiangsun and Huang Xiaolong an icy-cold glare. "So, you're the ones who killed my disciple." As soon as he spoke, his murderous intent soared, and it resembled crashing waves as it smashed towards Huang Xiaolong and the others. "Who are you talking about? What disciple? I don't know what you're saying." Huang Xiaolong shook his head. Seeing as Huang Xiaolong was messing with him, Chun Kaiwen's anger reached a new high. "My disciple is Cui Wei, the Hall Master of the Martial Demon Emperor Palace. He is my personal disciple. Initially, he had hopes of breaking into the Emperor realm in the next 100,000 years. Because of you." Before he could finish his sentence, Chun Kaiwen clenched his fists, and a terrifying amount of devil chi emerged from them. "Oh, yeah, I remember now. I killed both him and the Magic Shaman Emperor Palace's Hall Master," Huang Xiaolong declared with an indifferent expression. When they heard Huang Xiaolong's confession, everyone from the Magic Shaman Emperor Palace and the Martial Demon Emperor Palace raged. Their killing intent soared to the skies. "Master, let me fight. I will apprehend this little brat for you." Chun Kaiwen could no longer hold himself back. Despite Chun Kaiwen's plea, Mo Xiao remained indifferent. "There's no need to rush." After he spoke, he turned to Peng Yi and chuckled. "Brother Peng Yi, do you still have anything you wish to ask them?" Peng Yi started to laugh as well. "Since that is the case, I will no longer be standing on ceremony. I'll do the questioning." Turning to face Huang Xiaolong, he continued, "Are you really the Fortune Emperor Palace's disciple?" "That's right." Huang Xiaolong nodded. "So you really are the Fortune Emperor Palace's disciple, Huang Xiaolong?" His eyes shined bright and his gaze didn't leave Huang Xiaolong's body. "King of Supreme Godhead." Mo Xiao, Chun Kaiwen, Yen Kong, and the others fixed their gaze on Huang Xiaolong as they awaited his reply. Peng Yi voiced out the question in everyone's heart. Everyone knew the significance of the King of Supreme Godhead. It seemed as though Peng Yi had already guessed Huang Xiaolong's identity. "That's right. I am Huang Xiaolong." Despite facing everyone present, Huang Xiaolong was able to remain calm, and there wasn't the slightest ripple of expression on his face as he confirmed his identity. "I have nothing to hide anyway." If they really wanted to verify his identity, with the influence and prestige of the Martial Demon Emperor Palace and the Magic Shaman Emperor Palace, they would be able to dig out his identity before long. Hearing the confirmation from Huang Xiaolong himself, all 7 of them became stunned for a second. Indeed, This black-haired youngster was Huang Xiaolong, the disciple of the king of Supreme Godhead of the Fortune Emperor Palace. In the next instant, all of their eyes turned bloodshot. King of Supreme Godhead. It could be said that anyone with a king of Supreme Godhead possessed extremely good luck. Even though they couldn't directly swallow the king of Supreme Godhead, they could make use of a secret technique from the ancient chaos demonic sect to devour Huang Xiaolong's soul. After fusing with the soul extracted from Huang Xiaolong, a part of his fortune would be theirs. Everyone present was Emperor Realm experts. With their long years of cultivation and experience, they realized the importance of fortune and luck. Suppressing the bubbling excitement in their heart, Mo Xiao whispered under his breath, "Brother Peng Yi, hand Huang Xiaolong over to my martial demon emperor palace. You can have the elephant. How does that sound? Of course, my martial demon emperor palace can even give you a mid-grade chaos spiritual vein." Everyone present fell dumbstruck when they heard his conditions. Even a low-tier chaos spirit vein could be considered a treasure in the divine world. Even in some mega auctions, something like that wouldn't appear easily. As for a mid-grade chaos spiritual vein, it was someone one couldn't dream of getting even if they tried to exchange 10 low-tier chaos spirit veins for it. Right now, Mo Xiao was actually casually throwing out a mid-grade chaos spirit vein as one of the conditions for Peng Yi to hand Huang Xiaolong over to them. Too bad for him, Peng Yi dashed his wishful thinking in the next second. 1? That's too little. I want 2 mid-grade chaos spiritual veins. 2 mid-grade chaos spirit veins. In Peng Yi's opinion, using 2 mid-grade chaos spirit veins to trade for the king of Supreme Godhead was a good bargain. As his brows furrowed together, Mo Xiao turned to look at Huang Xiaolong. After a short while, a light flashed through his eyes and he nodded his head. Fine. He heard from somewhere that Huang Xiaolong possessed a variant Emperor Godhead, and it would be extremely beneficial for him, as he would be able to push his Blood Dragon Devil art to the next level. That's right. Brother Mo Xiao is really a straightforward person. Peng Yi laughed. Mo Xiao didn't bother explaining himself. He pulled out a spatial ring and threw it towards Peng Yi. Sweeping his divine sense through it, Peng Yi saw 2 streams of silver spirit veins and nodded his head in satisfaction. Turning his head, Mo Xiao nodded at Chen Kaiwen. The negotiations were over and they could finally make their move. However, Huang Xiaolong had other plans as he chuckled in embarrassment towards Zhang Hong. Senior, about those mid-grade chaos spirit veins, how does splitting it up evenly sound? Zhang Hong was stunned for a second, but he eventually agreed with candid laughter. Since you've already made plans to split them up, can I refuse? Mo Xiao, Chen Kaiwen, Peng Yi, and the others were struck silly. Chen Kaiwen couldn't help himself as he broke out into rambunctious laughter. Before long, roaring laughter echoed through the air. Even though the 2 heads weren't laughing, they shook their head to express their amusement at Huang Xiaolong's words. In the divine world, there weren't many people who could act so arrogantly under their noses. Little brat, you're about to lose your life. How dare you even think of snatching the spirit veins from right under our noses? Chen Kaiwen said while catching his breath. You should be thinking about how to beg for mercy later on. However, even if Fanggon appears, he won't be able to save you. As soon as the last word left his mouth, the aura around him changed. The might of an early 9th Order Emperor Realm expert burst forth and rushed towards Huang Xiaolong. Without warning, Chen Kaiwen shot out a claw at Huang Xiaolong. Along with his strike, seemingly endless devil chi rushed out of his body and swallowed everyone in its path. Under the suppression of Chen Kaiwen's early 9th Order Emperor Realm strength, even Xianxia, who was at the peak late 1st Order Emperor Realm, couldn't muster the strength to resist. After all, the difference in cultivation between them was too large. If Xianxia was facing someone at the late 3rd Order Emperor Realm instead, there could have been a possibility of fighting back. However, the difference between him and someone at the early 9th Order Emperor Realm was too large. The difference in their strength was like the difference between heaven and earth. No, in fact, the difference in their strength spanned several heavens and earths. It was an insurmountable gap. Chen Kaiwen's plan was to take Huang Xiaolong down before dealing with Zhang Hong. As for Xianxia, he would leave him to the members of the Magic Shaman Emperor Palace. In just an instant, Chun Kaiwen's attack arrived before Huang Xiaolong. Suddenly, a golden light shrouded the area and several tiny golden dragons emerged from Huang Xiaolong's body. With a ferocious grunt from the golden dragons, a terrifying aura emerged. Chun Kaiwen's seemingly insurmountable devil chi showed signs of being pushed back. Everyone became shocked at the sudden change in situation. No one expected the peak late Third Order God King realm Huang Xiaolong to be able to burst out with such terrifying might. Chun Kaiwen blanked out for a second, but his expression changed in the next moment. The devil chi rushing back at him was much stronger than the one he had sent out. Demonic light! Chun Kaiwen yelled out in reflex. He didn't hesitate. Using all the devil chi he could muster, he turned himself into a gigantic devil. Intense rays of black light rushed out of his body and covered his surroundings. The instant he completed his transformation, the backlash of devil energy came crashing down upon him. Despite how mighty and sturdy the giant devil looked, it wasn't strong enough to withstand Huang Xiaolong's counterattack. It exploded all of a sudden and a wave of devil chi smashed into Chun Kaiwen's body. Boom! Chun Kaiwen spat out a mouthful of black blood, and the devil chi around his body dissipated. Everything happened too suddenly, and everyone from the two emperor palaces were stunned silly. Even Mo Xiao and Peng Yi stared with their mouths agape at the bloody Chun Kaiwen as he was flung far into the distance. They couldn't believe their eyes. How is this possible? This single thought ran through the minds of all the members of the emperor palaces. It became so silent that one could hear a pin drop, and the wind seemed to turn a little colder. An elder of the martial demon emperor palace, Yen Kong, swallowed his saliva forcefully, and he turned to look at Huang Xiaolong. As though everyone received a signal, their gaze landed on Huang Xiaolong. The Fortune Emperor Palace's disciple, Huang Xiaolong, a peak late Third Order God King realm expert, sent an early Ninth Order Emperor realm expert flying. No matter how they looked at it, Huang Xiaolong was a peak late Third Order God King realm expert. After staring in shock for several seconds, Mo Xiao turned his gaze to Zhang Hong, who was behind Huang Xiaolong. Peng Yi reacted quickly as well. Both of their gazes landed on Zhang Hong at the same time. "It's you!" Their alarmed cry sounded out at the same time. Hearing Mo Xiao and Peng Yi's yell, everyone couldn't help but turn to look at Zhang Hong. When they noticed his strength, all of them were shocked beyond belief. They could feel the strength of a late Seventh Order Emperor coming from him. No matter how they thought about it, even if Zhang Hong was helping Huang Xiaolong, they wouldn't be Chun Kaiwen's opponent. Moreover, the power they just felt was something that could only come from a 10th Order Emperor realm expert. Also, Zhang Hong hadn't moved a single muscle since the start of the confrontation. They were sure no one other than Huang Xiaolong had made a move. In fact, even Mo Xiao and Peng Yi weren't sure what happened, so they could only run their mouths off. Instead of confirming their doubts, Zhang Hong gave them an order. "Leave the 2 mid-grade Chaos Spirit Veins behind and you can leave. Also, all of you have to swear an oath to the heavens that no one else will learn of what happened here." Mo Xiao and Peng Yi stood there with their mouth agape. They didn't dare to believe their ears as they looked at Zhang Hong. What did he just say? Is he asking us to leave behind the 2 mid-grade Chaos Spirit Veins? Moreover, Zhang Hong also wanted them to make an oath. Who was he talking to? They were Mo Xiao and Peng Yi. Snapping back to their senses, Mo Xiao broke the silence with deafening laughter. Concealed behind his laughter was anger strong enough to burn the heavens and a killing intent sharp enough to pierce through the skies. As for Peng Yi, he didn't laugh. Instead, his eyes turned cloudy. The 2 blossoming hearts toxic lizards spat out their blood-red tongues and a vicious light flashed through their eyes. The moment Mo Xiao stopped laughing, he looked at Zhang Hong with an amused expression. "Interesting. It has been too long, far too long. It has indeed been far too long. No one has ever dared to speak to him in such a condescending tone." A frosty expression appeared on Mo Xiao's face and he said to Zhang Hong, "It has been tens of millions of years since I last fought with anyone. After my fight with that old demon, I have never personally made a move against anyone. You're extremely lucky. You will be the first person to watch me fight again." But it's too bad your luck ends here. You'll die a horrible death. Blood-red light covered Mo Zhao's body as the aura he emitted rose unceasingly. Strands of bloody qi seemed to condense around his body to form blood-red dragons. The stench of blood filled the air and transformed the place into a living hell. Peng Yi, Yen Kong, Zhou Kefan, and several others took a step back in fright. That's a crazy amount of blood dragon devil qi. I'm afraid that the martial demon emperor's demonic dragon blood art has already reached the 11th level. Zhou Kefan exclaimed as several experts from the magic shaman emperor palace stared at Mo Zhao in shock. The blood dragon devil qi was extremely frightening. As soon as it enters the body of Mo Zhao's enemy, it would swallow all the blood essence and life force, bringing about immense pain and suffering. That's right. Our palace master's demonic dragon blood art has broken through to the 11th level. Right now, he is already at the late 10th order emperor realm. Yen Kong smirked at the rest of them. He took the opportunity where Mo Zhao attracted everyone's attention to grab Chen Kaiwen. He shoved several healing pills down Chen Kaiwen's throat as he gloated about Mo Zhao's strength. Peng Yi was surprised as well. He couldn't help but yell, "Even I'm no match for brother Mo Zhao. In the entire divine world, I'm afraid only several heavenly emperors will be able to suppress him." Despite the commotion going on, Mo Zhao wasn't distracted in the slightest. The blood qi surged out from his body endlessly, and it formed blood dragons one after another. Moreover, his blood qi didn't show signs of waning. Instead, it grew stronger and stronger along with his qi. Huang Xiaolong's group stared at Mo Zhao with looks of astonishment. Out of all of them, there was an exception, and it was the little cow. There was a look of indifference in her eyes, and it even seemed as though she was a little bored. The only other individual who seemed calm was Jiang Hong. He stared at Mo Zhao without a change in expression, and he didn't bother breaking Mo Zhao's technique. As for Mo Zhao, he only stopped when 30 blood dragons formed around him. Under the gazes of everyone present, the 30-something blood dragons twirled around each other. When a single, humongous, blood dragon was formed, the crimson light it emitted nearly blinded everyone. Even Peng Yi had no choice but to use his Chaos God Force to prevent the crimson light from obstructing his field of vision. The crimson light was the least of Huang Xiaolong's problem. All of them were shocked when they realized that the pressure the single blood dragon emitted, when it was formed, wasn't close to the pressure emitted by the 30-something tiny blood dragons. When the 10th blood dragon fused with the first 9, the aura emitted was already hundreds of times stronger than a single tiny blood dragon. If a single tiny blood dragon could be compared to an ordinary high-level emperor, then what was the might of the blood dragon formed by 10 tiny blood dragons? In a flash, the fusion was complete and all 30 tiny blood dragons disappeared. In their place was a giant blood-red dragon. The brilliant crimson light it was emitting seemed to transform into blades formed by chaos energy, causing the void around its body to tremble. The demonic dragon was so massive that Huang Xiaolong and the others only saw a blood-red mountain sitting high above their heads. Its very presence absorbed all the devil qi in the surrounding, and not a trace of it was left behind. Before long, waves of dragon devil qi charged out from its body and enveloped everything in the nearby vicinity. A sea of red formed in midair and blotted out the sky. Mo Zhao rose and stood in midair, releasing an aura stronger than that of the gigantic blood dragon above him. "Go!" Mo Zhao didn't bother making a move as he gave his command to the giant blood dragon above him. With a deafening howl that shook the heavens and earth, the chaos demonic blood dragon dove towards Jiang Hong. Its claws that seemed to be able to cover the heavens came crashing down at him. At that moment, Huang Xiaolong had a feeling that the entire world was collapsing. Even Peng Yi and the others had to take several steps back after getting over their initial shock. Pushing their god force to the limit, all of them defended themselves against the incoming dragon devil qi. As the earth under them collapsed, Huang Xiaolong's party was swallowed by the dragon devil qi. In that moment, time seemed to come to a standstill. In the instant that the blood dragon's claw was about to come into contact with Huang Xiaolong's head, Jiang Hong, who had been silent all this while, made his move. Like how he had dealt with the martial demon emperor palace's hall master, Wang Shuqin, and the magic shaman emperor palace's hall master, Zhang Weijin. Zhang Hong simply raised his hand and pointed forward with a single finger. This feeble action seemed weak, but the radiance it emitted was much stronger than the crimson light coming out of the blood dragon's body. It was way more terrifying than the might of a top-grade chaos weapon. A single finger seemed to contain the might of the world. A single finger moved the spiritual energy in the entire world, and gathered all the light the world had into a single point. A loud rumble echoed in everyone's ears. The entire world started to tremble. In front of Huang Xiaolong, Xiangxun, and the others, Zhang Hong's finger reached forward and collided with the giant claw. The red claw looked like a mountain above their heads, and Zhang Hong's finger was tinier than a needle compared to it. The visual impact of two vastly different-sized attacks smashing into each other was too much for Huang Xiaolong and the rest. At the instant Zhang Hong's finger came into contact with the humongous claw, everyone clearly saw a giant hole being punched through the claw, forming a strange scene. The hole started to widen at incredible speed, reaching up the arm of the giant blood dragon. First, it swallowed the entire claw, followed by the abdomen, and ended when the head and tail of the dragon completely disappeared. The mountain-like blood dragon, emitting an aura stronger than that of a peak late 10th Order Emperor expert, disappeared into nothingness. All that was left lingering in the air was Zhang Hong's finger strike. With the disappearance of the blood dragon, the clear sky was once again visible. The crushing feeling dissipated and the world seemed to regain its calm once again. With a look of disbelief, Mo Xiao stared with his mouth agape at the location of the once majestic giant blood dragon. He felt a wave of pain as the backlash of the blood dragon's destruction hit him with full force. Before he could react, the strike that destroyed the blood dragon went on the offensive and swerved towards him. A look of alarm appeared on his face, and Mo Xiao wasn't able to calculate his next move, as he hastily summoned all the blood devil chi in his body. Demonic blood dragon body. Scale-like pieces appeared before Mo Xiao's body, and glaring blood-red light reflected off them. It appeared as though he was using a top-grade chaos armor. A diagram of a demonic blood dragon was engraved on the armor, and it seemed to come alive. With each breath it took, demonic dragon blood chi surged around the armor. Mo Xiao knew that the moment he used the demonic blood dragon body, even peak late 10th Order Emperor realm experts with mid-grade chaos weapons could forget about hurting him. A vicious light flashed through his eyes as he sent a fist flying towards Zhang Hong's attack. Zhang Hong's attack smashed into Mo Xiao's right fist in midair. The result wasn't as earth-shaking as expected. A low rumble echoed in the ears of all the spectators, and it reverberated through their minds. In the next instant, Mo Xiao was sent flying like a piece of leaf in the wind. As he flew backwards, the blood dragon scales on his body shattered bit by bit, revealing his sorry figure. Mo Xiao went crashing into the peak of a nearby mountain. As his figure disappeared into the mountain, cracks started to form on the giant structure and the peak turned into fine dust. Peng Yi, Zhou Kefan, Yan Kong, and the others stared at the dust cloud formed by the destruction of the mountain peak with sluggish gazes. They eventually caught sight of Mo Xiao, whose body was covered in blood. How could this be? Yan Kong mumbled to himself with an expression of disbelief. That was their palace master, a late 10th Order Emperor realm expert. He was one of the top experts in the floating Twilight Land, and he even cultivated the supreme demonic dragon blood art. How could he lose to that middle-aged man? When Zhou Kefan and the rest turned to look at Zhang Hong, their eyes betrayed their fear and dread for him. Peng Yi was no different from them. Regardless of his status and strength, he felt a shiver down his spine. Chun Kaiwan, who had barely been brought back to life by Yan Kong, was trembling non-stop. As for Huang Xiaolong, he wasn't any less shocked compared to the others. What a strong attack. Zhang Hong is really strong. This is what strength capable of annihilating the world should look like. Mo Xiao, Peng Yi, and the rest were unable to feel the Grand Mist God Force in Zhang Hong's attack. But Huang Xiaolong was someone who cultivated the Grand Mist parasitic medium. Hence, he clearly felt the difference in Zhang Hong's attack. You! Who in the world are you? Zhou Kefan's voice trembled as he stared at Zhang Hong. Intense regret and boundless fear filled his heart. With Zhang Hong's strength, if he sent a finger strike to anyone present. However, Zhang Hong stared at Zhou Kefan with an indifferent expression. He wasn't planning to explain himself. Hand over the 2 mid-grade chaos spiritual veins. Oh right. Remember to swear an oath that you will never reveal what happened here today. This time, Peng Yi and the others didn't burst into laughter like they did before. A gloomy expression crept onto Peng Yi's face and he reluctantly sent the 2 mid-grade chaos spiritual veins towards Zhang Hong. Is that all? All of a sudden, the side of the little cow's mouth curled upwards. I've heard about the magic shaman emperor palace's wealth. Shouldn't you be in possession of some treasures or something? Everyone fell silent the moment the words left the little cow's mouth. Peng Yi's face turned a shade darker and he glared at the little cow. In his eyes, the little cow might be Huang Xiaolong's mount, but she was still an animal at the end of the day. It's just a damn cow at the God King realm. How dare that damn cow covert the treasures of my magic shaman emperor palace? Does she want me to hand over my spatial ring? What audacity! He was fearful and respectful towards Zhang Hong as Zhang Hong had the capabilities to force him to do so. The moment Zhang Hong had asked about the 2 mid-grade chaos spiritual veins, he had no choice but to hand them over. Now, a little cow dares to act like that expert over there? Nonsense. Even Chun Kefan and the other elders of the Magic Shaman Emperor Palace were staring at the little cow coldly. It was as though they were looking at an idiot. Seeing the looks on their faces, the little cow wasn't affected in the slightest. Instead, she turned to look at Zhang Hong. Seeing the look on the little cow's face, how could he be unaware of her thoughts? He laughed helplessly in his heart and spoke out loud. Yes, Senior Azure Cow. Peng Yi and the rest who were looking at the little cow with arrogance plastered on their faces became slack-jawed. In the next moment, all of them sucked in a cold breath and their bodies started to shake like a leaf in the wind. Their expression changed drastically. What in the world did that middle-aged man address the cow as? Senior. He called the cow senior. Doesn't that mean... Even Peng Yi, the emperor of the Magic Shaman Emperor Palace, who had billions of years of experience in the adventure of life, started to shiver. As the thoughts flew through Peng Yi's head, Zhang Hong's gaze had already landed on him. A bitter expression appeared on Peng Yi's face. In the end, he removed his spatial ring and placed it in Zhang Hong's outstretched hand. It was at that moment he knew what depression felt like. He had never been so humiliated in his life. Senior Azure Cow, here you go. Zhang Hong then passed the ring over to the little cow. After she grabbed the ring, she swept her divine sense through it and saw that it was filled with chaos spiritual pills of all the different grades. There were countless chaos spiritual herbs and there were even several treasures among them. She couldn't help but start to laugh. Looking at Huang Xiaolong, she said smugly, Kiddo Huang, I finally have more chaos spiritual pills than you. Huang Xiaolong looked at the delighted expression on the little cow's face and he fell speechless. What about the rest of you? The little cow's head spun once again and her gaze landed on the rest of them. All of them felt their hearts skip a beat. Their very fears came true. They were worried that Zhang Hong would covert their belongings. In the end, they could only hand over their spatial rings with a bitter expression on their faces. The little cow even made Yen Kong retrieve Mo Zhao's spatial ring. Looking at the few additional rings in her palm, the little cow slowly swept her divine sense through all of them. A look of satisfaction appeared on her face and she said, Not too shabby. You guys are pretty fed. Pretty fed. It was the first time they ever heard such a compliment, but they didn't dare to lash out. Instead, their faces were filled with smiles as they said, Thank you for the compliment. As for the smile on their face, it seemed uglier than when they were crying. They were elders in the martial demon emperor palace. Even Mo Xiao and Peng Yi, who were the emperors of their respective palaces, were robbed clean. What made it worse was that they were brutally robbed by a snail in the God King realm. Even if rumors were to leak out about this incident, they were afraid no one in the entire divine world would believe them. Mo Xiao finally started to regain consciousness and he struggled to stand up. Spitting out a mouthful of fresh blood, he stared at his reflection in it. After the battle with the Fiend God Emperor, this was the first time he became injured. After several tens of millions of years, someone actually managed to injure him. It wasn't even a flesh wound. He was seriously injured by a single finger strike. The injuries he sustained from this one move was much more serious than when he fought against the Fiend God Emperor. Raising his head, he looked at Zhang Hong with eyes full of trepidation. Even tens of millions of years ago, he was never so scared to face the Fiend God Emperor. However, Zhang Hong left a lingering trace of fear in his heart. He could see that Zhang Hong had already restrained himself when he sent out that single strike. Otherwise, he didn't dare to continue his train of thought. Under Zhang Hong's gaze, all of them started to make their oath to never leak the contents of their meeting to anyone else. The little cow even made sure that they swore never to speak of their identities. After they made their oath, Zhang Hong didn't continue to make things difficult for them. They turned and soared into the sky. Looking at the backs of Huang Xiaolong's party, Mo Xiao, Peng Yi, and the others felt a complicated feeling in their heart. I never thought that he would come to the floating twilight land. Moreover, he possesses unfathomable strength. Peng Yi spoke only after making sure they could no longer be seen. Even though they didn't see Zhang Hong's true appearance, Peng Yi was able to barely guess his identity. Zhou Kefan already knew that Peng Yi was referring to Zhang Hong, and he asked in alarm, "Sect Chief, do you mean that middle-aged man was number one?" Mo Zhao's voice resounded in their ears. Number one. He only said 2 words. The 2 words caused the bodies of all the elders of the 2 palaces to tremble. They already knew who Mo Xiao was talking about. Grand Mist Emperor Palace. The strongest emperor, Zhang Hong. The strongest individual in the divine world. Chun Xinda and Zhou Kefan felt their hearts beating at an impossible rate. All of a sudden, Peng Yi's expression changed. Didn't Huang Xiaolong call him senior brother? Doesn't that make Huang Xiaolong? Everyone's expression turned unsightly in unison. If Huang Xiaolong addressed Zhang Hong as senior brother, his identity was revealed. He is the disciple of the king of Grand Mist. Mo Zhao's jaw hung agape. During their confrontation, none of them had thought of the possibility and made the connection. Now that they did, goosebumps appeared on their body. I never thought that Huang Xiaolong of the Fortune Emperor Palace would be that senior's disciple. Peng Yi was in a state of shock and disbelief. But if Huang Xiaolong is that senior's disciple, why would he enter the Fortune Emperor Palace? If Huang Xiaolong is really that senior's disciple, he definitely cultivates the Grand Mist parasitic medium. How many hundreds of millions of years has it been? The divine world has finally found its 3rd cultivator of the Grand Mist parasitic medium. A solemn expression appeared on Mo Zhao's face. Next, he turned to Chun Xinda and Yan Kong as he passed down an order. No one is to offend Huang Xiaolong in the future. As for his identity, no one is to ever learn about it. Even if Mo Xiao didn't pass down the order, the 2 of them weren't planning on doing otherwise. Why would they antagonize Huang Xiaolong? They weren't looking to reincarnate yet. As for Peng Yi, he did the exact same thing as Mo Xiao. Sect Chief, Zhang Hong addressed the Azure Cow. Huang Xiaolong was riding on as senior. Zhou Kefan thought of a horrifying possibility and continued, "Who could it be?" In an instant, the frown on Mo Xiao and Peng Yi's face deepened. She should be that senior? Mo Xiao laughed bitterly. She should be the person who gave the ancient heavenly emperor a headache. Peng Yi jumped in shock. Why did that senior allow Huang Xiaolong to ride her as a mount? How did her cultivation fall to the God King realm? Did she restart her cultivation? Everyone fell silent. They were all too stunned to speak. Even Yan Kong was speechless. Zhou Kefan and several others had guessed the true identity of the little cow, which dumbfounded those present. Back in the day, this Azure Cow was the cause of the ancient heavenly emperor's headaches. Even the Archdevil Lord wasn't spared. The lords of various world surfaces had all been ravaged by the Azure Cow. The long spell of silence was finally broken by Peng Yi, the palace mater of the Magic Shaman Emperor Palace. He exclaimed, "In the future, Huang Xiaolong will surely be an exceptional and peerless individual. Huang Xiaolong's innate talent needed no introduction. It was a well-known fact that it was on a godlike level. Now, with the Grand Mist Emperor, Zhang Hong and the little cow standing behind him, no one in the world would dare to oppose him. A few years ago, Wang Yongsen, a disciple of the Fiend God Emperor Palace, lost at the hands of Huang Xiaolong. The Fiend God Emperor Palace won't rest till Huang Xiaolong is dead. Yan Kong retorted. In the past, the Fiend God Emperor Palace wanted to conquer and unify all the Emperor Palaces. The divine world was washed in blood and even the skies were dyed red. Don't tell me that the Fiend God Emperor Palace is planning to do the same now that Wang Yongsen is going to make another appearance. Zhou Kefan said as he furrowed his brows. Mo Xiao laughed coldly. In the past, the Fiend God Emperor Palace was able to rampage about as they liked as the Grand Mist Emperor couldn't be bothered with them. Now that the Grand Mist Emperor has made a comeback, the Fiend God Emperor Palace has no choice but to keep their arrogance in check. That old guy, the Fiend God Emperor, should be unaware of Huang Xiaolong's identity. If he were to go and provoke that little guy, It was Peng Yi's turn to laugh loudly. They'll be courting death if they were to provoke him, regardless of whether it was the Grand Mist Emperor, Zhang Hong, or the little cow. Any one of them would be enough to give the Fiend God Emperor Palace a hard time. Let's head back, Mo Xiao muttered to himself. Bidding each other farewell, Mo Xiao and Peng Yi cupped their hands at each other before breaking into the void. At the same time, in the main hall of Martial Demon Emperor Palace, Zhang Lu, Zhao Mingchen and the other elders were eagerly awaiting the return of the trio, together with Wang Shuchen and the other hallmasters. Even the great elder was present. The atmosphere in the main hall was tense and quiet. The forehead of the elders were locked in a constant furrow. Zhang Lu, given the strength that they possess, you need not worry about their well-being. Who knows, they might have already captured the disciple of the Fortune Emperor Palace and are currently on their way back. Zhao Mingchen said as he noticed the worried look on Zhang Lu's face. That's right. The sect chief will surely be victorious. Chen Haixin chuckled. At that moment, the door to the main hall swung open and brilliant rays of light entered the room. When the radiance finally dimmed, the three of them appeared before everyone in the hall. Zhang Lu, Zhao Mingchen, and Chen Haixin shot up as soon as they saw that the trio had returned. I told you that there was nothing to worry about, Zhao Mingchen said as a wide beaming smile formed on his face. Seeing that the three of them had returned safely, Zhang Lu heaved a sigh of relief. He felt that his worries all this while had been unfounded. The people in the main hall all rushed forward in unison to provide a warm welcome. Congratulations on Sect Chief's victorious return, Zhao Mingchen exclaimed as he went up to them. Afterwards, it was Chen Haixin's and Wang Shuchen's turn to shower them with praise. A joyous atmosphere filled the room as everyone was oblivious of the events that played out during the confrontation. A victorious return? The phrase caused Mo Zhao's face to twitch. Even Yan Kong and Chen Kaiwen had strange expressions as they stared at everyone in the room. They couldn't be blamed for their ignorance as Mo Xiao and Chen Kaiwen's wounds were already healed. Without a closer inspection, it would be difficult to notice anything wrong with them. Mo Xiao remained silent as he strode into the main hall. Finding a place to sit, he sat down with a plop. Sect Chief, wasn't there a divine beast? How are we going to deal with it? Zhao Mingchen asked, not noticing the trio's strange behavior. According to him, Huang Xiaolong and the divine beast were definitely in their custody now that their sect chief was back in one piece. Moreover, they didn't suffer any casualties. Zhao Mingchen then whipped his head to look at Yan Kong. Yan Kong, where is the divine beast? Yan Kong didn't know where to start, and he looked at Mo Xiao with a helpless gaze. Mo Xiao let out a sigh and caught the attention of everyone present. We shall no longer talk about it. This matter is over. The matter has concluded? What does that even mean? Zhao Mingchen and Chen Haixin had blank expressions on their faces and stood rooted to the ground. Sect Chief, what do you mean by that? Zhang Lu asked with great curiosity. Mo Xiao hesitated for a moment before continuing. Huang Xiaolong's identity is not as simple as it seems. After this, all of you are to order the disciples not to provoke him. Even the elders are to avoid him if you see him. If any disciples are found disobeying my order, they shall be punished accordingly. According to the rules of my martial demon emperor palace, they shall all be sentenced to death. What? Zhao Mingqin, Chun Haixin and Wang Shuqin cried out in shock. The death sentence for provoking Huang Xiaolong. This Huang Xiaolong. Don't tell me that he has more to his identity other than being the disciple of the Fortune Emperor Palace and Zhao Lei? Even the sect chief is so wary of him. Didn't that mean that their sect chief was unable to capture Huang Xiaolong? Sect chief? Who is Huang Xiaolong exactly? Zhao Mingqin asked cautiously. Mo Xiao shot him a dirty look and looked him straight in the eye. Don't bother guessing Huang Xiaolong's true identity. I hope that none of you will say a word regarding the matter of Huang Xiaolong's appearance in the floating Twilight Land. Just take it that none of this ever happened. Zhao Mingqin, Chun Haixin, and the other hall masters were shocked beyond compare. Even the great elder was at a loss for words. Even Huang Xiaolong's appearance had to be kept a secret. What's going on? Do you remember my orders? Mo Xiao asked in a grave tone as he swept his gaze through all the elders and hall masters present. The expression on his face made it obvious he wasn't playing around. Zhao Mingqin's heart was pounding in his chest as he hurriedly bowed in agreement. However, Mo Xiao was not convinced and he made them swear in the name of the heavenly Tao not to disclose anything about Huang Xiaolong. All of them only realized the gravity of the situation when Mo Xiao made them swear in the name of the heavenly Tao. When they were finally done, Mo Xiao revealed a weary look and he waved his arm. All right, you can leave. The injuries he suffered during the battle with Zhang Hong wasn't going to heal itself in a day or two. He knew that he had to enter seclusion in order to get rid of all the hidden injuries in his body. A similar scene was unfolding at the Magic Shaman Emperor Palace. Just as members of the two Emperor Palaces were still reeling from the shocking news, Huang Xiaolong was already making his way to the Scarlet Blood Mountain Range. This time, no one from the Martial Demon Emperor Palace and the Magic Shaman Emperor Palace came to obstruct their path. As they continued their journey, the little cow was humming a nameless tune and she was munching on mid to top-grade spiritual pills. In fact, she ate them like snacks. Huang Xiaolong looked at the little cow and didn't know what to say. Even if the spiritual pills aren't ours to begin with, isn't this a waste? A few days later, Huang Xiaolong's party's footsteps came to a pause. A mountain range stretching past the horizon stood before them. A dense fog the color of blood enveloped the entire mountain, and despite the fact that they were still quite a distance from it, an unbearable stench assaulted their noses. Is this the Scarlet Blood Mountain Range? Huang Xiaolong asked. The little cow nodded and replied, That's right. However, you have to be careful as there are many demonic blood beasts lurking in the Scarlet Blood Mountain Range. With Kiddo Grand Mist by your side, there isn't much to worry about. As soon as the little cow finished speaking, she turned to Zhang Hong with a wry smile. Kiddo Grand Mist, you will need to work your hardest to protect an old lady like me. With my weak bones, I won't be able to fend off an attack if the blood demons were to make a sudden attack. Zhang Hong was taken aback and could only afford to return a bitter smile. He thought to himself, so what if I'm the Grand Mist Emperor? In the end, I'm still a mere bodyguard. Yes, Senior Azure Cow, you can rest assured. Zhang Hong managed to force out a reply with a tinge of bitterness in his voice. The little cow said matter-of-factly, After we exit the floating Twilight Lands, we will head over to the Grand Mist Lands. I haven't met your master in ages. Moreover, I need to ask him for some help. She felt that she was really too weak right now. Even though she experienced reincarnation and the speed of her cultivation was shocking, she still felt that it was too slow. In order to rapidly recover her cultivation base, the little cow felt that the King of Grand Mist would definitely have an idea. Yes, Senior Azure Cow. Zhang Hong didn't dare to go against her wishes. When the time comes, Kiddo Huang can also go pay the old man a visit. Huang Xiaolong nodded his head. In fact, he was really looking forward to paying his master, the King of Grand Mist, a visit. As they conversed, the group made their way towards the Scarlet Blood Mountain Range. After breaking through the blood-red barrier of mist, Huang Xiaolong noticed that the mist was clinging on to him. As soon as some of it attached itself to his clothes, it would emit a faint demonic qi along with a trace of poison. The trace of poison was so faint that it was almost impossible to detect. With Huang Xiaolong's cultivation of the Chaos Golden Dragon Lightning, the poison wasn't able to harm him in the slightest. However, Su Baisheng and the rest weren't so lucky. They hastily circulated their cultivation base to resist the poison. Jiang Hong was shocked when he noticed the look of indifference on Huang Xiaolong's face when he entered the Scarlet Blood Mountain range. He didn't even bother to defend himself against the toxic devil qi present in the blood-red mist. The toxic devil qi was extremely famous in the divine world. Ordinary Emperor Realm experts wouldn't be able to act like Huang Xiaolong if they were to come into contact with it. He realized that there were still many things he didn't know about his junior brother. The more he interacted with Huang Xiaolong, the more surprised he became. When the group ventured deep into the Scarlet Blood Mountain range, a deep growl resounded in their ears. Their minds shook when they heard it, and all of them felt unsettled. "That's a blood demon," Xianxia cried out. "There's more than one," the little cow casually said. "I'm afraid there are around 1,000 to 2,000 blood demons in this herd." Her tone suddenly changed and she licked her lips in anticipation. "However, the meat of a blood demon is really tasty. Tonight, we feast on blood demon meat." The rest of the group forced out a bitter laugh. In an instant, the group of blood demons appeared in their sights. A single blood demon was the size of a humongous raging bull. They had blood-red eyes and 2 sharp horns extended out from their head. They had a huge mouth and an equally large nose to match it. As for its legs, they were as thick as a pillar and its sharp black claws seemed to emit an eerie light. Huang Xiaolong was slightly taken aback by the sight of the fearsome blood demons. "Hey little girl, are you related to them? Could it be that all of you belong to the same cow clan? Are they your descendants?" "Nonsense. Not every beast that takes the shape of a cow belongs to the cow race. How can they be related to me? They look ugly as hell." "Ugly?" Huang Xiaolong laughed. "Yeah, you're the prettiest cow in existence." "That's right. I am the best-looking female cow in the whole cow race," the little cow proudly announced. Everyone stifled their laughter, but Huang Xiaolong burst out laughing. "How can someone like you brag about your looks? You look like a bag of bones, for goodness sake." The little cow glared at him and spat. "What do you mean by someone like me? Can't you see my perfect hourglass figure? Where have you seen a prettier cow than me?" Such blind narcissism made someone like Jiang Hong start to sweat. When they were messing about, the horde of blood demons arrived before them. Xianxia simply opened his mouth and spat out a ball of black infernal divine fire. In an instant, a sea of flames engulfed the blood demons. The several heavenly monarch realm blood demons nearest to them instantly turned into ashes. "Xianxia, you little rascal. You should have left a few of them alive. We still need to eat blood demon barbecue tonight." Seeing that Xianxia had already decimated a large group of blood demons, the little cow hurriedly screamed at him. Xianxia stopped momentarily and a bitter smile crept up his face. One by one, the others started to fight against the ferocious blood demons. Even the strongest of the blood demons were at the early heavenly monarch realm. There was no need for Jiang Hong to lift a finger, as Xianxia alone was strong enough to take care of them. The battle ended as quickly as it started. Under the little cow's command, Xianxia allowed 2 blood demons with cultivation levels equivalent to early-stage heavenly monarchs to live. The little cow giggled as she looked at the 2 blood demons before her. "Kiddo Huang, I haven't savored your barbecue in a long while. Now that your senior brother is here, it's time for you to show off your skills." Huang Xiaolong slapped his forehead and said, "Whatever." Jiang Hong was stunned for a second. When he snapped out of it, he asked, "Is junior brother a good cook? Can he actually make delicious barbecue?" "Of course. If senior Azure Cow is so sure, I have to try the meat barbecued by junior brother today." That night, the delicious aroma of barbecued meat wafted through the valley. Everyone was gathered around the campfire, eager to try Huang Xiaolong's handiwork. Every mouthful that Zhang Hong ate was followed with praise for Huang Xiaolong's cooking. He even claimed that leaving 2 blood demons was too little. Even Huang Xiaolong himself was surprised that blood demon meat was so delicious. It was way better than all the beasts he had cooked in the past. The next day, Huang Xiaolong and the others continued on their journey. After much deliberation, Huang Xiaolong decided to bring out the first half of the Blood-Eye Devil Steel. He poured his god force into it and tried to locate the second part of it. However, even after 3 days, the Blood-Eye Devil Steel failed to produce the slightest reaction. During the course of those 3 days, the number of blood demons that fell by their hands was comparable to the number of blood demons that entered their bellies. Despite moving around for 3 days straight, the distance they covered was merely several tenths of the endless Scarlet Blood Mountain range. They knew better than to make rash decisions, and they remained focused on their goal. Finally, on the 8th day, the Blood-Eye Devil Steel that had been spinning around Huang Xiaolong showed some reaction. A low-pitched buzz was emitted and crimson light burst forth from the eye of the steel. Everyone was startled. "What's this?" Huang Xiaolong cried out. He had a gleeful look on his face as he looked at the camel-shaped peak that was in the distance. Over there on the mountain peak, from the way that the Blood-Eye Devil Steel was behaving, he knew that the second half of the steel was near. Huang Xiaolong climbed on top of the little cow and charged towards the peak, with Zhang Hong and Xiang Sun following closely behind them. They arrived before long, but before they could rejoice, Xiang Sun frowned. There's a strong presence of... In a flash, they arrived at the peak. Xiang Sun could sense an ominous presence as he announced, "There is a strong presence of nefarious qi here." Nefarious qi? Huang Xiaolong was confused. The Blood-Eye Devil Steel was refined by the Devil World's Archdevil Lord. It wasn't anything special if it gave off devil qi. However, there was no way it produced nefarious qi. Zhang Hong nodded. "There's a chaos demonic beast at the base of the mountain. It has the strength of a peak early First Order Emperor realm expert." Even though Xiang Sun was able to detect the nefarious qi given off by the chaos demonic beast, he wasn't able to see through its strength. Too bad it wasn't able to hide its strength from Zhang Hong. With a single glance, Zhang Hong had seen through its true strength. Chaos demonic beast? The little cow chuckled. "Personally, I love beasts like that." Huang Xiaolong smirked as he shook his head. He knew of the plans that the little cow came up with. However, to subdue a chaos demonic beasts at the peak of the early First Order Emperor realm was easier said than done. Even if they had Zhang Hong's help, it wasn't going to be a walk in the park. At that moment, the little cow spun her head around and spoke to Zhang Hong. "Kiddo Grandmist, I trust that you'll be able to help Kiddo Huang to deal with the chaos demonic beast. Right? Huang Xiaolong is still quite weak. He needs several more Emperor Realm bodyguards by his side." Beads of cold sweat formed on Zhang Hong's forehead. Several more Emperor Realm bodyguards. I'm afraid only Senior Azure Cow can say something like this. Even the son of the Celestial Emperor wouldn't be able to bring out so many Emperor Realm Masters. "I'll give it a shot, it shouldn't be a problem," replied Zhang Hong. If this was before Zhang Hong had broken through to the 8th level of the Grand Mist Parasitic Medium, he wouldn't have been as confident as he was. However, that was in the past. The current Zhang Hong was more than confident in his ability to keep Huang Xiaolong safe. Of course, Zhang Hong knew that there was always a possibility of failure. That was why he decided not to be too full of himself. "That's great." The little cow nodded her head and giggled. "Kiddo Huang, even though you have another Emperor Realm bodyguard by your side, you can't kick me aside. Even if I kick myself away, I won't kick you aside." Huang Xiaolong laughed bitterly. "That's more like it. No wonder I developed some feelings for you." Developed feelings for him? The faces of Xiang Sun and the others regained their usual vigor. Even Zhang Hong couldn't help but smile. Although Huang Xiaolong knew that the little cow was joking around with him, he couldn't help but feel nervous. He replied with a slight tremble in his voice, "You're asking for it." They laughed and chatted as they journeyed onto the peak of the mountain. Previously, Huang Xiaolong, Su Baisheng, and the others weren't able to detect the nefarious qi that emanated from the chaos demonic beast. Now that they arrived on the peak of the mountain, the nefarious chi blasted against them with full force. The constant bombardment of nefarious chi made it hard for them to breathe normally. The chaos demonic beast seems to be as strong as me, Xianxia said in a solemn voice. Huang Xiaolong was taken aback by Xianxia's statement. He knew that Xianxia was a peak First Order Emperor Realm Master. With the might of his fleshy body, regular experts at the peak of the Second Order Emperor Realm weren't his match. That meant that the power possessed by the Chaos Demonic Beast was more than comparable to the power of a peak early Second Order Emperor. As a Chaos Demonic Beast, it would be able to hold its own against human experts at the peak of the mid-Second Order Emperor Realm with its peak early Second Order Emperor Realm Cultivation. The Chaos Demonic Beast was the same as Xianxia. It had the battle prowess of a peak mid-Second Order Emperor. The little cow's lips curled upwards. The stronger the beast, the better. I love strong beasts. Huang Xiaolong and Zhang Hong laughed along with her. Junior brother, can you sense the location of the second half of the Blood-Eye Devil Steel? Huang Xiaolong nodded his head and started to channel his god force into the Blood-Eye Devil Steel. Despite his efforts, the steel remained silent. The eye on the Blood-Eye Devil Steel remained tightly shut. Huang Xiaolong furrowed his brows and thought to himself, "What's going on? The last time I checked, the second half of the Blood-Eye Devil Steel was located on the peak of this mountain. Is someone using some chaos divine art to hide the location of the steel?" Zhang Hong said as he noticed Huang Xiaolong's increasingly flustered expression. Do you mean that the Chaos Demonic Beast has the ability to do that?" Huang Xiaolong asked. Zhang Hong nodded his head in agreement. That's right, only this beast has the ability to do such a thing. Being able to seal the eye of the Blood-Eye Devil Steel is no easy feat. Without the strength of an emperor, one can forget about doing so. Moreover, the Scarlet Blood Mountain Range is the breeding grounds of the blood demons. Isn't it strange for a chaos demonic beast to appear here? Well, what else are we waiting for? Let's go hunt down that chaos demonic beast. The little cow cried out. The chaos demonic beast is right under this mountain. However, it has already set up many ancient restrictions, and I'm going to deal with those before we hunt him down. As soon as the words left his mouth, Zhang Hong's finger danced about in the air as he pointed at the foot of the mountain. Initially, there appeared to be no effect whatsoever. However, after a few moments, the ground beneath them quaked violently and a ear-splitting boom resounded. Despite there being no movement of energy, the ground rumbled every time Zhang Hong pointed at a space in the air. After some time, the earth regained its former calm. The ancient demonic restrictions were strong, and if an ordinary Fourth Order Emperor were to try his best, he would take at least several days to break them. It was too bad the restrictions barely managed to hold out against several taps of Zhang Hong's finger. Nice! Let's head down now. Breaking through the void, Huang Xiaolong and the rest charged towards the foot of the mountain. When they continued to descend after arriving at the foot of the mountain, the scene that greeted them was vastly different from when they were standing on the peak. A wave of nefarious chi greeted them and they found themselves surrounded by darkness. The nefarious chi seemed to ripple endlessly from within the cavern, and its corrosive effect became much stronger. Even an expert at the peak of the late 10th Order Heavenly Monarch realm were to step foot in this place, he would lose his life if he was a little careless. Luckily, Huang Xiaolong and the others had Xianxia and Zhang Hong to protect them. With the god force of the two experts revolving around them, the nefarious chi became as harmless as water vapor. Huang Xiaolong glanced around and could only see an endless sea of pitch-black darkness around him. The only things that disrupted the sea of black were sharp stalagmites and stalactites with varying heights that seemed to appear out of nowhere. Some of them were merely several feet tall. However, there were some that were thousands of feet tall. The second they entered the dark space, brilliant rays of black light emerged from the Blood-Eye Devil Steel. It emitted a loud hum and the eye buzzed non-stop, as if it was meeting its long-lost friend. It's here. The second half of the Blood-Eye Devil Steel was located in the space created by the Chaos Demonic Beast. The Chaos Demonic Beast had probably carved out the dark void around the second half of the Blood-Eye Devil Steel. It was probably trying to keep it for itself. A deafening buzz resounded through the void as the blood-eye devil steel in Huang Xiaolong's hand shook violently. A sneer appeared on Huang Xiaolong's face in the next instant. That chaos demonic beast is trying to refine the other half of the blood-eye devil steel. Although a hell's bloodline and a darkness element godhead was needed to refine the blood-eye devil steel, they never knew if the chaos demonic beast had another way to refine the second half of the blood-eye devil steel. Even though Huang Xiaolong had already refined the first half and in theory, no one should be able to refine the second half, they couldn't be 100% sure. If it really managed to refine the second half, things would become really troublesome for Huang Xiaolong. "Let's go!" Huang Xiaolong cried out as he hopped onto the little cow and sped off in the direction of the other part of the steel. Everyone snapped to their senses and followed closely behind. Before long, they noticed the presence of devil chi. Even though it appeared intermittently, everyone could feel that it was the same devil chi that the first half of the blood-eye devil steel emitted. There was only one explanation. The second half of the blood-eye devil steel was right in front of them. It was too bad that there was the presence of nefarious chi in the air. It was extremely strong and it was trying its hardest to suppress the devil chi emitted by the second half of the blood-eye devil steel. All of them didn't waste any more time as they increased their speed. In a few minutes, they arrived at the source of the chi. The sight that greeted them was horrifying. The blood-eye devil steel hovered in mid-air and a camel-like beast towered over it. Nefarious chi rolled off its body in waves, and it opened its mouth to spit out a type of brilliant black light. As the light enveloped the steel, it tried to suppress the light emerging from the eye. Sensing that it had company, the beast turned its body and stared at them. As the chaos demonic beast turned to look at them, a wave of terrifying nefarious chi surged towards them. However, at that moment, light radiated from Xianxia's body and the hell-like darkness charged forth to counter the nefarious chi. A loud explosion covered the area as the probing attacks of the two sides crashed into each other. As the shock wave of the blast spread around the surroundings, the seemingly sturdy stalactites were blown into pieces. The chaos demonic beast looked at Xianxia with a tinge of shock. "Divine beast? Were you the one who broke through my ancient demonic restrictions?" There was a look of confusion as it stared at Xianxia. Even though Xianxia was strong, the restrictions weren't something he could break in a short amount of time. Furthermore, Xianxia was able to break through the restrictions without alerting him. He had only managed to sense their presence when they appeared behind him. What in the world is going on? The chaos demonic beast glanced around furtively. His gaze swept through everyone present and eventually landed on Jiang Hong. He could tell in a single glance that Huang Xiaolong and company were all in the God King realm. On the other hand, Jiang Hong, who was standing in front of him, seemed to be covered in a veil. He wasn't able to sense Jiang Hong's strength at all. "Who are you?" The chaos demonic beast roared, staring at Jiang Hong with his blood-red eyes. A fourth-order emperor? Fifth-order emperor? He was secretly trying to get an estimate of Jiang Hong's strength. The fact that Jiang Hong was able to break through his ancient demonic restriction was enough proof that he was in the middle stages of the Emperor realm. So what if Jiang Hong really was in the middle stages of the Emperor realm? The chaos demonic beast wasn't the slightest bit worried. He was the creator of the dark space, and with the millions of years of effort he had placed into creating it, his powers could be amplified several times when they were fighting in it. Moreover, he had fused countless chaos divine arts when he had created the space. In other words, he had made preparations to face someone in the middle stages of the Emperor realm long ago. His strength was multiplied several times in the dark space. As for outsiders, they would be suppressed and their strength would fall several tiers lower than whatever they had in the outside world. Of course, even if he was unable to defeat them, he could make use of the dark space to escape. As long as he was in the dark space, even a late 10th Order Emperor Realm expert could forget about obtaining victory. At that very moment, the Chaos Demonic Beast had already stopped refining the second half of the Blood-Eye Devil Steel. As Huang Xiaolong had already kept the first half of the Blood-Eye Devil Steel, the Chaos Demonic Beast was unable to sense its presence. When the little cow saw the Chaos Demonic Beast's gaze on Jiang Hong, she immediately introduced him, He's called Jiang Hong. The chaos demonic beast still had a puzzled look on his face, and he asked, "Who is Jiang Hong?" It was evident that the chaos demonic beast did not know Jiang Hong's identity. Throughout the various world surfaces, there were very few people who didn't know of Jiang Hong's identity as the Grand Mist Emperor. Seeing the chaos demonic beast shake its head from side to side, the little cow started to laugh. She already expected that it wouldn't know who Jiang Hong was. A cheeky smile appeared on the little cow's face, and she said, "Here, this guy over here is Jiang Hong." Xianxia, Su Baisheng, and Fenger couldn't help but burst out laughing at her reply. When it heard the laughter of everyone around it, the chaos demonic beast felt humiliated. With a roar that was loud enough to shake the heavens, it sent a formless attack towards them through the void. It wanted to tear their souls into pieces. Before the attack could achieve its intended goal, it disappeared. In fact, all the sound in the dark space disappeared, as though it never existed in the first place. The chaos demonic beast was taken aback. That was the 9 demonic howl from the ancient chaos arts. It was supposed to possess unparalleled strength. How did it disappear? "It was you." He glared at Jiang Hong and asked yet again, "Who the hell are you?" Initially, Su Baisheng was reeling from shock from the would-be devastating attack. However, upon hearing the chaos demonic beast's flustered voice, he knew that Jiang Hong had made a move. All of them broke out into laughter, and even Huang Xiaolong couldn't control himself. He shook his head and chuckled. Hearing the sounds of mocking laughter, the chaos demonic beast felt a ball of rage well up inside him. Too bad for him, Jiang Hong released his aura. Under the suppression of Jiang Hong's aura, the chaos demonic beast felt that it was being crushed under a massive mountain. Unable to endure the pressure, the chaos demonic beast fell flat to the ground. It struggled to raise its head, and its expression changed when it finally managed to look at Jiang Hong. "This man? He isn't in the middle stages of the Emperor realm. You!" The eyes of the chaos demonic beast were filled with fury and bloodlust. It started to tremble with rage, and the dark space trembled along with him. A dark light enveloped his entire body, and it fused with the dark space around him. When it realized it was no match for Jiang Hong, its first thought was to escape. The second half of the blood-eye devil steel started to flash with a dark light. Despite not being able to refine it, the chaos demonic beast's effort in the past several millions years had not been in vain. It was still able to move the steel at will. Seeing that the chaos demonic beast was going to flee, Jiang Hong raised his hands in the air and pulled downwards. In the next second, the chaos demonic beast emerged from the void and slammed face first into the ground. The chaos demonic beast looked around in disbelief. He glanced at the floor, then at Jiang Hong. Even an emperor at the later stages of cultivation wouldn't be able to drag him out of the void like that. Could it be? The little cow suddenly interjected, "Kiddo, maybe you aren't familiar with the name Jiang Hong, but surely you have heard of the Grand Mist Emperor?" "What? Grand Mist? Grand Mist Emperor?" The chaos demonic beast was utterly shocked as he looked at Jiang Hong and muttered, "You?" Instead of replying to the beast, Jiang Hong turned to Huang Xiaolong. "Junior brother, what do you intend to do now?" Huang Xiaolong looked at the blood-eye devil steel and announced, "I intend to refine the other half of the blood-eye demon steel." The moment he refined the second half of the blood-eye devil steel, his strength would experience a drastic increase. He would definitely experience a breakthrough to the fourth-order God-King realm. If he were to try to subdue the chaos demonic beast after breaking through, things would be much easier. Of course, he still required Jiang Hong's help. "Great! Since my junior brother wants to refine the steel, I'll aid him in doing so," Jiang Hong chirped. "Many thanks, senior brother." Huang Xiaolong was delighted. With Jiang Hong's help, the task of refining the second half of the blood-eye devil steel would be much smoother than before. Also, he would be much stronger than if he tried to refine it alone. After putting a restriction spell on the chaos demonic beast, Jiang Hong started to help Huang Xiaolong with the refining process. Huang Xiaolong took out the first half of the blood-eye devil steel and it flew towards the second half. To his surprise, The second half of the steel broke free of the chaos demonic beast's control and flew towards him. As they slammed into each other, blood-red light shot out in all directions and the steel seemed to turn into a blazing sun. Huang Xiaolong was enveloped in this blinding red light. Knowing that it was his time to act, Zhang Hong forcefully thrust out his palms and used his god force to force all the light into Huang Xiaolong's body. Time marched on. 1 month, 2 months, then 3 months went by. The intensity of the blood-red light grew stronger and stronger with each passing month, lighting up the once dark space. When a year eventually passed, the steels melded together into a single entity. Brilliant rays of blood-red light burst out of it and a world of red was formed. Rays of black light suddenly burst out from the steel and gushed into Huang Xiaolong's body. With a shake of his body, a profound growl emerged from the depths of the body. Zhang Hong, the little cow, and Xianxia were startled when they heard it. What's going on? That sounds like it came from a supreme expert. But then again, it had a different feel to it. It seemed to originate from a type of demonic region, lost deep in the rivers of time. As for Zhang Hong, he managed to keep his attention on Huang Xiaolong, and he quickly utilized his god force to envelop the black light emerging from the steel. As the aura Huang Xiaolong exuded started to rise, the black light revolving around his body started to grow brighter. An archaic, yet bleak aura filled the area, and it was as though Huang Xiaolong himself was the source of all of it. He seemed like an ancient demonic domain, floating in mid-air. As the brilliance of the black light around him grew, the strength of the devil qi he emitted increased. With the exception of Zhang Hong and Xianxia, Su Baisheng and the rest felt like a lofty mountain of devil qi was pressing down against their tiny little bodies. With his eyes widening to the size of saucers, Su Baisheng nearly cried out in shock. He had strength surpassing the 7th Order God King realm experts, but he was still unable to withstand the devil qi pouring out of Huang Xiaolong's body. How strong is he? Ultimately, Xianxia mustered more god force to form a protective barrier around the weaker members of the party. After a few days, a loud buzz reverberated through the air. Popping and crackling sounds echoed from Huang Xiaolong's body. He seemed to have broken through his bottleneck and his cultivation level started rising at a terrifying speed. Despite the protection Xianxia gave them, they were still able to feel an alarming wave of qi sweeping past their bodies. 4th Order God King Realm. Huang Xiaolong, who had been stuck in the peak of the 3rd Order God King Realm, was finally able to break through into the 4th Order God King Realm with the help of the Blood-Eye Devil Steel. Even though it was just an increase of a single order, the aura Huang Xiaolong emitted had increased by tenfold. As for the Blood-Eye Devil Steel, it was still spitting out rays of black light and they poured into Huang Xiaolong's body unendingly. The more black light entered his body, the stronger Huang Xiaolong became. In fact, his cultivation increased so rapidly that it frightened the little cow and Xianxia. Zhang Hong stared at his junior brother with his mouth agape and felt that his heart was about to burst from beating too quickly. His cultivation was rising at a pace they had never seen before. In their many years of existence, they had never seen such a freak. The Blood-Eye Devil Steel was refined by the Archdevil Lord and the quality of the devil energy was second to none. There was no doubt it was a formidable treasure. If an ordinary God King wanted to refine the steel, they could forget about it if they didn't use an ungodly amount of time. However, Huang Xiaolong did the impossible in front of them. The speed at which he refined the power was amazing, terrifyingly so. Who would have thought that junior brother's true dragon physique would be so powerful? Zhang Hong said to the little cow. Nodding her head, she replied, in all the various worlds, other than the heavens Tao physique, there shouldn't be anything else stronger than Kiddo Huang's true dragon physique. Other than his true dragon physique, he even has the king of supreme godhead. Junior brother really is a freak. Zhang Hong couldn't hold back his admiration for Huang Xiaolong. Based on Zhang Hong's experience, even someone with a darkness godhead would not be able to devour that much dark energy in such a short period of time. Unless Zhang Hong did not dare to think more about it, as it was too much for him to handle. In a flash, half a year passed. In half a year, Huang Xiaolong's cultivation broke through to the peak of the late Fourth Order God-King realm. Such speed and ferocity at which his powers had increased was appalling. A year ago, Huang Xiaolong's power was only at the peak of the late Third Order God-King realm. Right now, his cultivation rose by an entire realm. During this time, the energy in the blood-eye devil steel weakened by a whole lot. The fusion between the first and second half was complete, but the blood eyes had yet to fully merge. Another 6 months passed. Huang Xiaolong, who was already at the peak late Fourth Order God-King realm, experienced another round of strengthening. Bright light enveloped him, and the flow of qi around him became chaotic. Early Fifth Order God-King. In the distance, Xianxia and the rest fell dumbstruck when they saw Huang Xiaolong's second breakthrough. In a little over 2 years, Huang Xiaolong had gone from a Third Order God-King to a Fifth Order God-King. That was an insane feat. Even Jiang Hong couldn't help but feel a sense of trepidation in his heart. Back in the Fortune Emperor Palace, there was another disciple with the King of Supreme Godhead. However, even an outstanding disciple like that paled in comparison to Huang Xiaolong. What if the other disciple obtained the blood-eye devil steel? Even if he spent all his strength to refine the steel, would he be able to grow as much as Huang Xiaolong? Definitely not. He was certain of that. If the other disciple was at the peak of the late Third Order God-King realm, he would most definitely only be able to enter the Fourth Order God-King realm after refining the steel. They didn't even need to bother thinking about breaking through to the Fifth Order God-King realm. That was because the other disciple only had 1 to 2% of Huang Xiaolong's ability to refine the blood-eye devil steel. Deciding not to bother with the issue any longer, he decided to give the other disciple the highest evaluation he could. He probably had 2% of Huang Xiaolong's ability. Now, he was certain about his conjecture. Another year passed. The fusion of the blood-eye devil steel was finally completed, and it no longer emitted the darkness energy it once did. Seeing that the dark light had dissipated, everyone heaved a sigh of relief. They felt that a huge boulder in their heart had lifted and the crushing pressure they had to endure slowly faded. They shuddered to think of a scenario where the blood-eye devil steel hadn't fully fused together. If the dark light continued to surge out of the steel without stopping, Huang Xiaolong's cultivation base would rise along with it. If that were to happen, they felt their palms slowly turning cold at the thought of that possibility. Jiang Hong looked at Huang Xiaolong, whose eyes were still closed. A bitter smile appeared on his face as he realized that Huang Xiaolong was more terrifying than a divine beast, the ancient chaos devourer. Even though Huang Xiaolong was no longer improving at a speed comparable to a rocket, his progress was still noticeable. His cultivation base eventually stabilized at the mid-Fifth Order God-King realm after one last year in seclusion. If not for the fact that Huang Xiaolong was breaking through time after time right before him, Jiang Hong would slap anyone who told him that Huang Xiaolong had been a peak late Third Order God-King 3 years ago. A day later, under everyone's watchful gaze, Huang Xiaolong's eyes suddenly flickered open. "Junior brother, you are finally awake." Jiang Hong beamed as he spoke to Huang Xiaolong. "I finally understand the reason behind your extremely quick comprehension of the Grand Mist parasitic medium. It's no wonder you reached the second stage in the span of a few centuries." Although Huang Xiaolong had the help of the Purple Grand Mist Aura and the Grand Mist Aura, the main reason that Huang Xiaolong was able to master the second stage of the Grand Mist parasitic medium was due to his inhumane ability to devour qi. Huang Xiaolong laughed. "I was only able to refine the blood-eye devil steel in such a short time due to your help. No need to thank me." Jiang Hong shook his head. "Kiddo Huang?" The little cow muttered as she stole a glance at Huang Xiaolong. "I noticed that your appearance has changed a lot after refining the blood-eye devil steel. You're so handsome now, I almost failed to recognize you." Huang Xiaolong was shocked silly and his face turned red in embarrassment. Laughter broke out all around him. It was true that Huang Xiaolong's temperament had changed after refining the blood-eye devil steel. He had become much more charming and mystifying compared to his past self from 3 years ago. As everyone chatted and laughed, Huang Xiaolong took a look at the chaos demonic beast that was currently being restrained by Jiang Hong. After witnessing Huang Xiaolong repeatedly making breakthroughs after refining the blood-eye devil steel, the chaos demonic beast fell into a state of shock. In fact, it felt more shock than Jiang Hong and the rest. Step by step, Huang Xiaolong walked towards the chaos demonic beast. After refining the blood devil steel, his strength had risen greatly, and it was about time for him to subdue the chaos demonic beast before him. In an instant, everyone turned to stare at it. The chaos demonic beast snapped back to its senses and stared at Huang Xiaolong. You! No matter how hard it struggled or screamed, Jiang Hong's restrictions weren't there for show. He wasn't able to move a single muscle. Fear flashed through its eyes and it started to panic. Is Junior Brother planning to subdue the Chaos Black Camel now? Jiang Hong asked. The true body of the chaotic demon beast was a Chaos Black Camel. It was a top-grade Chaos spiritual beast, and it was easier to look for a needle in a haystack than to come across a single Chaos Black Camel. Moreover, it was a darkness-attributed demonic beast. Yes, I'm afraid I will have to trouble Senior Brother once again. Huang Xiaolong nodded. Now that he had broken through to the mid-Fifth Order God King realm, and along with the help of Jiang Hong, there shouldn't be any problem subduing this Chaos Black Camel, right? Despite trying to reassure himself, Huang Xiaolong wasn't really confident when the time came to take action. It's no trouble at all. Jiang Hong shook his hand and continued. Now then, shall we begin? Let's begin. Huang Xiaolong nodded. As Huang Xiaolong took his seat in front of the Chaos Black Camel, Jiang Hong found a spot behind him. After he adjusted his breathing and calmed down, Huang Xiaolong started to circulate the Grand Mist parasitic medium. Grand Mist aura started to flow through his arms and a cute little Grand Mist worm was formed. After he had advanced to the mid-level God King realm, he discovered that the Grand Mist worm formed with his Grand Mist aura had an additional purple stripe on its body. It shimmered with a faint purple glow and it was extremely eye-catching. At the same time, Jiang Hong also started to circulate the Grand Mist parasitic medium. Several Grand Mist worms formed around his body. As for the Grand Mist worms formed by Jiang Hong, they were 10 times larger than the one formed by Huang Xiaolong. Purple stripes covered their entire bodies, unlike the singular purple stripe on the body of the Grand Mist worm formed by Huang Xiaolong. Jiang Hong's Grand Mist worms glowed with a resplendent purple light, and comparing Huang Xiaolong's worm to his was like comparing fireflies to the moon. The Grand Mist worm around Huang Xiaolong paled in comparison. Huang Xiaolong could only smile bitterly after looking at Jiang Hong's Grand Mist worms. Even though he didn't know how powerful Jiang Hong's worms were, based on appearance alone, he could already tell that they were several times prettier than his. Huang Xiaolong retracted his thought and started to send out his worm towards the Chaos Black Camel. Due to Jiang Hong's binding, it couldn't circulate its god force to defend against Huang Xiaolong. Without any resistance, Huang Xiaolong's Grand Mist worm entered its body. After his Grand Mist worm entered the Chaos Black Camel's body, Huang Xiaolong discovered that it was unable to move further. Even though the Chaos Black Camel wasn't able to defend itself with god force, the energy in its body wasn't something to scoff at. Looking at how things were, Huang Xiaolong didn't even bother forming a plan to get to its spiritual sea. Upon seeing this, Jiang Hong quickly sent out his Grand Mist worms to enter the body of the Chaos Black Camel. As soon as his Grand Mist worms entered its body, brilliant rays of purple light burst forth as they released waves of Grand Mist aura. In an instant, the Chaos Black Camel was no longer able to defend itself. Seeing as its defenses were destroyed by Jiang Hong, Huang Xiaolong revealed a smile. With Jiang Hong's help, Huang Xiaolong's Grand Mist worm arrived at the Chaos Black Camel's spiritual sea. However, it was not over yet. After arriving at the spiritual sea, his Grand Mist worm was met with even stronger defenses. Even with Jiang Hong's Grand Mist aura, Huang Xiaolong's progress slowed down considerably. Meanwhile, Xianxia, Su Baisheng and the rest stood by the side as they observed the situation silently. Time trickled by. In a flash, a day passed. For an entire day, the three of them sat there like a statue and not a single muscle on their body moved. Compared to everyone else, the little cow looked extremely relaxed. You guys don't have to worry so much. He will succeed for sure. The little cow then threw a high-grade chaos spiritual pill into her mouth and chewed slowly. Kiddo Xianxia, you can have one. the little cow said as she took out a high-grade chaos spiritual pill and threw it towards Xianxia. Xianxia caught it and smiled. Senior Azure Cow, I think it's better for me to focus on guarding my master for now. Even though he was at the peak of the late First Order Emperor realm and was a lot stronger than her, he was unable to eat high-grade chaos spiritual pills as snacks. After all, he needed a long time to refine the energy contained in the pill. The little cow didn't insist any further and continued. Your old ancestor, Xiang Meng, should have already reached the peak of the late 10th Order Emperor realm, right? Xianxia replied with uncertainty. Maybe. Billions of years had already passed since, and he was unable to confirm the true strength of the old ancestor. Back in the days, Xiang Meng used to follow me, wandering through various worlds. Who would have thought that so many years would pass in the blink of an eye? The little cow sighed heavily as past memories played out in her head. For days passed. All of a sudden, a brilliant ray of light shot out from the statue-like trio. A purple glow enveloped Huang Xiaolong's body, and he looked as majestic as could be. As for the chaos black camel, its face contorted and its eyes turned bloodshot. Murderous intent rolled off it in waves. Everyone's heart tightened when they saw such a strange scene play out before them. The chaos black camel roared endlessly as it tried its best to struggle free. The deafening roar caused even the void to tremble in the dark space. After going back and forth for an hour, the howls stopped. Its eyes were no longer bloodshot and the killing intent completely disappeared. An expression of submission appeared on its face. Both Huang Xiaolong and Zhang Hong sighed in relief. A look of joy flashed in Huang Xiaolong's eyes. He had succeeded in taming the chaos black camel. This was a chaos black camel at the peak of the late First Order Emperor realm. The chaos black camel turned to face Huang Xiaolong as it greeted respectfully, Master! Huang Xiaolong nodded his head in satisfaction. Congratulations, Master! Congratulations, Manor Lord! Xianxia, Su Baisheng, Feng Er and the rest walked over and congratulated Huang Xiaolong. Huang Xiaolong replied with a smile. The little cow chuckled. Congratulations for obtaining another super bodyguard. Super bodyguard? Everyone snickered when they heard that term. Huang Xiaolong was in a good mood indeed. The trip to Scarlet Blood Mountain Range was well worth it. Not only did he make a breakthrough after refining the complete Blood Eye Devil Steel, but he had also obtained an Emperor Realm Chaos Black Camel. Soon after, the Chaos Black Camel took out the treasures it had hidden in the dark space and offered all of them to Huang Xiaolong. As an Emperor Realm Master, the treasures it had hoarded were naturally precious and rare. A smile broke out on Huang Xiaolong's face as all sorts of chaos spiritual tools slowly piled into a mountain before him. After subduing an Emperor Realm Chaos Demonic Beast, he even managed to obtain so many treasures. Where else would he find such a good deal? This was basically buy one get one free. After staying in the dark space for another half a day, there was nothing left to do. Everyone started to leave. However, they were in no rush to leave for the Ghost River and decided to remain in the Scarlet Blood Mountain Range for another night. Of course, being in no rush to leave meant that they had more time to feast on delicious food. That night, Huang Xiaolong took on the role of the main chef and showed off his amazing culinary skills. The fragrance of barbecued meat scattered around and lingered through the night. The night was filled with cheers and celebration, and even the Chaos Black Camel was staring at Huang Xiaolong with glistening eyes. Its worship for him reached a new level. The next day, Huang Xiaolong and his group started on their journey to the Ghost River after a good night's rest. They moved out leisurely, as the Ghost River wasn't located too far away from the Scarlet Blood Mountain Range. With their speed, they would be able to arrive at the Ghost River in a couple of days. When they left the Scarlet Blood Mountain Range, they ran into blood demons everywhere. But this time, Xianxia didn't need to make a move as the Chaos Black Camel dealt with the blood demons easily. Letting out a ferocious roar, the Chaos Black Camel unleashed the 9 demonic howl once again. As one of the stronger skills in the ancient chaos arts, the 9 demonic howl shattered the souls of all the blood demons before it. The destruction of the soul wasn't something that could be seen with the naked eye. Despite the lack of change in their regular appearance, There was no longer any light in their eyes. This was perfectly in line with the little cow's taste. She ordered Su Baixing to absorb all the bodies of the dead blood demons into his spatial ring before leaving the mountain range. Now that there were so many intact blood demons, they no longer had to worry that there was nothing to eat. Initially, Huang Xiaolong felt that something was off when Su Baixing went about absorbing blood demon corpses into his spatial ring. When he found out that the little cow was behind his strange actions, Huang Xiaolong could only smile helplessly. This old cow. After leaving the Scarlet Blood Mountain Range, they headed north, towards the Ghost River. The further up north they headed, the colder the atmosphere became around them. There was a hint of loneliness and gloomy aura in the air, and it made the hair on their bodies stand on end. After 3 days, a dark blue mountain range appeared before them. This is the Heaven Eye Mountain Range. We'll arrive at the Ghost River after traveling a little further. The little cow pointed ahead and said. Huang Xiaolong nodded his head and looked at the sky before asking, "Senior brother, it's already getting late. Why don't we take a break in the Heaven Eye Mountain Range before heading out tomorrow?" Zhang Hong agreed and replied, "All right." The devil chi surrounding the entire floating twilight lands was heavy to begin with, and at night, it seemed to congeal into a kind of mist, blocking off all sight. Even if one were to stretch out their hands, they wouldn't be able to see their fingers. Even though Zhang Hong was extremely strong and there was no need to worry about his safety, there was Huang Xiaolong and company. It would be much better to continue their journey in the day when visibility wasn't an issue. Moreover, they weren't in a rush. "Okay. Then let's rest here for the night." The little cow laughed and continued, "It's even better if we stayed here for a few nights." Huang Xiaolong looked at the gluttonous little cow and laughed. "There's no problem with resting here for a few more nights, but you won't have your share of the barbecued meat." How could the little cow hide her intentions from Huang Xiaolong? Ah! She was dumbfounded and pleaded, "Kiddo Huang, you can't be so cruel to me." In the next instant, everyone burst out laughing. Before long, they were gathered around a bonfire they had started on some flatland they found on a nearby mountain peak. Not long after the fragrance of barbecued meat started filling the area, a group of disciples started flying towards the Heaven Eye Mountain Range. The group of disciples were dressed in silver-white embroidered gowns and were especially eye-catching in this floating twilight land. From the looks of it, they were from the Brightness Emperor Palace. "Elder Tianchong, are you sure that there are really low-grade chaos spiritual veins in the vicinity of Heaven Eye Mountain Range? We have already scoured through this area for days without finding anything." "Elder Baichong, I am positive that there are low-grade chaos spiritual veins around here. Furthermore, these chaos spiritual veins should be a type of demonic variant that were mentioned in the legends. Even though it cannot be considered useful to a majority of us in the cultivation world, it is an absolute treasure for those who cultivate demonic arts. As long as we find one, we will be able to earn big by placing it in an auction. The Ghost River isn't too far away. Do you think the low-grade chaos spiritual veins are located there? We have already searched the entire Heaven Eye Mountain Range, but to no avail. They might really be hiding in the Ghost River. After all, that's the only place left." A disciple suddenly interrupted and pointed in a direction. "Master, look! Someone has lit a fire in the mountain range." Everyone from the Brightness Emperor Palace looked over and was shocked. How can there be people here in the Heaven Eye Mountain Range? Are they also here for the low-grade demonic chaos spiritual veins? An elder from the Brightness Emperor Palace, Tianzi, muttered to himself. Could they have already found the spiritual veins? How else can we explain the fact that we had been running around like headless chickens for the past few days? Another one of the elders, Bai Yunxiang, asked. "Won't we know after asking them?" A cold gleam flashed through Tianzi's eyes. Even though they weren't certain of it, they felt that there was no other explanation. Those people definitely discovered the chaos spiritual veins before us. "Let's go." The people from Brightness Emperor Palace then immediately flew towards Huang Xiaolong's group. In a flash, they arrived in the space above Huang Xiaolong's group. Before saying a word, Tianzi and his team surrounded them. After sweeping his gaze across everyone, his gaze landed on Huang Xiaolong and Zhang Hong. Which sect are you guys from? What's your purpose in coming to Heaven Eye Mountain Range? Tianzi arrogantly asked, as if he was interrogating sinners. Instead of replying, Huang Xiaolong turned to Jiang Hong and laughed. Senior brother, which sect are we from? If he were to speak the truth, Huang Xiaolong was clueless as to which sect he belonged to. Don't tell me our sect is called the Grand Mist Sect. Jiang Hong laughed and answered, I asked Master this in the past as well. However, he merely said that we weren't affiliated to any sections. Reaching out, he pointed at the meat over the fire and asked, Junior brother, is this meat ready yet? It's been cooking for so long. Huang Xiaolong smiled. I'm afraid you still have to wait a little longer. Seeing as they weren't being taken seriously, the members of the Brightness Emperor Palace flared up. They glared at Huang Xiaolong and Jiang Hong, who were laughing and chatting merrily. Don't pretend to be deaf. Tianzi's face became even more unsightly. His gaze turned icy cold and he threatened. I will give you one last chance to fess up. Otherwise, In response, all he received was a cackle of laughter from the little cow, Xianxia, and the others. When Tianzi heard the mocking laughter of those below him, he became completely enraged. With his identity as an elder of the Brightness Emperor Palace, he would have been revered and respected wherever he went. Even those hall masters who were from the top 100 emperor palaces wouldn't disrespect him like this. Just as Tianzi was about to strike out, another elder from the Brightness Emperor Palace, Bai Yunxiang, spoke. Are you Huang Xiaolong from the Fortune Emperor Palace? His gaze landed on Huang Xiaolong. Everyone was shocked. Since someone had already guessed his identity, Huang Xiaolong didn't plan to hide it any longer. He nodded his head and said, You're right. I'm Huang Xiaolong. The disciples from the Brightness Emperor Palace were startled. King of Supreme Godhead, Huang Xiaolong. Even the elders from Brightness Emperor Palace were shocked at his revelation. It turns out that you're actually Huang Xiaolong from the Fortune Emperor Palace. Tianzi immediately frowned. Huang Xiaolong. Even though you have a king of Supreme Godhead, at the end of the day, you are just a disciple from Fortune Emperor Palace. Even if your master, Zhao Lei, was here, he would still have to be polite to us. Even though he didn't state it explicitly, it was clear that he expected Huang Xiaolong to know his place and grovel beneath their feet. There was a hint of arrogance in his voice, as though he was teaching a junior a lesson. A cold smile revealed itself on Huang Xiaolong's face. What do you mean? Even my master has to be polite when he sees you? I don't even know who you are. In fact, I don't even want to know who you are. If you're done here, you can get lost. Can't you see we're trying to have dinner? If it wasn't because they were from the Brightness Emperor Palace, Huang Xiaolong would have already allowed Xianxia and the Chaos Black Camel to trample these guys into the ground. Tianzi's face turned unsightly after the words left Huang Xiaolong's lips. What does he mean he doesn't know who we are? The clothes on our body are a dead giveaway. Even Bai Yunxiang frowned as he felt that Huang Xiaolong was simply too proud and arrogant. Even if he had a king of Supreme Godhead, he was still a disciple of the Fortune Emperor Palace at the end of the day. Moreover, he was just a God King Realm disciple. Whether or not he would be able to mature smoothly to become a powerhouse would be another story. Not to mention the fact that even if he was able to mature in the next several tens of millions of years, with the status and strength of the Brightness Emperor Palace, they still didn't need to show him respect. Even an emperor didn't dare to offend the Brightness Emperor Palace. Huang Xiaolong, to tell you the truth, we received news that there are a few low-grade demonic chaos spiritual veins in the vicinity of Heaven Eye Mountain Range. We have a reason to suspect that you have found them and kept them for yourself. On the account of your master, Zhao Lei, if you hand over your spatial ring, and we don't find any spiritual veins, we won't make things difficult for you. Bai Yunxiang demanded. Huang Xiaolong sneered in response. Even if I found the low-grade demonic chaos spiritual veins, why should I hand it over to you? Why would I even dream of handing my spatial ring over? Did you carve your name into the spiritual veins? It was true. Even if Huang Xiaolong came into possession of the low-grade demonic chaos spiritual veins, they had no rights to force him to hand it over. They didn't belong to the Brightness Emperor Palace anyway. When those from the Brightness Emperor Palace heard Huang Xiaolong's reply, their expression turned gloomy. Tianzi sneered. I guess you really obtained those low-grade demonic chaos spiritual veins. After hearing what Huang Xiaolong had said, Tianzi mistakenly thought that Huang Xiaolong had found the low-grade demonic chaos spiritual veins. All of a sudden, Bai Yunxiang spoke out, Huang Xiaolong, how about this? Taking into account Zhao Lei and Fang Gan, we won't inspect your spirit rings. I heard that you defeated Wang Yongsan during your welcoming ceremony in the Fortune Emperor Palace and won a few low-grade chaos spiritual veins. You definitely have them on you right now. He paused for a while before continuing. In fact, you can keep the low-grade demonic chaos spiritual veins that you found. We want 2 of the ones you obtained from Wang Yongsan. From Bai Yunxiang's point of view, this was a fair trade. He felt that the low-grade demonic chaos spiritual veins in the Heaven Eye mountain range were the Brightness Emperor Palaces to begin with. Since he had already found the demonic chaos spiritual veins, can't he hand over 2 random low-grade chaos spiritual veins? The little cow was no longer able to control her laughter. I never thought you 2 elders from the Brightness Emperor Palace would be clowns. The low-grade chaos spiritual veins that Huang Xiaolong won from Wang Yongsan contained pure spirit qi, whereas the low-grade demonic chaos spiritual veins in the wilderness were polluted with devil qi. Be it the price or quality, the difference between the 2 was too huge. Who would have thought that the Brightness Emperor Palace would behave so outrageously to set their sights on Huang Xiaolong's low-grade chaos spiritual veins? So, you are not going to pay up? Tianzi's eyes flashed coldly, and a vicious smile appeared on his face. Since you can't seem to cherish your chance at living, you can't blame us for taking everything you have. All of it. Before allowing the disciples of the Brightness Emperor Palace to make a move, Tianzi shot towards Huang Xiaolong, planning to capture him before he could react. Demon Sealing Spirit Claw. An invisible giant hand of light materialized above Huang Xiaolong and pressed downwards. The entire sky seemed to be blotted out by the humongous hand made of light, and the devil qi in the atmosphere dissipated. It was as though the claw had the ability to purify all sorts of devil qi. Seeing the giant claw was about to reach Huang Xiaolong, Xianxia and the Chaos Black Camel shot into action at the same time. Xiangyun opened his mouth and generated a rolling ball of hellfire before launching it towards the claw. After smashing apart the claw, it flew towards Tianzi at shocking speed. Meanwhile, the Chaos Black Camel unleashed the 9 demonic howl at full strength. In the next instant, everyone from the Brightness Emperor Palace was sent flying, and copious amounts of blood came spurting out of their mouths. Their silver-white gowns became a bloody mess. A terrified look flashed in his eyes, and Tianzi's arrogance evaporated. He didn't dare to believe his eyes as his gaze fell onto Xianxia and the Chaos Black Camel. Who are they? To be able to injure a late third-order heavenly monarch like him with several casual attacks wasn't something ordinary heavenly monarchs could do. Only demonic beasts above the 10th-order heavenly monarch realm could do something like that. Who would have thought that this ordinary elephant and black camel were actually 10th-order heavenly monarchs? Now the only thing he wanted to know was their cultivation level. Are they in the early, middle, or late stage of the 10th-order heavenly monarch realm? Of course, he didn't consider the possibility of them being in the Emperor realm. After all, no one would ever expect a mere God King Reem disciple from the Fortune Emperor Palace to have Emperor realm experts guarding him. That was Bai Yunxiang's thought as well. Huang Xiaolong, was it Fang Gan and Zhao Lei who gave you these 2 demonic beasts? It seems like the Fortune Emperor Palace is pulling out all the stops to protect the King of Supreme Godhead. They even sent 2 10th-order heavenly monarch realm demonic beasts to protect you. In that case, we will admit defeat today. Let's go. Bai Yunxiang stood up and prepared to leave. Seeing that stealing the low-grade chaos spiritual veins from Huang Xiaolong was a lost cause, he planned to return another day to settle the debt. Leave? Who let you leave? The little cow piped up all of a sudden. Tianzi, Bai Yunxiang, and the disciples who were about to leave stopped dead in their tracks. An expression unsightly beyond compare appeared on Tianzi's face as he glared at the little cow. What do you mean by that? Do you think that you can keep us here forcefully? This damn cow is merely Huang Xiaolong's mount. As an elder in the Brilliance Emperor Palace, Why should I listen to a cow? Bai Yunxiang turned to sneer at the little cow. We'll leave when we want to. Even if Zhao Lei was here, he wouldn't have the guts to force us to stay. In their opinion, Zhao Lei would have to lower his head when speaking to them, much less a damn cow. As soon as they spoke, everyone in Huang Xiaolong's party revealed a strange look. Even Zhang Hong's face lit up as he turned to look at them. He couldn't help but look at the members of the Brightness Emperor Palace in pity. In the past, even the palace master of the Brightness Emperor Palace had to run with his tail tucked between his legs when he met Senior Azure Cow. As for people who dared to act arrogantly in front of her, they wouldn't be able to find a handful of them after combing through several world surfaces. Right? A brilliant smile appeared on the little cow's face and she said, "From what I can see, this mountain peak seems a little too tall. Walking down will take too long. How about you guys roll back to the bottom? You'll be able to save both your energy and time. Roll down the mountain. Save energy and time." When her suggestion entered their ears, the rage they had been trying to suppress burst out like water from a broken dam. What did this damn cow just say? How dare she ask us to roll down the mountain? Not only was this mountain at least 3,000 feet high, it was also covered in thorny poisonous bluegrass. Not mentioning the sharp rocks on the surface, it would be a feat to survive after rolling off it. At this moment, Xianxia reached out with his palm and slapped the void above the members of the Brightness Emperor Palace. They felt a sudden burst of dark energy invading their bodies and it sealed off the god force in their body. In the next instant, they were sent flying. Su Baisheng and the others watched as Tianzi, Bai Yunxiang, and the disciples rolled off the mountain. As Xianxia had already sealed off their strength, they were unable to stop as they rolled off the mountain. Neither could they use their god force to protect themselves. One of the disciples that rolled down ended up with a sharp rock stabbed deep into his thighs. Miserable screams came one after another as they went rolling down the mountain. As the screams became softer and softer as they rolled further down the mountain, the little cow turned to Xianxia and chided, "You should have used your hellfire to burn off all their clothes before throwing them down." Everyone stared at the little cow with their mouths agape. Xianxia smiled bitterly and said, "Yes, I will keep in mind, Senior Azure Cow." Huang Xiaolong laughed in delight and announced, "The meat is ready." In an instant, all of them forgot the brief interlude with the members of the Brilliance Emperor Palace. After more than an hour, Tianzi, Bai Yunxiang and his group finally arrived at the foot of the mountain and they laid on the ground, gasping for air. A sense of horror filled their mind as they tried to get over the fact that they had escaped from certain death. After crawling back to their feet with great difficulty, they looked at their tattered body that was covered with cuts and bruises. A wave of shame and anger clouded their mind as killing intent surged in them. "I swear that I will definitely tear that cow up into tiny pieces one day," Tianzi shouted furiously. Bai Yunxiang fished out a chaos spiritual pill, swallowed it and gnashed his teeth in anger. "There's still that damnable Huang Xiaolong. He better pray that he doesn't end up in my hands in the future." When Xianxia's dark energy started to dissipate after a short while, all of them managed to gain control over their god force once again. They quickly circulated their god force to recover from their adventure. A few hours later, Tianzi and Bai Yunxiang stood up and stared resentfully at the peak of the mountain before taking their leave. "Huang Xiaolong, Fortune Emperor Palace, you guys wait and see. This matter won't end here." The next day, Huang Xiaolong and his group resumed their journey towards the Ghost River. They managed to arrive in the remote Ghost River in half a day, and they felt a chilling energy covering their bodies. Standing in front of the Ghost River, they looked at the multicolored water as it flowed downstream for hundreds of meters. They could hear faint sounds of wailing in the distance and felt a cold shiver run down their spines. Huang Xiaolong released his divine sense and tried searching for the source of the wails. However, after several minutes of searching, he failed to find what he was looking for. The wails seemed to come from the depths of the sky, from the bottom of the earth and from the depth of one's soul. "Junior brother, how is it?" Zhang Hong wanted to see if Huang Xiaolong could feel the presence of the Grand Mist aura around them. Since Huang Xiaolong had refined the purple Grand Mist Qi and Grand Mist Aura before, he should be able to sense the presence of Grand Mist Aura as long as it was nearby. Let me try. Huang Xiaolong replied before using his God Force to stimulate the purple Grand Mist Aura within his body. He sent out his purple Grand Mist Aura into the surroundings. However, Huang Xiaolong realized that there seemed to be some kind of mysterious barrier surrounding the Ghost River that stopped him from spreading his purple Grand Mist Aura more than 3,000 to 4,000 feet away. Huang Xiaolong turned to Zhang Hong and explained the strange occurrence. Zhang Hong was astounded that there was something that could actually obstruct Huang Xiaolong's connection with the purple Grand Mist Aura. After all, the purple Grand Mist Qi was one of the supreme spiritual Qi. Let's go and take a look below, Zhang Hong suggested. This ghost river was extremely long and they were at the start of it. Hence, Huang Xiaolong and the rest of them started to follow the river trail. Of course, Huang Xiaolong didn't remain idle as they traveled downwards as he sent out his purple Grand Mist Aura every now and then. The ghost river was frighteningly silent as rays of green and blue light constantly emerged from its depths. The wailing of the dead continued and seemed to follow behind Huang Xiaolong and the rest. When they arrived at the halfway point, an intense surge of Grand Mist Aura appeared from inside the river, but it disappeared in the next second. Huang Xiaolong was bewildered as he stopped to stare at the center of the river. Junior brother, what's the problem? Following Huang Xiaolong's gaze, Zhang Hong's eye landed on the center of the river as well. Senior brother, are you able to see what's at the bottom of the river? For a brief moment, I seem to sense a trace of Grand Mist Aura coming out from the river, said Huang Xiaolong. Zhang Hong was pleasantly surprised. However, a bewildered look flashed through his eyes in the next moment. Even though the bottom of this ghost river is thousands of feet deep, there's nothing there. Why don't we take a look? Huang Xiaolong was certain that there was Grand Mist Aura somewhere in the river. All right. Huang Xiaolong, Zhang Hong, and the rest broke through the surface of the river as they made their way downwards. Before they had the chance to arrive at the bottom, a terrifyingly strong devouring force appeared. Before any of them could react, they arrived in the space above a primitive forest. I knew it. There was an independent space located in the river. Zhang Hong looked at his surroundings in shock. He was surprised at the fact that the independent space was able to avoid his detection. When the rest of them looked around, they realized that they couldn't see the end of the forest. Huang Xiaolong tried to make a connection to the purple Grand Mist Aura in his body, but was shocked to find that it didn't react. Huang Xiaolong looked at Zhang Hong and asked, Senior brother, are you able to figure out how big this space is? Just a moment ago, he had tried to use his divine sense to look for the edge of the space but had realized that it would only reach several tens out of thousands of li distance. This space was the same as the Ghost River, and some sort of special power seemed to be restricting his divine soul. Zhang Hong shook his head. I can't. This space is too large for me to feel the edge and something seems to be blocking my divine soul. I was only able to extend it to cover a small part of the space around us. Huang Xiaolong was shocked. Even senior brother's divine soul was affected by the restriction here? That was too shocking. Where in the world were they? One had to know that Zhang Hong was an expert surpassing the Emperor realm. If the space created by some other expert could suppress him, didn't it mean that the creator was someone stronger than him? Xianxia, the Chaos Black Camel, and the others were shocked by the turn of events. In fact, Zhang Hong himself was surprised as well as this was his first time encountering something like this. This space should have been born from the world. The little cow interrupted everyone's thoughts with a sudden statement. In fact, it should have been born during the Grand Mist Era. Grand Mist Era. Everyone was shocked. The past was followed by time immemorial, preceded by the ancient times. The chaos gave birth to the desolate era which came before the ancient times, and the Grand Mist Era gave birth to chaos. If this space was created in the Grand Mist Era, no one dared to continue thinking about how many years it had existed for. What's so surprising about this? The little cow continued. Even though spaces born in the Grand Mist Era are rare, they can still be found. Back when Huang Xiaolong had found the purple Grand Mist Aura, didn't he also discover it in a space born in the Grand Mist Era? Any space that can block Kiddo Grand Mist's divine soul has to be a space born during the Grand Mist era. Everyone was startled by the little cow's revelation. Huang Xiaolong's eyes widened as he asked the little cow, "So, you were saying that there is a possibility that the Grand Mist aura exists in this space. Furthermore, the purple Grand Mist aura might be present here." The little cow smiled. "Based on my estimation, there should be purple Grand Mist aura here. However, it's just a guess. You have to look for it on your own." Huang Xiaolong looked at the little cow in annoyance. She might as well not have said anything. He then creased his eyebrows and turned to Jiang Hong. "Senior brother, don't you think that your god force is slowly weakening?" Huang Xiaolong only discovered it now as his loss of god force had been extremely slow. "You're right. I'm slowly losing the god force in my body as well," Jiang Hong said solemnly. Even though he was someone who had surpassed the Emperor realm, he was unable to stop his god force from slipping away. After asking Xianxia and the others, Huang Xiaolong was sure that everyone was slowly losing the god force they had stored in their body. "It seems like this space is able to devour our god force. We could be said to have hit the jackpot. Not many spaces will be able to absorb the god force from our bodies," the little cow said with a solemn expression. "We need to find the purple Grand Mist aura as soon as we can before finding an exit. As soon as the god force in our body gets sucked dry, our blood essence will be next. After our blood essence runs dry, our life force will be the last thing this space sucks up. If that happens, we will die of old age here." Everyone felt a tingle up their spine. Although it sounded ridiculous based on their current situation, there really was a possibility that they would die of old age in that space. Jiang Hong revealed a bitter smile on his face. If the number one expert in the divine world were to die of old age in this space, what would everyone think? Circulating their god force, Huang Xiaolong and the rest pushed their speed to the limit and flew forward. The longer they stayed here, the more dangerous it was. However, the primitive forest was simply too vast. Even after flying for 6 days, all they saw were trees beneath them. Furthermore, there wasn't any other sign of life in this primitive forest. No matter whether it was demonic beasts or other humans, they weren't able to see another living creature. Everything seemed empty and quiet, and the atmosphere seemed pretty eerie. As the god force drained from their bodies, they weren't able to restore it no matter how many chaos spiritual pills they took. Even though Huang Xiaolong's true dragon physique provided him with exceptional self-recovery abilities, he discovered that the rate at which he recovered was far slower than the rate his god force drained from his body. After 9 long days, they managed to fly out of the primitive forest. In the 9 days, Huang Xiaolong tried his best to look for the purple Grand Mist aura, but to no avail. They had no choice but to continue flying. After 2 additional days, Jiang Hong released a loud cry and seemed pleasantly surprised. "Senior brother, what did you see?" Huang Xiaolong asked. "There are people up ahead." Everyone started to rejoice as a trace of hope ignited in their hearts. For 11 whole days, they had failed to notice the slightest sign of life. It was as though they were the only living creatures present. Now that there was civilization, there was hope. Following Jiang Hong's lead, they flew towards the other sign of life. Before long, they noticed a tall middle-aged man, resembling a wild barbarian in the distance. He was more than 10 meters tall and his limbs were as thick as tree trunks. Thick black hair grew out of his arms and legs, and despite the sparse concentration of hair on his body, each strand was jet black and extremely eye-catching. Even though he was shocked to see Huang Xiaolong's group flying towards him, he didn't try to run away. "Are you guys outsiders?" He stared at them and asked. "Outsiders?" They turned to look at each other. From his words, it seemed as though he was an aboriginal in the space they were in. "We came in nearly 10 days ago," Huang Xiaolong replied. That middle-aged man hummed. "We are barbarians living here. In fact, our ancestors have been living here for generations." They became dumbfounded when they heard his revelation. Their ancestors were here. How did they survive when the space was constantly absorbing their god force? As if he knew what Huang Xiaolong was thinking about, the middle-aged barbarian explained. Are you wondering how we survived with our god force being constantly drained? We are barbarians and our fleshy body seems to fit in with the space. We are not affected by the devouring force here. A light bulb appeared in their minds at the same time. After chatting for several minutes, they found out that this middle-aged man's name was Feng Yaozhong. Feng? His surname was Feng. Moreover, they managed to find out that the barbarian tribe was merely a short distance from where they were. The number of barbarians present were much lower than what they thought. There were merely several hundred million in this vast space. Feng Yaozhong enthusiastically invited the group back to his tribe. After a short consideration, Huang Xiaolong and Jiang Hong accepted his invitation. After all, as original inhabitants of this space, they might be able to provide a clue as to where the purple grand mist aura was. As they made their way to the tribe, Huang Xiaolong asked Feng Yaozhong, "Brother Yaozhong, have you seen other outsiders whose appearances have resembled us in the past?" Feng Yaozhong nodded his head. "Yes, I did. Every few years, outsiders will appear, and in my several hundreds of thousands of years of existence, I have met a few of them. What happened to them?" All these outsiders he was referring to had to be experts from the divine realm who were sucked into this space by the Ghost River. As for their mysterious disappearance, it definitely had something to do with the space they were in. What happened to them? Feng Yaozhong thought for a second before replying, "They died. Dead." His words echoed like thunderclaps in the ears of Huang Xiaolong and company. It was a no-brainer. They definitely died from old age due to the devouring force sucking up their vitality. Thinking up to this point, Huang Xiaolong and the rest felt as though their hearts skipped a beat. The stronger ones were able to live for several tens of years in this space. As for the weaker ones, they died in about a year. Feng Yaozhong shook his head and sighed. Could it be that there is no exit to this space? Huang Xiaolong felt a sense of panic rising in his heart. Leave. Feng Yaozhong started to laugh. If there really was a way to leave, you wouldn't be able to see me here. Since time immemorial, my ancestors have been trapped here, and all of us desire nothing but to leave this place. Hearing what the barbarian said, all of them felt a crushing weight pressing down on their heart. Is there really no way to leave this space? Despite having doubts about being unable to leave, they couldn't help but think of the barbarian ancestors. They had been trapped here for God knew how long. What if it was true? What if there was really no way out? There has been a tradition passed down from the forefathers, and it states that the person who brings us out of this space will be crowned the king of barbarians. As long as anyone is able to bring us out, we will follow his order down to the letter. A stunned silence fell over Huang Xiaolong's party. The king of barbarians. Despite there being an absence of god force in Feng Yaozhong's body, Huang Xiaolong could tell that he was a foe to be reckoned with. The power he had in his fleshy body made him comparable to ordinary God-King realm experts. Not just mere low-level God-King realm experts, but he was comparable to a high-level God-King. A single Feng Yaozhong had such power. Huang Xiaolong could only imagine the power of the barbarians as a whole. The moment anyone obtained the title of the King of Barbarians, they would be able to command an extraordinarily strong force. Who is the current leader of the barbarians right now? Jiang Hong asked. We are split up into different tribes, and most of our tribes consist of several tens of thousands of barbarians. As for the 5 biggest tribes, they have at the very least 30 to 40 million members. Every single tribe has its own head chieftains, but the head chieftains of the 5 biggest tribes can be said to be the leader of all the barbarians. Feng Yaozhong continued, I'm from one of the biggest tribes, and we are called the Barbaric Wind Tribe. Barbaric Wind Tribe. Huang Xiaolong repeated the name in his head several times. As for the other 4 tribes, they are called the Barbaric Lightning Tribe, Barbaric Flame Tribe, Barbaric Rain Tribe, and the Barbaric Light Tribe. When Huang Xiaolong heard the names, he felt that they weren't too bad. Well, that was until the names Barbaric Rain Tribe and Barbaric Brilliance Tribe came out of Feng Yaozhong's mouth. He couldn't help but crack a smile. He had to say the barbarians had a unique way of naming their tribes. Despite laughing at their names, Huang Xiaolong didn't forget to ask Feng Yaozhong about the strength of the tribes. Since he didn't plan on hiding anything, Feng Yaozhong revealed everything they wanted to know. In your terms, the chiefs of the 5 biggest tribes are experts in the emperor realm. Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. 5 emperors. If the entire barbarian race was to establish itself in the divine world, they could easily wrestle for a spot in the top 100 emperor palaces. A light bulb seemed to appear in Huang Xiaolong's mind. If I manage to look for a way out, doesn't that mean? His heart seemed to pump faster and boiling blood rushed through his veins. Even though he had Xianxia and the Chaos Black Camel beside him right now, he wouldn't be able to stand up to any of the emperor palaces in the top 100 rankings. However, if he could subdue the entire barbarian race, he would instantly add 5 emperor realm experts to his total combat power. When that happened, he would possess strength rivaling the top 100 emperor palaces. One had to know that the Fortune Emperor Palace only had 5 emperors holding the fort. They were Feng Gon, his master Zhao Lei, the old ancestor Zhou Chun, Chun Yirong, and Li Shan. What about the combat power of the 5 chiefs? Is the chief of your tribe the strongest among them? Feng Yaozhong shook his head and said, "The chief of my tribe only has the strength of a late 3rd order emperor. The strongest chief is the chief of the barbaric lightning tribe, Lei Budong. He should be as strong as a peak early 4th order emperor. Other than Lei Budong, none of the other chiefs are stronger than him." Along the way, Huang Xiaolong gained insight on the situation in the barbarian race. Feng Yaozhong hid nothing from them, and they managed to learn a great deal of information. There were 13 smaller chiefs under the 5 great chiefs, and all 13 of them were peak late 10th order heavenly monarchs. There were hundreds of tribe heads beneath the 13 chiefs, and all of them had the strength of heavenly monarchs. However, none of them had extraordinary combat power comparable to exceptional experts at the same level. With Feng Yaozhong's meticulous explanation, Huang Xiaolong managed to learn the power structure of the barbarian race. After 2 days of travel, Feng Yaozhong was no longer a stranger to Huang Xiaolong's party. "In fact, there is a way for us to leave this place." Feng Yaozhong suddenly revealed a piece of spicy information that exploded like a bomb in Huang Xiaolong's mind. After a short period of shock, an ecstatic expression appeared on the faces of everyone present. "What's the way?" Several voices sounded out at the same time. Even though they guessed that leaving would pose a bit of a challenge, the flames of hope ignited in their heart. "There is a land of lightning penalty located in the distant north. According to our legends, anyone will be able to leave as long as they pass through the land of lightning penalty." Feng Yaozhong said, but the more he spoke, the more demoralized he became. "However, the moment you step foot into the land of lightning penalty, you will be bombarded by endless chaos divine lightning. Even a peak late 10th order emperor realm expert wouldn't be able to cross the land of lightning penalty. If you plan on crossing it, it will be very, very, very difficult." Feng Yaozhong shook his head and emphasized the word, difficult. He even added 3 very in front of it to describe the level of difficulty they would face. "What if an expert surpassing the emperor realm tries to cross the land of lightning penalty?" Huang Xiaolong hastily inquired. Jiang Hong was an expert who had surpassed the emperor realm. Everyone turned to look at Feng Yaozhong simultaneously. "Someone who surpassed the emperor realm?" Feng Yaozhong was stunned. He frowned and said, "I'm not too sure how far he will be able to go. After all, no one has ever explored the land of lightning punishment, and the strongest ancestors were all at the peak of the late 10th order emperor realm. They were only able to enter 3,000 feet into the land of lightning penalty." A look of disappointment flashed past their faces. Even though Feng Yaozhong didn't state it outright, they knew that even in existence surpassing the emperor realm would face difficulty when trying to cross the land of lightning penalty. "How far is the land of lightning penalty from here?" "It's extremely far." Feng Yaozhong shook his head. "Even if I flew there at top speed, I would take 7 to 8 years. 7 to 8 years. Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. Upon remembering his dragon shark flying ship, Huang Xiaolong's unease reduced slightly. If they travel with the dragon shark flying ship, it would only take a month or 2 at the most. Another day passed. With Feng Yaozhong leading in front, Huang Xiaolong finally reached where the barbaric Wind tribe lived. As Feng Yaozhong's home was located in one of the 5 biggest barbarian settlements, It was bustling and noisy all the time, noisier and busier than Huang Xiaolong had imagined. Though they were called settlements, in truth it looked more like a cluster of old cities. Small old cities, less than 1/10 the size of the brimming snow city, where Huang Xiaolong had once stayed. The walls showed the vicissitudes of time. Clearly, these walls had seen a lot. Feng Yaozhong led Huang Xiaolong, Jiang Hong, and the rest into one of the cities. Big brother Feng. Yaozhong. Uncle Yaozhong. Once they were inside the city, shouts of greetings to Feng Yaozhong could be heard from all around. It looks like Feng Yaozhong was quite popular in this city. The barbarians, who were passing by them, stole glances at Huang Xiaolong's group, but none of them showed surprise. As Feng Yaozhong had said, outsiders often visited this space from time to time. Gradually, seeing outsiders had become a norm for them. Huang Xiaolong noticed that the average strengths of these barbarians was quite high. The majority of them were ancestor god realm masters, with a very few ancient god realm. He saw a few children who already had the cultivation of heavenly god realm. Huang Xiaolong also spotted 1 or 2 high-level god king realm masters like Feng Yaozhong on the streets. However, Huang Xiaolong did not see any heavenly monarch realm masters since following Feng Yaozhong into the city, even though they had been walking for more than an hour. Feng Yaozhong introduced the surroundings and the barbarians' daily lives to Huang Xiaolong's group as they walked through the city. The city they were in belonged to the barbarian Wind tribe, and it was also one of the biggest cities around, and one of their barbarians' favorite hobbies was drinking a kind of wine named Dragon Mizzle wine. The Dragon Mizzle wine was made using various herbs and water from the dragon rain, unique to their space. The Dragon Mizzle wine has a wonderful aroma, containing an aura unique to the dragon clan. It's fantastic. Drinking it not only enhances your strength, tempers your physical body, but it also nourishes the soul. Feng Yaozhong passionately introduced the wine to Huang Xiaolong's group, smacking his lips a few times, as if he was remembering the taste of the Dragon Mizzle wine. Unfortunately, the wine costs an arm and a leg. Feng Yaozhong shook his head in pity as he went on. Even if I take out all of my grade 7 spirit stones savings from the last couple of years, I still can't afford to buy a small jug of it. The inhabitants of this space also use spirit stones as currency. How much does 1 Dragon Mizzle wine cost? Huang Xiaolong asked curiously. Feng Yaozhong extended out his palm in front of Huang Xiaolong. Huang Xiaolong took a guess. 50,000 low grade 7 spirit stones? Feng Yaozhong blanked stupidly by Huang Xiaolong's guess, chuckling awkwardly as he said, "What 50,000? You think the Dragon Mizzle wine is a chaos spiritual pill? It's 500 low grade 7 spirit stones. Though it's merely 500 low grade 7 spirit stones, I need to save for a good several years. If it were to cost 50,000 low grade 7 spirit stones, I wouldn't be able to save enough throughout my entire life even to buy 1 small jug." 500? Huang Xiaolong, Jiang Hong, and the others felt a wave of speechlessness. 500 low grade 7 spirit stones is considered expensive? Your world outside this space is full of spiritual energy. But here, spiritual energy is scarce. Therefore, 500 low grade 7 spirit stones is expensive for us. Feng Yaozhong watched the expressions on the faces of Huang Xiaolong's group and explained, "The spiritual veins and spiritual stones in this space reduce after every piece is used. It takes tens and thousands of years for spiritual veins to form." Huang Xiaolong nodded his head in agreement. "Is there a place that sells Dragon Mizzle wine in this city?" the little cow asked Feng Yaozhong with sparkling eyes. One look at the little cow's expression, and Huang Xiaolong knew the little cow's brewing intentions. There's a restaurant that sells this wine near my residence," Feng Yaozhong answered. A while later, the group arrived at Feng Yaozhong's residence. The truth was less glamorous than what residence sounded to be, as Feng Yaozhong's residence was merely a simple and small courtyard. Feng Yaozhong's courtyard had 3 rooms, 1 alchemy chamber, a study, the front hall, and the backyard. The building materials were definitely the higher quality materials found in this space, but many times worse compared to the building materials Huang Xiaolong had seen in residences outside. Some time later, The group stepped out from Feng Yaozhong's residence as the little cow suggested they go try the dragon missile wine. Huang Xiaolong was more than willing to do so. He too was curious if the dragon missile wine was as good as Feng Yaozhong had described it. After all, they had learned that they were going to find the way back outside once they passed through the land of lightning penalty. None of the others minded delaying for a day or two. Moreover, Huang Xiaolong wanted to stay around a few days there to inquire about the clues of the Grand Mist Aura. But Feng Yaozhong looked troubled hearing Huang Xiaolong say that he wanted to drink the dragon missile wine. About this, Brother Huang, I don't have enough grade 7 spirit stones. The little cow chortled at Feng Yaozhong's words. She then pointed at Huang Xiaolong with her hoof and said, "There's more than enough spirit stones on this brat. You don't have to worry about spirit stones at all. When we are there, you can drink as much as you want. Drink to your heart's content. You can even drink down to the last jug of dragon missile wine the restaurant has and things will still be fine." Excitement rose to Feng Yaozhong's face. Then he said shyly, "It's not nice, right, that I spend Brother Huang's spirit stones?" Huang Xiaolong smiled silently. With a wave of his hand, several spirit stones fell from the void, exuding rich spiritual energy that rushed out to the four corners of Feng Yaozhong's courtyard. Feng Yaozhong stared blankly at the several pieces of spirit stones on the floor. A while later, his stammering voice sounded, "To these, all the legendary GR grade 10 spirit stones?" Within this space, there were still quite a lot of grade 7 spirit stones, but grade 8 spirit stones and grade 9 spirit stones were scarce. Not to mention, grade 10 spirit stones were only heard of in legends spoken by the older generations. Someone like Feng Yaozhong, who had lived for several hundred millennia, had never seen nor touched a grade 10 spirit stone. Huang Xiaolong nodded with a faint smile as he confirmed, "These are mid-grade 10 spirit stones." Since Huang Xiaolong's cultivation realm had risen to mid-level God King realm, he could condense mid-grade 10 spirit stones. At Huang Xiaolong's confirmation, Feng Yaozhong's heart started beating erratically. Mid-grade 10 spirit stones for real. I still have a lot of these mid-grade 10 spirit stones. I don't lack spirit stones. So elder brother Yaozhong, don't be polite with me. Huang Xiaolong reassured him. Feng Yaozhong stared at the several pieces of mid-grade 10 spirit stones and nodded woodenly. From Feng Yaozhong's residence, the big group headed to the restaurant Feng Yaozhong had mentioned earlier. Though there was only one floor to the restaurant, it was large and spacious with more than 100 tables. All the furniture was made out of the same ancient divine wood that was emitting a faint, refreshing, and comfortable woody fragrance. However, there were not a lot of customers inside, and not even 1/10 of the seats were filled. Huang Xiaolong's group chose a table close to the window, called the waiter over, and ordered 100 jugs of dragon missile wine. The restaurant had a rule that limited one table to buy 100 jugs of dragon missile wine every day. So, Huang Xiaolong adhered to the rule and ordered 100 jugs. The moment Huang Xiaolong's voice fell, the waiter and other barbarians in the restaurant were astounded. But when Huang Xiaolong took out a piece of mid-grade 10 spirit stone, the waiter hurried away and returned swiftly with 100 jugs of dragon raindrops wine. Everyone grabbed a jug of wine. The moment it was uncorked, both Huang Xiaolong and Zhang Hong exchanged a look of astonishment. There was a trace of grand mist aura within this dragon missile wine. But how? How was that possible? Huang Xiaolong and Zhang Hong exchanged another glance. Both saw their own delight mirrored in the other's eyes. This was the unexpected tree that grew. Who would have thought that this dragon missile wine would be enriched with the grand mist aura? Even though the grand mist aura was very minimal, Huang Xiaolong and Zhang Hong, who cultivated the grand mist parasitic medium, instantly detected the grand mist aura's presence in the wine. Since this dragon missile wine was enriched with grand mist aura, then loud gulping noises sounded from their table. After opening the jug of dragon missile wine in his hand, Feng Yaozhong couldn't wait to fill himself with several mouthfuls of the elixir, then praised loudly, "Excellent, excellent wine." Xianxia, Guiyi, and the rest also took a large gulp of the wine, then showed a look of appreciation. In an instant, everyone's breaths smelled of wine. But Huang Xiaolong couldn't be bothered with tasting the wine at the moment. He urgently asked Feng Yaozhong, elder brother Feng. You mentioned that this dragon missile wine is fermented with a unique water collected from the dragon rain? Correct. Feng Yaozhong took another sip and smacked his lips before answering. Then, do you know where this dragon rain could be found? It was Zhang Hong who asked the follow-up question. It's at the Dragon Rain Mountains. Feng Yaozhong answered. You want to go to the Dragon Rain Mountains? But the Dragon Rain Mountains are heavily guarded by our 5 head chieftains. Only those holding tokens given by any of 5 head chieftains are permitted to enter the territory. In truth, this dragon missile wine is made by the 5 head chieftains' subordinates. At the end of the day, the profits go to the 5 head chieftains. Inside this space, the dragon rain meant money. Naturally, the tribe's 5 head chieftains would want to control the source of wealth in their hands. Listening to Feng Yaozhong say that the Dragon Rain Mountains were heavily guarded by the 5 head chieftains, neither Huang Xiaolong and Zhang Hong put it to heart. Even the late 10th Order Emperor Realm Mo Xiao was no match against one finger from Zhang Hong. What's more to these 5 head chieftains who were at low-level and mid-level Emperor Realm strengths. The Dragon Rain Mountains. How far is it from here? Huang Xiaolong asked another question. It won't be like the Land of Lightning penalty, right? The Dragon Rain Mountains are very far from here. Calculating based on my fastest flying speed, it would take me 2 years. Feng Yaozhong estimated. He wiped off the trickle of wine off the corner of his mouth as he grinned and said to Huang Xiaolong, Brother Huang, I advise you against going to the Dragon Rain Mountains, as there are heavenly monarch realm masters among those guarding the mountain range. Although he could not determine Zhang Hong, Xiang Sun, and the Chaos Black Camel's strength, he still advised Huang Xiaolong out of concern. No one living in this space dared to defy the 5 head chieftains, and had guts to covet the Dragon Rain Mountains' benefits. There were a few times when outsiders had wanted to encroach on the Dragon Rain Mountains, but in the end, all of them had died a tragic death. Huang Xiaolong kept a faint smile on his face as he continued to ask about the Dragon Rain Mountains' location. Seeing that Huang Xiaolong and Zhang Hong were dead set on heading to the Dragon Rain Mountains, Feng Yaozhong could only tell them the exact location and other details he knew of. Still, in the end, Feng Yaozhong couldn't resist cautioning Huang Xiaolong again. Brother Huang, heed my advice. You all better not go to the Dragon Rain Mountains. Many thanks, elder brother Yaozhong, but we have to make a trip to the Dragon Rain Mountains. Huang Xiaolong understood Feng Yaozhong was advising them out of kindness. He smiled and said, Don't worry, elder brother Yaozhong. We will return safely. Take extra care then. Feng Yaozhong sighed and nodded. A sharp voice disturbed the table's atmosphere at that moment. Yo, look who's here. Feng Yaozhong, what a rare customer. It's not easy to see your face here in the Dragon Rain restaurant. Huang Xiaolong and the others turned to look, seeing several figures swagger arrogantly towards their table. The one who had spoken was a sturdy-built middle-aged man. Feng Yaozhong had a burly stature, but this middle-aged man was bullier than Feng Yaozhong. Feng Yaozhong's brows furrowed deeply when he saw these people. Feng Shiping, what are you doing here? The middle-aged man Feng Shiping chuckled loudly and said, You didn't open this Dragon Rain restaurant, so you can come in here? Why can't I? His gaze swept over Huang Xiaolong, Gui Feng Er, and the others as he spoke. His eyes lit up when he spotted the top grade 10 spirit stones on the table next to Huang Xiaolong's hand. It really is grade 10 spirit stones. I thought that Feng Zhihai lied to me. The burly middle-aged man Feng Shiping chuckled even more. A few years back, that kid Feng Yuan came across several outsiders, slaughtered them and picked up several million grade 7 spirit stones and over 10,000 spiritual pills. Finally, it's my turn to get lucky. Feng Shiping and his group surrounded Huang Xiaolong's table. Feng Yaozhong jumped up from his seat in anger and bellowed, Feng Shiping, get the fuck out of here. Don't think I won't dare to beat you up because you're Chieftain Feng Shirley's nephew. These people are my friends. At this point, the reason behind Feng Shiping's visit was crystal clear. Feng Shiping and his subordinates behind him erupted in laughter. Since you know that I'm Chieftain Feng Shirley's nephew, I advise you better not poke your nose into others' affairs. Feng Yaozhong, for your big brother's sake, I'll let you go, but don't think I don't have the guts to cripple you. Feng Shiping warned icily, and he pointed at Huang Xiaolong. All of the spirit stones on this punk here are mine. Also that woman, I'm taking her. His finger shifted to Feng Air. Feng Yaozhong's face darkened as fury erupted in his heart, and he was about to attack when Huang Xiaolong extended his arm and stopped Feng Yaozhong. He was calm and indifferent as he said, "Elder brother Yaozhong, we'll deal with this." Feng Yaozhong looked at Huang Xiaolong and hesitated, but he nodded in the end. Feng Shiping laughed even louder hearing Huang Xiaolong's words. He widened his eyes and glared fiercely at Huang Xiaolong, stressing the words between his teeth. "Punk, I don't care who you are outside, but since you're here, I suggest that you don't do something foolish like resisting. Obedience will ensure you live a few years longer, then die comfortably. If you dare to resist, you will die today, miserably and tragically." "Is that so?" Huang Xiaolong said indifferently. "I'm sure you all have noticed in this space you won't be able to live long. There's no use keeping your spirit stones, spiritual pills, and whatnot with you. Better hand them out to me, and you can still struggle to live a few years." Feng Shiping snickered with satisfaction at his own words. Precisely at this time, the chaos black camel's eyes glimmered with a touch of crimson. In the next second, Feng Shiping and his subordinates were struck by rays of crimson light, tumbling into various corners of the restaurant. Feng Shiping and a few others were directly swept out from the restaurant, onto the streets, and they no longer moved. No one dared to check if Feng Shiping was still breathing. Other barbarians who had been waiting to watch a good show were stupefied. Many of them knew Feng Shiping and knew that Feng Shiping was an 8th Order God King Realm Master, and those few subordinates were not weak as well, their strengths averaging 7th Order God King Realm. In this city, these people were considered as elite experts. Who would have thought that in a split second, they would be sent flying by some crimson lights from that black camel's eyes? Even Feng Yaozhong was flabbergasted. Feng Yaozhong smiled wryly as he watched Huang Xiaolong, sighing, "Brother Huang, you guys have provoked troubles now. That Feng Shiping is our chieftain Feng Shirley's nephew. You guys have to leave this place immediately." Huang Xiaolong smiled reassuringly at Feng Yaozhong instead, and said, "It'll be fine," now that they had learned there might be a source of grand mist aura in the Dragon Rain Mountains. Huang Xiaolong decided to set off in a little while, and told Zhang Hong his decision. Zhang Hong had no objection. He too wanted to investigate the Dragon Rain Mountains as soon as possible. Of course, all that had to wait until they filled their bellies. As Huang Xiaolong, Zhang Hong, and the rest continued to enjoy their wine leisurely and chattered on in the restaurant, the news of Feng Shiping being kicked out from the restaurant spread like wildfire through the city. When the rumors also involved Feng Yaozhong, the city mayor thought about the problem from every corner and decided to report the matter to Chieftain Feng Shirley first. Feng Yaozhong's big brother was the deputy chieftain, whereas Feng Shiping was the leader's nephew. He himself was merely a small city mayor serving under both of them. Thus the matter was a little tricky to handle for him on his own. City mayor, Chieftain Feng Shirley, went to the Dragon Rain Mountains 3 months ago. The deputy mayor reminded. "He has gone to the Dragon Rain Mountains?" City Mayor Feng Zhen repeated. The furrows between his brows deepened. "Yes," the deputy mayor asked with hesitation. "What should we do about? Anyhow, report the matter up to the chieftain first. As for Feng Shiping, have people bring them back from the rescue." Feng Zhen decided solemnly. "Understood, City Mayor." After 2 whole hours, Huang Xiaolong's group stepped out from the restaurant and bid farewell to Feng Yaozhong. According to Huang Xiaolong's plan, if there really was a source of grand mist aura in the Dragon Rain Mountains, then they would head directly to the land of lightning penalty after taming the grand mist aura. They were not going to come back to this city anymore. Therefore, before leaving, Huang Xiaolong gave Feng Yaozhong quite a number of grade 10 spirit stones. Though not a lot, it was enough to make Feng Yaozhong a rich landlord in this space. Initially, the honest Feng Yaozhong adamantly refused Huang Xiaolong's spirit stones. But under Huang Xiaolong's insistence, Feng Yaozhong accepted them. As Huang Xiaolong's group was about to set off to the Dragon Rain Mountains, Feng Shirley, who was at the Dragon Rain Mountains, received a report from his subordinates. His divine sense swept over the communication talisman. A second later, the communication talisman was crushed into powder in his hand. Are those outsiders still at the Blowing Breeze City? Feng surely asked his subordinate with a dark face. No, they have left the Blowing Breeze City and are flying in the direction of Dragon Rain Mountains. Based on our investigation, they are coming towards us. One of Feng Shirley's subordinates hurried to answer. A burst of cold light shone from Feng Shirley's eyes. He looked at the subordinate who answered his question. Are you certain they are coming here to the Dragon Rain Mountains? That is so, chieftain. The outsiders have been inquiring about the Dragon Rain Mountains, even inquiring the Dragon Rain Mountains' exact location from Feng Yaozhong. From the Blowing Breeze, the outsiders have been traveling towards us. Thus the subordinate is certain they are coming to the Dragon Rain Mountains. The subordinate reported respectfully. Why are they coming to the Dragon Rain Mountains? Are they playing the Dragon Rain's idea? It seems like these outsiders are tired of living. Another subordinate sneered. Should we report this matter to head chieftain Feng Chan? Another subordinate asked. Feng Shirley sneered and said coldly. Merely a few outsiders, no need to report to the head chieftain. A few outsiders dared to covet the Dragon Rain Mountains. So I will let them know that death is better than being alive. Let them understand what hell is like. Pass my order down. Keep track of these outsiders' movements at all times. Report to me when they get close to the Dragon Rain Mountains. Yes, chieftain. At this time, a flying ship built from the body of a primordial divine dragon and divine giant shark, the dragon shark flying ship, was speeding towards the Dragon Rain Mountains. Ever since Huang Xiaolong could condense grade 10 spirit stones, the dragon shark flying ship was fueled by it. With two Emperor Realm Masters, Xianxia and the Chaos Black Camel, driving the flying ship speed was even faster. With the dragon shark flying ship speed, it would only take them 6 to 7 days to reach the Dragon Rain Mountains. During these 6 days' time, Huang Xiaolong, Jiang Hong, and the others consistently consumed chaos spiritual pills to replenish their god force and tried to comprehend the laws and energies of this space. According to Jiang Hong, any space in the universe, any form of energy, all were connected to each other. If they could comprehend this space's power, then they would be able to comprehend the reason this space was devouring their god force. This would allow them to resist it and stop being affected by it. Or they could learn how to cultivate the barbaric force like aboriginal barbarians that lives here, breaking free of this space's restraints, and become a natural part of this space. 6 days went by in the blink of an eye. Huang Xiaolong asked Jiang Hong about his progress in comprehending this space's force. Jiang Hong shook his head solemnly and replied, difficult. This space was born during the Grand Mist era. Thus its space power is higher than most. Even though I could comprehend and cultivate the barbaric force at my level, it would take a very long time, at least 10,000 years. 10,000 years. Huang Xiaolong, Xianxia, and the others' hopes dashed hearing Jiang Hong's words. They won't be able to wait that long. At the rate the space was eating away their god force, Huang Xiaolong estimated that he could withstand 20 years at most before his god force was completely depleted. Meanwhile, Feng Er, Guiyi, and the rest probably won't last more than 3 to 4 years. Therefore, they needed pass through the land of lightning penalty and find the way out in these couple of years. The little cow broke the sudden heavy silence. Kiddo Grand Mist, it's already not bad you are able to comprehend the power of this space in 10,000 years. In the thousands of worlds, there is hardly another person that could do it. The little cow's praise was not an exaggeration. In the vast universe, there was a scarce few that could comprehend the power and laws of a space born in the Grand Mist era. Senior Azure Cow is overpraising me. Jiang Hong responded humbly. Then, the little cow suddenly sighed as she looked towards the sky, and her tone was woeful. Who would have thought that this cow would be trapped inside a space with the possibility of dying of old age? If this cow's descendants learn of this, they would laugh till their cow teeth fall out. Perhaps Feng Er really saw the little cow's descendants laughing until their cow teeth fell off, as she couldn't resist laughing. The little cow went on lamenting. I'm going to die in a few years. Would my teeth fall till nothing is left? Won't I look very ugly? Huang Xiaolong and the others were beyond speechless. Master, we've arrived at the Dragon Rain Mountains, Xianxia announced. The rest looked to the front. The dragon shark flying ship's control room's display showed miles and miles of undulating mountains that were stretched towards the horizon, resembling a giant primordial divine dragon. Huang Xiaolong, Jiang Hong, and the rest stepped out from the dragon shark flying ship. Though they were still far away from the mountains, both Huang Xiaolong and Jiang Hong sensed a faint presence of the Grand Mist aura within the Dragon Rain Mountains. Both were ecstatic. There is indeed the Grand Mist aura in the Dragon Rain Mountains. Huang Xiaolong's eyes were extremely bright. He had previously refined the purple Grand Mist aura. Thus he had a keen sensitivity towards the purple Grand Mist aura. At this moment, within the Dragon Rain Mountains, not only there was the Grand Mist aura, there was the purple Grand Mist aura as well. A purple Grand Mist aura dragon condensed from purple Grand Mist aura. No wonder there was a hint of the Dragon Clan's aura in the Dragon Mizzle wine. Huang Xiaolong collected the dragon shark flying ship back into the Chaos Golden Dragon Lightning Pool space, then leaped onto the little cow's back. The group flew towards the Dragon Rain Mountains. At the same time, inside a room within one of the buildings that the barbarians had built on the Dragon Rain Mountains, Feng Shirley was refining pills when he received his subordinate's report that the outsiders had arrived. Icy cold killing intent flickered across Feng Shirley's eyes as he breathed. They are finally here. Gather all the tribe's experts and follow me. Understood, chieftain. Soon, Feng Shirley and a group of experts from various tribes flew out with an overwhelming momentum in the direction of Huang Xiaolong's group. Feng Shirley's group had barely left the Dragon Rain Mountains, when Huang Xiaolong's group had already appeared in their line of sight. Feng Shirley saw a group of strangers flying towards them from afar. Thus he stopped in midair. He waited for the other group to arrive. Now that he had seen this group of outsiders, he was in no hurry. From the distance, Huang Xiaolong and the others spotted a group of barbarians waiting for them. However, Huang Xiaolong's group neither slowed down nor accelerated, as they continued to fly forward at the same speed. A short while later, Huang Xiaolong, Jiang Hong, and the rest were standing in the air, facing Feng Shirley's group. Punk, you're finally here. I've been waiting for you a few days now. Feng Shirley watched Huang Xiaolong through an icy gaze, and chuckled coldly. Quite fast, aren't you? I heard from my subordinates that you guys were traveling on a low-grade Grand Mist flying ship. A light of greed glimmered in Feng Shirley's eyes at the mention of the dragon shark flying ship. Low-grade Grand Mist flying ship. Amongst the entire barbarians' tribe, only the head chieftain had something like that. Although, as one of the chieftains, he won't get to keep the low-grade Grand Mist flying ship for himself. Still, he could gain great merits by offering the low-grade Grand Mist flying ship to head chieftain Feng Chun. With that, he would be the first person under the head chieftain with the status and power in his grasp. The eyes of the barbarians behind Feng Shirley also burned with greed. Huang Xiaolong noted the flashing greed in Feng Shirley and his subordinates' eyes. He spoke indifferently. That's right, I do have a low-grade Grand Mist flying ship. The light of greed in Feng Shirley and his subordinates' eyes intensified. Good, very good. Feng Shirley laughed sonorously. His face was red with ecstasy as he shouted good twice. Then, he extended his palm towards Huang Xiaolong and ordered, "Hand over your low-grade Grand Mist flying ship to me." It seemed like Feng Shirley was talking about a casual topic, as if the low-grade Grand Mist dragon shark flying ship belonged to him originally. Huang Xiaolong laughed hearing Feng Shirley's words. Hand over to you? Why should I? Xianxia, the Chaos Black Camel, and the rest were all looking at Feng Shirley like they were looking at a brainless idiot. Feng Shirley ignored Xianxia, the Chaos Black Camel, and the others' expressions. He looked at the subordinates standing behind him, and the two sides exchanged a glance, breaking out in thunderous laughter. Feng Shirley laughed rampantly. His voice rumbled like thunder to the far distance, echoing above the mountains. Punk, are you asking me the reason? Are you asking why you should hand it over to me? Feng Shirley repeated while still laughing. He looked at Huang Xiaolong like he was looking at a brainless idiot, with an even more obvious expression than the gazes of Xianxia and the others from Huang Xiaolong's group. Do you have a problem here? Can't you figure this out? He pointed at Huang Xiaolong's head. The group of barbarians fell into another wave of laughter. Feng Shirley went on, You've arrived in this space for some days now. I'm sure that Feng Yaozhong has told you about our barbarians' strengths. You might think your strengths are very good, but can you fight against the whole barbarians' tribe? Your identities may be high and noble in the world outside, but inside this space, each and every one of you is under the barbarians' control. As the chieftain, I order you to hand over the things on you, so you better hand over obediently. If I order you to eat beast feces, then you'll have to eat beast feces, and if I order you to drink putrid water, then you'll drink putrid water. Feng Shirley suddenly chuckled maliciously, then said, Do you understand now? Of course, if you don't understand, I'll make you understand it very soon. Oh right. There is one more thing. Feng Shiping, whom you injured a few days ago, is my nephew. Feng Shirley's eyes exuded coldness as he went on. So, I advise you to avoid doing anything that makes me uncomfortable or else. A hard iron kernel stone appeared in Feng Shirley's palm, and Feng Shirley crushed it bit by bit until everything turned into dust. Or else, I will crush you all like I crushed this iron, bit by bit. Feng Shirley's face was frosty and grim. His body exuded an inviolable momentum. An early First Order Heavenly Monarch Realm subordinate stepped forward from Feng Shirley's side. He looked at Huang Xiaolong and Zhang Hong with a mocking gaze and taunted. There was a group of outsiders that disregarded our chieftain Feng Shirley's order, and in the end, all of them were slowly crushed to bits by our chieftain Feng Shirley. Every moment until their death was painful. If you don't want to know what that feels like, the subordinate stopped talking and crossed his arms waiting. He had already said so much that he believed that these outsiders would understand what to do. Neither Huang Xiaolong, Zhang Hong, or any of the others interrupted Feng Shirley or his subordinate, generously allowing them to finish their words. When both stopped talking, Huang Xiaolong laughed softly. He looked at Zhang Hong and inquired, Senior brother, what do you think? Zhang Hong barely needed to think. He answered straightforwardly, Abolish them. We'll go find what we want. Huang Xiaolong smiled and nodded in agreement. Good idea. In truth, Huang Xiaolong was not planning to spare Feng Shirley and his cronies so easily, but since senior brother Zhang Hong had said so, he decided to follow his senior brother Zhang Hong's wishes. Feng Shirley and his subordinates were just about to laugh when they heard Zhang Hong's words. Xianxia and the Chaos Black Camel flickered into a blur. In a split second, Xianxia and the Chaos Black Camel's feet slammed down on Feng Shirley's group. Two frightening darkness element powers slammed towards Feng Shirley and his subordinates like a great wave, rendering them powerless to resist. There was finally fear on Feng Shirley and his subordinates' faces. Feng Shirley's group tumbled in the air like withered leaves, jostled by Xianxia and the Chaos Black Camel's darkness element energy, smashed into the mountain peaks behind them. Feng Shirley and his subordinates rolled off the peak to the foothills, violently coughing up blood. When they managed to stop coughing blood, the fear in their eyes intensified as they stared at Huang Xiaolong, Zhang Hong, Xianxia, the Chaos Black Camel, and the others. Feng Shirley and his subordinates' faces were bloodlessly pale. You guys! Feng Shirley's lips quivered. Feng Shirley's cultivation realm had reached the peak of late 10th Order Heavenly Monarch realm. Even among the whole barbarians' tribe's several hundred chieftains, his strength could be ranked among the top 10. But he couldn't even withstand one strike from Xianxia and the Chaos Black Camel. The momentum from Xianxia and the Chaos Black Camel were Emperor Realm Masters. Absolutely, no doubt, Emperor Realm Masters. Though not as strong as their 5-head chieftains, however, he was certain. No wonder that black-haired young man and middle-aged man were so fearless. They actually had 2 Emperor Realm Masters by their side. Huang Xiaolong's indifferent gaze swept over Feng Shirley and his subordinates, then flew onwards to the Dragon Rain Mountains with the little cow, Zhang Hong, and the rest. Feng Shirley and his subordinates struggled up from the ground as they watched Huang Xiaolong's group fly away. Those 2 demonic beasts are Emperor Realm Masters? The early First Order Heavenly Monarch Realm subordinate voiced out the question in everyone's mind with trepidation. All his subordinates still had fearful expressions on their faces. After Feng Shirley's fear subsided, he was entirely taken over by intense hatred and killing intent. Do they think relying on those two Emperor Realm demonic beasts, they could fight against the whole barbarians' tribe? The gaze in Feng Shirley's eyes turned cold and gloomy as he ordered, "Go! Report this matter to the 5 head chieftains. Tell them that outsiders are coveting the Dragon Rain Mountains. We fought desperately to fend them off, but were severely injured by the Emperor Realm demonic beasts by the outsiders' side." "Yes, my Lord Chieftain," the same early First Order Heavenly God Realm subordinate complied. Hundreds and millions li far on the northern side of the Dragon Rain Mountains was an enormous city. This city was the barbarians' royal city. At this time, the 5 head chieftains, Feng Chen, Lei Budong, and 3 others, as well as 13 other chieftains, were gathered to discuss the current affairs of the barbarians' tribe. Feng Chen, Lei Budong, and the present head chieftains and chieftains were discussing the tribe's resources issues. The spirit stones and spiritual herbs inside this space are depleting every year. Even though we have implemented various methods to maintain the supply over the years, our consumption rate greatly exceeds the regeneration rate of spirit stones and growth of spiritual herbs. If we don't find a way soon, spirit stones and spiritual herbs will cease to exist. So will our tribe. Feng Chan said heavily. His brows were locked in a deep frown. Lei Budong sighed with a heavy heart. That really is the crux of the problem. Our current supply of spirit stones and spiritual herbs are in serious shortage, but fortunately, there are supplies from the outsiders who run into this space. That would help out with the supply of resources over the few years. Feng Chan shook his head and refuted. Though these outsiders indeed bring us some spirit stones, spiritual herbs, and spiritual pills, this amount is nothing but a cup of water in front of a burning cart, and is greatly inadequate. We cannot let this problem drag on. Others were also frowning, deeply thinking about the barbarians' tribe's deteriorating situation. All of a sudden, the hall's atmosphere turned despondent. "We must think of a way to cross the land of lightning penalty," the head chieftain of barbaric wind tribe, Shui Luosheng, stated with utmost seriousness. The barbaric flame tribe's head chieftain, Hua Haiba, shook his head in hopelessness as he said, "What method is still remaining that we did not try over the years? It's no use at all. Even if the 5 of us joined hands and used the spiritual weapon the ancestors had left us, we would not be able to venture more than 300 meters inside the land of lightning penalty. Unless we have one of the 9 chaos lightning pools. Maybe there is a hope then." Lei Budong suddenly interjected. "Elder brother Lei, do these fabled 9 chaos lightning pools have such amazing powers?" Barbaric Light Tribe's head chieftain Guang Wenfang couldn't help asking. Among the 5 head chieftains, only this head chieftain Guang Wenfang was a female. Naturally, she became the target of courtship from the other 4 head chieftains. Hearing the question from Guang Wenfang, Lei Budong's stern face softened as he answered, "Yes, they are. I have gone through all the ancient records of our ancestors. The 9 chaos lightning pools are the universe's purest origin of lightning power, the bane of other lightnings in existence. The powers of these 9 chaos lightning pools are hard to specify, but if you could obtain one of the chaos lightning pools, its original lightning power could temper one's body. Even if you don't cultivate, your strength will rise continuously. Your physical body grows stronger every minute, every second." There was desire and envy in his eyes as he spoke. Feng Chen, Shui Luosheng, Hua Haiba, and Guang Wenfang's eyes lit up. Furthermore, if someone could gather all 9 chaos lightning pools and integrate all of 9 chaos lightning pools as one, it is said that that person would be able to control all lightning powers in the universe. Borrowing the power of these 9 chaos lightning pools, that person's strength would rise to unimaginable heights. Moreover, if that person could comprehend all 9 chaos lightning pools' lightning esoterics, that person would be able to transform the 9 chaos lightning into Grand Mist Divine Lightning's power. Grand Mist Divine Lightning! Exclamations sounded in the hall due to astonishment. That's right, the Grand Mist Divine Lightning that could destroy a world. Just a small thread of it could kill a peak late 10th Order Emperor Realm Master. Lei Budong emphasized, completely destroy without any dregs left. The others sucked in a breath of cold air. Elder brother Lei, our land of lightning penalty is enshrouded by chaos divine lightning. Do you think there is a possibility it is actually one of the 9 chaos lightning pools? Guang Wenfang asked, and her heart quickened a beat involuntarily. This has crossed my mind as well, but I am unable to verify it, because chaos divine lightning could be born out of other things and is not limited to the 9 chaos lightning pools. It was right at this time that Feng Chun sensed his communication talisman shake. Feeling strange, he took it out and frowned after he read the message within it. What is it? Lei Budong asked upon noticing Feng Chen's actions. One of the chieftains under me, Feng Shirley, has reported that several outsiders are coveting the Dragon Rain Mountains Dragon Rain and have trespassed into the Dragon Rain Mountains. Feng Chun concisely summarized to the others present and added, more importantly, these outsiders have 2 early First-Order Emperor Realm demonic beasts. Feng Shirley and the others tried to stop them but were heavily injured in the process. What? 2 early First-Order Emperor Realm demonic beasts? Faces in the hall turned gravely serious. From time to time, outsiders would stumble into this space and there would be heavenly monarch realm masters among them, even early First-Order Emperor Realm masters. However, this was the first time 2 early First-Order Emperor Realm demonic beasts had appeared in the space at the same time. 2 early First-Order Emperor Realm demonic beasts represented a high-risk threat to the barbarians' tribe. Elder brother Lei, how do you think we should handle this matter? Feng Chen asked Lei Budong. Though the 5 biggest tribes were under each of head chieftains' own governance respectively, the appearance of 2 Emperor Realm demonic beasts was perceived as a threat to the entire barbarians' tribe as a whole. Lei Budong looked at everyone present, then spoke seriously. Since the other side has 2 early First-Order Emperor Realm demonic beasts, then all 5 of us would have to act together. Then we'll set off to the Dragon Rain Mountains together now. A cold gleam flickered across his eyes as he added, merely several outsiders, yet they dared to covet the Dragon Rain Mountains, and even injured our barbarians' chieftain heavily. We should teach them the consequences of such actions. Good. Feng Chun, Shui Luosheng, Hua Haiba, and Guang Wenfang all nodded in agreement. The present 13 chieftains complied respectfully. Depart. Lei Budong stood up and flew out of the hall. Feng Chun, Shui Luosheng, Hua Haiba, and Guang Wenfang swiftly followed after Lei Budong, and lastly, the 13 chieftains followed behind them. As the barbarians' tribe's royal city was a short distance away from the center of the Dragon Rain Mountains, Lei Budong, Feng Chun, and the rest soon arrived at the scene. At the same time, somewhere around the Dragon Rain Mountains, as usual, Huang Xiaolong rode on the little cow. Both Huang Xiaolong and Jiang Hong's senses were on high alert as they flew towards a certain peak that gave them the strongest feeling of Grand Mist aura. All the peaks of Dragon Rain Mountains were more or less enriched by the Grand Mist aura, but that didn't mean that all these peaks had purple Grand Mist aura and Grand Mist aura in them. The purple Grand Mist aura and Grand Mist aura had to be at the peak with the most richest aura. As they got closer, Huang Xiaolong and Jiang Hong accelerated forward. A while later, Huang Xiaolong's group stopped before a mountain peak with purple towering trees. Huang Xiaolong immediately noticed these purple-colored towering trees actually resembled purple dragons. These are purple dragon yew trees, the little cow exclaimed with astonishment and surprised. Purple dragon yew trees? Huang Xiaolong repeated with bafflement. Jiang Hong took the initiative to explain to Huang Xiaolong. The purple dragon yew tree is one of the dragon clan's rare spiritual trees. In the dragon world, it is one of the most precious spiritual trees that a dragon clan's emperor realm master would be reluctant to use as building materials. A dragon clan's master could increase his cultivation speed by 10% if they cultivate inside a residence built using these purple dragon yew trees. 10%. 10% faster may not sound a lot, but under years of accumulation, the increment of 10% was actually shocking. For example, some Dragon Clan's experts take 100 million years of cultivation to break through to the Emperor realm, so if they cultivate inside a residence built from purple dragon yew tree, the time would be shortened to 90 million years. There was a 10 million years difference. Logically speaking, the power of this space cannot give birth to these purple dragon yew trees. The little cow said. Her eyes glimmered as she added, "Unless, the purple grand mist aura." Huang Xiaolong's gaze grew hot. Suddenly, the bright sky above them darkened. The bright sky above them darkened. Booming thunder rumbled, and clouds roiled. Then came a downpour of purple roiling clouds. This rain was exactly what Feng Yaozhong and other barbarians considered as the precious dragon rain. Huang Xiaolong reached out, gathering a ball of purple-colored dragon rain above his palm. This purple-colored dragon rain contained a richer amount of grand mist aura than the dragon mizzle wine they had drunk. Looking at the ball of purple dragon rain floating above his hand, Huang Xiaolong was even more certain that within this mountain, there was a source of purple grand mist aura. In the next moment, Huang Xiaolong fell into a dilemma. Since it was certain now that there were both grand mist aura and purple grand mist aura somewhere within this peak, then who was going to take the grand mist aura, and who was going to take the purple grand mist aura? He and his senior brother both cultivated the grand mist parasitic medium. Thus both of them wanted and required grand mist aura and purple grand mist aura. Senior brother, the grand mist aura and purple grand mist aura. How are we? Huang Xiaolong looked at Zhang Hong, asking for his opinion. Zhang Hong laughed, watching Huang Xiaolong's embarrassed expression, and said, "Junior brother is thinking how to divine the grand mist aura and who takes the purple grand mist aura? Junior brother doesn't have to worry about this matter. The purple grand mist aura goes to junior brother, and I'll take the grand mist aura. How is that?" Huang Xiaolong was stunned. That. Zhang Hong smiled as he went on. "In truth, junior brother need not feel troubled, or you have taken advantage of me. Even if you give me the purple grand mist aura, I won't be able to refine it." "Won't be able to refine it?" Huang Xiaolong was stupefied. "Why not?" "That's right, the purple grand mist aura is not something anyone could refine. In the vast universe, as far as I know it, only you, junior brother, have refined it." Zhang Hong added, "Junior brother will understand in the future. Kiddo grand mist is right, little brat Huang, don't refuse. Even if you offer the purple grand mist aura on a silver platter to him, Kiddo grand mist won't be able to refine it anyways, nor could old man grand mist. I couldn't refine it either." The little cow interjected. "So, your true identity is not so simple," she went on half-jokingly. "Who knows? Maybe you're really the reincarnation of a peerless grand mist god or something." Huang Xiaolong gave the little cow a fierce glare, then looked at Zhang Hong. "In that case, we'll do as senior brother said." Zhang Hong smiled. "In fact, if we have to calculate, I could be considered as the one taking advantage of you, junior brother. If it's not for junior brother, I won't have had this chance to get the grand mist aura." Zhang Hong was not being perfunctory. If it wasn't for Huang Xiaolong, it would have been difficult for him to find this space. "Enough of talking. Quickly go in to search for the purple grand mist aura and grand mist aura. Then let's get out of this space." The little cow was disgruntled. "The longer I'm in this space, the less I want to stay." Huang Xiaolong was rendered speechless. "Do we need you to say this? Which of us doesn't want to get out of here as soon as possible?" "But, Senior Azure Cow, even if we find the purple grand mist aura and grand mist aura, with my strength, it won't be easy for us to pass through the land of lightning penalty," said Zhang Hong. The little cow's face split into a wide grin. "You would have a hard time crossing the land of lightning penalty, but little brat Huang can probably do it." Zhang Hong was genuinely surprised by her words. "Junior brother?" He looked at Huang Xiaolong. Even him, as someone who had surpassed the Emperor realm, had no confidence to cross the land of lightning penalty, but junior brother, a god king realm, could? Even though he admitted that Huang Xiaolong's talent was amazing, crossing the land of lightning penalty was not based on talent, but on strength. It was Huang Xiaolong who faintly guessed what the little cow meant. "You'll know when the time comes." The little cow acted mysterious, seeing the doubt on Zhang Hong's face. Zhang Hong smiled. "Since Senior Azure Cow says so, I shall be relying on junior brother then." However, just as Huang Xiaolong's group was about to enter the Purple Mountain to look for the purple grand mist aura and grand mist aura, Zhang Hong's footsteps halted and he looked in a certain direction. While the others felt strange, Zhang Hong explained, "The barbarians' experts have arrived. Their actions are quite fast. Moments later, the others also sensed hundreds of powerful auras flying towards them speedily. Judging from the 5 barbarians tribe's head chieftains' momentum, who were right at the head of the group, it was probably stronger than Xianxia and the Chaos Black Camel. Huang Xiaolong identified them right away as the barbarians' 5 head chieftains. But Huang Xiaolong hadn't actually expected for the 5 head chieftains to join hands against them. Seconds later, Huang Xiaolong's group also saw hundreds of barbarians experts arriving with the sounds of whistling wind. This time, almost all of the barbarians' elite experts had come out to the Dragon Rain Mountains. One of the experts behind the head chieftain Lei Budong, Feng Chun, Shui Luosheng, Hua Haiba, and Guang Wenfang was Chieftain Feng Shirley, who was previously injured by Xianxia and Chaos Black Camel. Lei Budong, Feng Chun, and the rest of their group had already spotted Huang Xiaolong's side, who was about to enter the purple peak, and their faces tightened anxiously. This purple mountain peak was their barbarians' Dragon Rain sacred peak. The generations of barbarians' tribes had one ironclad ancestral rule that no one was allowed to approach the Dragon Rain sacred peak. Fury and killing intent soared in Lei Budong, Feng Chun, and others' hearts. These outsiders dared to stain their Dragon Rain sacred peak. This was unforgivable sin. Die! Die a million deaths! Ribbons of lightning crackled around Lei Budong's body as he stepped towards Huang Xiaolong's group with Feng Chun, Shui Luosheng, Hua Haiba, Guang Wenfang, and the others following behind him. Lei Budong stood with his hands clasped behind his back roughly 10 meters from Huang Xiaolong's group, absolutely in no hurry to attack. He stared coldly at Huang Xiaolong while saying, "Punk, you've got some guts, since you have actually dared to think of entering our Dragon Rain sacred peak. This Dragon Rain sacred peak is our barbarians' tribe's sacred peak, and anyone who dares to take one step inside will be killed without mercy. So tell me, how do you want to die?" Feng Chun too was staring at Huang Xiaolong with an icy glare. A mere few outsiders actually have the guts to injure our barbarian chieftain. This kind of matter has never happened in the past. Do you think you can act arrogantly relying on 2 early First Order Emperor Realm demonic beasts? The barbaric firehead chieftain Hua Haiba's sonorous voice rang. What's the use of saying so much to them? Tie them up then punish according to our barbarians' tribe's rules. End of the matter. Guang Wenfang stated, "I'll do it. Wenfang and I are enough to deal with them." The barbaric water settlement's head chieftain Shui Luosheng quickly added. Lei Budong shook his head. Although these 2 demonic beast strengths are at the peak of late First Order Emperor Realm, their actual strengths are comparable to peak mid-Second Order Emperor Realm. Lei Budong's words shocked Guang Wenfang and Shui Luosheng. Feng Chun nodded in affirmation to Lei Budong's words. These 2 demonic beasts are quite strong, so better let me and brother Hua Haiba deal with them. Finished saying that, his momentum soared and violent tempests formed around him, covering the heavens. On the other hand, a bright, fiery light burst out from Hua Haiba's body, turning into various divine beasts around him. In an instant, the surrounding temperature rose sharply as if they had been thrown into a furnace. Feng Chun and Hua Haiba both locked onto Xianxia and the Chaos Black Camel by Huang Xiaolong's side. Feng Chun was a late Third Order Emperor Realm, and even though Hua Haiba was slightly weaker, he was still a peak late Second Order Emperor Realm Master. Targeted by Feng Chun and Hua Haiba, Xianxia and the Chaos Black Camel felt a big pressure squeezing them from every direction. Feng Chun and Hua Haiba leaped forward at the same time. Their bellows rumbled like thunder from the 9th heavens, as they slapped down their palms on Xianxia and the Chaos Black Camel. The barbarians' tribe's 5 head chieftains had been acquaintances for several billion years, thus had tacit understanding. Xianxia and the Chaos Black Camel were prepared to retaliate but stopped when they saw Jiang Hong shake his head. Though Xianxia and the Chaos Black Camel were strong, their strengths were still slightly weaker compared to Feng Chun and Hua Haiba. So the matter fell onto Jiang Hong's shoulders. Jiang Hong raised his hand. This time, he did not attack with merely a finger as he did when dealing with the martial demon Emperor Palace's Emperor Emoshao. Instead, he waved once in the air like he was waving away an annoying fly. There were no energy fluctuations nor noises. Zhang Hong's action did not attract Lei Budong, Shui Luosheng, Guang Wenfang, Feng Chen, or Hua Haiba's attention. Standing among the barbarians' small chieftains, venomous excitement sparked in Feng Shirley's eyes as he watched Feng Chen and Hua Haiba attacking Xianxia and the Chaos Black Camel. The barbarians watched with anticipation as Feng Chen and Hua Haiba's palms struck towards Xianxia and the Chaos Black Camel. In the next moment, the awe-inspiring Feng Chen and Hua Haiba flew out as if they were hit by a great impact. Their robes exploded into fragments in mid-air and their bodies smashed into the mountain peaks in the distance. Echoes of thunderous booms shook the air. Rocks and gravel flew out in various directions. The abrupt change in situation dumbfounded the barbarians. Lei Budong, Shui Luosheng, Guang Wenfang and the others stared at Feng Chen and Hua Haiba, who were half buried in dirt. What actually happened just now? Lei Budong, Shui Luosheng, and Guang Wenfang were filled with disbelief. Until now, they still had not figured out what had happened. But the dumbfounded barbarians soon reacted. Some of the experts hastened to Feng Chen and Hua Haiba's sides, and helped them out from the ground and began healing their injuries. Zhang Hong had not intended to kill Feng Chen and Hua Haiba, so both regained their consciousness after some rescue efforts. Awakened, Feng Chen and Hua Haiba ignored the various strange expressions on the experts' faces around them. Instead, both were looking at Zhang Hong with horror. Lei Budong, Shui Luosheng, and Guang Wenfang were still unaware it was Zhang Hong who had attacked Feng Chen and Hua Haiba. But they did realize that whoever had attacked from Huang Xiaolong's group was a high-level Emperor Realm Master. No, maybe a 10th Order Emperor Realm Master. You? Who are you? Feng Chen asked feebly while being helped up from the ground. His voice quivered slightly from dread. This time, Lei Budong, Shui Luosheng, Guang Wenfang, and other barbarians took another look at Zhang Hong with shock and apprehension. It would be stupid if they still couldn't guess it was Zhang Hong who had attacked just now. Zhang Hong did not answer them but casually raised his hand and waved. A storm of golden-purple lights shot out. Lei Budong, Shui Luosheng, Guang Wenfang, Feng Chen, and the others had yet to distinguish what the golden-purple shiny things were, but these golden-purple things entered their bodies. In the next second, Lei Budong, Shui Luosheng, and all the barbarians' experts discovered that their god force was completely restrained. So was their physical body strength. Even though they could still move and talk, they had completely lost any power to resist. What ability was this? Or some kind of ancient prohibition restriction formation that could be thrown out with a wave of the hand. It was so powerful that it could have restrained 5 Emperor Realm Masters and hundreds of Heavenly Monarch Realm Masters simultaneously. They had never heard of something like this before. What do you want to do? Lei Budong had lost the arrogant confidence on his face as he stuttered. You want to kill us all? Hearts tightened nervously as they looked at Zhang Hong with great wariness. Zhang Hong sighed and said, I have merely suppressed your strengths temporarily. The restraints inside your bodies will resolve by themselves in a couple of decades. Of course, before that time came, Lei Budong's group was no different from ordinary people. Lei Budong, Feng Chen, and the others relaxed when Zhang Hong stated that he would spare them, but the latter part of the problem sent them into a reel of panic. Huang Xiaolong interjected at this point. You tribe have a rule passed down from your ancestors that anyone, regardless of who they are, as long as they could take the barbarians out of this place will make that person your tribe's king, right? The 5 head chieftains exchanged a perplexed glance among themselves after hearing Huang Xiaolong's unexpected question. You mean you have a way to leave this space? You can cross the land of lightning penalty? Lei Budong asked several questions in shock. Yes, I do have a way, the little cow smugly replied. Lei Budong, Feng Chen, and the others' gaze fell on Zhang Hong consecutively. In their opinions, if Huang Xiaolong's group really had a way out, it would naturally rely on the most powerful person, Zhang Hong. But the little cow pointed at Huang Xiaolong and said, accurately speaking, he has a way out of here. What? Lei Budong, Feng Chen, and the others were astounded as they stared at Huang Xiaolong in disbelief. How is that possible? A mere God-King realm brat has a way to take them out of this space? Him? Impossible. Huahaiba was the first to jump out. He looked at Huang Xiaolong in contempt and scolded. For how many millions of years our tribe has tried to cross the land of lightning penalty? Even the generations of 10th Order Emperor Realm ancestors could not find a way. He's just a God-King Realm snot-nosed punk. How could he have any method to cross the land of lightning penalty? Lei Budong, Feng Chun, and the rest too had a look of disbelief on their faces. They even thought that the little cow was playing a joke on them for her pleasure. Believe it or not, it's up to you, Huang Xiaolong said indifferently and ignored Lei Budong's group. He left the Chaos Black Camel to keep an eye on them, then sped into the Purple Peak with Zhang Hong, Xiangxun, and the rest of his group. With their entire body strength and god force restrained, the barbarians watched powerlessly as Huang Xiaolong's group entered the Dragon Rain's sacred peak. Not to mention, they did not dare to make any move with the Chaos Black Camel watching them from the side. Could that kid really have a way to get out of here? Shui Luosheng watched Huang Xiaolong's back with heavy disbelief in his voice. Unless, possibility flashed in Lei Budong's mind. Seeing the sudden change on Lei Budong's face, Feng Chen, Huahaiba, Shui Luosheng, and Guang Wenfang seemed to understand Lei Budong's thoughts. Elder Brother Budong, are you saying that he has one of the 9 chaos lightning pools? Guang Wenfang's chest tightened with excitement as she voiced the question in everyone's mind. Feng Chun and the other 3 head chieftains' breathing quickened. The 9 chaos lightning pools. Lei Budong tried his best to suppress the bubbling excitement in his heart as he said, "It is possible. If he really has the 9 chaos lightning pools, it is highly possible he could help our tribe to exit this place." Imagining that the barbarians would be able to walk out of this space to see the real world outside, Lei Budong could hardly contain the joy in his heart. The barbarians had been confined to this space for too long, too long. Every generation of their tribe's experts had longed for the outside world. They had prayed that they would get to walk out of this space one day and take a breath of the outside air, as well as look at the wonderful sceneries. According to our ancestors' rule, if there is someone who could take our tribe out of this place, he will be our tribe's king. But he's merely a God-King Realm brat? Huahaibo refuted weakly. If he really could take our tribe out from this space, so what if he becomes our tribe's king? Lei Budong's eyes shone as he went on. Not to mention, if he really has won the 9 chaos lightning pools, he would definitely become a peerless master in the future. Didn't you see it for yourself that even though he is a God-King Realm, he has 2 Emperor Realm pet mounts? Also, don't forget that middle-aged man is his senior brother. How could that kid's identity be simple? Recalling Zhang Hong's strength, there was dread on Lei Budong, Feng Chun, Huahaiba, Guang Wenfang, and the others' faces. That kid's senior brother is probably a 10th Order Emperor Realm Master? Feng Chun said with much difficulty. Lei Budong shook his head. I don't know. Maybe he's a late 10th Order Emperor Realm Master. Even a peak late 10th Order Emperor Realm Master. What? Late 10th Order Emperor Realm. Maybe even peak late 10th Order Emperor God Realm. Hearing Lei Budong estimate that Zhang Hong could be a late 10th Order or maybe even a peak late 10th Order Emperor Realm, Feng Chun, Huahaiba, Shui Luosheng, and Guang Wenfang gasped in astonishment. At the same time, they thought of another thing. If Zhang Hong was already so powerful, didn't that mean that Zhang Hong and Huang Xiaolong's master was even more? Someone above the Emperor Realm. Feng Chen, Huahaiba, Shui Luosheng, and the others felt their minds buzz and they shuddered subconsciously. Although they had been isolated within this space for generations, they had learned through the years from the outsiders who stumbled into this space that there were only a handful of people who had surpassed the Emperor Realm in the outside world. Lei Budong muttered under his breath. Their master must be a master that has surpassed the Emperor Realm. If he really becomes our tribe's king, does that mean that we barbarians would have gained a peerless master that has surpassed the Emperor Realm as backing? Huahaiba babbled with excitement. That's right, if our tribe follows him, we definitely would be able to rise to the top of the world. The present barbarians' small chieftains were trembling with excitement discussing about the new king. Feng Shirley alone looked pale. To him, if Huang Xiaolong really became the tribe's king, and decided to pursue the previous matter with him, the consequences for him? Thinking of the tribe's punishment, Feng surely broke out in cold sweat. While the barbarians continued to talk about the topic, Huang Xiaolong, Jiang Hong, and the rest were already flying up the Dragon Rain Sacred Peak. The closer they got to the Dragon Rain Sacred Peak, Huang Xiaolong and Jiang Hong's sense of the purple Grand Mist aura and Grand Mist aura became stronger. A while later, Huang Xiaolong, Jiang Hong, and the others were standing in front of an ordinary-looking cave on the slope of the mountain. Following their senses, the purple Grand Mist aura and Grand Mist aura were likely to be inside this cave. There were faint wisps of purple mists flowing out from the cave's mouth, almost invisible to the naked eye. At a glance, Huang Xiaolong and Jiang Hong could see that these faint purple mists were actually spiritual energy enriched by purple Grand Mist aura. They stopped only for a moment in front of the mouth of the cave. Huang Xiaolong flew into the cave first, riding on the little cow, followed by Jiang Hong, Xianxia, and the others. The cave tunnel was not big. It was a little dim, quiet, and mysterious. After flying for some time in the cave tunnel, the tunnel space gradually grew wider and brighter. Huang Xiaolong's group saw more and denser wisps of purple mist. At the same time, Huang Xiaolong got a strong feeling that he was closer to the purple Grand Mist aura and Grand Mist aura. The group flew onwards for another 10 minutes. Suddenly, bright lights filled their path as they arrived at the bottom of the cave. The group looked around and found themselves in a magical scenery, as if they had stumbled into paradise. There were numerous spiritual plants around them, bathed in rich spiritual energy. Each of these spiritual plants and trees were enriched by the purple Grand Mist aura and Dragon Qi. Among these spiritual plants and trees were the purple Dragon Yu trees they had seen outside the cave. The purple dragon trees outside were tall and imposing, resembling purple primordial divine dragons. But the purple Dragon Yu trees inside this cave were several times taller and bigger. For a second, Huang Xiaolong had an illusion that he was facing a forest of giant purple primordial divine dragons. The value of spiritual herbs and trees in this cave was tantamount to 1,000 Emperor Palace's treasuries. Clearly, this cave space was vast, so vast that Huang Xiaolong couldn't even see the other end of the cave. Following his senses, Huang Xiaolong and Jiang Hong led the others and flew forward. They barely flew for a few minutes when Huang Xiaolong and Jiang Hong stopped abruptly. Both were staring towards the front with ecstasy. There was a 10,000 zhang long shining purple dragon swimming around the cave's ceiling. This shining purple dragon was a purple Grand Mist aura that had taken the shape of a purple dragon, similar to the purple Grand Mist dragon Huang Xiaolong had refined in the past. On top of that, there was a long, river-like Grand Mist aura winding irregularly close to the purple Grand Mist dragon like a mischievous child. Purple Grand Mist dragon. Grand Mist aura. As expected, Huang Xiaolong and Jiang Hong were trembling with excitement. Huang Xiaolong's reaction was slightly better. After all, he had previously refined both the purple Grand Mist aura and Grand Mist aura. On the other hand, this was the first time Jiang Hong had come face to face with the purple Grand Mist aura and Grand Mist aura, hence his was a bigger reaction. Even though Jiang Hong had surpassed the Emperor realm and possessed a resilient mentality, he could not contain his excitement upon seeing the purple Grand Mist aura for the first time. It was with great effort that Jiang Hong managed to suppress his ecstasy after some time. Junior brother, since we've found the purple Grand Mist aura and Grand Mist aura, shall we begin taming and refining them? The earlier we're done, the faster we can get out of this space. What do you think? Jiang Hong turned his head sideways and asked Huang Xiaolong. Sure. Huang Xiaolong nodded with a smile. It would take some time for him to tame the purple Grand Mist dragon, so he needed to act quickly. Feng Air, Gui Air, and Gui-san won't last long in this space. Huang Xiaolong had the little cow Xianxia, Feng Air, and the rest wait for him and Jiang Hong where they were. Then he and Jiang Hong flew towards the purple Grand Mist dragon and river of Grand Mist aura. As Huang Xiaolong got closer, the initially calm purple Grand Mist dragon and Grand Mist aura river became agitated all of a sudden, emitting pulses of radiant light that were glaring to the eyes. The abrupt changes made Huang Xiaolong and Jiang Hong stop in their steps. Right at this time, the purple Grand Mist dragon moved, flying straight towards Huang Xiaolong. Then the Grand Mist aura river too flew towards Huang Xiaolong. Jiang Hong was speechless looking at this phenomenon. He said to Huang Xiaolong with a wry smile, "Looks like you are more popular than senior brother Ah." Huang Xiaolong chuckled happily. Huang Xiaolong could feel the purple Grand Mist Dragon and Grand Mist Aura River were not malicious towards him. As for why they were flying towards him was likely because they sensed the purple Grand Mist Aura and Grand Mist Aura's energy that he had refined in the past. There was a familiar feeling that both came running towards him. In this short moment, the purple Grand Mist Dragon was already in front of Huang Xiaolong, turning into a streak of purple light and entered Huang Xiaolong's body through his palm. Despite Huang Xiaolong's mental preparation, the moment the purple Grand Mist Dragon entered through his palm, sharp excruciating pain took over his body. Huang Xiaolong hurriedly sat cross-legged and circulated the Grand Mist parasitic medium. Seeing that the Grand Mist Aura River too wanted to drill into Huang Xiaolong's body like the purple Grand Mist Dragon, Jiang Hong had no choice but to grab the Grand Mist Aura River from across the air to his side. Sensing that the Grand Mist Aura River was wriggling to break free from his grasp to run over to Huang Xiaolong's side, Jiang Hong was more than a little depressed. He laughed awkwardly and appeased. "Little guy, you better follow me. I will definitely treat you well." Then, he began circulating the Grand Mist parasitic medium to absorb the Grand Mist Aura River into his body. As Jiang Hong circulated the Grand Mist parasitic medium, the Grand Mist Aura River slowly calmed down, then flew intimately around Jiang Hong. Some distance away, Huang Xiaolong grimaced in pain. Although he had prior experience in refining purple Grand Mist Dragon, and his Grand Mist parasitic medium had reached the peak of second stage, the overwhelming amount of energy from this purple Grand Mist Dragon brought him excruciating pain. On guard in the distance, Xiangxun, Feng Er, Gui Er, and the others became worried watching Huang Xiaolong's face distorted in pain. "Senior Xianyo, the Manor Lord would be fine, right?" Feng Er's fingers clenched nervously as she asked. Hearing that, the little cow glanced playfully at Feng Er and teased her. "Why, little Feng Er?" Feeling distress. Feng Er stilled. A noticeable blush crept up her face as she retorted angrily out of embarrassment. "Senior Xianyo, how could you make fun of me in this situation?" The little cow guffawed happily. "How would I dare to make fun of you? Who knows? One day you and little brat Huang will hook up, and at that time, you'll be my mistress." Feng Er went red all the way down to her neck. The little cow coughed slightly to clear her throat and reassured everyone. "All of you just rest assured that brat's life is tough. Even if this old cow is gone, he'll still be alive and jumping." And she wasn't lying. Just based on Huang Xiaolong's luck and capability of refining the purple Grand Mist Aura, one could deduce that Huang Xiaolong had a heaven-defying life path. For people like Huang Xiaolong, the more adversities and pain he experienced, the better his latent potential and power could be stimulated. If I could also refine the purple Grand Mist Aura, even if it's 100 times more painful, I'm willing, very willing. Ah. Then the little cow looked upward and sighed with melancholy. But it's a pity, even if I'm willing to suffer excruciating pain, I don't have such an opportunity. Ah. Everyone was completely speechless. After the little cow finished lamenting, she waved at Su Baixing, Su Jiang, Xu Yong, and Su Shi guarding a little farther away, and called out, "Little Zus, come over here for a bit." Su Baixing and his 3 nephews reacted and scurried to the little cow's side in a jiffy. "Senior Xianyo, what's your order?" The little cow glanced at Huang Xiaolong, who was some distance away, as she said, "It might take little brat Huang a year or 2 to tame the purple Grand Mist Dragon. The days are long and boring, so you guys accompany me, and have a little chat." "Have a little chat?" Su Baixing and his 3 nephews smiled wryly. "What? You're unwilling to have a little chat with me?" The little cow widened her eyes and glared at the 4 void devil beasts. "In the past, your great-grandfather Su Changtian never got a chance to chat with me even if he wanted to." "We dare not." Su Baixing and his 3 nephews hurried to deny. Several days passed by in the blink of an eye. The purple light enshrouding Huang Xiaolong grew stronger with each passing day, and at one point, there were wisps of gray smoke floating out from Huang Xiaolong's body. These wisps of gray smoke accumulated above Huang Xiaolong's head, taking the forms of various fierce beasts, but these fierce beasts soon exploded and dispersed away under the purple grand mist aura's purple light. This sight amazed Su Baisheng and the others who were watching Huang Xiaolong. Those gray smokes are the murderous qi inside Master's body, Xiang Sun explained. Although Master's cultivation speed is heaven-defying, along the way, he has committed killings and slaughter, so it is inevitable that his body has accumulated murderous qi over the years. The little cow nodded in agreement and chimed in. Kiddo, Xiang Sun's right. Right now, he's borrowing the purple grand mist aura's energy to expel his body's murderous qi, so he won't be affected by heart demons when breaking through to the heavenly monarch realm. Otherwise, as the amount of murderous qi continues to accumulate inside his body, it will impact his soul, thus indirectly making it harder for his godhead to evolve and break through to the heavenly monarch realm. Su Baisheng, Feng Er, and the others learned something important that would affect their cultivation path as well. A little further away, Jiang Hong was also enshrouded in purple light. However, different from Huang Xiaolong, there were wisps of golden-colored smoke curling out from Jiang Hong's body instead of gray. Seeing this, the little cow couldn't help praising, "No wonder Kiddo Grand Mist is able to surpass the Emperor realm." Her words drew baffled looks from Su Baisheng, Feng Er, and others. The little cow explained for their benefits. Those faint golden qi are the pure energy from Jiang Hong's body. In other words, neither Jiang Hong's god force nor soul have any impurities. Senior Xianxia, do all masters who have surpassed the Emperor realm have soul and god force this pure? The little cow shook her head. It's not like that, it depends on the individual. Like the archdevil Lord Wu Tian, his life was filled with slaughter that he had accumulated a lot of murderous qi inside his body. To him, the more murderous qi his body had, the stronger he was, thus his strength and cultivation rose accordingly. Everyone nodded. As the little cow, Xiang Sun, and the others waited, time flowed by. 10 days, 1 month, 2 months. During these 2 months, Huang Xiaolong and Jiang Hong's figures gradually submerged in purple lights. At this point, the others could only see 2 clusters of luminous purple light. Silence filled the cave except for the occasional sizzling noises. Another 4 months went by. Huang Xiaolong's group had been inside the cave for half a year now. Huang Xiaolong and Jiang Hong's immediate surroundings had turned into a sea of purple lights, glimmering like 2 giant purple crystals. Xiang Sun and the rest continued to stand on guard. From time to time, the little cow would throw a top-grade chaos spiritual pill into her mouth. Outside the Dragon Rain Sacred Peak, Lei Budong, Feng Chun, Shui Luosheng, and the others were waiting as well. During this time, there were barbarians on patrol that came to check. The Chaos Black Camel merely detained these barbarians instead of killing them. By the 10th month, the furrows between Lei Budong's brows deepened. He mumbled under his breath, "What are they doing inside the Dragon Rain Sacred Peak for so long?" Due to their tribe's ancestral rules, Lei Budong and the others did not dare take a step into the Dragon Rain Sacred Peak. Thus they were unable to determine the situation within the peak. Doubts roused in their minds when Huang Xiaolong's group had still not come out after so long. According to our ancestors, there are chaos-grade formations laid out within the Dragon Rain Sacred Peak. They would not have met with some kind of accident, would they? Hua Haiba was feeling pessimistic. Lei Budong shook his head and refuted. With their strengths, there probably won't be any problem. Chaos-grade formations won't trouble them. As various wild guesses appeared in the barbarians' minds, another 3 months went by. By the 13th month from when Huang Xiaolong's group had entered the Dragon Rain Sacred Peak, Lei Budong, Feng Chun, and the others who were waiting outside felt heaven and earth shake and sway as amazing purple-colored light soared to the sky from the Dragon Rain Sacred Peak, then fell to the ground like a torrent. The barbarians were astounded by the sight. What was going on? Then they saw deep fissures split the ground below, and the cracks grew longer. Uprooted and broken trees were falling everywhere on the Dragon Rain Sacred Peak. Suddenly, a dragon's roar shook the heavens. The barbarians saw the shadow of a golden-purple dragon fly out from the Dragon Rain Sacred Peak to the sky, exuding overwhelming dragon might. The manifestations in the sky left the barbarians agape. The chaos black camel was muttering under his breath in elation. Master has succeeded? At this time, at the bottom of the cave, Xianxia, Feng Er, and the others too were agape looking at the luminous cluster of purple light that was Huang Xiaolong. In the last few days, the purple light cluster had been fluctuating violently like great waves. The purple light's violent activity had also influenced the cave's airflow. At the same time, they could see the shadow of a purple dragon with the luminous purple light. The luminous purple light continued to grow bigger. The little cow, Xianxia, and the rest had to retreat far away. Even though Xianxia and the others had retreated some distance away, the luminous purple ball of light Huang Xiaolong continued to enlarge, extending over 10,000 li radius. In the process, Huang Xiaolong's purple light had merged with Zhanghong's purple light. In the same moment, the two luminous purple lights merged into one. The little cow, Xianxia, and the others saw a glaringly radiant purple light shoot out from Huang Xiaolong's direction, straight up to the sky outside. Rays of crepuscular purple rays formed a rotating light pillar that soared to the ninth heaven, breaking a hole in the void. A huge purple energy vortex pulverized all the purple dragon yew trees into dust on the Dragon Rain Sacred Peak and nearby mountain peaks. On the outside, the Chaos Black Camel and Barbarians experts watched with astounded expressions. The purple energy vortex expanded. This went on for roughly an hour. The purple energy vortex expanded until it covered the entire Dragon Rain Sacred Peak before its expansion halted. The barbarians breathed out in relief upon seeing this. For a moment, the Chaos Black Camel felt his back dampened with cold sweat from the purple energy vortex's pressure. Then, the purple energy vortex started to shrink at rapid speed before their eyes and vanished from sight. Within the Dragon Rain's Sacred Peak's cave, the little cow, Xianxia, and the others saw the purple ray pillar where Huang Xiaolong had begun to shrink, and then vanished. However, the purple clusters of light remained, splashing like angry waves again and again. A few days later, the purple clusters of light dimmed, slowly revealing Huang Xiaolong and Zhanghong's figures within. When the purple lights completely disappeared, the little cow and the others could clearly see Huang Xiaolong and Zhanghong. Feng Er and the rest immediately noticed that there were distinctive differences in Huang Xiaolong, as compared to before he had started refining the purple Grand Mist Dragon, from his temperament to his aura. Huang Xiaolong's aura seemed 10 times stronger than before, maybe even more. Merging with the Blood-Eye Devil Steel's lower half had previously changed Huang Xiaolong's temperament, adding a twist of devilish charm to him. This time around, after taming the purple Grand Mist Dragon, Huang Xiaolong's temperament had evolved further. Seemingly, he was even more captivating. There was an unexplainable attraction. Compared to Huang Xiaolong, Zhanghong didn't seem to have changed much on the surface, more like no changes at all. Then again, only Zhanghong himself knew if there was anything different. When Zhanghong opened his eyes, they were filled with delight. After absorbing the Grand Mist Aura River into his body, he had clearly sensed that his Stage 8 Grand Mist Parasitic Medium cultivation had improved. Though the improvement was marginal, it was enough to bring a smile to his face. With his Grand Mist Parasitic Medium Stage 8, this much amount of improvement would take him roughly 1,000,000 years to achieve a similar level. Originally, Zhanghong had no confidence at all that he would be able to advance to the 9th stage of Grand Mist Parasitic Medium, but it was different now. He felt a ray of hope that he would be able to do so in an unknown billions of years. Zhanghong readjusted his emotions, then looked in Huang Xiaolong's direction and received a shock. He chuckled. Congratulations on Junior Brother's breakthrough, ah. Huang Xiaolong had broken through from mid-5th Order God King Realm to early 6th Order God King Realm. Though it didn't sound like much of an improvement, it brought great waves of shock to Zhanghong's heart. When Zhanghong had first taken notice of Huang Xiaolong at the demonic Python City a few years back, Huang Xiaolong's cultivation was only at the peak late of 3rd Order God King Realm. Only a few years had passed since then. Huang Xiaolong grinned at Zhanghong and responded, "Congratulations to both of us." Although Huang Xiaolong's strength did not improve as much as the time he had refined the second half of the Blood-Eye Devil Steel, the benefits were greater by far. Firstly, Huang Xiaolong's Grand Mist parasitic medium cultivation that had been stuck at the peak of the second stage for the longest time had finally advanced to the third stage. The third stage of Grand Mist parasitic medium. This was much more than simply advancing a level. At the third stage of Grand Mist parasitic medium, the Grand Mist worms that he condensed would be able to attack and kill enemies. Nothing could stop the Grand Mist worms. As Grand Mist worms were condensed from Grand Mist Godforce, their attacks were unpredictable and unavoidable. At the first stage and second stage of Grand Mist parasitic medium, his Grand Mist worms had no attack ability. Moreover, he had merely absorbed less than 1/1,000,000th of the purple Grand Mist Dragon's energy. At the moment, the purple Grand Mist Dragon was coiling in his God Sea. As he continued to absorb the purple Grand Mist Dragon's energy while cultivating the Grand Mist parasitic medium in the future, he would be able to advance quickly. It was likely he could break through to the 7th Order God King realm in less than 10 years. Huang Xiaolong and Jiang Hong chatted merrily as they stood up. At this time, the little cow Xiangxun, Feng Er, and the rest had flown over to Huang Xiaolong and Jiang Hong. "Congratulations, Master! Congratulations, Manor Lord! Congratulations, Grand Mist Emperor!" Xiangxun, Feng Er, and the others cheerfully congratulated Huang Xiaolong and Jiang Hong. The little cow's cow face was full of smiles, looking from Huang Xiaolong to Jiang Hong as she said, "Congratulations to two kiddos. This old cow's heart is brimming with envy towards you both." She was telling the truth. Anyone would be envious watching Huang Xiaolong and Jiang Hong successfully subjugate the purple Grand Mist Aura and Grand Mist Aura. She was no exception. Receiving the little cow's congratulations, Jiang Hong dared not delay in responding at all. He quickly smiled and said, "Many thanks, Senior Azure Cow." "Why are you thanking me for?" The little cow chuckled. "Instead, I have to thank you. If it wasn't for you, I wouldn't have gotten an opportunity to enjoy so many snacks to pass the time." She threw a top-grade Chaos Spiritual Pill into her mouth after saying that. The top-grade Chaos Spiritual Pill was one of her snacks. It was indeed as the little cow said. If it wasn't for Jiang Hong, it would have been hard for her to get her hands on these snacks being where they were. Jiang Hong and Huang Xiaolong exchanged a helpless look, both smiling wryly. "Senior brother, let's head out," said Huang Xiaolong. Now that they had tamed the purple Grand Mist Dragon and Grand Mist Aura River, they needed to hurry and cross the land of lightning penalty to leave this space. Huang Xiaolong could see that in the last 1 year or so, Feng Er, Gui Er, Su Baixing, and others' Godforce had dispersed considerably. Agreed. Jiang Hong nodded. He was aware that Huang Xiaolong's companions were running out of time. Without delay, Huang Xiaolong leaped onto the little cow's back and sped towards the cave's mouth. Jiang Hong, Xiangxun, and the rest followed closely behind. They soon regrouped with the Chaos Black Camel and the barbarians waiting outside. When the barbarians saw Huang Xiaolong and Jiang Hong, their eyes lit up. In the next second, their eyes widened in shock, for they noticed that Huang Xiaolong had actually broken through to early 6th Order God King realm. When Huang Xiaolong had entered the Dragon Rain Sacred Peak, he was only a mid-5th Order God King realm. A little over a year later, Huang Xiaolong was already an early 6th Order God King realm. "Master!" The Chaos Black Camel stepped forward and saluted Huang Xiaolong. Huang Xiaolong nodded. Without any nonsense, Huang Xiaolong turned his attention to Lei Budong, Feng Chan, and the rest of the barbarians and said, "Lead us to the land of lightning penalty now." With a wave of his hand, the dragon shark flying ship appeared in midair. Huang Xiaolong ushered Lei Budong, Feng Chan, chieftains, and the rest of the barbarians onto the dragon shark flying ship. The dragon shark flying ship glided through the air, in the direction of the land of lightning penalty. Based on the dragon shark flying ship speed, they could reach the land of lightning penalty in a month's time. But Huang Xiaolong was not idle at all during this time. He persistently cultivated his Grand Mist parasitic medium to absorb the purple Grand Mist Dragon's energy. Huang Xiaolong diligently cultivated the Grand Mist parasitic medium as much as possible before arriving at the land of penalty. Jiang Hong was also cultivating inside one of the dragon shark flying ship's cultivation rooms. Inside the cultivation room, Huang Xiaolong and his 3 avatars sat cross-legged, all running the Grand Mist parasitic medium. Above Huang Xiaolong and his 3 avatars were 100 top-grade chaos spiritual pills, 100 dragon pearls, 100 dragon crystals, and 1,000 fortune divine fruits. Based on Huang Xiaolong and his 3 avatars' current strength, their refining speed had reached a super terrifying degree. These 100 top-grade chaos spiritual pills, 100 dragon pearls, 100 dragon crystals, and 1,000 fortune divine fruits were merely the amount of energy Huang Xiaolong and his 3 avatars absorbed in a day. As Huang Xiaolong circulated his god force according to the Grand Mist parasitic medium, robust medicinal energy flooded out from the 100 top-grade chaos spiritual pills. At the same time, pure dragon's true essence energy and blood essence energy roared out from the dragon pearls and dragon crystals, and dots of fortune energy flowed out from the 1,000 fortune divine fruits. These medicinal energies, dragon's true essence energy and blood essence energy, and fortune energy all rushed towards Huang Xiaolong and his 3 avatars' bodies. While Huang Xiaolong devoured these medicinal energies and dragon's essence energies, the purple Grand Mist dragon inside his god sea also emitted consistent waves of purple Grand Mist aura energy into his 3 supreme godheads. Inside the cultivation room, Huang Xiaolong and his 3 avatars were enshrouded in mesmerizing purple lights. 1 month later, Huang Xiaolong ended his cultivation and stepped out of the cultivation room and headed to the flying ship's control hall. Master! Seeing Huang Xiaolong walk into the control hall, Xianxia and the Chaos Black Camel respectfully saluted. We're close to arriving at the land of lightning penalty, right? Huang Xiaolong asked. The corner of his eye glanced in Lei Budong, Fengchun, and the other barbarians' head chieftains. We'll be there soon. Lei Budong nodded and went on. In less than half an hour. He was trembling slightly due to excitement. Yes, they're close to the land of the lightning penalty. It wasn't as if he had not been here in the past. He had made this journey no less than 100 times, but there had never been once he was this agitated. He couldn't help feeling excited. Lei Budong looked at Huang Xiaolong, inwardly thinking, this black-haired young man, could he really take them out of this space? He was not the only person wondering this same thing. Shui Luosheng, Hua Haiba, Guang Wenfang, and the rest were also wondering the same thing. The entire barbarian race had been waiting for this moment for far too long. Upon hearing that there was less than half an hour until they arrived at the land of lightning penalty, Huang Xiaolong began to look forward to it. The land of lightning penalty was a place that spawned chaos divine lightning. The land was covered by chaos divine lightning throughout the year, and this was a rare phenomenon in itself. Could the other end be a source of chaos divine lightning? One of the 9 chaos lightning pools. Huang Xiaolong's speculation was very likely possible. At this time, Zhang Hong, the little cow, Feng Er, and several others also came out from their respective cultivation rooms. In a short moment, everyone was gathered in the control hall, talking and laughing in a relaxed atmosphere. Before they knew it, roughly half an hour went by. The Dragon Shark flying ship stopped in midair. Huang Xiaolong, Zhang Hong, and the rest disembarked from the Dragon Shark flying ship, looking ahead. Several thousand meters in front of them was a dusty, barren land that stretched into the horizon. Other than brown earth, they could barely see any other colors. Huang Xiaolong's group was astounded. The dusty, hazy sight in front of them was actually chaos divine lightning. Earth element chaos divine lightning. Earth element chaos divine lightning was extremely rare, thus none of them had expected to see it here, that too on this scale. How big exactly was the land of lightning penalty? Not right, the little cow said suddenly. Her eyes squinted as she observed the land of lightning penalty a little more. In truth, she too had thought that the land of lightning penalty was probably one of the 9 chaos lightning pools. But now, seeing the sight in front of her, she found that her guess was wrong. Now, she was certain that the earth element chaos divine lightning in front of them was not part of the 9 chaos lightning pools. Like the little cow, Huang Xiaolong also realized that his previous guess was wrong, and he couldn't help feeling a pang of disappointment. Little brat Huang, act quick. Even though it's not one of the 9 chaos lightning pools, Absorbing this earth element chaos divine lightning would bring lots of benefits to you. The little cow urged Huang Xiaolong. Huang Xiaolong nodded and pulled himself together, then flew forward. As the rest watched from afar, Huang Xiaolong arrived at the border of the dusty land. Huang Xiaolong's supreme god force activated the Chaos Golden Dragon Lightning Pool's core formation. Immediately, the power of Chaos Golden Dragon Lightning roared throughout his body and condensed into tiny golden dragons, inches above the skin of his body. Jiang Hong and Lei Budong were astounded at this sight. Ecstasy dominated Lei Budong's expression as he stared at Huang Xiaolong with burning eyes. More accurately, he was staring at the golden dragons condensed from Chaos Divine Lightning close to Huang Xiaolong's body. This Chaos Golden Dragon Lightning Pool. It must be. It was exactly the power described in the Golden Dragon Lightning Pool's legend. As the others watched with astonished eyes, Huang Xiaolong stepped over the boundary into the land of lightning penalty. The moment Huang Xiaolong took the first step, he immediately felt great resistance and heavy gravity. The heavy gravity of this earth element chaos divine lightning was something Huang Xiaolong had never experienced in the past. He exerted full force to channel his supreme god force into the Chaos Golden Dragon Lightning Pool's core formation. The golden dragons around Huang Xiaolong were spinning at high speed, forming small golden dragon lightning vortices that sucked in the earth element chaos divine lightning. From these golden dragon lightning vortices, the earth element chaos divine lightning flooded into Huang Xiaolong's body. Huang Xiaolong's three supreme godheads were emitting coruscating lights that were not visible to the others. It wasn't long before Huang Xiaolong felt the heavy gravitational pull lighten, and it finally became non-existent to him. He was elated and he accelerated as he continued to proceed further inside. As the barbarians' hearts hung high in suspense, Huang Xiaolong's figure gradually disappeared into the hazy barren land. Elder brother Lei, you say, can he really succeed? Guang Wenfeng couldn't help asking. Lei Budong took a deep breath before replying in a solemn voice. He probably could. However, inwardly he wasn't feeling so certain. Although Huang Xiaolong possibly had the Chaos Golden Dragon Lightning Pool out of the 9 Chaos Lightning Pools, and it was described to be unimaginably powerful in the legends, Huang Xiaolong's strength was still in the God King realm. How much of the Chaos Golden Dragon Lightning Pool's power Huang Xiaolong could employ was unknown. At this point, though, they had no other choice other than putting all his hopes in that black-haired young man. While everyone waited in suspense, Huang Xiaolong advanced step by step. Each step was slow but steady and firm. Several hours later, he had traversed 3,000 zhang across the land of lightning penalty. At this point, the dusty earth scenery had changed into blurry gray chaos divine lightning. Huang Xiaolong had no idea from where this gray chaos divine lightning had come from, and it was seemingly infinite. Huang Xiaolong persisted on, taking one step in front of another. When he was 10,000 zhang from it, he finally stopped for the first time. This should be the center of this lightning land, Huang Xiaolong muttered to himself. Based on his sense, the spot where he stood was filled with the richest chaos divine lightning power akin to bubbling water. This was the very center of the lightning land. Huang Xiaolong sat cross-legged on the spot. He began circulating the grand mist parasitic medium and increased the power of the Chaos Golden Dragon Lightning at the same time, in order to absorb the surroundings Chaos Divine Lightning. As Huang Xiaolong fully concentrated on absorbing the surroundings Chaos Divine Lightning, streaks of Chaos Divine Lightning swarmed towards Huang Xiaolong at shocking speed. After some time, Huang Xiaolong felt that his absorption speed was too slow. Hence he summoned his 3 avatars and formed a 4-colored spiritual energy gathering formation. The 4 of them ran the grand mist parasitic medium at the same time. The chaos divine lightning around them seemed stimulated as it rushed towards Huang Xiaolong and his 3 avatars in a frenzy. Jiang Hong, the little cow, the barbarians, and the rest waiting outside the boundary of the land of lightning penalty saw the calm hazy scenery suddenly become agitated and increasingly violent. Dust roiled akin to a chaos divine beast writhing in pain. As the stretch of chaos divine lightning in front of them roiled, bursts of chaos divine lightning shot out in various directions. Shocking, destructive power swept over the people who were waiting and frightening them. However, these streaks of chaos divine lightning vanished just as it had arrived in front of Jiang Hong, as if it was swallowed by a black hole. Vanished without rhyme or reason. The barbarians were stunned agape. As time passed, the stretch of chaos divine lightning in front of them roiled even more violently, and streaks of chaos divine lightning splattered like torrential rain. But no matter how intense the chaos divine lightning fell on the group, none of it were able to break past Jiang Hong. After a while, the large group of barbarians breathed in relief. At the same time, Jiang Hong's strength once again roused waves of shock to Lei Budong, Feng Chun, Shui Luosheng, and the others' hearts. Even if the 5 head chieftains were to join hands and exerted full force to fend off this chaos divine lightning with the chaos spiritual weapon their ancestor had left behind, the 5 of them would barely withstand the chaos divine lightning's bombardment. Yet, Jiang Hong merely stood there, dispersing the chaos divine lightning's bombardment without needing to move a hand. This level of strength was undoubtedly terrifying. Is this the power of a peak late 10th Order Emperor Realm Master? Lei Budong wondered to himself. Time flowed by. 1 month came and went in the blink of an eye. At the center of the earth element chaos divine lightning land, Huang Xiaolong and his 3 avatars were still sitting in the same place, devouring the surrounding chaos divine lightning as fast as they could. Compared to a month ago, Huang Xiaolong and his 3 avatars' absorption speed was much faster. Huang Xiaolong and his 3 avatars were completely submerged in the earth element chaos divine lightning. Everything around them was lifeless brown with the occasional flickers of blinding purple light that lit up the land. These flickers of blinding purple light came from the purple Grand Mist Dragon's purple Grand Mist light. While absorbing the surroundings' chaos divine lightning, the purple Grand Mist Dragon also emitted amazing purple Grand Mist energy. Huang Xiaolong's 3 supreme godheads were devouring everything, and his strength rose rapidly. Although he had yet to break through to peak early 6th Order God King realm, he was steadily inching closer to the peak early 6th Order God King realm. Another 2 months went by. The light enshrouding Huang Xiaolong grew stronger, so did its strength, and he had already broken through to the peak of the early 6th Order God King realm. However, the amount of chaos divine lightning on this piece of land didn't seem to diminish at all. Chaos divine lightning continued to roil violently. Half a year went by. Suddenly, radiant bursts of lights came from Huang Xiaolong's body. His 3 supreme godheads were vibrating intensely. Huang Xiaolong had broken through to mid-6th Order God King realm. When Huang Xiaolong broke through to mid-6th Order God King realm, his 3 avatars were bathed in bursts of radiant lights as their momentum soared. This phenomenon was similar to Huang Xiaolong's main body breaking through to the God King realm. Obviously, Huang Xiaolong's 3 avatars were breaking through to the God King realm simultaneously. Shadows of the immortal body began condensing around Huang Xiaolong's 3 avatars. The shadows of the immortal body then formed an ancient formation that infused the vigorous immortal aura into his 3 avatars' bodies. His 3 avatars' bodies evolved, becoming even more perfect. As shadows of the immortal body continued to infuse the immortal aura into his 3 avatars, the surrounding earth element chaos divine lightning flowed persistently into the avatars' bodies. As days turned into months, there were golden purple lights shining from under Huang Xiaolong's skin. This golden purple glow was the purple Grand Mist aura, but not entirely. It also resembled the Chaos Golden Dragon Lightning Pool and Earth Element Chaos Divine Lightning. The golden purple glow exuded a lightning destructive power that was more powerful than the Chaos Golden Dragon Lightning Pool's lightning power. By the time a full year had passed since Huang Xiaolong had entered the land of lightning penalty, the barbarians' experts waiting outside became even more anxious. Elder brother Lei, that kid wouldn't be dead inside, right? Huahaiba asked anxiously. From outside, they couldn't at all see the situation inside the land of lightning penalty, nor could they sense any trace of life. Their hearts hung high in their throats. Lei Budong just wanted to say something, but Jiang Hong, the little cow, Xianxia, the chaos black camel, and the rest all abruptly stared at him. The iciness of their gazes sent a shiver down Lei Budong's back, and he swallowed the words that he was about to say. The Chaos Black Camel strode up to Huahaiba and smacked Huahaiba into the ground. Though Huahaiba did not die, he was miserable enough. The rest of the barbarians shuddered witnessing that, and no one dared to mention the topic again. In the blink of an eye, 2 years passed by. Within the earth element chaos divine lightning, the golden-purple light enshrouding Huang Xiaolong's 3 avatars suddenly flickered intensely. Undulating dragon's roars shook the land of lightning penalty, jarring the eardrums of those waiting outside. It went on for 3 consecutive days before the dragon's roars subsided and the golden-purple lights around the 3 avatars disappeared. Huang Xiaolong's 3 avatars had successfully broken through to the God King realm. This time around, after 2 years of absorption, the surrounding earth element chaos divine lightning had thinned significantly. Previously, Huang Xiaolong hadn't been able to see anything beyond 10 meters from where he stood, whereas now he could see as far as 3,000 zhang ahead. Seeing that the curtain of earth element chaos divine lightning had thinned considerably, Huang Xiaolong recalled his 3 avatars into his body. And the people outside noticed that the earth element chaos divine lightning had thinned and stopped roiling. Earth element chaos divine lightning rushed towards the center from every direction. The earth element chaos divine lightning that had covered this piece of land for unknown numbers of years was shrinking at a rate visible to the naked eye, growing smaller and smaller before Lei Budong, Feng Chun, and others' joyful eyes. In the end, they saw a vague figure in the far-off distance. This vague figure was none other than Huang Xiaolong, who had entered into the earth element chaos divine lightning space. Half an hour later, after Huang Xiaolong had completely absorbed the earth element chaos divine lightning, everyone could clearly see him. Those who had been waiting bitterly outside for so long finally revealed a smile, including Zhang Hong. The stone that was pressing down on their chests for so long disappeared suddenly, especially in the hearts of the burly barbarians. Some of them had started crying out of joy after watching the earth element chaos divine lighting barrier completely disappear before their eyes. How many years the tribe had been waiting for such a day to arrive? How many generations of masters had passed away? From their ancestors until now, this day had finally arrived. While the barbarians were crying tears of joy, Huang Xiaolong, who had absorbed all the earth element chaos divine lightning, opened his eyes and breathed out a mouthful of turbid qi. At this time, a brownish-yellow bead fell from the void, and Huang Xiaolong reached out and caught it in the air. The brownish-yellow bead was half the size of an adult man's fist with tiny ribbons of earth element chaos divine lightning crackling over its surface. The situation inside the bead was a hazy blur. But Huang Xiaolong knew the earth element chaos divine lightning that had covered this enormous land earlier originated from this unremarkable-looking bead. The main culprit that had hindered the barbarians from freedom was this bead. There was a glimmer of astonishment and doubt in Huang Xiaolong's eyes as he observed the mysterious chaos lightning bead. Even with his powerful soul, he was unable to enter the chaos lightning bead. He was getting rebounded the moment his divine sense tried to approach it. Junior brother, master, manor lord, Zhang Hong, Xiangsun, the Chaos Black Camel, Feng Air, and others' voices sounded at this time. Huang Xiaolong turned around to look and saw Zhang Hong, Xiangsun, the Chaos Black Camel, and the rest flying towards him with beaming faces. Still holding the Chaos Lightning bead, Huang Xiaolong stood up from the ground and greeted Zhang Hong, senior brother. Not only had he succeeded in absorbing the land of lightning penalties earth element chaos divine lightning, but his strength had also improved significantly in the process. Not to mention that his 3 avatars had broken through to the God King realm. So Huang Xiaolong was in a good mood. Kiddo Huang, what's that lightning bead in your hand? Descending by Huang Xiaolong's side, the little cow's gaze was fixed on the chaos lightning bead in his hand with an astonished expression. Her words attracted Zhang Hong's attention. He looked at the lightning bead and his eyes widened in surprise. Clearly, both the little cow and Zhang Hong could see the extraordinariness of the chaos lightning bead in Huang Xiaolong's hand. Otherwise, they wouldn't have shown this level of astonishment. The earth element chaos divine lightning that covered this land came from this lightning bead. Huang Xiaolong told them frankly. Quick, let me have a look, the little cow urged. Huang Xiaolong handed the chaos lightning bead to her without a word. The little cow held the chaos lightning bead, turning it left and right. She became more excited as she looked at it, then said, could it be really that thing? But in the next second, she refused herself. But how could such a thing appear in this space? No, impossible. How could this thing appear here? The little cow was feeling excited, baffled, astonished, and surreal all at the same time, shaking her head as she muttered unintelligibly under her breath. Zhang Hong too was staring fixedly at the lightning bead. His expressions were not that much different from the little cow's. Watching their expressions, Huang Xiaolong and the rest grew increasingly curious. Xianxia, this chaos lightning bead is very precious, isn't it? Huang Xiaolong couldn't help asking. The little cow nodded her head heavily with a serious expression that Huang Xiaolong had never seen before and said, super treasure, a super treasure. The others felt like laughing watching the little cow's contradicting expressions, but none of them dared to laugh. Although Huang Xiaolong guessed the chaos lightning bead was precious, the little cow and Zhang Hong's reactions clearly told him that the value of the chaos lightning bead far exceeded his imagination. Senior brother and Xianxia, do you recognize this chaos lightning bead? Huang Xiaolong mainly looked at Zhang Hong. Zhang Hong shook his head. No. The answer threw Huang Xiaolong off guard. What's with your reactions then? The little cow passed the chaos lightning bead to Zhang Hong while saying, Kiddo Zhang Hong, you take a look too. Although the chaos lightning bead's value was enough to rouse greed and desire in the hearts of many cultivators, the little cow knew Zhang Hong was not such a person. Zhang Hong's hands were shaking from excitement as he received the chaos lightning bead from the little cow. He almost repeated the same words as the little cow, after checking the chaos lightning bead from left, right, and all around with shining eyes. A long time later, Zhang Hong returned the chaos lightning bead back to Huang Xiaolong, and took a deep breath before he spoke with a serious expression. Junior brother, no matter what, this chaos lightning bead cannot be taken out in public or shown to others. Huang Xiaolong put away the chaos lightning bead and nodded. He did not ask the little cow or Zhang Hong what exactly this chaos lightning bead was. Since this chaos lightning bead was so precious, he would find an opportunity to ask the little cow or Zhang Hong about it in the future. After all, there was a large group of barbarians present around them. After Huang Xiaolong threw the chaos lightning bead into the Tianwu treasure, Lei Budong, Feng Chun, Shui Luosheng, Hua Haiba, and Guang Wenfang walked up to Huang Xiaolong. When they were right in front of Huang Xiaolong, the barbarians' five-head chieftains suddenly knelt on their knees and kowtowed deeply. Lei Budong, Feng Chun, Shui Luosheng, Hua Haiba, and Guang Wenfang salute to the great king. Salutes to the great king. The great king. After hearing Lei Budong and the other four-head chieftains addressing Huang Xiaolong as their great king, Huang Xiaolong, Zhang Hong, and the others were dumbfounded. Subsequently, the barbarians' 13 small chieftains also stepped up to Huang Xiaolong, knelt on their knees and kowtowed in salute. Salute to the great king! Again, great king! Looking at Lei Budong and the group of people kneeling in front of him, Huang Xiaolong had a wry smile on his face. Why did it feel like he has become a group of mountain bandits king? Stand up, Huang Xiaolong said helplessly. Yes, great king. Lei Budong, Feng Chun, Shui Luosheng, and the rest respectfully complied and got up from the ground. So did the rest of the chieftains and experts. Can you not call me great king? Huang Xiaolong asked Lei Budong, Feng Chun, and the rest of the five-head chieftains. But Lei Budong answered with utmost determination. According to our ancestral rules, the person who leads our tribe out of the space is our tribe's king, our great king. Even though Huang Xiaolong had yet to really lead them out of the space, they could see a big black hole in the far distance. That black hole was probably the exit. Therefore, Lei Budong, Feng Chun, and the others were fixed on recognizing Huang Xiaolong as their barbarian's king. Great king. The little cow laughed as she said, Kiddo Huang, you've become a great king now, then what am I? Huang Xiaolong stressed. You are this great king's mount. Mount. The others could no longer hold in their laughter. Su Baixing was already guffawing dramatically. The little cow raised her back leg and mercilessly kicked Su Baixing, sending him flying several thousand meters away. Su Baixing looked aggrieved as he climbed from the ground. That's enough, stop playing around. Let's go out first. Huang Xiaolong stated. Yes, great king. Before Xianxia, the Chaos Black Camel, or others could say anything, Lei Budong, Fengchun, and the rest of the barbarians replied with sonorous voices. Huang Xiaolong squeezed a smile, then leaped onto the little cow's back and flew straight towards the black hole. The rest followed, and soon, the group arrived in front of the black hole. This giant black hole was several hundred meters wide, and it could easily fit several hundred people for crossing it at the same time. Huang Xiaolong zoomed into the black hole on the little cow, followed by Zhang Hong, Xianxia, the Chaos Black Camel, Su Baixing, Feng Er, Guei, and lastly the barbarians group. The moment they entered the black hole, heaven and earth reversed. In the next second, Huang Xiaolong and the little cow had arrived outside. Huang Xiaolong scanned his surroundings. He was delighted as he noticed he was at the bottom of the Ghost River. They were outside. Huang Xiaolong, Zhang Hong, Xianxia, Feng Er, the others and the barbarians appeared consecutively in the same area. When the barbarians experts came out, they immediately scanned their environment. At the same time, they felt the difference in the spiritual energy, air, and everything else around them. Everyone started whooping and shouting in joy. Even Lei Budong, the barbarians' #1 expert, was shouting to vent his roiling emotions. We came out at last. We're out, we're out. The other barbarians' experts' reactions were similar, as they laughed, shouted, cried, and howled madly. Huang Xiaolong smiled faintly watching them, allowing them to vent their emotions. He could understand the barbarians' emotion. Any person, or an entire tribe that was trapped within that space for millions to billions of years, would feel a rush of liberation after regaining freedom. When the barbarians had vented their emotions, Huang Xiaolong said to Zhang Hong, Senior brother, let's go. Zhang Hong nodded his head in agreement. Thus, everyone flew out from the Ghost River. Upon reaching the Ghost River's riverbank, Huang Xiaolong got a feeling of finally being able to see the light again, as he looked at the surrounding environment and the floating Twilight Land sky that was covered by devil chi. However, the ghostly cries that they had heard before seemed to have disappeared. Hadn't they? Xianxia, the Chaos Black Camel, Feng Er, and the others also noticed this difference. Huang Xiaolong turned back and looked at the group of barbarians experts, especially Lei Budong, Feng Chun, and other three-head chieftains. He spoke solemnly. Lei Budong, I will be leaving with senior brother, so what are you going to do? Lei Budong, Feng Chun, Shui Luosheng, Huahaiba, and Guang Wenfang instantly regained their senses from their overexcitement. Wherever the great king goes, we naturally follow the great king. Lei Budong respectfully replied with a firm and determined face. It is exactly as elder brother Lei said. No matter where the great king goes, we will follow. Feng Chun, Shui Luosheng, Huahaiba, and Guang Wenfang said with similar determination. Subsequently, the chieftains also declared that they would follow Huang Xiaolong and go wherever he went. Huang Xiaolong smiled wryly in his heart. These barbarians averaged 10 meters tall and had black fur-like hair growing from their bodies. It would be strange if he didn't become the center of attention if these barbarians followed him everywhere. He didn't want to be the talk of the town wherever he went. Moreover, if Lei Budong, Feng Chun, and these barbarians were to leave with him, what were the rest of the barbarians who were still inside the space going to do? Hence, Huang Xiaolong said to Lei Budong, I know that all of you are willing to follow me, but if all of you leave like this, what about the barbarians still inside the space? Lei Budong and the rest had no answer. How about we do this? Both Lei Budong and Feng Chun will follow me first. Shui Luosheng, Hui Haiba, Guang Wenfang, and other chieftains all stay behind. Huang Xiaolong suggested after pondering on this matter for a moment. That Shui Luosheng and the others who were told to stay behind exchanged a look. I have completely absorbed the chaos divine lightning. so all of you can enter and leave the barbarian space at any time. Moreover, the tribe needs your management. Huang Xiaolong went on. Later, when I find a suitable place for your tribe to migrate, I will take all of you there. Shui Luosheng, Hua Haiba, and Guang Wenfeng hastened to comply respectfully. We'll follow the great king's order. Huang Xiaolong then gave Shui Luosheng, Hua Haiba, and Guang Wenfeng numerous grade 10 spirit stones and spiritual pills. He also tasked Shui Luosheng, Hua Haiba, and others to develop the barbarians' tribe and caution them not to wander outside 100 million li radius from the Ghost River. Shui Luosheng and the others respectfully complied to each of Huang Xiaolong's reminders. In the meantime, Zhang Hong also resolved the restrictions he had placed on them. Only then did Huang Xiaolong's group leave the Ghost River. The kneeling barbarians stood up long after Huang Xiaolong's group left. They took some time to explore the near surroundings of the Ghost River before returning to the barbarian space. On the other hand, not long after leaving the Ghost River area, Huang Xiaolong's group saw the Heaven Eye mountain range that they had camped in before. But Huang Xiaolong's group did not linger there and flew onwards. On the way, Huang Xiaolong thought of a problem. According to their initial plan, they had planned to pay his master the King of Grand Mist a visit, but there was only a little over a year left until the Fortune Emperor Palace's selection competition. If they were to go visit his master at the Grand Mist lands, would he be able to make it in time for the selection competition? Huang Xiaolong shared his thoughts about this with his senior brother Zhang Hong. Zhang Hong almost exclaimed in astonishment. Junior brother wants to participate in the Fortune Emperor Palace's selection competition? But he agreed. The Grand Mist lands is very far away indeed. It would take at least 2 to 3 years of travel time from the floating Twilight lands to reach there. In truth, I just need to say a word to the Heavenly Court. If Junior brother wants to participate in the Battle of the Heavenly Court without participating in the Fortune Emperor Palace's selection competition. With Zhang Hong's identity, as long as he brought the matter up with the Heavenly Court would certainly agree. This was not a problem at all. Furthermore, Huang Xiaolong's current strength fulfilled the conditions set for the Battle of the Heavenly Court. Huang Xiaolong hadn't expected Zhang Hong to propose this to him, but he responded with a wry smile. Forget it. I better participate in the Battle of the Heavenly Court through the Fortune Emperor Palace's selection competition. If Zhang Hong were to put out a word on Huang Xiaolong's behalf to the Heavenly Court, and the news of it were to leak, it would probably attract even more troubles. Who was Zhang Hong? The person hailed as the strongest person in the Divine World, the Divine World's #1 Emperor Palace's emperor, yet he would come out and speak to the Heavenly Court for Huang Xiaolong? So that a mere Fortune Emperor Palace's disciple Huang Xiaolong could participate in the Battle of the Heavenly Court? That would send other Emperor Palaces in a flurry of frenzy with guesses and theories of conspiracy. Zhang Hong understood the underlying meaning of Huang Xiaolong's words, and did not insist. He said instead, in truth, Junior brother need not participate in the Battle of the Heavenly Court. Even though the Battle of the Heavenly Court's prizes are amazing, with Huang Xiaolong's current identity, he does not lack any of those things. The little cow's chuckles sounded at this time, and then the rest of the group heard her speak. Kiddo Huang naturally has his reasons to participate in the Battle of the Heavenly Court. Maybe at that time, he would need some godly assistance from you, his senior brother. The little cow said that because Huang Xiaolong's current strength was still far from being able to take away the 2 chaos lightning pools from the Heavenly Court. But if there was a super master like Zhang Hong helping him by his side, the difficulty would be greatly reduced. Hearing the little cow's words, Zhang Hong was quick to agree. Please rest assured, Senior Azure Cow, as long as Junior brother says the word, I will certainly help. The little cow let out a hearty laugh as she said, You have promised. Don't forget that when the time comes. Zhang Hong looked at the wolf-like cunning smile on the little cow's face, and he got a feeling that he had stepped into a fire pit. As Huang Xiaolong insisted on participating in the Fortune Emperor Palace's selection competition, he and Zhang Hong decided to postpone the trip to the Grand Mist lands after the end of the selection competition. Zhang Hong gave Huang Xiaolong a token and said, This is my Grand Mist Emperor Palace's token. After Junior brother is finished with the Fortune Emperor Palace's selection competition, bring this token and look for me at the Grand Mist Emperor Palace. I'll take junior brother and senior azure cow to the Grand Mistlands to see master. Huang Xiaolong put away the token as he nodded his head. All right. The group flew onwards in a harmonious atmosphere, laughing and chatting along the way. Oh. Several days later, they stopped at another city in the floating Twilight Land. This city was significantly bigger than the demonic Python city, and it was built to resemble an ancient demonic tiger. Huang Xiaolong's group planned to rest one night in the city before continuing their journey the next day. Moreover, Lei Budong and Fengchen had recently come out from the barbarian space, so this was an opportunity to let them see the cultures outside the barbarian space. However, not long after Huang Xiaolong's group entered the Devil Tiger City, a group of disciples clad in silvery white brocade robes also stepped into the Devil Tiger City. This group of disciples was none other than the Brightness Emperor Palace's disciples led by Tianzi and Bai Yunxiang. At this time, Tianzi, Bai Yunxiang, and the other disciples were beaming. 3 years ago, they were embroiled in hate and anger after the little cow had sent them rolling down the Heaven Eye Mountain peak. At that time they had left the Heaven Eye Mountain range, but had stayed behind in the floating Twilight Land. During this time, they had been inquiring around the floating Twilight Land, and after 3 years of bitter search, not long ago, they had finally found 2 low-grade chaos demonic spiritual veins. However, they hadn't found these 2 low-grade chaos demonic spiritual veins at the Heaven Eye Mountain range, but at another mountain range several millions li away from it. Therefore, their previous accusations that Huang Xiaolong's group had discovered low-grade chaos demonic spiritual veins were debunked. This was simply because the low-grade chaos demonic spiritual veins were not at all to be found at the Heaven Eye Mountain range. We must celebrate our success in finding 2 low-grade chaos demonic spiritual veins. Drink twice as much, the Brightness Emperor Palace's Elder Tianzi announced with a big smile. Elder Bai Yunxiang chuckled happily. That is, of course, not twice as much, but 200 times as much. The Brightness Emperor Palace's disciples behind them laughed in glee. It has been quite some time since we have not met with the Devil Tiger City's mayor. Let's go visit him and rest a few days at the mayor's mansion before returning to the Brightness Emperor Palace. Wonderful! Both elders entered the Devil Tiger City with the Brightness Emperor Palace's disciples. Tianzi and Bai Yunxiang had not met with the Devil Tiger City's mayor for some time. Though disciples from outside would normally be regarded as fat meat by evil sex forces established in the floating Twilight Land, courageous as they were, they would not dare to offend the Brightness Emperor Palace. Not only they didn't dare to offend them, but these people also scurried to the sides and gave a wide berth upon seeing Tianzi and Bai Yunxiang. Tianzi, Bai Yunxiang, and the group of disciples had yet to reach the mayor's mansion, when they saw a middle-aged man clad in dark brocade robe, leading a group of disciples hurrying towards them. This middle-aged man was none other than the Devil Tiger City's mayor, Wu Chao. Wu Chao had received a report of Tianzi and Bai Yunxiang's arrival from his subordinate as soon as their group had entered the Devil Tiger City. He had swiftly led a group of people to welcome them. Although Wu Chao was also a heavenly monarch realm master, at the end of the day, he was merely a small mayor of a small city in the floating Twilight Land. Compared to Tianzi and Bai Yunxiang, who were elders of Brightness Emperor Palace, Wu Chao's status was much lower. Hence, when Wu Chao learned that Tianzi and Bai Yunxiang had come to the Devil Tiger City, Wu Chao did not dare to slight them at all in any way. Brother Z, Brother Yunxiang. From afar, the Devil Tiger City's mayor Wu Chao greeted with sonorous laughter. Both of you and the other brothers from Brightness Emperor Palace have come to visit my Devil Tiger City. Even the city walls are shining from the brothers' visit. The discovery of low-grade chaos demonic spiritual vein had put Tianzi in a good mood, so he laughed as he replied, "Such pleasantries. Since we're passing by the Devil Tiger City, naturally we plan to stay here for a few days. Looks like we would be troubling Brother Wu Chao during this time." Wu Chao was inwardly delighted hearing Tianzi's words. Brother Z and Brother Yunxiang can stay however long they want. There's nothing troubling about it. Everyone was in a jolly mood. I've already ordered my people to prepare food and wine. Brother Z, Brother Yunxiang, and brothers from Brightness Emperor Palace, this way please. Wu Chao said as he stopped in front of Tianzi and Bai Yunxiang and made an inviting gesture with his arm. Great! Tianzi also did not stand on ceremony as he walked onwards together with Bai Yunxiang. Brother Z, Brother Yunxiang, how come you are visiting the floating twilight land? As they made their way to the mayor's mansion, Wu Chao asked casually. It has been over 20,000 years since the last time you were last here, hasn't it? Bai Yunxiang chuckled as he said half-jokingly, Naturally, we come to the floating twilight land to look for treasures. Wu Chao was stunned for a split second, but he picked up the conversation without missing a beat. It seems from your shining faces, you found the treasure you were looking for? Tianzi nodded his head and frankly admitted. Although we met with a small trouble in the middle, we managed to find it in the end. The small trouble in Tianzi's mouth was the fight with Huang Xiaolong and the Little Cows group from 3 years ago. Recalling the time they had rolled down the Heaven Eye Mountain, intense killing intent flickered in the depths of Tianzi's eyes. Even though 3 years had passed since then, the humiliation he had felt at that time had stayed intact, and it seemed like every moment was carved into his bones instead. Bai Yunxiang seemed to recall the same thing, and his eyes darkened with roiling hatred. Noticing the subtle changes on Tianzi and Bai Yunxiang's faces, Wu Chao decided to ask, Did brothers run into any troubles? If I could be of help, brothers can tell me directly. I'll be happy to help with whatever I can. Tianzi's gloomy expression reduced slightly at Wu Chao's words, and pretended to be indifferent as he said, It's really nothing much. We just happened to run into some bull-headed characters that didn't know what was good for them some days back. But they were quick to escape. At that time, they had been actually forced to roll down the Heaven Eye Mountain peak. But Tianzi was making it seem like Huang Xiaolong's group had made a quick run for it. Wu Chao snorted. So, it's like that. If you see them again, I'll have them detained for brothers to vent their anger on them. Bai Yunxiang smiled and accepted. I'll be troubling Brother Wu Chao then. The three chattered as they continued walking. Just as they were passing by a section of the street, Tianzi at the front of the group halted abruptly. There was surprise on his face as he stared in one direction. Bai Yunxiang found Tianzi's reaction strange, so he followed Tianzi's line of sight, and he too looked equally surprised. In the next second, murderous intent boiled in their hearts. That group, not far away, it was none other than Huang Xiaolong's group? Brothers, what is it? Wu Chao asked in confusion. Tianzi's cold gaze followed Huang Xiaolong's group as he said to Wu Chao, The ones I mentioned just now, it's them. It's them. Wu Chao immediately understood that Tianzi's, it's them, referred to the people whom Tianzi had mentioned to have escaped from his group. Is that so? What a coincidence. Wu Chao chuckled lowly and said, They've got some guts to remain in the floating twilight land and stepping into my devil tiger city. This is what they call sending oneself to death's door. With that said, Wu Chao signaled his subordinates to capture Huang Xiaolong's group. Bai Yunxiang frowned and extended his arm to stop Wu Chao and said, Brother Wu Chao, few of those people are no weaklings. Why don't you inform your master, and have your master inform the Martial Demon Emperor Palace's hall master as well, just in case they run again. Wu Chao was actually the Martial Demon Emperor Palace's Grand Elder Chun Qinghai's disciple in name. Wu Chao blanked for a second, then brushed off Bai Yunxiang's worry. Brothers are worrying too much. My Devil Tiger City is not some place they can come and go as they please. Rest assured that this time, they won't be able to escape at any cost. However, Tianzi shook his head and insisted, They are stronger than you think. In my opinion, it's better to have your master and the Martial Demon Emperor Palace's hall master to deal with them. Wu Chao was genuinely astonished this time. He looked seriously at Tianzi and Bai Yunxiang. When Wu Chao was certain neither of them were joking, he solemnly agreed. All right then, I will inform my master right now, and tell my master that those people are causing havoc in the Devil Tiger City, and I am no match against them. So hopefully, Master and Martial Demon Emperor Palace's hall master can help. Tianzi and Bai Yunxiang nodded their heads at Wu Chao's version. Thus, Wu Chao took out his communication talisman and reported the matter to his master. Needless to say, Wu Chao exaggerated the situation in his report to his master, claiming that Huang Xiaolong's group had high-level Heavenly Monarch Realm experts, maybe even a 10th-order Heavenly Monarch Realm. These unruly troublemakers were extremely arrogant and were being extremely disrespectful towards the Martial Demon Emperor Palace. The Martial Demon Emperor Palace's Grand Elder Qian Qinghai was in the midst of reporting to Hall Master Wang Shuqian and Wang Shuyu inside a hall when he suddenly sensed his communication talisman shook. He frowned and stopped speaking. Seeing Qian Qinghai's reaction, Wang Shuqian asked, "The people below reported something?" Qian Qinghai respectfully answered, "It is so, Hall Master. Since it's a report from the people below, it should be something important. Take a look at it now." Wang Shuqian permitted. With Wang Shuqian's permission, Qian Qinghai could only comply. He then took out the communication talisman, and when his divine sense swept over the message within it, his forehead creased into deep furrows. Wang Shuqian and Wang Shuyu looked doubtfully at Qian Qinghai's reaction. "What's the matter?" Wang Shuyu asked. Qian Qinghai truthfully relayed the Devil Tiger City's Mayor Wu Chao's message to the two hall masters. After listening to Qian Qinghai's report, Wang Shuqian and Wang Shuyu exchanged a glance. Wang Shuyu's expression turned cold as he said, "Another group that dares to injure my Martial Demon Emperor Palace's disciple in the floating Twilight Land. Looks like disciples of my Martial Demon Emperor Palace have been keeping a low profile for too long that stray cats and dogs think my Martial Demon Emperor Palace is a soft persimmon they can squash as they please. The other side has a 10th order Heavenly Monarch Realm expert?" Wang Shuqian asked Qian Qinghai. Qian Qinghai respectfully replied, "This is what Wu Chao said." Wang Shuyu spoke solemnly. "If it's a 10th order Heavenly Monarch Realm expert, you won't be able to help on your own. Since we're here, both of us will go take a look with you." Qian Qinghai was genuinely surprised. Hall Master wants to go over there personally? In fact, Wang Shuyu waved his hand and said, "Enough said. Let's head over there now. The two of us are going into seclusion for a period of time when we return." "Yes, Hall Master." Qian Qinghai had no choice but to comply. Thus, Qian Qinghai went out of the hall following behind Wang Shuqian and Wang Shuyu. The three flew straight towards the Devil Tiger City. Before Qian Qinghai, Wang Shuyu, and Wang Shuqian departed, the Devil Tiger City's Mayor Wu Chao received a message about their impending arrival. Wu Chao was elated and excited. Hall Master Wang Shuyu and Hall Master Wang Shuqian were coming as well. Although he was the Devil Tiger City's mayor, he had never had a chance to associate with upper echelons existences such as Wang Shuqian and Wang Shuyu. Watching Wu Chao's obvious excitement, Tianzi and Bai Yunxiang were baffled. "I just received my master's message, and he said that our Martial Demon Emperor Palace's Hall Master Wang Shuqian and Hall Master Wang Shuyu are coming here with him." Wu Chao spilled the good news before Tianzi and Bai Yunxiang could ask any questions. "What? Your Hall Master Wang Shuqian and Hall Master Wang Shuyu are coming?" Tianzi and Bai Yunxiang were pleasantly surprised hearing Wu Chao's words. They had naturally heard of the Martial Demon Emperor Palace's Wang Shuqian and Wang Shuyu. One was a late 4th Order Emperor Realm Master, and the other was a mid-5th Order Emperor Realm Master. Both of them were mid-level Emperor Realm Masters, although Wang Shuqian and Wang Shuyu were not as famous as the Martial Demon Emperor Palace's ancestors, they had a loud reputation. Watching Tianzi and Bai Yunxiang's eyes widen in astonishment, there was a kind of smug joy in Wu Chao's heart. He smiled and added, "It's our Martial Demon Emperor Palace's Hall Master Wang Shuyu and Hall Master Wang Shuqian." Tianzi smiled when he reacted. "I wouldn't have expected Hall Master Wang Shuyu and Hall Master Wang Shuqian to come here personally. This time, that punk can't fly even if he grows wings." Bai Yunxiang chimed in, "If that punk knew 2 of the Martial Demon Emperor Palace's Hall Masters were coming over here to kill him personally, I wonder what kind of expressions he would make? What expression can he make? Frightened silly, I bet." Wu Chao chimed in on the joke. The three laughed and chattered on. Considering the master and the 2 hall masters' speed, they should arrive here very soon. "We should go and welcome them," said Wu Chao. "All right, we'll go welcome them with Brother Wu Chao." Tianzi and Bai Yunxiang both followed behind Wu Chao. Facing Wang Shuyu and Wang Shuchen, neither Tianzi nor Bai Yunxiang dared to act superior. Wu Chao, Tianzi, and Bai Yunxiang led a group of people to the Devil Tiger City's transmission array and waited patiently for Wang Shuchen's group of 3 to arrive. Shortly, the quiet transmission array suddenly emitted flickering radiant rays of lights. Then, 3 figures appeared in the middle of the transmission array. The Devil Tiger City was only a short distance away from the Martial Demon Emperor Palace. So, it took Wang Shuchen's group less than half an hour's time to reach their destination by transmission array. Wang Shuchen and Wang Shuyu were not surprised to see Tianzi, Bai Yunxiang, and other Brightness Emperor Palace's disciples waiting by the transmission array to welcome them. Wu Chao had mentioned that Tianzi and Bai Yunxiang were at the Devil Tiger City in his report to Chen Qinghai, and Chen Qinghai had informed Wang Shuchen and Wang Shuyu of the same. Seeing Wang Shuchen, Wang Shuyu, and Chen Qinghai step out from the transmission array, Wu Chao and other Devil Tiger City's experts stepped up to greet them. Tianzi, Bai Yunxiang, and other Brightness Emperor Palace's disciples cupped their fists in greeting as well, and their demeanor was extremely respectful. Wang Shuchen went straight to the point. He asked Wu Chao, "Where are those people now? Lead us to them." Wu Chao respectfully complied, not daring to talk too much. Wu Chao turned and led Wang Shuchen, Wang Shuyu, Chen Qinghai, and the rest towards the location of Huang Xiaolong's group. He had sent people to follow Huang Xiaolong's group earlier, hence he knew that Huang Xiaolong's group was actually drinking inside a restaurant not far ahead. Huang Xiaolong's group would be dying miserably in a short while. Would they still be in the mood to enjoy the wine in their cup? Wu Chao sneered inwardly. As Wu Chao's group were hurrying over, Huang Xiaolong, the little cow, Jiang Hong, and the others were indeed enjoying a cup of wine in a restaurant. In truth, Huang Xiaolong's group had long discovered the people Wu Chao had sent to track them, but none of them really cared. They were waiting to see what the Devil Tiger City's mayor planned to do. A short while later, Wu Chao arrived with Wang Shuchen, Wang Shuyu, Chen Qinghai, and the others to the restaurant where Huang Xiaolong's group was drinking merrily. Wu Chao pointed at the restaurant and informed Wang Shuchen, Wang Shuyu, and Chen Qinghai respectfully, "Hall Masters, Master. They are drinking inside. Should I go and order them to come outside?" Wang Shuchen spoke, "No need for so much trouble. Let's just go inside." With that, he and Wang Shuyu strode into the restaurant. Chen Qinghai, Wu Chao, and the others followed closely behind them. As Huang Xiaolong's group was seated right at the center of the restaurant, Wu Chao spotted them almost immediately, and he prompted, "Hall Masters, Master? It's them right there." He pointed a finger at the table where Huang Xiaolong, Jiang Hong, and others were seated. Cold and cruel gleams of light burst out from Tianzi and Bai Yunxiang when they saw Huang Xiaolong. In the meantime, Wang Shuchen and Wang Shuyu's faces turned pale when they saw Huang Xiaolong and Jiang Hong. Their lofty manner shattered in an instant as fear took over them. Their hands started trembling and knees almost buckled under their weight. Although Martial Demon Emperor Emoshao had not disclosed Jiang Hong's real identity to them, the news that Emoshao had been injured had still reached the ears of hall masters like Wang Shuchen, as well as the Martial Demon Emperor Palace's ancestors. Not even their Martial Demon Emperor Emoshao was a match against Jiang Hong. Furthermore, with Emoxiao's order to avoid stirring up trouble with Huang Xiaolong, Wang Shuchen and Wang Shuyu couldn't help feeling fearful seeing Huang Xiaolong's group again. "Hall Masters, Master. Why don't I go up and capture them?" Wu Chao inquired about Wang Shuchen, Wang Shuyu, and Chen Qinghai's opinion. Only then did he notice the fear on Wang Shuchen and Wang Shuyu's faces, and was stupefied.